Dan Marshall Evil Sovereign Chapter 474 to Chapter 557. Shi family. The head of the Shi family was being impeached by the elder compound. 5 billion purple yuan. The Shi family's quarterly revenue is only 3 billion purple yuan. The head of the family is trying to starve the thousands of people in the Shi family for a full 2 months just to let that person with the dried pulse disease squander the money. The head of the family's actions are really inappropriate. This is an abuse of power. Using the family's assets to protect one person? The elder compound will not tolerate such selfish behavior. The head of the Shi family, Shi Tairan, sat firmly in his seat and did not say anything in response to the accusations of the elders. It seems like someone secretly planned this impeachment meeting. There is no point in saying more. Since all of you have already decided, I will abdicate my position and give it to a worthy person. So what? Shi Tairan said slowly. To Shi Tairan, this was something that he had long expected. It was not because the Shi family could not afford the 5 billion purple yuan, but because Shi Tairan was not the only one who had the final say in the Shi family. If he wanted to use the 5 billion purple yuan, he had to go through various procedures. If he could not come up with a reasonable reason, he would be considered to have exceeded his authority. When Shi Tairan had first moved the 5 billion purple yuan, he had known that this would happen. However, he had not expected this day to come so quickly. The elders were relieved when they heard that Shi Tairan was willing to abdicate his position. Since Shi Tairan has decided to abdicate his position as the head of the family, we will choose a new head based on seniority. Shi Tairan, on account of your previous contributions to the Shi family, we will not punish you for now. Now, leave the meeting hall. The great elder said slowly. No one would be able to salvage the situation today. Although Shi Tairan had abdicated his position, he was still a Yuan monarch elite and the family would not treat him too badly. Shi Tairan clenched his fists tightly. Although he had known that this day would come, it was still a great humiliation to be forcefully expelled from the meeting hall. Some of the elders were even whispering to each other and discussing this matter. They all expressed their pity for Shi Tairan. The reason he had ended up like this was because Shi Tairan's lineage had gone missing and failed to produce a capable son. None of them had the potential to become a Yuan monarch elite. Therefore, he had only chosen to send them on their way. As the head of the family, he had a lot of grievances to deal with. Rest in peace, big brother. Shi Tairan saw a figure stand up from the seat. Shi Chuji. Shi Tairan had never imagined that his own brother would be the one who had added fuel to the fire and ousted him from his position. This matter could be big or small. But there was no other way around it if someone magnified the problem. I'll have to trouble you today. After I become the head of the family, I'll definitely make sure you guys settle down. Shi Chuji said with a smile. If you had listened to my advice and cooperated with Qingyuan manner, you would not have fallen to such a state. Based on my strength alone, I would not have been able to achieve such a state. You! Shi Tairan shouted angrily. He wished he could kill his own brother with one palm. How dare he betray his friend for glory? He betrayed the entire Shi family. Once the Shi family was involved in such a whirlpool, they would be doomed eternally. However, the current situation seemed to have reached a point of no return. Coming out of the conference hall, Shi Tairan's red eyes gradually disappeared. Only then did it gradually fade away. Now that he was no longer the family head, he felt as though a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Because of what had happened today, Shi Tairan also wanted to see his son, Shi Shu. When Shi Tairan had first found out about Shi Shu's situation, he had been in great pain. Although he had not interacted much with Shi Shu over the years, Shi Tairan had secretly cared for him. Otherwise, how could Shi Shu have so many resources in his hands, allowing him to cultivate to his current level? Even the credit for sealing his vitality back then was due to Shi Tairan's actions. If it wasn't for Shi Tairan, no one would have cared about Shi Shu's life or death. When Shi Tairan arrived at Shi Shu's courtyard, he found that there seemed to be a strange fluctuation lingering in the courtyard. It was extremely tyrannical. Because Shi Shu liked quiet places, his courtyard was located in the most remote corner of the Shi family. It was so far away that it was the wilderness behind the mountain. Shu. Sure Tyran was worried that someone had attacked Shu. If that was the case, he would not let these people off. Since they dared to attack his son, they had crossed the bottom line. However, when Sure Tyran rushed into the house, there was only Shu around. Moreover, the strange fluctuation was also released from Shu's body. Sure Tyran's gaze landed on the stone tree. He discovered that the stone tree was releasing an exceptionally terrifying power. Following the appearance of this power, Sure Tyran's eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? Such a powerful power. At this moment, Shu's body was filled with a power that was comparable to his own, that was the Yuan King realm. However, Shu's power had already exceeded his limit. In his current state, there was no way for him to reorganize this power. This was because he had never possessed such a powerful power and had never reached such a level. Immediately, Sure Tyran sat down and injected a force into the stone tree's body. At the same time, he guided and cleared the energy in the stone tree's body. Otherwise, if the energy accumulated together, it would directly cause the stone tree's body to explode. In the end, his body would explode and he would die. This was why Sure Tyran was so shocked. If he had come a little later, Shu would probably have died. He continued to unblock Shu's body for nearly 10 hours. The terrifying power in Shu's body also shocked Sure Tyran. Where did this power come from? It was actually so powerful. Most importantly, Shu was actually able to cultivate. Originally, Shu's dry meridian disease would limit his vitality. Therefore, Shu's physical strength would only get weaker and weaker. However, it was different now. Shu's body was full of vitality and energy. Could it be that Shu's dry meridian disease? He has been cured. Even Sure Tyran could not help but feel excited. This was extremely exciting news. Sure Tyran simply could not believe it. He recalled that Shu had also borrowed money to treat his illness. Now, it seemed that he was really fated to have picked up a treasure. He withdrew his aura. Shu slowly opened his eyes. He was also aware of his own situation. My illness is cured. Shu and Sure Tyran exchanged glances. Although Shu was still in a state of cultivation at that time, Shu also understood that if it weren't for Sure Tyran's help, he wouldn't have been able to completely absorb and sort out this energy today. There was no need to say anything more between father and son. You're saying that Li Zhongjiu from Heavenly Star Medicine Manor gave you a pill that directly cured your dried pulse disease? Sure Tyran asked in astonishment. One had to know that this pill had solved a truly difficult problem that had existed since the beginning of time. This kid must have extraordinary strength. No matter what, you must introduce me to this person. When talking about Li Zhongjiu, even Shu's face was filled with shock and disbelief. Later on, Shu also learned that because of a mere 5 billion purple yuan, Sure Tyran actually caused his father to lose his position as the head of the family. This made Shu extremely angry. In the past, he didn't have enough strength, but now it was different. With his current strength, he would definitely have a place in the family. No, this won't do. At this moment, the outside world still doesn't know your strength. You can't easily reveal your edge. Continue to wait. You have the dried pulse disease. Now that you've recovered, you'll definitely advance by leaps and bounds. Your strength must not be exposed. This will be our family's trump card. We still have to rely on you to deal with Qingyuan Manor. Sure Tyran said. Regarding this matter, Sure Tyran naturally saw it clearly. He absolutely could not allow the Qingyuan villa to control their Sure family. That group of idiots from the Elder Academy were simply a group of idiots. If the Sure family was really handed over to them, it wouldn't be long before they became cannon fodder. However, the current situation was extremely unfavorable for Sure Tyran. The most important thing at this moment was naturally to endure humiliation and bear the burden. All right. Shu's heart was filled with excitement at this moment. At first, he thought that his 10 billion purple yuan had bought a poison. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. Li Zhongjiu's alchemy skills were definitely 100 times better than his. There was actually such a miraculous person in this world. It was really hard for Shu to believe. Finally, I'm alive. Shu's eyes were burning with incomparable excitement. Heavenly Stellar Medicine Manor. Regarding the matter of Li Zongjiu beating up teacher Kong Shui, the upper echelons of the academy were enraged. The first to bear the brunt was Ling Yan. As for Ling Yan himself, he was even more confused. Her only 2 students had never been to class on time. She hadn't even seen her students for a long time. Ling Yan even suspected that she had been forgotten by them. As for Ku and Erisher, it was still alright. Occasionally, they would run into each other when they were in a hurry. It seemed that learning under Sun Yu was a good thing for Ku and Erisher. As for Li Zongjiu, if the academy hadn't found her, she wouldn't have known that Li Zongjiu had already entered the Genius Pavilion. Entering the Genius Pavilion was one thing, but why did he beat up teacher Kong Shui for no reason? There was also this Guosi. Previously, they had heard that there seemed to be some friction between the two of them. However, it was normal for there to be some friction between students. She never imagined that such a thing would happen. This caused Ling Yan's head to swell. Teacher Kong, please calm down. When that kid comes out of the Genius Pavilion, I will definitely make him give you an explanation. Ling Yan said. Given their seniority, she had to give Kong Shui enough face. She couldn't afford to be careless. Otherwise, the problem would be quite serious. Teacher Ling, this is the disciple that you have handed over. When did my heavenly time medicine matter recruit people based on how sinister and vicious they are? Look, this person is so vicious. Expel him, you must expel him. Otherwise, others will think that our heavenly time medicine manor is a scoundrel camp. The reputation that we have built for 100 years will be destroyed in an instant. Kong Shui was filled with grief and indignation. His voice was filled with tears, as if he was touching the heavens and earth. Those who didn't know would think that Kong Shui was wronged. However, after listening to Kong Shui's words, Ling Yan felt extremely embarrassed. Now, she could only wait for Li Zongjiu to come out of the Genius Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get through today. If we calculate according to the time, he should have come out of the Genius Pavilion. If an ordinary student is not strong enough to comprehend the Genius Pavilion for 10 hours, they should be expelled quickly. The Genius Pavilion should have the ability to judge. Maybe he couldn't withstand it and died in there. Guosi sneered. Li Zongjiu had indeed gone to the 8th floor. The 8th floor was something that Guosi had painstakingly comprehended. This Li Zongjiu thought that he was better than him and that he knew some martial arts, so he could enter the Genius Tower. Since he was so confident, then he would make a fool of himself in public. The vastness of the Genius Pavilion was not something that an ordinary person could reach. Send someone up to take a look. The Genius Pavilion has not issued a warning. Even if we go up, we won't be able to bring him out. Kong Shui said. In addition to managing the people entering and exiting the Genius Pavilion, he also had another task, which was to study the Genius Pavilion. If the Genius Pavilion judged that the person who challenged the Genius Pavilion was unable to continue, they would directly send the person to the corridor. At that time, they would be able to carry the person down. However, if the person was trapped in the mystery of the Genius Pavilion and couldn't wake up, it would be difficult for the outside world to wake him up. Everything would depend on one's own luck. If the person who challenged the Genius Pavilion had the intention to withdraw and give up, they would be sent out of the Genius Pavilion. It was a place that could continuously train the students and help them to break through. The designer of the Genius Pavilion was simply a genius. It would benefit thousands of future generations. What is the meaning of the red light from the lantern under the eaves? Someone at the side said. This person was from the Academic Affairs Department, not an alchemist. The Genius Pavilion had no interest in this place. It was a place for a group of alchemy madmen to break through. He really didn't know what was so fun about this place. The red light represents a closed state. The Genius Pavilion is an octagonal building, but there are 4 lanterns on each floor. When the floor is unlocked, a lantern will light up. Once a small obstacle is broken, the red light will change to a green light. Look at the 8th floor. It is because of Guosi's breakthrough that the green light lit up. Now, it is already in an unlocked state. Teacher Kong, isn't that the 9th floor? The person from the Academic Affairs Department carefully counted. Indeed, the first red light on the 9th floor had already lit up. Was your mathematics taught by a martial arts teacher? You can't even count clearly, yet you can still join the academic affairs department. Now, you have only unlocked the 8th floor. How can you count to the 9th floor? When Kongshu raised his head to look. The lantern on the 9th floor was as dazzling as the scorching sun. Kongshu couldn't help but widen his eyes. He even counted from top to bottom and from bottom to top several times. It was indeed the 9th floor. Hiss. How is this possible? How is this possible? The 8th floor has only been opened for a short period of time. How is it possible for someone to rush to the 9th floor? Kongshu couldn't believe his eyes. He immediately led everyone to rush up. When they arrived at the entrance of the 9th floor, they saw a bunch of keys hanging on the door. Obviously, the 9th floor had already been opened. The 3 challenges of the 8th floor had all been cleared by someone. Equals, who else has reached the 8th floor today? After breaking through a floor, the challenger's habit was to take the keys and directly walk to the floor to open the door. At the same time, it was also a form of reporting to let others know which floor he was on. If there was a problem, remember to come and save him. Kongshu asked, but the elders on duty shook their heads. Except for Li Zhongjiu, no one else has entered the Genius Tower from the outside. In the afternoon, the Genius Tower has been temporarily sealed. Kongshu woke up in a short period of time and immediately sealed the Genius Tower. Since then, no one had entered. Now, they had been guarding here for a long time, but they didn't see Li Zhongjiu appear. Therefore, they were puzzled. They were all guessing in their hearts. Although it was very unlikely, the person who entered the 9th floor was most likely Li Zhongjiu. Only Li Zhongjiu would act so unconventionally. Ling Yan's eyes were shining. Originally, he was still thinking about how to help Li Zhongjiu escape. Although Li Zhongjiu escaped most of the time, there was no need for Ling Yan to worry about him. However, this time, the person he provoked was more serious. It was not a matter that could be solved with fists and feet. Even Kongshu's identity had a certain influence in the Xianxia dynasty. It was because of this that Kongshu was so popular. With his identity and seniority, ordinary people naturally couldn't surpass him. But he never expected that. The moment Li Zhongjiu made a move, he directly solved the difficult problem of the Genius Tower's 8th level. This was equivalent to directly raising the level of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If the remaining instructors could enter the Genius Tower to comprehend, they would definitely be able to raise their level by a lot in a short period of time. Comparatively speaking, the overall strength of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor would definitely be at a higher level. Li Zhongjiu had made such a great contribution to the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Perhaps this matter could be easily covered up. Although it could not be said that the merit did not make up for the fault, when the merit was too great, there was no way to blame him. Perhaps Li Zhongjiu himself did not realize the extent of this, but this would be a huge breakthrough for the Heavenly Day Medicine Manor. Impossible, I'll go take a look. It's definitely not that guy. Guisi immediately cried out in alarm, then, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Guisi took the key and walked in. However, it only took a few minutes. The alarm of the Genius Tower rang directly. Then, the door opened with a bang, and a figure was directly sent out. Bang! Guisi fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. His eyes were unfocused. At this moment, the force he had to endure was clearly extremely terrifying. Guisi had wanted to rush in, but he was still thrown out in the end. Such an outcome was really shocking. Obviously, Guisi wanted to stay in there, but in the end, he was directly sent out by the Genius Tower. No, with Guisi's level, there's no way he can stay on the 9th level. Seeing this, Kongshu also realized why Guisi would appear in this place. It was because Guisi's level was not high enough. If Guisi could take the initiative to withdraw, there wouldn't be such a scene now. Now that he was thrown out, and from the looks of it, it would be difficult for him to recover in this state without 10 days to half a month. Quickly, carry him out. The pitiful Guisi was immediately carried out. The remaining people also gathered in front of the Genius Tower, watching the current situation. Everyone was shocked and amazed by the changes in the Genius Tower. Even Guisi could not stay on the 9th level for more than 5 minutes. Let alone the others. The experts on the alchemist ranking did not have a huge gap. Although it was very likely that the strength of the 2 people in front was stronger than Guisi, it was absolutely not overwhelming. Therefore, under similar circumstances, even they did not have the ability to deduce in the 9th level. This kid is really awesome. When Ling Yan saw this scene, he was extremely shocked in his heart. In his heart, he already knew that the monster who rushed to the 9th level must be Li Zongjiu. Other than Li Zongjiu, no one else had such strength. The genius tower could not be faked. Moreover, it was very difficult to continue hiding one's strength in the genius tower. In the genius tower, one would unknowingly display all of one's skills. Whether one was truly capable or not, one would know after entering the genius tower. Wait a moment. If one passes the 8th level, there will definitely be a reward. Something will definitely appear in the genius tower. The things that appear will be a great contribution to the alchemy world. Where are the rewards? Kang Zhuo suddenly said. These things were extremely important. The reason why the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter had so many advanced techniques compared to the outside world was because of some of the documents that were rewarded by the Genius Tower. However, these things were usually brought out by the students. One could comprehend them by oneself and enjoy the privilege of comprehending them first. However, one must hand these things over to the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. After the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter studied them for 10 years, these things would then belong to them. After all, the Genius Tower was under the jurisdiction of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. Therefore, this request was not too excessive. After all, the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter grew stronger, it would be extremely beneficial for them. However, Li Zongjiu did not appear and no one was able to enter the 8th level. The only person who was able to enter, and perhaps had a chance to reach the end and retrieve the items, was directly thrown out because he had forcefully barged in. Until now, he was still in a state of unconsciousness. Damn it. He must have embezzled the documents. I must arbitrate and punish this kid. He covets the items of my genius tower and is selfish. We must get rid of this malignant tumor. Kang Zhuo himself was furious, but very few people listened to him. He was a genius who had reached the 9th level. Even if Kang Zhuo was of noble birth, he might not be able to punish him. When a person's achievements rose to a certain level, he was not someone that could be killed with just a few words. Genius Tower. The mysterious person who had rushed into the 9th floor did not stop his footsteps. His feet continued to move forward. In a short period of half a month, he had directly stepped into the 10th floor. This matter had even alarmed Beistein Qidan. However, after Qidan inquired and found out that the person in the Genius Tower was Li Zongjiu, he did not say much. He only instructed that the person's identity was not to be announced to the public for the time being. Although they were 99% sure that the person inside was Li Zongjiu, they still had to be extremely cautious and not make any mistakes. At the same time, it was also a protective measure to prevent information about Li Zongjiu's identity from being leaked. Otherwise, who knew how many people in the city would be staring at Li Zongjiu? Even a strand of Li Zongjiu's hair could be auctioned off. In Monarch City, almost everyone was a group of greedy people. Once they found out that Li Zongjiu had some value, they would definitely flock to Li Zongjiu and squeeze him dry. It was not easy for such a good seedling to appear. How could they let Li Zongjiu be destroyed by these people? However, everyone had heard about the mysterious man's adventures in the Genius Tower. Most of the people were discussing how far the mysterious man could go in the Genius Tower. Li Zongjiu's footsteps had only stopped at the 10th floor. Logically speaking, this continuous deduction was something that consumed a lot of energy. It was already very impressive that he could stop at this moment. With so much energy, it was enough to support him until now. It was already very impressive. He should at least come out and take a breather. There were less than 3 days left until the Origin Weapon Conference on the 10th of October. However, during these 2 days, Xiao had been running back and forth between the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Matter and Li Zongjiu's matter. He had even left this message dozens of times. However, he still did not receive a reply from Li Zongjiu. Could it be that this guy was afraid, so he went into hiding? If that was the case, it would be a huge blow to the 7-star fire room. Li Zongjiu, could it be that he ran away? But there is no need for him to run away. He didn't even get any reward. Xiao was also very anxious. How could Li Zongjiu disappear just like that? no matter how hard he tried, he could not contact Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had never even seen the Raging Flames dragon catcher before, so there was no way he would be able to execute it. He would need at least 2 or 3 days to familiarize himself with the origin weapon in his hand. Moreover, it was such a powerful origin weapon. He would need even more time to familiarize himself with it and master its operation. Xiao Zhao was waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Matter. 2 days passed in a flash. It was already the 9th of October. However, Li Zongjiu was still nowhere to be seen. Poor Xiao Zhao had been waiting at the entrance of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Matter for 2 whole days. He did not even dare to leave, fearing that Li Zongjiu would disappear from under his eyes if he was not careful. Even the young mistress had been urging him several times. "It's over, it's over. My career is ruined." When Xiao Zhao saw a ray of light in the sky, it seemed like a demon was slowly walking towards Xiao Zhao. The 7-star fire room's team had already set off. Fortunately, the young miss had prepared a backup plan in order to prevent failure in this origin weapon conference. She had invited a martial arts genius from the Imperial Martial Pavilion. This martial arts genius had been born in the grasslands. However, he had displayed great talent and strength in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. He was quickly recruited by a mysterious person. As a result, he had made rapid progress. During this period of time, the martial arts genius from the Imperial Martial Pavilion was the one who had shown the brightest. Although there was a certain degree of risk in using these youngsters, under Song Jieyu's strong request, 2 youngsters were sent to fight for their raging dragon-slaying flames. At the top of the Golden Mountain, the people from the various origin artifact stores had also arrived and gathered at this place. Outside an open-air arena, tables and chairs were placed all around, and the flag of their stores was inserted into the ground. 3 tables and chairs were placed at the front of the 7-star fire room. Song Jieyu had also arrived early. Sitting at the side was a man wearing a white Han Chinese robe. He had a 9-winged flying phoenix belt around his waist. Just this belt, which looked like a shoelace, was worth nearly 1,000,000 gold yuan. Such extravagance did not seem to belong to a warrior who had been born in the grasslands. However, his talent was great and the potential he had displayed had also attracted the attention of many people. It could be said that he had reached the sky in a single step through his own efforts. However, Song Jieyu realized that the young man beside her was very bold. His gaze was extremely dishonest as it swept back and forth across Song Jieyu's body. Song Jieyu could not help but feel disgusted. "I heard that other than me, there is another person who will fight for the 7-star fire room. In my opinion, there is no need for that. Let that kid go back to where he came from. With me, Jean Buffon, by Miss Song's side, there is nothing for Miss Song to worry about." The man opened his mouth and said, "I naturally trust young Master Jean's skills. However, there are only 2 spots for this conference. It is only a backup plan." Song Jieyu said indifferently. "If young Master Jean has the time, you can first understand the strength of your opponent." As he said that, his subordinate placed a stack of information in front of Jean Buffon. "There is no need to waste time on this. There are only 2 opponents who can enter my eyes. One is the Dragon Axe Elder from the Qingyuan Mountain Villa, and the other is the Southwest Sword Sect. The rest are not worthy of fighting with me." Jean Buffon pushed away the information in his hand and seemed to move closer to Song Jieyu. "I heard that Miss Song likes to admire flowers. The 100 Flower Festival will be in a few days. I wonder if Miss Song is interested? Let's talk about it after young Master Jean wins today's competition." Song Jieyu also smiled slightly. She had seen many self-righteous and disgusting people like this in her daily life. Therefore, she did not think much of it. Did he really think that he could stand at the same height as her after climbing up the tree? That was simply wishful thinking. If this Jean Buffon could restrain himself a little, perhaps Song Jieyu would think more highly of him. But now, he completely gave off the feeling of a petty person intoxicated by success. This caused Song Jieyu to become extremely cold. Although this Jean Buffon was disgusting, there was still value in him that could be unearthed. Once he no longer had any value, Song Jieyu would directly abandon him. It was the same for everyone. However, Song Jieyu also turned her head to look at the seat beside her. This Li Zongjiu actually did not appear until now. This caused Song Jieyu's heart to be filled with dissatisfaction. As expected, there was not a single reliable person among these young people. In front of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, Xiaoxiao leaned against the carriage. She had never cultivated before, so she naturally could not withstand the sleepiness. It was already very good that she was able to endure for 2 days. Just as Xiaoxiao was about to fall asleep, she felt someone patting her shoulder. Who is it? Xiaoxiao rubbed her eyes in a daze. She seemed to want to turn around and continue sleeping, but she suddenly thought of something, and her whole person suddenly woke up. Li Zongjiu. When Xiaoxiao saw the person beside her, her eyes suddenly widened. You finally appeared. What time is it now? Don't worry, we are about to reach the Golden Mountain. However, the panda eyes on your face are indeed a little exaggerated. You will feel better after eating this elixir. As Li Zongjiu said, he handed a 5-colored elixir to Xiaoxiao. As the brilliance on top of the elixir flowed, it seemed to emit a kind of mesmerizing temptation, constantly attracting Xiaoxiao to eat it. Xiaoxiao swallowed her saliva after seeing it. Then I will eat it. Xiaoxiao swallowed the elixir at once and immediately felt that her exhausted body was filled with vitality again. Even her body that had not washed for 2 days gradually dissipated at this moment. Finally, a trace of fragrance filled the air, and the fatigue in her body was also swept away at this moment. This made Xiaoxiao could not help but exclaim in amazement. This elixir is really amazing. Xiaoxiao said in surprise. What kind of elixir is this? It's nothing, just a high-grade 5 elixir. Li Zongjiu said lightly, but his words made Xiaoxiao instantly shocked. She could not believe that she had just eaten a high-grade 5 elixir. How is this? Xiaoxiao immediately became a little flustered. A level 5 high-grade elixir, even if she had a lifetime of salary, she would not be able to afford it. How could such a thing happen? Li Zongjiu actually gave her such a precious elixir. Li Zongjiu slowly said when he saw Xiaoxiao panicking like a rabbit and not knowing what to do. I'm just kidding. It's just a grade 1 pill that I casually concocted. It's just to refresh the mind. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Xiaoxiao wished she could take off her shoes and crazily hit Li Zongjiu's head. He actually dared to tease her like this. But after thinking about it carefully for a while, Xiaoxiao also noticed. The effect of this 1st-grade medicinal pill of yours is even better than the 3rd-grade medicinal pills I'd eaten before. May I ask, what's your alchemy level? Xiaoxiao asked carefully, afraid that her question would cause Li Zongjiu to be dissatisfied. In fact, this was a taboo question for most experts. What kind of strength one possessed would naturally be kept a secret. If one were to tell others about it openly, wouldn't that be exposing one's own weakness in front of others? But Xiaoxiao was extremely curious, so she asked this question. At the same time, she carefully observed Li Zongjiu's expression to see if there were any changes. Li Zongjiu seemed to have entered a serious state of thinking. Well, you may not believe it, but it's about grade 9. When Xiaoxiao heard this, she immediately rolled her eyes at Li Zongjiu. You really have the nerve to say such words. It really made Xiaoxiao feel proud of your cultivation. I believe that it will be possible in the future. However, Xiaoxiao did not expose Li Zongjiu. Instead, he encouraged him. The speed of this carriage is too slow. If we go up the mountain, I don't know what will happen. Xiaoxiao also frowned. In the next second, Li Zongjiu directly grabbed Xiaoxiao's shoulder and threw him towards the sky. Boom! Ah! Xiaoxiao's figure instantly rose into the air and flew towards the sky. And Xiaoxiao was so scared that he screamed. He never thought that one day, he would be thrown into the sky. Then, Xiaoxiao felt that someone was lifting his clothes, and his body suddenly fell at this moment. Whoosh! Xiaoxiao was so scared that he tightly hugged Li Zongjiu's arm and did not dare to open his eyes for a long time. However, after a moment of nervousness, Xiaoxiao immediately realized that the surrounding situation seemed to be a little strange. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was already at the top of the mountain, and in front of his family's Mississippi. He was still tightly hugging one of Li Zongjiu's arms. After she came to her senses, she immediately flung Li Zongjiu's hand away. In her panic, her face turned red. She did not expect that the situation would develop into such a situation. Just a moment ago, they were still at the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in front of the young lady. Furthermore, they were in such an ambiguous position. This immediately caused Xiaoxiao to feel so ashamed that she did not dare to face anyone. But he still braced himself and walked in front of Miss, and reported in a low voice. Miss, Li Zhongjiu is here. Song Jieyu glanced at Xiaoxiao, and then looked at Li Zhongjiu, who was casually walking over, and her heart was filled with anger. Not to mention that he was late, he actually dared to flirt with her assistant. She was really blind to have invited these two over. But even though she was cursing in her heart, she still had to greet them with a smile on her face. Young Master Li, we meet again. We've met before? Li Zhongjiu asked with a puzzled face. It seemed that he had never seen Song Jieyu before. Young Master Li is really a person of high status with short memories. Previously, when you were buying yuan weapons with a girl in the 7-star flame room, I was there as well. Oh. I remember now. You also gave me a set of thunder sound short arrows to curry favor with me. Li Zhongjiu suddenly realized. When he was buying things in the 7-star flame room, he went with San Tong. At that time, he encountered some trouble, and it was Song Jieyu who came forward to solve it. But it was so long ago. For Li Zhongjiu, it was already very good that he could remember. Okay, let bygones be bygones. Sit down. Li Zhongjiu said. There were a total of 3 chairs at the front. Li Zhongjiu directly sat on the chair in the middle. Why are you in a daze? Sit down. Song Jieyu wanted to stab Li Zhongjiu to death because that was her seat. But now that Li Zhongjiu sat on it, she could only sit beside him. She couldn't ask Li Zhongjiu to move away. In the end, Song Jieyu also signaled Xiaoxiao to leave first, and she also sat down. Miss Song, even if you are looking for a substitute, you should find someone more steady. If he doesn't even have a sense of time, no matter where he goes, he will be trash. The thing that Song Jieyu was most worried about had happened. When these two bastards met, it was inevitable that something like this would happen. Obviously, Jean Buffon did not put Li Zhongjiu in his eyes at all. If they were to fight among themselves now, wouldn't it be a joke to outsiders? Li Zhongjiu turned around and looked at the person beside him. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Remember, my name is Jean. Before Jean Buffon could finish his words, Li Zhongjiu directly slapped him. The speed of the slap was extremely fast. Although Jean Buffon knew that he would anger Li Zhongjiu, he did not expect Li Zhongjiu to actually dare to attack him directly. He was too arrogant and did not care about the big picture. But most importantly, Jean Buffon only had time to see the slap coming. He had no way to dodge it. His eyes could see it, but his body could not keep up with the speed of the slap. Slap. Li Zhongjiu's slap landed on Jean Buffon's face and sent him flying. With a bang, Jean Buffon fell to the ground and could not get up for a long time. Jean Buffon only felt that he was seeing stars, but at this moment, he only had one thought. And that was to kill Li Zhongjiu. He actually dared to attack him in front of so many people. Moreover, it was a slap on his face. This made Jean Buffon extremely angry. After shaking his head, the yuan energy around his body began to condense. Bang! A chair directly smashed on Jean Buffon's head, directly smashing his body back to the ground. Eccentric, what the hell is this? Li Zhongjiu threw the wreckage of the chair on Jean Buffon's body. If Li Zhongjiu wanted to hit someone, he did not need to care about the occasion or the time. After living for so many years, he could see through people's morals with a single glance. Therefore, when it came to Jean Buffon, he didn't say a word and directly knocked him down. Even Han Wuxiu couldn't avoid Li Zhongjiu's slap, let alone this guy who hadn't even graduated from the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Song Jieyu's eyelids twitched. Wasn't Li Zhongjiu a little too ruthless and decisive in his actions, even in this noisy venue? It did not attract too much attention. After all, the venue was in a state of chaos. Many people did not even have a proper reaction to what had happened. Originally, this person was here to replace Li Zhongjiu in the event that he failed. However, in front of the powerful Li Zhongjiu, he did not even have any effect. He was directly taken down. This caused Song Jieyu to be unable to react. However, these things still had to be done. She quickly ordered people to drag Jean Buffon away. She thought that Jean Buffon would be a king, but he was not even a bronze. You haven't seen the Raging Flames dragon catcher. I'll let Xiao Zhao bring you down to familiarize yourself with it. Song Jieyu asked. This was related to the appearance of their new yuan tool. Therefore, they had to improve their reputation. Now that Jean Buffon was eliminated by their own people, the only one left was naturally Li Zongjiu. All hope was on Li Zongjiu. Song Jieyu did not want any trouble. As of now, although they did not directly pay the commission, the Raging Flames dragon catcher's production cost was not low. It was equivalent to hundreds of millions of yuan. No need. I'm more familiar with the Raging Flames dragon catcher than you. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. At the same time, he was flipping through a scroll in his hand. This scroll was brought out by Li Zongjiu from the Genius Pavilion. As the saying goes, one can learn the new by reviewing the old. It was necessary to take out and study some aspects that he had not touched before. Li Zongjiu was also good at finding his own weakness. Only then could he break through his own limits and find his own weakness. Only then could he break through his own weakness. More familiar than me. When she heard these words, Song Jieyu almost had the impulse to explode. She thought that Li Zongjiu was a powerful person, but she never thought that the latter was also an arrogant and shameless person. Some of the design inspirations of the Raging Flames dragon catcher were even participated in by her, and she still boasted so shamelessly. Coupled with the fact that she had ignored Song Jieyu's charms in the beginning, there was no time or opportunity for him to take revenge on her. Fine, then I'll see what kind of ability you have today. It would be best if he made a fool of himself in front of everyone and was directly blown to death. That would naturally satisfy Song Jieyu. These are some information about your opponents. If you're interested, you can take a look first. Not interested, Li Zongjiu said. Someone had already cleared the arena, and there were some singing and dancing performances going on. It was very pleasing to the eye, and could be said to be quite rich. The organizer was also the city's Commerce Alliance. The Commerce Alliance did not participate in the competition, but was responsible for providing manpower and effort to hold this Origin Weapon Conference well. This time, there were more than 15 merchant forces participating in the Origin Weapon Conference, and those who were not selected had more than 100 kinds of Origin weapons of different levels. If they could win the King of Origin Weapons this time, it would be a milestone victory for the 7 Stars Fire Room. They would win this honor for 2 consecutive years. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu didn't care about his opponent's situation at all? He was even more unreliable than Jean Buffon. At the very least, Jean Buffon would have some understanding of these things and roughly know the strength of each person. After all, this information was painstakingly collected and naturally, it was very valuable. Song Jieyu could not tolerate Li Zongjiu's unreliable behavior. Even if Li Zongjiu did not look at it, she was obligated to explain the situation clearly. Naturally, you don't have to worry about the rest, but there are 2 people you must pay attention to. One is the person invited by Sky Sword Pavilion, nicknamed Southwest Sword Master, who is at the peak of Origin Ancestor Realm. The other is the Dragon Axe Elder invited by Blade Axe Pavilion, whose strength is unusually strong, even above Southwest Sword Master. This person comes from Qingyuan Villa. Li Zongjiu put away the scroll in his hand and looked at Song Jieyu. Where is the one from Qingyuan Villa? Li Zongjiu asked. In his heart, he could not help but think that Qingyuan Villa was really mischievous. No matter where he went, he would meet these people from Qingyuan Villa. This allowed Li Zongjiu to have something to amuse himself with after a meal. Hearing that Li Zongjiu was finally interested, Song Jieyu heaved a sigh of relief. Thank God, he was finally interested. The Dragon Axe Elder, who carries an axe called the Dragon Bone Axe handle all year round, should be that person. That side is also full of people from Blade Axe Pavilion. The reputation of Blade Axe Pavilion in Sacred Flame Royal City was not inferior to the 7 Star Fire Room. The yuan weapons of the 7 Star Fire Room were strange, but they were involved in all kinds of industries. However, Blade Axe Pavilion specialized in research and forging, bold and decisive. It was precisely these 2 items that allowed them to establish an extremely huge foundation and an explosive reputation. This allowed everyone to know that the Saber Axe Pavilion sabers and axes were the strongest items in Sacred Flame Royal City. In addition, Sky Sword Pavilion was also an expert in forging sword-related yuan weapons. If there were people who really liked powerful sword-related yuan weapons, most of them would choose to purchase them from Sky Sword Pavilion. Li Zongjiu immediately spotted the so-called Dragon Axe Elder. His body was lean and muscular, and his skin was tanned. His eyes were brimming with vigor as he constantly scanned the arena. However, wherever his gaze landed, it was basically a group of young ladies. He was already so old, yet he was still interested in such things. Li Zongjiu instantly sneered in his heart. "Are there any rules in this arena?" Li Zongjiu asked. "If there are any rules, the competition will be based on the way the arena is defended. The one who can challenge for victory and successfully defend the arena to the end will be the winner. At the same time, during this process, you are not allowed to use excessive yuan power. You can only use the yuan tool in your hand. Of course, this competition will naturally be based on the rules. If there are any accidents in the process, we will naturally not be responsible. After all, this is a yuan tool and not a child's play." After Li Zongjiu heard this, he was extremely satisfied with the rules and immediately nodded his head. "That's good. Where's my yuan tool?" Song Jieyu raised her hand and someone brought a rectangular box that was about half a meter long and placed it in front of Li Zongjiu. The item in the box seemed to be extremely heavy. "It's here. This is my 7-star Fire Room's newest offensive yuan tool, Raging Dragon Slaying." When she spoke of this yuan tool, Song Jieyu had a hint of pride in her voice. After all, the birth of this yuan tool had cost the 7-star Fire Room a lot of effort. Li Zongjiu opened the yuan tool and immediately saw a familiar face in front of him. His eyes revealed a sense of nostalgia, as if he was reminiscing about an old friend. Compared to the scheming and deceitful people in this world, Li Zongjiu preferred to stay with these cold yuan tools because they would not betray him, instead, they would help him kill people. Such a thought was naturally extremely terrifying. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was extremely normal. After all, those who had stayed for a long time would mostly like these emotionless things. The design of this raging dragon catcher was quite advanced. It looked more like a fully armed sword case. There were a few buttons and switches on it, as well as a trigger. If an ordinary person didn't have the instructions, it would be very difficult for them to get this raging dragon catcher right. They might even fire it at themselves. There was an inlaid hole in the front, and 3 crystals were placed beside it. These were all energy sources. Without these crystals, there was no way to activate the Raging Flames Dragon Capture. He had originally thought that Li Zongjiu would scoff at the origin tool in his hand and the Raging Flames Dragon capturing. After all, many people thought that this thing was flashy but not practical. It didn't look useful at all. However, when Song Jieyu saw Li Zongjiu's eyes, there wasn't the slightest disdain or contempt. Instead, there was a kind of appreciation and nostalgia. This was also a great affirmation for them. To be able to create such a origin tool, at least to be able to obtain Li Zongjiu's recognition was naturally quite good. I now announce that this year's Origin Tool Grand Competition officially begins. Who is willing to be the first to come up and be the champion of the arena to receive challenges from all sides? After a song and dance performance, a white-haired old man spoke a lot of things on the arena. Now, the grand competition had finally begun. As soon as he finished speaking, someone directly jumped onto the arena. He cupped his fists towards the old man, then towards the surrounding people. My Skyhammer Blacksmith Workshop spent 100 years researching and improving. Today, I, Yuan, am here, holding my Skyhammer Blacksmith Workshop's 100/star shattering blade. I hope that everyone will not be stingy with your guidance. Yuan, who was on the arena, held a long blade that was half his body. The back of the blade was embedded with 9 thick copper rings. It was majestic and domineering. This Skyhammer Blacksmith Workshop is an old faction that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Yuan clan. The quality of their blades is indeed not bad. However, under most circumstances, these blades are only suitable for strength-type experts. Sometimes, when the Empire is lacking in military equipment, they will let the Skyhammer Blacksmith Workshop act as a backup. Song Jieyu, who was beside him, patiently explained. As an expert in weapon sales, it was natural to know oneself and know one's enemy in order to be victorious in every battle. There were many such top workshops in the market. The 7-star workshop was able to do step by step until now because of their own ability and the support of a large group of people. That was why they could reach where they were today. Yes. It was unknown whether Li Zongjiu listened or not. He merely looked at the scroll in his hand and responded without raising his head. When Song Jieyu saw Li Zongjiu's attitude, she was naturally incomparably angry. She, the dignified eldest miss of the 7-star workshop, was speaking to you. Even if you didn't understand, you should at least pretend to understand and at least respond. What was the meaning of this perfunctory response? Was it a polite reply? Hehe, if it's a competition of blades, then naturally, the blades of my blade axe pavilion will dominate the world. Senior Dragon Axe, sorry to trouble you. A person from the blade axe pavilion stood up and spoke respectfully to an old man beside him. When the old man heard this, he snorted softly, as if his vanity had been greatly satisfied. Immediately, he also stood up slowly. He took a heavy saber axe from the saber axe pavilion's hand. My blade axe pavilion invites Elder Dragon Axe to battle. This battle's divine weapon is the iron-blooded golden blade axe. A blade axe that released a brilliant light appeared under the sunlight. When the sunlight fell, everyone's faces seemed to be covered with a layer of golden light. This golden light also illuminated Li Zongjiu. This old man is going up? When he saw Elder Dragon Axe going up, Li Zongjiu subconsciously grabbed the raging dragon capturing flames and almost rushed up. Fortunately, Song Jieyu held on tightly. What are you doing? He just went up. The competition is about one-on-one. Bystanders can't interfere. If you rush up like this, it's against the rules. Song Jieyu hurriedly said. Oh, if that's the case, then I'll wait a little longer. After saying that, Li Zongjiu sat back down. Song Jieyu also kept holding her forehead. She should have found a normal person to help her. Even now, she didn't know if Li Zongjiu knew how to use the raging dragon capturing flames. On the field, Elder Dragon Axe's aura was extremely strong. Upon seeing this, Yuan Lai from the Yuan clan was somewhat fearful. However, he still braced himself and charged forward. After all, this was a Yuan weapon competition and it did not mean that the one with the stronger Yuan power would be the victor. A good weapon naturally needed an expert to use it in order to display its power. Star-shattering slash. Yuan Lai roared and a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the long blade in his hand. It was as if he could easily shatter a star in front of him. Trash, trash. When Elder Dragon Axe saw this, he only smiled disdainfully. The iron blood golden blade axe in front of the Dragon Axe old man also suddenly emitted a golden light formation at this moment. Immediately, an extremely terrifying aura erupted. Boom. This aura came from the iron blood golden saber axe, not the Dragon Axe Elder's own aura. The Dragon Axe Elder swung the saber axe, which was almost as tall as a person, towards the star-shattering slash. Boom. The two berserk blades collided at this moment. Yuan Lai's figure was the first to fly out. The 100/star-shattering blade in his hand instantly flew out. When the 100/star-shattering blade landed to the side, Yuan Lai's hands were also greatly shaken. At this moment, he crawled up with a shocked expression in his eyes. You broke the rules, Yuan Lai pointed at the Dragon Axe Elder and said. The Dragon Axe Elder had obviously used his hidden strength in that move. Otherwise, how could he have been shaken off by the collision of the blades? Although he was not as skilled as the Dragon Axe Elder, he had blatantly broken the rules. Everyone was not blind, and they knew that he did not put the Merchant Union in his eyes at all. However, a member of the Ironware Merchant Union, who was a notary, did not say much. Haha, Yuan Lai, you are not as generous as your father. You have lost. I have to admit that your blade is not bad. It can be guaranteed that it did not break under our iron blood golden saber axe elder. Haha. The deputy pavilion master of the saber axe pavilion stood up and laughed. There were not many opponents who could compete with them. In addition, the vicious and merciless old man Dragon Axe had made his move. He did not give them any face at all. With such a vicious person present, what was there to be afraid of? It was important to win the final victory, but it was also necessary to shine in the beginning. You don't have to be polite. Just challenge me. The Dragon Axe Elder did not walk down. Instead, he stuck the iron blood golden saber axe on the ground and leaned on it. In this way, he seemed to be waiting for the enemy to come up and continue to chop them into pieces. Many people had yet to react to the Dragon Axe Elder's blade and axe. Yi Shiwen was defeated in one move, but his opponent's 100/star shattering blade didn't suffer any damage. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that the 100/star shattering blade was very tyrannical, but it was at a disadvantage because of its user. Can I go now? Immediately, Li Zongjie raised his raging Dragon Slayer and walked forward. He didn't even need Song Jieyu's permission. Clearly, he wasn't asking for Song Jieyu's permission. According to Song Jieyu's opinion, they would still choose to wait. After all, if Li Zongjie were to walk up right now, it would mean that he would have to deal with the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's members in a moment. Moreover, the advantage of using a weapon like Raging Flames was the element of surprise. Everyone present was an expert. By the time he was ready to fire, his opponent would have long since dodged the attack. However, before he could say anything, he saw Li Zongjie walk up to the ring. Song Jieyue had no choice. She had to die sooner or later. She gestured to Xiaoxiao beside her. Xiaoxiao immediately took a step forward. The 7-star Firehouse is here to challenge you. This time, the Yuan weapon of the 7-star Firehouse is a control-type Yuan weapon, Raging Dragon Slayer. The user is Li Zongjie, the top of the new student ranking in the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. Xiaoxiao's clear and loud voice spread throughout the whole arena. Everyone could hear it clearly. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the long metal tool in Li Zongjie's hand. 2 long pitch-black pipes protruded from it. It seemed that this thing was the real threat, but it looked like a child's toy no matter how one looked at it. Only now did Li Zongjie know that these people had given him the title of the top of the freshman list. It was really embarrassing. He was already so old, but he still had to compete with these little brats for the top position. It was really embarrassing. However, these people didn't know. The Dragon Axe Elder also looked at Li Zongjie in front of him. He was actually a child. He saw the strange Yuan weapon in Li Zongjie's hand. If one had to describe this Yuan weapon, it looked like 2 pitch-black pipes inlaid together. The handle was slightly slender. It could be held with one hand or with 2 hands. There was also a groove in front of the handle. At this moment, there was a Yuan energy crystal embedded in the groove. Could these 2 pitch-black pipes kill people? Could this thing be called a Yuan weapon? Let me tell you. Only something that can kill people can be called a Yuan weapon. Is there no one in the 7-star Firehouse this year? They actually let a child come up with a toy. You guys are really good. If you want to attract attention, you guys are definitely the most eye-catching one this year. Haha. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion suddenly laughed. Although Li Zongjie was the new king from the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion, it didn't have the slightest impact on them. What's more, everyone in the Heavenly Star Medicine Mansion was a bunch of crazy alchemists. If they were to use Yuan weapons to fight, it would be better to just give them a medicine cauldron and let them go around smashing people. Song Jieyue and the others didn't say anything. The other party just wanted to wait for an opportunity to suppress the 7-star Firehouse. It didn't matter. As long as they could win in the end, it wouldn't be a problem. Are you from the Qingyuan Villa? Li Zongjie looked at the Dragon Axe Elder opposite him and asked faintly. When he was asked about his identity, the Dragon Axe Elder's face seemed to have a kind of uncontrollable pride. That's right. If you want to join the villa, you have to find me first. The Dragon Axe Elder's face suddenly revealed an extremely proud expression. Well, that's good. Do you have anything to say later? I'm afraid you won't have time later. Li Zongjie asked kindly. When the Dragon Axe Elder heard Li Zongjie's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. What is this brat talking about? Could it be that he wants me to leave behind my last words? How dare you tease me? Watch me chop your head off. The Dragon Axe Elder immediately roared and rushed towards Li Zongjie. The iron-blooded golden blade axe in his hand also swung around and chopped towards Li Zongjie. Boom! That tyrannical power instantly lifted up the floorboards on the ground. Li Zhongzhou's figure didn't move an inch. When he felt the power sweeping towards him, he also took a step back. He instantly lifted the Fury Dragon capturing in his hand. It was like a long spear, and it instantly flew out. Bang! The Fury Dragon capturing instantly collided with the iron-blooded golden blade axe. Clang! When the two collided, there was also a shift in the movement. Li Zhongzhou's figure moved to the side, dodging the blade and axe that fell from the sky and chopped the ground with his shoes. The pitch-black barrel in Li Zhongzhou's hand was directly pressed against the Dragon Axe Elder's cheek. What? The Dragon Axe Elder didn't know how Li Zhongzhou did it. In the next second, he saw the Yuan energy crystal in the groove light up. The Dragon Axe Elder's eyes suddenly widened. Boom! Li Zhongzhou directly released the furious dragon capturing attack. In an instant, the Dragon Axe Elder's head exploded, his entire head directly exploded on the spot, spurting out flames from the furious dragon capturing attack. At this moment, she was displaying her unique charm and frightening side. When the flames gradually subsided, the people in the audience did not even have time to react. Even Song Jieyu, whose heart was fluctuating, was in a state of suspense. Before she could relax, she saw Li Zhongzhou directly explode the Dragon Axe Elder's head. Was this a magic trick? That was a human life, and he was directly hung up and beaten to death. Although there was no one present who had not seen a dead person, but the person whose head had been directly blown up in the ring was an expert from Qingyuan Villa, Old Man Dragon X. Dead. Dead? Song Jieyu took a closer look. That Old Man Dragon X was already dead to the point that he couldn't be more dead. Although this situation was unexpected, it was still within reason. However, this was merely a display of Li Zhongzhou's strength. It did not explain how powerful the Raging Flames Dragonslayer was. Li Zhongzhou did not seem to be satisfied, and directly used the furious dragon capturing attack again. With a boom, a flame spurted out from within. The terrifying flame instantly burned the Dragon Axe Elder's corpse until there was nothing left. The only thing left was the iron-blooded golden saber axe. The deputy pavilion master of the saber axe pavilion could not sit still. Referee, this guy actually used a dirty trick. He is here to kill, not to compete with you on weapon. My origin tool is still fine, but he killed someone. What's going on? The deputy pavilion master of the saber axe pavilion immediately stood up and shouted. Originally, it was nothing, but later, Li Zhongzhou used a move to destroy the corpse, which completely confirmed that Li Zhongzhou's purpose was to deal with the Dragon Axe Elder. If the saber axe pavilion's axe is used to kill pigs, it may be more efficient, but if it is used to kill people, it will be a little difficult. Song Jieyu immediately responded with a sneer. At this moment, the 7-star fire room had the advantage. No matter how you quibbled, the loser was the saber axe pavilion, not the 7-star fire room. What could you do now that the person was dead? Apart from the people of the saber axe pavilion who were angry, the rest of the people were also waiting for the show to begin. They were delighted to see the 7-star fire room and the saber axe pavilion squabble. This was a scene of two tigers fighting against each other. Yes, the saber axe pavilion can't do it, you can blame others for being too strong. In my opinion, the saber axe pavilion's weapon, in the future, the saber pavilion's to make butcher's knives. If you can't even kill pigs, you can kill. Yuan Lai from the Skyhammer Blacksmith Workshop also stepped forward at this moment. The enemy of an enemy was naturally a friend. In any case, they were already at odds with the saber axe pavilion. Now that they could show some goodwill to the 7-star firehouse, why not, even in such a weapon origin conference? In fact, various interests were intertwined. If there were no benefits, they would naturally not do it. What does it have to do with you? You're just a group of losers. The deputy pavilion master of the saber axe pavilion scolded back. Similar scenes happened from time to time. After all, victory and defeat were common in war. However, in this business world, even if one lost on the surface, as long as one used it properly, there was a chance to turn the situation around. As long as one could make money, there was no failure. No matter what one did, it was possible. It seemed that this weapon origin conference would directly turn into a street corner quarrel. Finally, the person in charge of the Ironware Merchant Alliance stood up. Everyone, please calm down. The young hero's performance just now did not violate the rules. What he showed could not only kill people, but also destroy corpses. These belong to the category of weapon origin. There is nothing wrong with it. You can only blame the Dragon Axe Elder for being inferior. The person in charge of the Ironware Merchant Alliance stood up and said. Hearing that the person in charge of the Merchant Alliance had spoken, the person in charge of the Saber Axe Pavilion did not continue to cause trouble. Instead, he sat back down and looked at the young man in his 20s beside him. There was a trace of respect in his eyes. Young Master Changhen, next, we can only ask for your help. Facing this young man, even the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion appeared to be extremely respectful and careful. He was extremely careful, fearing that he would accidentally offend the young man in front of him. The young man put down the tea in his hand. Don't worry. Let's wait and see. This kid is very interesting. He actually dares to provoke our Qingyuan villa. Young Master Changhen said indifferently. Since Li Zhongjiu loved to show off so much, he would give him a chance to show off. At the end, he would trample him under his feet and let him know that a frog at the bottom of a well like him had nothing to be proud of. However, I am somewhat interested in the origin weapon in his hand. There's also that woman. Young Master Changhen's gaze fell on Song Jieyu. The charm and confidence that this woman exuded greatly interested young Master Changhen. He immediately stepped forward and pushed her down. This woman is the eldest daughter of the 7-star fire branch, Song Jieyu. Currently, all the businesses in Royal City are managed by this woman. Song Jieyu's ability was extremely well known in the industry. Because Song Jieyu was young, the 7-star fire room could only be earned in some small cities, even second-class cities and below. In such a fierce competition in King City, there was no way for her to stand out. However, after this young Song Jieyu took over, the reputation of the 7-star fire room had actually been gradually raised. Now, it could be considered a giant. This was a huge difference from the situation that everyone was not optimistic about in the beginning. Regardless, even if the enemy was admired, they were still your enemy. Somewhat interesting. The corners of young Master Changhen's mouth curled into an inexplicable smile as he stared at Song Jieyu. At this moment, Song Jieyu seemed to have sensed young Master Changhen's gaze and looked at him. Song Jieyu's heart was filled with disgust for no reason. It was as though she saw a mouthful of phlegm staining her most beloved clothes. The 7-star fire branch has won this battle. The next challenger may enter the arena. After witnessing Li Zhongjiu's ferocious performance, where he killed without batting an eye, the people below naturally became extremely fearful. Even those who were previously full of confidence became somewhat timid at this moment. This was because if they were not careful, they would lose their lives. Forget it. How many of you are left? Come at me together. Li Zhongjiu looked at the time. It was getting late and he did not have time to waste on these small fries. Arrogant, domineering, stupid, Song Jieyu's mind immediately popped up with these adjectives. The intelligence of Li Zhongjiu in front of her was even lower than a 3-year-old child. Even if you were confident, 2 fists would not be able to fight against 4 hands. Furthermore, it was on this stage. No matter how confident you were, you should not be so arrogant. There were a total of 15 yuan weapon shops participating in this final battle. Excluding the 2 shops that had already lost, there were still 12 shops left. Li Zhongjiu's words meant that he was going to target these 12 experts. Furthermore, if the Saber Axe Pavilion and the Skyhammer Blacksmith shop also wanted to send people up, there would be no problem. This was because all the shops were able to send 2 experts up. As long as they did not go up at the same time, there would be no problem no matter when they went up. This Li Zhongjiu. Song Jieyu slapped her hand on the armrest of her chair. Xiao Zhao also hurriedly came in front of Song Jieyu to persuade her. Miss, don't worry. Perhaps young Master Li will have his own way. However, even Xiao Zhao did not believe that Li Zhongjiu could defeat so many people by himself. However, the rest of the people did not give Li Zhongjiu enough time and opportunity to regret. It was not that such an arrogant situation had not happened in the past, but the outcome was surprisingly the same. This was because in this battle, one was not allowed to use too much yuan power. One's yuan power could only be used on the yuan weapon in their hands. Otherwise, it would be against the rules. In such a chaotic and dangerous situation, 2 fists would not be able to fight against 4 hands. More or less, they would be ambushed. Therefore, only these arrogant and ignorant youngsters would take such a risk. At this moment, it was already too late for Song Jiu to stop them. My shadowless pavilion's shadowless blade, I would like to experience it. Cool Breeze Weapon Manual, Cool Breeze Su Lai Jian, I would like to experience it. Furious Xian Fong, Rusty Flying Needle, I would like to experience it. Some of the shop owners saw that there was an opportunity to take advantage of this situation and immediately jumped out one after another. Not long after, the 11 people on the stage were all filled. Those from Sky Sword Pavilion must not appear. Otherwise, we will definitely lose. Song Jiu kept praying in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She knew that these people must be staring at her, observing the changes in her expression. They would definitely make a move. But soon, a voice pushed Song Jiu into the abyss. Chang Ruxu of the Southwest Sword Sect of the Sky Sword Pavilion is here with the Heaven Destroyer sword. As soon as he finished speaking, the 11 people in the arena all dodged. Chang Ruxu of the Southwest Sword Sect. Just hearing this name was enough to make people feel an extremely terrifying aura. The Sky Destroyer sword in his hand, from its name, carried a sharpness. It's over, it's over. We don't need to care about the others, but the Southwest Sword Sect is a true expert. It is said that this person has already entered the Yuan Monarch realm. I wonder if this is true. But for us, it will definitely be extremely disadvantageous. A look of panic gradually appeared on Song Jiu's face. When the few leaders of Sky Sword Pavilion saw this scene, they exchanged glances with each other. Indeed, it was just a bluff. If this raging dragon capturing fury could withstand so many attacks, he would definitely be famous throughout the world. However, if he failed, he would only be a clown. Such a clown act would be quickly forgotten by others, or even treated as a joke. Even the Southwest Sword Sect had made a move. Song Jiu's heart was already dead. But before the situation of failure really arrived, she still had a last trace of hope in her heart. She hoped that Li Zongjiu could last a little longer. Only then would she have enough opportunity to create a topic of discussion. 1 against 12, fortunately, this battle didn't allow the use of excessive essence energy. Otherwise, this Li Zongjiu would probably be directly sliced into a pile of fragments. But this challenge order was issued by him. Naturally, there was no need to care about whether he succeeded or not. They were all adults. They had to pay the price for their words. Since the 7-star fire chamber has decided to fight 1 against many, this challenge officially begins. The people of the Ironware Merchant Alliance were really impartial. They simply did not allow any situation to occur. If the Merchant Alliance was biased, then it was naturally useless to have the Merchant Alliance. Therefore, the Merchant Alliance had to be established in the middle. It would definitely not be biased because of anything. The 12 people opposite him held various yuan weapons. Faced with such a situation, Li Zongjiu did not have the slightest bit of fear. When the battle order was issued, Li Zongjiu took the lead and rushed towards these people. He is outnumbered, but he still takes the initiative to attack. Is Li Zongjiu's brain filled with sh*t? When she saw Li Zongjiu take the initiative to rush out, Song Jiu finally could not help but curse. Who could tolerate such an unscrupulous person who did not know the severity of the situation? No matter what the situation is, immediately terminate the cooperation with Li Zongjiu. He is simply a madman. Up until now, Li Zongjiu's actions could never be described as normal. Apart from that, he directly knocked Jean Buffon unconscious. Jean Buffon had only unintentionally said some arrogant words and was directly knocked out. Then, without saying a word, he rushed into the arena and directly blew up the head of the Dragon Axe Elder in front of so many people. That was not all. After blowing up the Dragon Axe Elder's head, he directly used a move to destroy the corpse. How could such a cruel act be tolerated? Now, he was even more like a lunatic. Not only did he say that he wanted to challenge these people, he actually took the initiative to rush to his death. However, the next scene was like an invisible hand that fiercely slapped Song Jiu's face. The raging dragon slayer in Li Zhongzhou's hands was like a divine weapon. Boom! Two flame cannonballs directly covered the front of the arena in a sea of fire. Then, Li Zhongzhou also threw out a yuan energy crystal. Once again, the cannonball hit the yuan energy crystal. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying explosion was released from the yuan energy crystal. In an instant, a layer of the surrounding ground was lifted. Immediately, there were 3 people who couldn't withstand this level of firepower fluctuations and instantly fell from the arena. Sky-destroying sword light. The Southwest Sword Master took the lead and broke through the flames. A terrifying sword light bloomed from the Heaven Destroyer sword in his hand. In everyone's view, Li Zhongzhou's tyrannical strength was something that only the Southwest Sword Master could contend with. That was what everyone was thinking. However, in Li Zhongzhou's view, the Southwest Sword Master in front of him was just a clown. Pa! Li Zhongzhou slapped the raging dragon slayer in his hand. Immediately, countless metal pieces emerged and formed a shield in front of him. Boom! The Southwest Sword Sect's sword light didn't cause any damage. What? The Southwest Sword Sect's master suddenly saw the Sky Destroyer in his hand being bitten by something that looked like a tiger's mouth. There was no way for him to pull it out. This immediately shocked the Southwest Sword Sect's master. Break! Li Zhongzhou growled. Instantly, the tiger's mouth exerted force and directly bit the Sky Destroyer. It was as if he had bitten a hole in it. Sensing the damage to the Sky Destroyer, the Southwest Sword Sect's master widened his eyes. He looked at the Sky Destroyer in his hand in disbelief. How is this possible? How does he even know about this? When Song Jieyu saw this scene, she was simply stunned. This design could be said to be a small mechanism that she meticulously designed in order to be able to escape in such a situation. However, this indestructible small opening had to be very precise. Only when the opponent's weapon was placed there could it break the opponent's weapon. It wasn't very practical, but Song Jieyu had added this function. It was so that she could display its effects at this moment. Sure enough, it didn't disappoint her. It could even be said that it really surprised her. Raging Dragon Slayer bit the Sky Destroyer that the Sky Sword Pavilion was extremely proud of. In fact, he only had time to display that sword light. He didn't even have the time to display the sharpness of the Sky Destroyer itself. However, Li Zhongzhou didn't have the time to wait for him to regain his senses. He directly sent out another cannon. The tongue of flame that spat out almost devoured the Southwest Sword Sect's master. However, the Southwest Sword Sect's master was extremely fast. When he saw that the situation wasn't good, he had already retreated. Boom! However, this move didn't miss. There was actually a rope hidden under the tongue of flame that instantly bound the Southwest Sword Sect's master's ankle. He could clearly feel the terrifying aura released by this flame rope. Immediately, the Southwest Sword Sect's master waved his finger and sent out a beam of sword energy. It easily cut through the flame rope. However, this move was equivalent to losing the qualifications. When his figure fell to the ground, it meant that the Sky Sword Pavilion represented by the Southwest Sword Sect had also lost their opportunity. This made people exclaim in surprise. This Li Zhongzhou, is he a human or a god? Song Jieyu's eyes were filled with shock. From Li Zhongzhou's miraculous maneuvers, one could already see how terrifying Li Zhongzhou's strength was. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had directly defeated the Southwest Sword Sect, which was the greatest threat. It was simply too beautiful. Although both sides had prepared 2 experts to fight, when one's weapon was almost fully displayed, or when there was no hope of victory, the second person was only a substitute, just in case. Losing one match was already embarrassing enough. If he lost 2 more matches, it would be even more humiliating. Even the Southwest Sword Sect, which the other party had spent a huge sum of money to invite, had been defeated. Therefore, the rest of the people would likely not amount to much. Rusty Flying Needle. Suddenly, the flame appeared with a few whirlwinds, directly sweeping towards Li Zhongzhou. Under this flaming whirlwind, one could clearly see a few flying needles that appeared in a blur. In fact, they were constantly intertwining with each other. It was as if they were flying up and down, forming a unique formation that could take down the enemy. It was even able to confuse the enemy. When the dozens of rusty flying needles flew towards Li Zhongzhou amidst the intertwining light and darkness, Naturally, Li Zongjie was able to clearly capture these flying needles. If it was any other time, he would only need to use his mind to make these rusty flying needles return to their original path and turn the attacker into a hedgehog. However, he could not use such a method now. Li Zongjie did not panic at all. He directly patted the raging dragon capturing in his hand. Immediately, a row of small mechanisms appeared on the side of the raging dragon capturing. These mechanisms were instantly activated, flapping their wings and vibrating continuously into the distance. Boom, these mechanical birds were like fireflies. When they left the raging dragon capturing, they were able to move freely. When they suddenly appeared, they instantly attracted the flying needles. Boom, an extremely intense collision sound could be heard. The mechanical birds also automatically turned into balls of flames during the collision, disrupting the flying needles' trajectory. Shoo, all the flying needles were scattered to the side. When the attacker saw that his flying needle array had actually failed, he immediately widened his eyes. How is this possible? His eyes were filled with shock. However, in the next moment, he saw Li Zongjie aiming the pitch-black cannon in his hand directly at him. Boom! A loud sound could be heard. One could even feel that the surrounding space was being absorbed and compressed. A giant net formed by intertwining flames bloomed from the relatively thick cannon below. The area covered by this giant net was almost 1/10 of the entire arena. What? The flying needle expert had no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the giant net surrounded him. The flames behind them had been extinguished one after another. However, as soon as they escaped, they saw the terrifying flame net appear and fly towards them. Whoosh, 5 people in a row were entangled by the giant net, and 6 of them rolled down the stage together. Now, there were only 2 people left on the stage. Dragon catching net. Sure enough, the effect is not bad. When Song Jiu saw that Li Zongjie was able to unleash such a powerful effect with the Raging Flames capture dragon, she was extremely shocked. This was because Li Zongjie was very familiar with the controls of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer. He was even more familiar with it than her, who was one of the designers. Different situations would trigger different functions. Once the dragon catching net was shot out, the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer had to be used to undo it. Otherwise, even a Yuan King level elite would find it difficult to break free. Furthermore, the more one struggled, the tighter the net would be. When the dragon catching net was shot out, he had eliminated 6 people. This was even more shocking. If one was caught in a life and death battle, one could imagine how terrible the outcome would be. Life and death were decided by a hair's breadth. The 2 people who were temporarily standing on the stage were at a loss as they watched this scene unfold before them. Li Zongjie took his time to remove the depleted Yuan energy crystal from the Raging Flames Dragon Slayer's groove. Then, he took out another one from his pocket. This was perhaps the only flaw of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer. The energy supply had to be replaced in a timely manner. One could not directly insert a high-energy Yuan energy crystal, as that would affect the performance of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer. Only a certain level of energy could be used. Too high or too low would not do. Therefore, it had to be replaced in a timely manner. Otherwise, the only use of Raging Flames Dragon Slayer would be to equip a spare bayonet. The 6 of them were trapped in the fire net. Although the flames had already been extinguished, the 6 of them were still trapped in a mess. There was no way for them to break free. Even if someone came forward to help, there was no effect at all. Seeing this situation, the remaining 2 looked at each other. From their eyes, one could naturally see a trace of respect. Naturally, there was no need to continue this fight. Otherwise, they would be like crabs that had been caught by the side. It would be extremely embarrassing for them to struggle. Bright Moon Workshop's Full Moon Scimitar admires you. Thousand Blades Pavilion, White Sparrow Bow, I'm convinced. One of them actually brought a bow-type Yuan tool. However, this was the end of the matter. If they were not convinced, they would be thrown off by Li Zongjie and end up being envious and embarrassed. Most importantly, they didn't get to see much before they were thrown down one after another. This was the most terrifying part. In the face of an unknown weapon that possessed great power, they naturally did not dare to act recklessly. After all, their reputation was more important. Since the two of them were convinced, Li Zongjiu naturally did not need to continue. Keeping the raging dragon slayer, he turned around and walked off the stage. Song Jieyu and the rest simply could not believe their eyes. This powerful Yuan artifact was actually able to unleash such a terrifying power. It directly defeated all the people from the 12 weapon shops. Such a battle result also caused Song Jieyu to be somewhat surprised. That Southwest Sword sect was probably defeated in an extremely pitiful manner. Who could have imagined that a mouth could actually extend out of that fellow's item and directly bite his Sky Destroyer sword in half? It's alright, Southwest Sword sect need not worry about it. In my opinion, their Yuan tool is ordinary, but the person who used it is a little strange. The Pavilion Master of Sky Sword Pavilion personally appeared and comforted Southwest Sword sect. Now that they had already lost the victory of the competition, they naturally could not lose the friendship of Southwest Sword sect. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a complete failure? That would be the real loss. What was happening now was nothing. There would always be a first place. If they could not do it this year, they would try again next year. Such a strange Yuan weapon, it would take a lot of time and effort to master it. Hence, the number of Yuan weapons sold would definitely be very low. However, the other party's reputation would definitely spread. Even though the reputation of this raging fire dragon capturing was not too great, the reputation of this 7-star fire room would definitely soar for a period of time. I really didn't misjudge you. Song Jieyu's lips curled into a smile. On the other hand, Xiao Zhao muttered in his heart, that's not what you said just now. Just 5 minutes ago, she even said that she wanted to terminate the contract with Li Zongjiu. Therefore, for these women, there was no right or wrong. If they were happy, then it was right. If they were unhappy, then it was wrong. However, before Li Zongjiu stepped down from the arena, he heard people clapping. Intuition told Li Zongjiu that this applause was directed at him. Hee, wonderful, wonderful. Such a toy in the hands of these children is really interesting. With this thing, they can definitely dominate a street and become the king of children. It shouldn't be a problem. Young Master Changhen, who was sitting in the Saber Axe Pavilion, stood up and applauded. Although there was a smile on his face, there was not the slightest hint of congratulation. Instead, he was mocking and ridiculing Li Zongjiu and the Yuan weapon in his hand. If the Saber Axe Pavilion is really capable, then use up the second challenge opportunity. Song Jieyu said indifferently, her voice echoing out. Young Master Changhen leaped into the air and landed on the stage. Entrusted by the Saber Axe Pavilion, today, I, Young Master Changhen, will display the Saber Axe Pavilion's newest Yuan weapon. As he spoke, Young Master Everlasting Hatred removed the oil paper covering the item in his hand bit by bit, revealing the item within. Buzz buzz. Streaks of lightning constantly danced on the tip of the blade. Swish, the tarpaulin was completely removed, revealing the things inside. It was a slender long blade. The Saber Axe Pavilion specialized in forging weapons like axes and hammers. They rarely dabbled in such small weapons. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't have any. However, this long blade with lightning attributes was obviously not made by the Saber Axe Pavilion. Although everyone knew this, they couldn't do anything about it. After all, the Saber Axe Pavilion had shamelessly claimed that it was theirs. There was nothing they could do about it. Thunder Beheading Blade is here to challenge. The Thunder Beheading Blade was able to split the power of lightning in half with a single strike. Such strength was absolutely terrifying. Just from the aura emitted from the blade, one could tell that this blade was extraordinary. Young Master Changhen, could this person be Qin Changhen, one of the 4 great young masters of the Qin Yuan Villa? Song Jieyu's eyes widened when she heard this. This person's identity hadn't been recorded in the slightest. She hadn't even received any information about him. She didn't expect the Saber Axe Pavilion to have hidden so deeply. Not only did they invite young Master Changhen, but they also obtained the Thunder Beheading Blade from an unknown place. In terms of forging skills, the smithy of the Qin Yuan Villa was definitely the best in the world. Obviously, this person was here to help the Saber Axe Pavilion obtain the first place. When Li Zongjiu used the Raging Dragon capturing flames, he used almost all of his techniques. As a result, his opponent clearly knew the weaknesses and strengths of Li Zongjiu's Raging Dragon capturing flames. It would be extremely difficult for Li Zongjiu to use a targeted attack. Thunder Beheading Blade? When Li Zongjiu saw the Thunder Beheading Blade, he recalled some things from his previous life. Although he couldn't remember the details clearly, he still had an impression of the Thunder Beheading Blade. After all, Li Zongjiu had been chased by the Thunder Beheading Blade for half of the Xingyan dynasty. Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop? You little bastard, what's your relationship with the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop? Li Zongjiu asked directly. His words were directed at the arrogant young master Changhen. Qin Changhen seemed to have not heard clearly what Li Zongjiu had just called him. Little bastard? You. What did you say? Say it again. The four great young masters of the Qing Yuan Villa had long been known to the world. They could be regarded as the signboard of the Qing Yuan Villa. Li Zongjiu was quite familiar with one of them. It was Meng Yu. Meng Yu was known as Young Master Dan Yu, but now he was dead. The person standing in front of him was also a young master called Young Master Changhen. In his territory, he enjoyed a very high reputation. Due to his powerful strength and ruthless style of doing things, he had gradually developed a reputation for himself. Young Master Changhen's favorite pastime was socializing with noble ladies. The colder and more difficult he was to deal with, the more he wanted to get close to them and conquer them. Most people had such a strange hobby, but they didn't have the opportunity to display it. Young Master Everlasting Hatred's most famous battle record was that he had once slept with the daughter of a first-grade city lord. After that, he cruelly abandoned her. The city lord was so angry that he wanted to punish young Master Everlasting Hatred. However, in the end, he actually lost his position as the city lord. What was even more shocking was that in less than a week after he left office, the entire family of the city lord was killed. The new city lord was appraised and determined to be the work of his enemies, so the case was left unsettled. Everyone knew that the mastermind behind the scenes was young Master Changhen. Perhaps it wasn't just young Master Changhen, because if he were alone, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a degree. But even if he knew, what could he do? Even the powerful city lord of a first-class city was tripped up, and in the end, his entire family was destroyed. Such a ruthless person, standing here today, was actually pointed at by Li Zongjiu and scolded as a little bastard in front of everyone. One could well imagine the consequences. Young Master Changhen would definitely use all sorts of methods to kill the person in front of him. Not only Li Zongjiu, but also Li Zongjiu's family. Little bastard, did I not make it clear enough? Li Zongjiu said matter-of-factly. Are you courting death? Qin Changhen said coldly. His eyes flashed with a piercing light. When he looked at Li Zongjiu, he already regarded Li Zongjiu as a dead man. You want to kill me with your puny body? Since you don't want to tell me, I'll take you as a member of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. I don't like this Thunder Beheading Saber. Just die for Lei Gong. Li Zongjiu said calmly. When Qin Zhonghen heard Li Zongjiu mention Lei Gong's name, he was shocked. The Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was a weapon workshop built with the support of Qingyuan Mountain Villa. The weapons produced by this weapon workshop were not sold to the public. Only the insiders could use them. The owner of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was none other than the master of the Lei Gong Workshop. Among the organizations under Qingyuan Villa, there were a total of 4 workshops, and the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was only one of them. Only a few people knew the relationship between them. It was not a big deal to know the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, but it was not easy to know the name of Lei Gong. This was because Lei Gong was in existence who could sit in a meeting with the master of Qingyuan Villa. It seems that I have no reason not to kill you. You killed old man Long Fu of Qingyuan Villa and offended me. Now, you even dare to boast shamelessly and say that you want to assassinate the master of Lei Gong Workshop. Li Zongjiu, not only will you die, but your whole family will follow you. Qin Zhonghen said coldly. The thunder beheading saber in his hand bloomed with surging lightning. In fact, this thunder beheading saber was not Qin Zhonghen's weapon. However, he had recently received a mission to infiltrate the Holy Flame Royal City. Since the operation had reached such a stage, he naturally wanted to make a name for himself. In fact, Qin Zhonghen had even used his connections to borrow the thunder beheading saber. In the current situation, the thunder beheading saber was the best weapon in the Bright Thunder craftsman workshop. It was enough to show how much Lei Gong valued Qin Zhonghen by lending it to him. The challenge of this round begins. Although it was no longer important, the people of the Merchant Union still had a discussion. Indeed, Qin Zhonghen's appearance was in accordance with the rules. In that case, there was no problem. After shouting this, they could fight however they wanted. The rules were to try their best to not overdo it. However, no one could say for sure what would happen in the arena. This is not good. The thunder chopping saber is indeed from the Bright Thunder craftsman workshop, which has been listed in the information. Although it is said to be a workshop in a small town, the workshop's attainments are quite high. Even all the weapons have never been leaked to the public. That's not good. The thunder beheading saber's attainments should be the work of the Bright Thunder craftsman workshop's owner. Song Jieyu also frowned. Qin Zhonghen's strength and the power of the thunder beheading saber, not to mention that most of the functions of the raging saber had been displayed before. Basically, at this time, they could only rely on their experience and luck. What should we do, miss? Xiaoxiao was also a little worried. To her own surprise, she was now more worried about Li Zhongzhou's life than the outcome of the raging saber. Perhaps in terms of the performance just now, Li Zhongzhou's performance had already surpassed the value of the raging saber. Therefore, it was natural for her to be concerned about Li Zhongzhou. After all, his reputation had already been established. Everyone knew the power of this weapon. If it was used properly, it had actually defeated the magic weapons produced by 12 weapon shops at the Origin Weapon Conference. But now that Li Zhongzhou was facing Prince Chonghen Qin, it was clear that he was in a life-or-death situation. It was a battle of life and death. In the arena, Li Zhongzhou was also surprised and a little happy when he heard his opponent's words. Oh? You're also from the Qingyuan villa? That's too much of a coincidence. I have an extremely deep fate with the Qingyuan villa. Li Zhongzhou was immediately happy. Now it seemed that the person who had hunted him down with the thunder beheading saber in his previous life was also from the Qingyuan villa. Even if he died, he could not escape from the Qingyuan villa. From the looks of it, it seemed that Li Zhongzhou's hatred of the world was related to the Qingyuan villa. If one recalled the fate of the Dragon Axe old man earlier, it was sufficient to know just what the fate that Li Zhongzhou spoke of was. Just thinking about it already caused one to shudder despite not feeling cold. He raised the raging saber in his hand slightly. Without saying a word, he directly shot out a huge flaming net. Bang! This huge flaming net was special. It was extremely thin and could be compressed in the barrel. However, under normal circumstances, it could only store 2 at a time. Tisk, insignificant skill. Qin Zhonghen sneered. How could he use the same technique that was used to deal with those idiots against him? That was simply wishful thinking. Since that was the case, he would let Qin Zhonghen experience the power of the thunder beheading blade. From the lightning slash blade, a ray of light directly bloomed. Lightning flashed, and there was no need for any extra yuan energy to be used. The power of the lightning slash blade was directly released. Boom, the lightning was so domineering that it spread out like a spider web in the sky, instantly shattering the giant web in front of Qin Zhonghen. When Song Jieyu and the others below the stage saw that the giant net was cut into pieces like tofu, they were all in disbelief. This web was made with special craftsmanship. How could it shatter so easily? The power of the thunder beheading blade is actually so domineering. Logically speaking, even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would find it very difficult to break free from this huge net. However, it had actually been reduced to a pile of fragments by the thunder beheading blade. To the current Song Jieyu, this was naturally shocking. At the same time, the rest of the people were also extremely shocked. This was because when Li Zhongzhou had used this web, it had directly engulfed all 6 of them. This showed how powerful the thunder beheading blade was. It was not that Li Zhongzhou had become weak, but that the power of the thunder beheading blade was simply too strong. Many of the people present were blacksmithing experts, so they could see the power of the thunder beheading blade at a glance. They were all amazed. The power of the thunder beheading blade is really impressive. Not bad. Based on the current power of this blade, even the 100 battle golden armor of our golden pavilion would only be able to withstand 3 moves at most. Someone exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, he did not forget to praise his own Xianxia in this way. Qin Zhonghen was really thick-skinned. After this exclamation, similar sounds of disdain could be heard from the surroundings. They all felt that this person was truly shameless. However, the people of the Golden Pavilion were not ashamed. Haha, your toy is just a pile of trash in my eyes. Qin Zhonghen said indifferently. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, completely ignored him. After hearing this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. The cannons fired more than 10 times in a row. Bang bang bang, these cannons were originally meant to take control of the enemy before pursuing them. The fire birds at the edge were also constantly flying out. Rumble. If some explosive maniacs were to see such a scene, they would definitely be extremely excited. However, at that very moment, Li Zongjiu's behavior was akin to a frightened sparrow unleashing that sort of attack. There was no strategy or routine at all. These terrifying flames shot towards Qin Chonghen. However, Qin Chonghen only smiled faintly. Such a method was really too low-level. What kind of person would make such an emperor-level mistake? He was a complete newbie. In a battle, the most important thing was to stay calm. Li Zongjiu was now completely in a state of panic. Killing him would be as easy as flipping one's hand. This guy, what is he trying to do? Song Jiu could also see that Li Zongjiu was completely out of sorts. Could it be that he wanted to go all out and use this kind of crazy method to eliminate his opponent? How could that be possible? The thunder slash blade moved once again. The roaring lightning instantly shattered the flames in front of him. The sea of flames turned into a sea of lightning. The sea of lightning crackled continuously. It was enough to see the terrifying power within. If someone were to accidentally fall into it, they would be burned to a crisp. Li Zongjiu's raging dragon slash blade had no effect in front of the thunder slash blade. It was easily blocked. In fact, it was an extremely strong suppression. Boom! Qin Chonghen's sword slashed the chaotic energy in front of him and sent it flying. Jumping. Clown, what other tricks do you have? Just use them. Today, this young master will let you know the difference between us in front of so many people. Qin Chonghen laughed out loud. It seemed like he had Li Zongjiu in the palm of his hand. It would be a piece of cake for him to kill Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu finally made his move at this moment. He removed the energy of the raging dragon slash blade. Li Zongjiu took out an item from a secret compartment of the raging dragon slash blade. It was a shiny blade. However, although the blade was abnormally tough, it was still very strong. If he wanted to kill the enemy, or even fight against the thunder slash blade, he would be overestimating himself. Such a short dagger could only be used as a last resort. Now that Li Zongjiu had taken out such a trick, it was obvious that he was at his wit's end. Haha, does this count as a cornered dog jumping over the wall? When they saw the little bayonet being mounted on the raging dragon's seizing fury, they felt that it was extremely hilarious. I'll pierce your mouth later. I'd like to see if you can still laugh. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Song Jiu seemed to have returned to her previous state. She was jealous and distrustful of Li Zongjiu again. Looking at the crazy Li Zongjiu in front of her, she couldn't believe that Li Zongjiu was crazy. He wanted to use the small dagger to fight against the thunder slash blade made by the Bright Thunder Workshop. Moreover, the thunder slash blade was in the hands of Qin Zhonghen, one of the 4 princes of Qingyuan Manor. How could this be possible? Song Jiu didn't know because Li Zongjiu had already done a lot of things that were beyond common sense today. Even if he did one more thing, it wouldn't be a problem if a miracle happened. Don't expect a miracle. I'm the one who will destroy you completely. Qin Zhonghen said. Since Li Zongjiu had no other means, the performance would end here. The two of them stepped forward almost at the same time and rushed towards each other. Li Zongjiu's figure flashed and instantly appeared behind Qin Zhonghen. What? So fast? To be able to display such speed, he must have cheated. Haha. A ripple suddenly appeared in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Thunder slash blade. Qin Zhonghen, who was about to use a big move, suddenly stopped. At this moment, many people widened their eyes in disbelief. Many experts' gazes suddenly became sharp. Oh no! Qin Zhonghen muttered in his heart. At this moment, he was unable to move because Li Zongjiu had used his mental energy. Rules, why would I talk about rules when I'm between life and death? I'm the great evil lord, Li Zongjiu. Do you think I have to listen to your messy rules? I, Li Zongjiu, can kill if I want to and keep if I want to. Who can stop me? The moment Qin Zhonghen's body stopped moving, Li Zongjiu had already circled behind Qin Zhonghen. The bayonet in his hand instantly pierced through the back of Qin Zhonghen's head and into the front of his throat. The sharp bayonet pierced through his mouth and fresh blood flowed out. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate. With a light flick of his hand, a bloody hole appeared in Qin Zhonghen's neck. Even if Qin Zhonghen did not die, he was already severely injured. The blood that was spurting out continuously flowed into his throat. Until now, Qin Zhonghen was still unable to control his body. He was frozen on the spot, feeling the intense pain engulfing his mind and everything. Puff. With another light slash, Qin Zhonghen's neck was easily cut off. Half of Qin Zhonghen's head was hanging on his shoulder. Wow. Such a tragic way of killing Qin Zhonghen in front of everyone's eyes caused them to cry out in alarm. This scene was truly shocking. It was hard to believe that such a thing had actually happened. Brat, how dare you kill him? Seeing this, the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion immediately stood up and pointed at Li Zongjiu as he cursed loudly. However, when Li Zongjiu's gaze fell on the deputy pavilion master, the deputy pavilion master's heart palpitated. He was actually a little afraid in front of so many people. Under such a degree of fear, the deputy pavilion master did not speak for a while. He swallowed his saliva and looked at the people in charge of the Ironware Merchant Alliance not far away. Dear directors, all of you have seen it just now. This kid actually used his mental strength on purpose to break the rules and kill people on purpose. He has completely turned this Origin Weapon Conference into a place where he can unleash his killing intent and do whatever he wants. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion said loudly. Hearing this, Li Zongjiu threw Qin Zhonghen's head to the ground. Then, he put away the thunder beheading blade. Li Zongjiu had a deep impression of this thunder slash blade. He didn't have many enemies in his previous life, but this thunder slash blade brought him unforgettable memories, so he had to keep it well. How dare you take away the weapons of our Saber and Axe Pavilion? The deputy pavilion master immediately shouted. He seemed to want to blame Li Zongjiu. At this moment, Song Jiu also reacted. Li Zongjiu must have secretly used his mental strength just now, so that he could kill Qin Zhonghen so easily. Deputy Pavilion Master, your words are a little funny. With the standard of your Saber and Axe Pavilion, it is already very good to be able to forge a piece of trash like the iron-blooded golden Saber and Axe Pavilion. I believe that anyone with eyes can see that this thunder beheading blade is not a weapon of your Saber and Axe Pavilion at all. First, you broke the rules, then you slandered us. It seems that the Saber and Axe Pavilion wants to dominate, despise the Merchant Alliance, and establish themselves as the king. Song Jiu also spoke clearly, and every word was full of power. Since Li Zongjiu had survived and killed his opponent directly, then the Saber and Axe Pavilion master had been killed. Although Li Zongjiu had gone overboard, after all, Li Zongjiu was now a member of the 7-star fire room. Perhaps some people would choose to directly push Li Zongjiu out. After all, this kind of thing would be very troublesome if they got involved. The involvement of Qingyuan Manor would inevitably complicate this matter. However, Song Jiu was not a fool. She saw it clearly. On Li Zongjiu's body, there was an endless amount of potential and treasures. They had to firmly grasp onto this thread on Li Zongjiu's body. In the future, the 7-star fire room would definitely be able to reach a higher level. In fact, her confidence in Li Zongjiu was based on Li Zongjiu's perfect performance of the Fury Dragon Catcher. It was precisely because of this that he had won a favorable impression. In this case, perhaps there was a certain tacit understanding between her and Li Zongjiu. Therefore, unlike other merchants, if the person she hired caused a big mess, she would probably have already washed her hands clean. However, this time, it was not approved. Therefore, Song Jiu also stood up. She supported Li Zongjiu. Although it was said that people with discerning eyes could see that Li Zongjiu had used some kind of power in the end, only a few people could sense the fluctuation of this mind power. Moreover, there was no extra way to leave behind evidence of this mind power. Even if someone knew, it was difficult to find evidence because the time was too short. In addition, Li Zhongzhou's own mind power was extremely high. It was also very difficult to find something that could be used against Li Zhongzhou. Moreover, even if they really found something that could be used against Li Zhongzhou, there was no need to disclose this information because it was very likely that they would offend Li Zhongzhou and the 7-star fire room. Not only would they not gain any benefits, but they would also put themselves in a dangerous situation. It was commonly known as a thankless task. This was the situation that was commonly known. Even the several directors of the Ironware Merchant Alliance saw that there was something fishy going on. However, this was also a very special situation. For the time being, take the body away for examination. After the injury is verified, we will make a judgment. You all should stop arguing. As for the Yuan weapon exhibition that will be held later, it will still be carried out according to plan. After some discussion, the Ironware Merchant Alliance also made such a public announcement. When the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion heard this, he immediately disagreed. This was clearly an attempt to stall for time and directly deny this matter. How can this be? We will only be able to find out the truth by the end of the year. Song Jieyu, quickly return the thunder-slashing blade to me. Otherwise, you will only be inviting trouble for yourselves. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion was very unwilling. This was because the result of this treatment was completely to let Li Zhongzhou off. Such a thing should not happen. Li Zhongzhou must be severely punished. At the same time, when he mentioned the thunder-slashing blade, Li Zhongzhou's eyes also looked over. It seems that this deputy pavilion master also wants to forge a relationship with me. Li Zhongzhou's eyes revealed a trace of playful killing intent. When the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion saw this, he was momentarily speechless. The thunder-slashing blade was clearly in Li Zhongzhou's hands, but he did not dare to take a step forward. You will regret this. After the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion finished speaking, he turned around and left directly. At this moment, there was no point in continuing to stay there. After the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion left, the heads of the other shops also came forward to congratulate him. The 7-star flame room was able to forge such a powerful Yuan weapon. They would definitely be able to make a lot of money in the following period of time. Of course, they had to congratulate him properly. After Song Jieyu dealt with them for a while, she found an excuse to leave. Li Zhongzhou, accompanied by Xiao Zhao, waited for Song Jieyu in a camp. When Song Jieyu entered the tent, Li Zhongzhou also opened his eyes from his cultivation. Do you have enmity with Qingyuan Villa? Song Jieyu went straight to the point. Qingyuan Villa was of course powerful. To be able to become the #1 villa in the world, they naturally had unimaginable abilities. However, it didn't mean that everyone in the world would avoid Qingyuan Villa. The 7-star fire room was one of them. To be able to truly contend with Qingyuan Villa, the 7-star fire room might not be enough. However, since a long time ago, the competition between them had already existed. There was in the past, but there is no enmity now. However, I will destroy them. Li Zhongzhou thought for a while. If there was any enmity, it was really accumulated from his previous life. Now that he was reborn, in order to avoid this situation from his previous life, Li Zhongzhou had to completely remove this hidden danger. Destroy them? With just you, Li Zhongzhou? Song Jieyu looked at Li Zhongzhou in surprise. When she said this, she didn't say that she was looking down on Li Zhongzhou or ridiculing him. She was just surprised by Li Zhongzhou's way of thinking. It was as if someone in front of you said that he would sit on the dragon throne in the Xingyan dynasty's palace tomorrow and let the Emperor Xingyan kneel and lick his boots. That's enough. Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. This wasn't a secret. You are a person who can stir up a storm. My 7-star fire room wants to cooperate with you for a long time. Song Jieyu said directly. She looked at Li Zhongzhou and wanted to see something in Li Zhongzhou's eyes. Oh? The 7-star fire room wants to cooperate with me? If I remember correctly, the 7-star fire room isn't yours yet. Li Zhongzhou looked at Song Jieyu and said. So, what I want is for you to help me, and I to help you. Only now did Li Zhongzhou take a good look at Song Jieyu. She was young, but her courage and insight were not small. Moreover, her vision was not small either. It seemed that managing a shop in Royal City was a little overkill for Song Jiayu. Xiaoxiao stood at the side, seemingly unable to understand the conversation between the two of them. Help with what? With Miss's identity and status, what else did she need Li Zongjiu's help? Helping Miss earn money? Making money? And what did she want to give Li Zongjiu? What did she want to help Li Zongjiu? Could it be that she wanted to help Li Zongjiu deal with Qingyuan Villa? Dealing with Qingyuan Villa for a single Li Zongjiu was clearly a losing business. Qingyuan Villa was the biggest villa in the world. Those who stayed there were all famous masters in the Jianghu. Who knew how many geniuses had gathered there? The elite masters in the Jianghu would be proud to receive an invitation from Qingyuan Villa. Of course, Li Zongjiu knew what the girl in front of him wanted. 7-star fire room, take control. Previously, he didn't expect a girl like Song Jiayu to have such ambition. When Li Zongjiu was reborn, he didn't just want to let it go so easily. Instead, he wanted to make the Li family the strongest family in the world. As for what would happen after that, as long as Li Zongjiu was still alive, he would never allow the Li family to decline. However, in the process of growth, it was useless to be strong alone. One had to gather enough power and gather all the powers together. Just like how Li Zongjiu was preparing to integrate all the casinos in the Sacred Flame Royal City. This was a place where money was rolling in. Anyone who was ruthless would want to get a share of the profits from the casinos. Li Zongjiu was going to do it. He was the most ruthless one. Only then could he make a profit. As for Song Jiayu, since she was interested, Li Zongjiu naturally welcomed her with open arms. However, the prerequisite was that Song Jiayu had enough power. Of course I can help you. If you want to cooperate with me, the prerequisite is that you have enough power. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. I'm afraid that just the 2 lives today are enough to make you anxious. Li Zongjiu said. No one will agree if Qingyuan Manor wants to interfere with the Yuan weapon business in the Sacred Flame Royal City. The Blade Axe Pavilion will definitely be defeated within 3 months. Even if Qingyuan Manor bribed half of the Ironware Merchant Union, it will still be useless. The real market will not be occupied by the Merchant Union. The ones who will control it are the big bosses like us. Song Jiayu said. If a woman was beautiful, she would be attractive enough. If she was smart, it would be even more surprising. However, it would also be scary because you would find out that you were also being schemed against. However, Li Zongjiu liked to cooperate with such people. At the very least, everyone was very clear about what they wanted. Everyone took what they needed, cooperated with each other, and cooperated with smart people. That was the advantage of cooperating with smart people. Therefore, when Song Jiayu said this, Li Zongjiu also agreed. Alright, I'll give you 2 months to destroy the Saber and Axe Pavilion. If you can do it, then come and talk to me about cooperation. Li Zongjiu said faintly. Song Jiayu's eyes flashed. The Blade Axe Pavilion and the Sky Sword Pavilion were the old merchants in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Even the 7-star fire room was weaker than them. If it wasn't for Song Jiayu's smart strategy, it would be difficult to bring the 7-star fire room to such a height. Li Zongjiu's request was to defeat the Blade Axe Pavilion in 2 months. When Xiaoxiao heard this, she was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. How could such a thing happen? The Saber and Axe Pavilion occupied almost 30% of the market share. This was because heavy weapons such as sabers and axes were very difficult to forge. In addition, many people were used to using such weapons. Furthermore, most of the guards used this type of weapon in their training. Therefore, every time the Blade Axe Pavilion produced a power-type weapon, it would be enthusiastically sought after in the market. The Sky Sword Pavilion mainly relied on nimble swords. Just like the Sky Destroyer sword this time, it was indestructible. However, it just so happened to run into the guy on the Raging Flames Dragon Catcher, which caused such intense damage. It was really shocking. Originally, it should have been able to shine, but it ran into Li Zongjiu. The weapons made by the 7-star fire room were naturally of good craftsmanship, but it was already very good to be able to stand firm between these 2 old brands. It would undoubtedly be very difficult to swallow the Saber and Axe Pavilion. If one was not careful, one might even be killed by the saber axe pavilion. Such a situation was extremely normal. Therefore, in Xiaoxiao's opinion, Li Zhongzhou's request was complete nonsense. Who could possibly destroy the saber axe pavilion? Did he think that this was a game? Even if it was, he wouldn't dare to think this way. Li Zhongzhou was clearly making things difficult for Song Jieyu. After Song Jieyu heard Li Zhongzhou's request, she was silent for a moment. She stared at Li Zhongzhou. Without a doubt, this was also a war. However, it was different from a real war. This was a commercial war. If Song Jieyu agreed, she would definitely become the leader of this war. If there were any problems, Song Jieyu would have to take responsibility. If she wasn't careful, she might be consigned to eternal damnation. The surroundings seemed to have become terrifyingly silent. Xiaoxiao didn't know what her young miss was thinking, but she could see that her young miss's gaze was gradually becoming dangerous. She wanted to say something to dissuade her young miss, but she couldn't say anything in the end. Alright, within 2 months, I will definitely make the Saber Axe Pavilion completely withdraw from Sacred Flame Royal City. Finally, Song Jieyu said aloud. This was something that could only be done with great determination. If she didn't take the risk and put all her eggs in one basket, it wouldn't be long before Song Jieyu would be dismissed and eventually take up the position of an executive elder in the family. It could be considered a success. However, she definitely had no right to ask about the matters of the 7-star fire room. This was because the 7-star fire room had gradually gained a foothold. Song Jieyu didn't need to worry about the following matters. Someone in the Song family would naturally take care of it. Even if Song Jieyu was the daughter of the Song family's head, the outcome would still be the same. Therefore, Song Jieyu had to seize the opportunity to completely stabilize her power and position, otherwise, her many years of hard work would be wasted and she would gradually become someone else's dowry. How could Song Jieyu bear this? This was the sorrow of living in a big family. Because Song Jieyu was not a man. Even if Song Jieyu's father was willing to let a woman be in charge, the others would not be willing. There would always be people who would not let go of this point. After meeting Li Zhongzhou, he saw the potential in Li Zhongzhou. Although Song Jieyu didn't know much about Li Zhongzhou, and even knew that Li Zhongzhou was an extremely dangerous person, what Song Jieyu was doing now was also a very dangerous thing, and it just so happened that they were a pair. Alright, then look for me when you succeed. Since we are partners, I will provide you with some help. If you encounter any trouble, you can go to my place to seek help. As long as it's below the primitive emperor realm, I can usually solve it. Li Zhongzhou said. With Song Jieyu's ability, it should not be difficult to find out where Li Zhongzhou lived. In order to make it more convenient for Song Jieyu, Li Zhongzhou also left a note. Although Song Jieyu was powerful and could use a lot of resources, if she wanted to do some personal things, it would not be so easy. Therefore, Li Zhongzhou also chose to help her. Of course, he did not go all out, but at this critical moment, it was not a difficult thing to do. After that, Li Zhongzhou left the Golden Mountain. Before Li Zhongzhou left, Song Jieyu could not help but remind him. That Saber Axe Pavilion and Blue Tiger Gang have some connections. This time, you ruined their good thing and snatched their Thunder Slayer blade. They will definitely do something to you. However, Li Zhongzhou acted as if he did not hear it and left directly. If these people dared to come, Li Zhongzhou would not care at all. Why would these gangs name themselves after animals? Were they trying to increase their murderous aura on the Golden Mountain? The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion had an opium pipe in his mouth. When he heard Li Zhongzhou leave the 7-star flame room, he immediately threw the opium pipe in his hand to the ground and stepped on it. Let's go. That damn brat actually dared to stare at me. I have been in the Sacred Flame Royal City for so many years. Does he really think that I have been in the Sacred Flame Royal City for nothing? After the competition, the deputy pavilion master felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. Furthermore, the Thunder Slayer blade was also snatched away by Li Zhongzhou. If he did not take it back, how could he explain it to the people of Qingyuan Manor? However, the people of Qingyuan Manor were indeed a bunch of trash. Young master, everlasting hatred. Trash. Why did they have to trouble others to collect their corpses after they died? Why couldn't they collect their own corpses, Before this, the deputy pavilion master had already contacted the 4 protector kings of the Blue Tiger Gang. The Blue Tiger Gang used the weapons of the Saber Axe Pavilion, so they had close cooperation with each other. Therefore, there were many conflicts of interest between the two parties. Therefore, if there was any trouble that could not be solved, they would naturally inform the Blue Tiger Gang. The 4 guardian kings of the Blue Tiger Gang were equivalent to the 4 super fighters of the Blue Tiger Gang. They were extremely powerful. The Blue Tiger Gang's recent development was not bad. For some reason, the number 1 gang, the Azure Dragon Gang, was suddenly crippled. They took advantage of this opportunity to seize a large amount of territory. They grew stronger in an instant. The original Azure Dragon Gang could not even take care of themselves now. They were engaged in fierce internal strife. Other than the few main territories that they were guarding, the rest of their territories were basically lost or snatched away. The person who had always been in second place jumped up in an instant. Therefore, the Blue Tiger Gang had been very arrogant recently. Their strength was also extremely strong. Now that the income of the 4 guardian kings had skyrocketed, they did not care about anyone else. When they received the summons of the deputy pavilion master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion, they led their men to the foot of the Golden Mountain to stop people. As the 4 guardian kings of the Blue Tiger Gang, they could be said to be second only to one person. The Blue Tiger Gang now had more than 8,000 members, and these were only the official members. If some non-official members were included, the number would be enormous. Guardian King Xianxia, we saw people coming down from the mountain. On the official road, 4 carriages were placed horizontally in the middle of the road. If anyone wanted to pass through, they would have to move the carriages aside. Of course, this was only the meaning. Li Zhongjiu came to the front of the carriages and stopped in his tracks. Immediately, someone jumped into the carriage and waved the long saber in his hand. He threw a torch, which instantly ignited the pile of firewood on the road. Boom! The flames immediately lit up the surrounding area. I opened this road. If you want to pass through, pay the toll. Kid, hand over the thing in your hand and get lost. Except for the group of people who jumped onto the carriage. In addition, the sound of swords clashing could be heard all around. The surrounding people were also clamoring. They actually dared to rob people on the official road. One had to admit that these people were getting bolder and bolder. They were the 4 guardian kings of the Blue Tiger Gang. Mountain Eagle, Black Bear, Leopard, and Poison Arrow. Xianxia was also wearing a dazzling long robe. With a light sway, he appeared in front of everyone like a peerless expert. Then, Black Bear and the other 2 also rushed out. Each of them brought their own men and surrounded Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu also looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. The people who were still performing were also shocked. What exactly were these people doing? Could it be that the gangs nowadays were actually a bunch of idiots? Li Zhongjiu was too lazy to talk nonsense with these people. Without another word, he directly pulled out the thunder beheading blade in his hand. Boom! When the thunder beheading blade shone with light, the people from the Saber Axe Pavilion who were rushing down from the mountain in the distance were also shocked. It seemed that Li Zhongjiu had already encountered the other party. Otherwise, there would be no need to use the thunder beheading blade. They finally found a chance to snatch the thunder beheading blade back. Immediately, the dozen or so people quickly rushed down. However, when they rushed to the intersection, they found that the surroundings were charred black. The originally green trees were now filled with the smell of black charcoal. There were also 4 carriages that were burning with flames, and crackling noises could be heard from the carriages. The corpses lying on the ground were also glowing corpses. When the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion saw this scene, his eyes widened. Not good. They even dared to kill the 4 guardian kings of the Blue Tiger Gang. Seeing this, the vice pavilion master's heart was filled with shock. Even if they were not enough to defeat Li Zhongjiu, they would not have ended up like this. They were completely annihilated. Coupled with the tragic situation around them, these people from the Saber and Axe Pavilion began to worry. It seemed that they had encountered a terrifying person. It's good that he's dead. If he's dead, the Blue Tiger Gang will definitely hold Li Zhongjiu accountable. Now, I want to see what you can do. If the Blue Tiger Gang wants to kill you, it will be a piece of cake. The deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion was extremely pleased with himself. With such a series of schemes, they would definitely not lose out. After all, their Saber Axe Pavilion was a business. If they personally handled these vendettas, they would dirty their hands. Therefore, it was better to let these people do it. If these people couldn't deal with the other party, then this enmity wouldn't just be between the Blade Axe Pavilion and Li Zhongjiu. It would also be a matter between the Blue Tiger Gang and Li Zhongjiu. As long as this happened, such a situation would naturally occur. It would escalate to a point where there was no need to push it. However, the Vice Pavilion Master did not expect Li Zhongjiu to be such a ruthless person. He did not even spare a single one of them. All 4 Guardian Kings had been killed. Even the Vice Pavilion Master did not dare to believe such a thing. The Blue Tiger Gang was now at the peak of its power. Now, Li Zhongjiu was probably finished. Oh? You've thought it through. Not long after the Vice Pavilion Master finished speaking, he heard a cold voice. When the Vice Pavilion Master heard this, a ray of light flashed across his eyes. When he turned around, he saw 2 figures appear in the darkness. With the weak light around them, he could vaguely see that it was a woman. As for the other person, it was just an old man. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion looked over. Who's playing tricks here? The 2 figures walked out and appeared in front of everyone. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion was surprised to see them. He had not expected this person to appear in front of him. So it's you, Song Jiu. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion said meaningfully, do you think that you can let your 7-star fire room take advantage of the situation by finding a random brat to defeat me? A woman will always be a woman. No matter how hard you work, everything you create will be snatched away by your brothers in the future. Why do you want to pave the way for someone else? If you're willing, come to the Saber and Axe Pavilion. You can ask for whatever reward you want. Song Jiu smiled when she heard the Vice Pavilion Master's words. He was indeed an experienced person. She did not expect him to not forget to fight for benefits at such a time. In the eyes of these people, even a dead person's skin could be easily plucked off. Alright, then give me your head. Song Jiu smiled and said. The Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion's smile gradually disappeared. This Song Jiu dared to threaten him. I think that you're courting death. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. However, before the Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion could give the order, he saw the person behind Song Jiu and rushed out. Boom! When the old man's appearance appeared in the light, the Vice Pavilion Master of the Saber and Axe Pavilion was stunned. This was because he did not know the person in front of him and had never seen him before. Roar! The terrifying roar of a beast came from the side. Then, a swift and fierce figure was seen. It was rushing over and in the blink of an eye, it was in front of the people of the Saber and Axe Pavilion. Wolf! There's a wolf, crack! The figure of the Howling Moon Wolf King immediately appeared. Its huge paws were equipped with sharp claws, and it immediately grabbed the dozen people before it. Bang! 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 Some people were directly sent flying, and their bodies smashed into the big trees with a boom. Even those who didn't die were severely injured. What are you trying to do? The Vice Pavilion Master roared. His subordinates immediately stood in front of him, trying to stop the old man in front of them. But all of a sudden, the old man in front of him disappeared without a trace. He disappeared. Where did he go? Protect the Vice Pavilion Master. The guard in front of him shouted loudly. Suddenly, he felt a gust of wind blowing towards him. Swoosh! The guards immediately felt some kind of liquid splashing up from their necks, and they immediately felt a chill. They wanted to see what it was. When they turned their heads, they saw their Vice Pavilion Master's head fly off. While they were still in shock, they immediately saw a cold light sweeping toward them. That sharp blade light directly pierced towards his neck. Swoosh! The cold wind whistled and swept over. The figures of several people suddenly stopped where they were, and their heads all flew backwards. At this moment, the Howling Moon Wolf King bit the last person in half. It was extremely bloody and cruel. This beast's behavior was completely different from what Song Jiu had seen before. She had thought that the Howling Moon Wolf King was just a small wolf dog. Who knew that it would be so cruel, a Yuan King level Yuan beast? It was hiding in Li Zhongzhou's residence. What was going on with the old man in front of her? His movements were so fast and his assassination techniques were so proficient. The dozen or so people present were all taken down in just a few moments. Yinghu shook his clothes. The Howling Moon Wolf King changed back to its original form. Its body, which was almost 10 meters long, gradually shrank back to its original form that Song Jiayu saw at the beginning. Young master said that we can only help you 3 times. This is the first time. Yinghu walked in front of Song Jiayu and said calmly. He walked into the darkness without looking back. When the Howling Moon Wolf King passed by Song Jiayu, it raised its head and held softly. Song Jiayu only reacted when the man and the wolf disappeared into the darkness. How much help did Li Zhongzhou prepare for her? With this combination of man and wolf, it would not be a problem for them to kill their way to the headquarters of the Saber Axe Pavilion. Most importantly, this man seemed to be born to deal with such matters. He acted without any hesitation. Song Jiayu was even worried that this old man would not be able to complete his task. When Li Zhongzhou gave her the note, Song Jiayu had already arrived at White Deer Alley. She found the old man and showed him the note. She also explained the purpose of her visit. The old man did not say anything. He immediately brought his little wolf dog here. When they saw the lightning flash, they happened to be nearby and immediately rushed over. They arrived just in time to kill the deputy pavilion master. The way to deal a heavy blow to the enemy was naturally to act in such a way. Killing the deputy pavilion master was also beneficial to Li Zhongzhou. He only needed to create a disturbance in the market and it would be easy to cover up the news of the thunder-slaying sword. And the most important thing was, the deputy pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion died at the place where the Blue Tiger Gang and the others were intercepting him. This was the most exciting part. Since such a situation had occurred, no matter which side it would be impossible for them to bow down. Unless the two forces were as strong as steel. If they could do this, there would be no estrangement. When the 4 guardian kings of the Blue Tiger Gang were all dead. Now that the vice pavilion master had been beheaded, the pavilion master had been beheaded. Normally, people would focus on their own losses. As for your losses, you'll have to make up for my losses first. Losing such an important role in the Blue Tiger Gang, the Saber Axe Pavilion's influence would be greatly reduced. Only in this way would Song Jiayu have a chance. My chance is here. Since I've started, I can't stop now. Song Jiayu said to herself. Song Jiayu couldn't stay here for long, so she quickly left. In the process of returning to the top of the Golden Mountain, there were also people who could prove that Song Jiayu did not leave the top of the Golden Mountain. It was impossible to suspect that Song Jiayu was the culprit. After Song Jiayu left, Li Zhongzhou was also watching this scene from afar. This woman is really ruthless. Li Zhongzhou could not help but ask. Without the slightest hesitation, she directly executed the dozen people in front of her. Originally, Li Zhongzhou wanted to kill these people himself. However, since Song Jiayu was the one who did it, he wanted to see her performance. Based on her current performance, it was very good. As for the Boyu Casino, Li Zhongzhou did not ask too much about Taifai and the others. They were just some underground forces and wouldn't involve any sections. Li Zhongzhou was well aware that these gold and purple yuan coins were nothing but a joke in the eyes of the real behemoths. What was the use of these things? When that day came, the real thing to fight for was the primordial stones, high-grade primordial stones. Only primordial stones could allow a faction to truly flourish and prosper. Things like casinos and gambling stalls were nothing in their eyes. The Yi clan's strength, compared to the level of Li Zhongzhou and Evil Lord in his previous life, was just an ant. Obviously, as long as they did not touch on the business of primordial stones, there was basically no problem. If the Yi clan wanted to kill them, they could kill them. Even if the Sima clan wanted to kill them, they could also kill them. For a clan that could be replaced at any time, even if they had a firm grip on power, what could they do? If they wanted to kill them, it would still be a simple matter. However, there were some things that could not be touched. They absolutely could not be touched now. Otherwise, they would fall into a situation where there was no hope of reprieve. Even now, Li Zongjiu had killed so many people in the Qingyuan matter, but until now, no powerful figure had come to deal with Li Zongjiu. That was because these people were unimportant people in the Qingyuan matter. As long as it did not involve those people, there would generally be no problem. For now, Li Zongjiu's strength was enough to deal with the Qingyuan matter. However, it was far from enough to completely destroy it. Now, Li Zongjiu was also accumulating primordial stones. Now, he was just killing one person he saw. In the future, Li Zongjiu would definitely find one person and kill one person. He would not be lenient. Li Zongjiu's figure also disappeared. The Fury Dragon capturing was sent back. After all, it had been used before. Later, the 7 Stars Fire Room would also send a new Fury Dragon capturing to replenish the energy stones. Because this was the content of the contract. It had to be given to Li Zongjiu. Even in the future generations, Li Zongjiu would be the first to have it. In this primordial weapon conference, the Fury Dragon capturing was undoubtedly a hot item. Almost everyone was relishing in talking about the battle results. Of course, the most exciting battle was naturally the one where Luo Yunyang fought against the 12 experts. The strong controllability of the Fury Dragon capturing was naturally inseparable from Li Zongjiu's control. However, if someone could do it, they could do it too. Many parties were paying attention to the developments of the Primordial Weapon Conference. Now that the King of Primordial Weapons had appeared, the 7 Stars Fire Room had immediately received hundreds of orders. According to the previous price, the price of owning such a powerful weapon was actually about the same. It was even a little cheap. This was because the price of the Sky Destroyer sword was directly set at 67 million purple yuan. On the other hand, the Fury Dragon capturing was set at 55 million purple yuan. Since they were all Yuan King level primordial weapons, the value of the weapons would naturally increase. Even the Southwest Sword Sect had personally made an appearance to place an order for the Fury Dragon capturing. The craftsmen of the 7 Stars Fire Room immediately entered an extremely busy state. After returning to the Heavenly Day Medicine Matter, Li Zongjiu did not go anywhere else. He went straight to the front of the Genius Tower. Because of his own strength, Li Zongjiu was able to comprehend the various levels of alchemy again. He continued to progress step by step, which brought great enlightenment to Li Zongjiu. Even some things that he couldn't understand in the past could be easily understood at this moment. Therefore, it was a very good experience for Li Zongjiu to go through the Genius Tower again. At the very least, he could gain a lot from it. In front of the Genius Tower, when Li Zongjiu appeared, he realized the light on the 11th floor of the Genius Tower was already lit up. Li Zongjiu immediately stopped and looked at the scene in front of him. It was not only Li Zongjiu. At this moment, it was already late at night, but there were still many people watching below the Genius Tower. Among them was Li Zongjiu's class teacher, Ling Yan. There was also teacher Kong, who was beaten up badly by Li Zongjiu. The 11th floor, the 11th floor. Oh my god, why is this guy working so hard? It's too scary. Even Senior Guasi, who is ranked 3rd on the Alchemy Master ranking, only broke through the 8th floor some time ago. In just a few days, someone actually rushed to the 11th floor directly. So strong. This Li Zongjiu is really King powerful. Someone could not help but say. Obviously, he was extremely envious and amazed by Li Zongjiu's strength. There are experts in the Heavenly Day Medicine Matter that I have not seen before. Li Zongjiu was also surprised when he saw the scene. Even if Qi Dan came, she might not be able to reach here. Because in here, the older one was, the greater the pressure they would face. The younger one was, the more care they would receive, and it would be easier to pass the level. No, this person's goal. Could it be that the Universe 9 revolving needle is also here? A cold light flashed in Li Zongjiu's eyes. Although Li Zongjiu did not know who this person was, he could vaguely sense that this person's goal seemed to be the Universe 9 revolving needles on level 14. This was because in the previous floors, as a reward for clearing the level, there would be some notes. As for how these notes were formed, Li Zongjiu didn't know, although he had some vague guesses in his heart. However, Li Zongjiu wouldn't jump to conclusions before he saw it clearly. This person probably did not have a sense of crisis before, because there were very few people who could match up to him. It was only when Li Zongjiu appeared that this person became nervous. That was why he was attacking the building recklessly. From the 14th floor onwards, mysterious formations would appear every 3 floors. Comparatively speaking, the Universe 9 revolving needles was a set of very simple things in the Genius Pavilion. It was relatively low level. There was also a higher level of acupuncture. It would take time to comprehend it. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had been interested in the needle technique, but he had spent most of his time on alchemy and breaking through to absolute saint realm. Thus, he had only spent some time on cultivating the needle technique. He completely relied on his powerful talent to learn it. Li Zongjiu, why are you here? Aren't you upstairs? A surprised voice came from beside him. When Ling Yan saw Li Zongjiu in front of him, he almost bit his tongue. He was so surprised. Wasn't this guy going upstairs just now? Why was he here? Didn't that mean that the person who was going through the level wasn't Li Zongjiu? Li Zongjiu. I knew it. How could a thievish-looking person like you, who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors, possibly enter the Genius Tower? Only those with a kind heart and virtuous character can enter the Genius Tower. A scum like you, Li Zongjiu, can't possibly enter the Genius Tower. When Xianxia saw Li Zongjiu, who was full of hatred, appear in front of him, he directly pushed the people in front of him away and pointed at Li Zongjiu's nose and cursed. It had been almost a month. Finally, he found an opportunity to directly drag out this stinking shameless Li Zongjiu. Now that you can't hide your fox tail anymore, I, Xianxia, Master Kong, will teach you a good lesson today. I'll teach you a lesson, otherwise, it would be difficult to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Not only that, he must punish Li Zongjiu severely and let everyone know how powerful he is. Li Zongjiu originally wanted to talk with Ling Yan and ask about the recent situation of Mist Mountain. But suddenly, this short winter melon rushed out and shouted. Then, this short winter melon actually gathered everyone around him, and then started gesturing in front of Li Zongjiu. Their words were sharp and incisive. Look, this is the person who beat up a teacher some time ago. His nature is extremely bad and his character is extremely low. Such a person is immoral and no one can learn from him. You must learn from him and treat it as a shame. He's a complete scum. Teacher Kong, be careful. Just when he was happily scolding Xianxia, someone suddenly exclaimed. Then, Xianxia was startled. In the next second, he felt a gust of wind. Bang! Li Zongjiu directly kicked Xianxia and sent him flying. Xianxia fell heavily on the ground. Just this alone was enough to break his butt. Li Zongjiu directly waved his hand. His mental strength immediately wrapped around a stone beside him and shot it like a sharp arrow towards Xianxia's head. Xiao. Xianxia opened his eyes wide. He couldn't even see clearly what Li Zongjiu was doing. But inexplicably, he directly felt that his whole body was tense, as if his whole body was being crushed by the momentum. His hair instantly stood up. Li Zongjiu, don't. Suddenly, Ling Yan shouted loudly. Li Zongjiu's move seemed to be too slow for many people to react. Boom, the stone released by Li Zongjiu steadily hovered in front of Xianxia's forehead. At this moment, Xianxia finally saw clearly what Li Zongjiu was doing. If Ling Yan had been a little later, this rock would have directly smashed his head into pieces, exploding like a tofu flour. Xianxia never thought that death would be so close to him. If it had been just a little bit more, he would have been finished. The stone hovered for a moment, then with a plop, it fell between Xianxia's legs. After seeing it, Xianxia also felt a chill in his lower body. Then, there was a fishy smell. Teacher Xianxia actually, he was so scared that he wet his pants. Xianxia himself didn't feel it, but when he was about to get up, he looked down and saw that his legs were already wet. Xianxia pointed at Li Zongjiu with a trembling finger. Finally, under everyone's gaze, he didn't manage to catch his breath and directly fainted on the ground. How can you do this? If you kill Teacher Xianxia, you will get into big trouble. Ling Yan suddenly said in a flustered and exasperated manner. How could there be such an arrogant student in this world? This Li Zongjiu didn't dare to do anything, but when he made a move, he didn't show any mercy. I didn't intend to kill him. I just wanted to use this matter to teach these ignorant young people a lesson. Without strength, all they have is a glib tongue. That's the end result. Li Zongjiu pointed at Kang Shui, who was humiliated to the point that he couldn't bear the burden and directly fainted. Previously, Kang Shui was scolding with vigor, but this time, he also directly fell to the ground, lying on the ground like a dead dog. Li Zongjiu, who was scolded, stood in the same place as if nothing had happened. Such a scene made it easy for people to judge who was superior and who was inferior. They could immediately tell who was more reasonable. What was right? As long as one could live a better and happier life, that would be the real right. You child. When Ling Yan heard Li Zongjiu's words, he was naturally a little angry. This kind of thinking was simply twisted logic, but even though it was twisted logic, it sounded a little ridiculous. However, Ling Yan also deeply knew that this sentence was true. But the premise was that you must have a very powerful strength. I will continue to enter the Genius Tower. After Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he did not have any intention of staying and directly entered the Genius Tower. Those guards on duty didn't know whether they should arrest Li Zongjiu because no one gave the order. Moreover, they were only on duty. As long as there was no trouble in the Genius Tower and there was no problem in the Genius Tower, they generally didn't need to take action. Therefore, although Kang Shui was beaten up, they didn't receive orders from their superiors and couldn't take action. Even if they took action, it would be useless. Anyway, this guy was in the Genius Tower and couldn't run anywhere. One must know that the Genius Tower didn't have windows. You brat, you left the mess to me again. Ling Yan simply put his hands on his waist in anger. If using fists could make Li Zongjiu obedient, Ling Yan would definitely take action without hesitation. However, it was impossible for Ling Yan to chase after Li Zongjiu. Instead, he casually pointed at two tall men. You two, carry teacher Kang Shui to the medical hall. Ah? Yes. The two people who were chosen immediately had looks of grievance and unwillingness on their faces. Gotcha. Ling Yan casually moved his fingers as a dangerous glint flashed across his eyes. Upon witnessing this scene, the two tall men had no other choice but to lower their heads and step forward, submitting to the might of Ling Yan's aura. Kang Shui, who was covered in a foul stench, was carried away. Don't look here, all of you are dismissed. Don't you have classes tomorrow? Also, the words of that brat just now, if anyone dares to take it seriously, I will cripple him. All of you go back and study hard, otherwise, I will make you all fail. Ling Yan suddenly said. When they heard the word fail, everyone fled in panic. How would they dare to continue staying here? Otherwise, if they failed, the consequences could be said to be extremely serious. Ever since he got these two students, Ling Yan had almost delayed his own cultivation. He couldn't wait to cripple these two people. This matter wasn't easy to deal with if he wanted to. Ling Yan was also helpless. What else could he do? Who asked him to be her teacher? Li Zongjiu entered the Genius Tower. Since the 11th floor had already opened, there was no need to continue staying here. Therefore, Li Zongjiu directly went to the 10th floor. Once he entered the deduction state, his perception of the outside world would be very low. Li Zongjiu didn't see anyone on the 11th floor. He must have used some method to hide himself. After sitting down cross-legged, he entered the deduction state again. In the Heavenly Star Medicine manner, everyone's gaze was on the Genius Tower. Other than that, everything else was going on as usual. As long as Li Zongjiu didn't make a move, the Heavenly Star Medicine manner would be relatively peaceful. In 5 days, the academies that were eliminated would have the opportunity to enter the second round again. Most of them wanted to give it a try, but there were also some who chose to give up because they knew their own capabilities. If they wanted to enter, it would be impossible unless the invigilator's eyes were blinded. If that was the case, there was still some possibility. However, Yao Lei was considered to have prepared well. Originally, she wanted to go to Li Zongjiu's house to express her gratitude to Li Zongjiu. However, she was told that Li Zongjiu wasn't at home. Thus, Yao Lei left dejectedly. She could only wait until she entered the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. In the Sacred Flame Royal City, it was also peaceful. Everyone was still living and working in peace. However, in the Imperial Martial Pavilion, there was a huge uproar. In the Imperial Martial Pavilion, there were different small groups. Moreover, each group had a different name. The Imperial Martial Pavilion's method was to let these students compete with each other in groups. Currently, the strongest group in the Imperial Martial Pavilion was the Blazing Sword Alliance. When a core member of the Blazing Sword Alliance was sent back today, his face was filled with grief and indignation. He had never imagined that such a thing would actually happen to him. Therefore, when he returned, he immediately went to find the Blazing Sword Alliance. He immediately went to find the Blazing Sword Union's Union Master and told him all the grievances he had suffered outside today. What? You were saying that you were sneak attacked by someone from the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter? The leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance, Lingao Feng. When he heard his subordinate say such words, he initially felt that it was inconceivable. However, after that, he was incomparably furious. This person didn't place him, Lingao Feng, in his eyes at all. So what if it was the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter? Since this person dared to sneak attack a student of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, he must take him down. Moreover, the person who had attacked was one of Lingao Feng's men. If he didn't take revenge, how would he be able to recruit new people in the future? Now, all the members of the Blazing Sword Alliance were gathered together. Jean Buffon originally wanted to take revenge himself. But after thinking about it, he realized that the other party was a disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. If he acted rashly, the Martial Palace might even blame him for it out of respect for the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. That was why he found Lingao Feng. The Blazing Sword Alliance's Lingao Feng was naturally nothing. Jean Buffon would surpass him sooner or later. But the most important thing was that there was someone supporting the Blazing Sword Alliance. In fact, the entire upper echelon of the Blazing Sword Union had joined in the future in order to serve this person. That was why Jean Buffon had made such a move. He wanted to borrow the power of this society to fight against this person. That damned Li Zhongjiu actually ran away after beating him up. Moreover, he hid in the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. No matter how powerful Jean Buffon was, he couldn't just barge into the other party school and capture them. So what if it's the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter? Is our martial palace weaker than them? In the process of discussion, the upper echelons of the Blazing Sword Alliance expressed their opinions. Those who were able to sit here all had their own abilities. They wouldn't be put down so easily. Their words carried a lot of weight. That's not the case. No matter what, we must take back our face. Otherwise, the other associations will definitely make a big fuss about it. Someone said. It's not easy to get into the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter to capture someone. If they were at the Imperial Martial Pavilion as well, it would be much more convenient. They could just bring people up and drag them out to give them a good beating. Or, they could ambush them on the path that they had to pass by. No matter how many people there were, they would rush out together. Taking action was the most direct way. But now that it was the people of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter, they would probably be suppressed by the other party the moment they rushed in. Or perhaps, they wouldn't even be able to enter the door. This was a very normal thing. If young master is willing to step in, it shouldn't be difficult to get the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter to hand over the person. The deputy chief of the Blazing Sword Alliance, Wan Zhong, said. Usually, the ability of the vice alliance leader was higher than that of the alliance leader. After all, the vice alliance leader had to go through the vice alliance leader first, and the position of alliance leader was just a symbol. Of course, the vice alliance leader's ability had to be convincing. When they heard the deputy chief's words, everyone felt that this was the main point. Isn't it a little inappropriate to disturb young master over such a matter? Leng Ao Tian said with a frown. After all, this young master was not some idle person. If he directly went to disturb the young master because of some trivial matter, he might even be punished. Don't worry, young master cares about the Blazing Sword Alliance. Moreover, I'm only here to hand the person over. If there's any problem, I'll settle it myself. It's not like I'm here to eat you. Wan Zhong said. If young master is willing to step in, then our Blazing Sword Alliance's reputation will definitely spread throughout the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. At that time, we might even have admirers in the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. Hearing Wan Zhong's words, Ling Ao Feng seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. This was indeed a very good way. A very good way. That makes sense. Not only do we have to dominate the Imperial Martial Pavilion, but if we can increase our reputation in the Heavenly Star Medicine matter, wouldn't that increase our prestige? Leng Ao Feng said. I'll immediately report this matter to young master. After Leng Ao Feng left, the meeting naturally ended. However, Wan Zhong found Zhang Bufan and asked him about the specific situation that day. He had to explain every single detail. At the same time, he also noted down Li Zhongjiu's name and asked someone to prepare a document about Li Zhongjiu. You're saying that you didn't see his skills clearly? Wan Zhong asked with a frown. Everyone was a martial artist. Most of the time, if they relied on their eyes for everything, they would have died long ago. Most of the time, it was necessary to cultivate one's intuition. This was the most powerful method. Martial artists more or less had some intuition. In the face of danger and some sinister moves, they would be able to sense it. You're already a 7th grade origin ancestor, but you still couldn't sense his fist. Even with your physical strength, you couldn't block his fist. This person's strength is definitely not simple. Wan Zhong said. Among the alchemists, there was no lack of experts. Even in the Heavenly Star Medicine matter, there were many fighting geniuses. However, having a strong Yuan Qi cultivation did not mean that one's combat strength would be strong. This was the motto of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Even when facing an enemy who was stronger than you, as long as you could make a calm judgment and think of countermeasures, you would definitely have a chance of survival. As for whether this chance of survival was useful, no one said it. This was because those who didn't were already dead. However, you don't have to worry. I've already sent people to investigate this person's background. No matter how talented he is, as long as he touches someone from our camp, he will either surrender or die. Wan Zhong said. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Thank you, big brother Wan Zhong. Zhang Bufan cupped his hands and said. Wan Zhong also smiled, patted Zhang Bufan's shoulder and said, Go. After Zhang Bufan left, Wan Zhong's eyes regained their cold-killing intent. It's not easy to be a spy. If this Li Zhongjiu has some ability, it might become a tug-of-war between the Blazing Sword Alliance and Young Master. I have to quickly tell Young Master to get in touch with this Li Zhongjiu in advance. Wan Zhong saw a very unique opportunity in this matter, which was Li Zhongjiu's identity. A disciple of the Heavenly Star Medicine matter. No matter what, although the Heavenly Star Medicine matter was full of alchemy experts, in terms of martial strength, the Imperial Martial Pavilion was nothing in their eyes. However, these alchemy geniuses needed to be well protected. What Wan Zhong needed to do now was to intensify the conflict between Li Zhongjiu and the Blazing Sword Alliance. A good show is about to start. At this moment, both Zhang Bufan and Leng Outyan did not know that they were gradually walking into a trap set by Wan Zhong. The second day. Someone came to the Heavenly Star Medicine matter from Chaowu Pavilion. They were looking for Li Zhongjiu. As a result, in this reception room, Ling Yan and a group of people in front of him who looked like adults, but were actually a group of little brats, sat together. Why are you looking for Li Zhongjiu? Ling Yan furrowed his brows as he looked at the people from the Imperial Martial Pavilion in front of him. The two institutions had been friends for many years. Even if there was a problem, it would be solved between the institutions. Since when did these students come to find trouble? Wasn't this just a joke? If it wasn't for the pressure from the higher-ups, Ling Yan wouldn't be sitting here. He heard that the background behind these people wasn't simple. Someone had greeted the Heavenly Star Medicine matter, so it was impossible to let this matter go. Hello Teacher Ling Yan, I'm Chaowu Pavilion's Blazing Sword Union's Vice President, Wan Zhong. My member told me yesterday that he had some conflicts with Li Zhongjiu. That's why I'm here. I want to confront Li Zhongjiu face to face. Let's clear things up so it can be solved easily. Don't you think so? Leng Ao Tian didn't say anything. The one who spoke was Wan Zhong. In these situations, Wan Zhong seemed to be able to handle it with ease. You guys really have nothing better to do. Who's your instructor? I'll look for him directly. Behind the establishment of every society, there would be an instructor. If something happened, the instructor would be responsible. However, most of the people who knew about the instructor were just in name. There wasn't much substance in it. We can handle this matter ourselves. There's no need for an instructor to come. If Instructor Ling Yan can understand, please make an exception. He hit our people. If it's not enough, an apology is necessary. As long as Li Zongjiu can apologize and admit his mistake, our Blazing Sword Union will pursue this matter. Wan Zhong said indifferently. As for Ling Yan, he rolled his eyes. You guys really think of yourselves as a tree. At best, you're just a cabbage. I think your assessment task is too easy. You guys have caused so much trouble. I'll talk to the Dean of Chaowu Pavilion later. Blazing Sword Alliance, right? I'll remember that. If I see any of you in the vicinity of the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, I will throw all of you out. Ling Yan's temper was like a volcano, exploding at the slightest provocation. You actually want the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor students to apologize to you? What a joke. He had long said that these messy society systems should be abolished. Now, they were all raised to be gang leaders and thought that they were very powerful. They even dared to negotiate with their teachers. In the eyes of these grade 5 alchemists of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, these people of Martial Tide Pavilion were just some crude martial artists. Just casually refining a pill was enough to make these people bleed. They did not put these people of Martial Tide Pavilion in their eyes at all. Ling Yan directly slammed the door and left, leaving the members of the Blazing Sword Union sitting there in a daze. This was very different from what they had expected. How could it be like this? It was really unexpected. They never thought that these people would be so protective of Li Zongjiu. Moreover, their attitude was so unyielding. Most importantly, they did not put the Blazing Sword Union in their eyes at all. If they were in Martial Tide Pavilion, the name of the Blazing Sword Union would be very useful. One of the 3 major societies. No one dared to provoke them. After all, Martial Tide Pavilion was a place where victory and defeat were decided with their fists. However, outside the boundaries of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, any association or the like would be useless. Furthermore, everyone's strength was about the same, so they naturally wouldn't bother with you. This was why their Blazing Sword Union was so unwelcome. For a moment, they found it hard to accept. However, they quickly woke up. What did this bitch say? Immediately, someone said angrily. They almost did not react in time. This woman slammed the door and left. When had they ever been treated like this? If the Blazing Sword Union went to other academies, they would be provided with good food and drinks. There would even be some beautiful female students who would accompany them the entire time. However, when they came to Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, they actually met with Ling Yan's cold face. It was really hard for them to accept. However, they could not do anything about it. Could it be that they had to rush out and capture Ling Yan and beat him up? Looks like Heavenly Star Medicine Manor has decided to protect Li Zongjiu. This matter, we can only let young master step forward. Leng Ao Tian said in a deep voice. Obviously, their face was not big enough. That was why he was rejected so harshly. If that was the case, he could only bring out someone even more powerful. Don't worry, Union Chief. Young Master is just the beginning. Since they don't put Teacher Minghui in their eyes, let's inform Teacher Minghui. Wan Zhong said indifferently. Teacher Minghui was the instructor of their Blazing Sword Union. Looking at Ling Yan's expression, it seemed that even if Teacher Minghui was brought out, these people would not put him in their eyes. If they did not put him in their eyes, it would be just right to intensify the conflict. In this way, the Blazing Sword Union and Heavenly Star Medicine Manor would definitely be in a difficult situation. If they wanted to settle this matter, they would have to spend a lot of effort and pay a price. When Leng Ao Tian heard this, he first glanced at Wan Zhong and frowned. There's no need to report to young master. Of course, young master has already stepped forward. If young master appears one after another, what's the use of our Blazing Sword Union? Aside from this open confrontation, we must also take action in the dark. Send people to monitor the various exits of Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If Li Zongjiu is found, take him down immediately. In addition, Li Zongjiu is a student of Heavenly STEM Department's A class. There's another person in his class. This person definitely knows the whereabouts of Li Zongjiu. Take him down as well. I don't believe that he won't appear. Wan Zhong said. People who were born in the Imperial Martial Pavilion did not have so many rules to speak of. Everything depended on the size of one's fist. Whoever had the bigger fist would do the right thing. If one could not defeat the other party, then it was naturally a different matter. After being arrogant for so long, they were naturally used to such a style. In fact, in the eyes of these people from the Blazing Sword Union, there was no problem at all. Very well, we'll do as you say. Li Zhongjiu will definitely not get away with it. Leng Ao Tian slammed the table and left the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor with the people behind him. Before the battle had even begun, they had already suffered a defeat at the hands of Ling Yan. If it was someone else, then the name Blazing Sword Union might have some use. Li Zhongjiu didn't know that because of his actions, a storm was brewing in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Moreover, it was directed at the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Although it might not have any effect in the end, it would still affect Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu only knew that he was in the process. He was also trying his best to catch up with the other party. However, the Genius Pavilion shouldn't be anxious. They must fight steadily and surely. Li Zhongjiu naturally believed it. Although the other party had concealed his strength, it was almost impossible for him to catch up with them at this speed except for the first few stages. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu wasn't in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Li Zhongjiu took another step forward. He stepped into the 12th level. Li Zhongjiu's physical strength and mental energy had been greatly consumed on the 12th level. There were still 2 more levels to go, so he immediately retreated from them. This was like an enhanced version of intensive training. If he kept rushing forward, it was very likely that he would bring about overwhelming damage to himself. He must have a balance between tension and relaxation to be able to adjust his body's condition well. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu also needed to come out and see how much the outside world had changed in the past half a month. Most importantly, he also needed to check on the progress of the matters that he had instructed. Li Zhongjiu walked out of the Genius Pavilion. At this moment, he actually felt like he could see the sun again. The person who was originally in charge of the Genius Pavilion's key had been replaced. He found a mentor to replace him. This kind of job was originally an idle one, and there was no skill involved. Therefore, it was Kongshua's turn. However, Kongshua had lost a lot of face. Recently, he was too embarrassed to appear in the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. If he was seen by others and brought up again, wouldn't it be extremely embarrassing? As for Li Zhongjiu's behavior, although Kongshua condemned it, Li Zhongjiu was too arrogant. Almost no one in the entire Heavenly Star Medicine Manor could subdue him, therefore, Li Zhongjiu walked out of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor very smoothly. He came to the Great Pleasure Casino. Recently, the Great Pleasure Casino could be said to be at its peak. Taifai was expanding without restraint. Although his strength wasn't enough, he had money and a backer. This backer could solve many problems secretly. As long as someone blocked his way, he only needed to hand Li Zhongjiu's house a slip of paper and it would be easily settled. Therefore, Taifai's path of annexation was exceptionally smooth. From the beginning until now, it had been nearly 2 months. Now, several Gold Star Medicine Manor. And this was because Taifei couldn't make the decision on these matters. In addition, the only official information left by Li Zhongjiu was the manor on White Deer Avenue. Therefore, Taifai directly helped Li Zhongjiu to give him a name and become the head of the manor. White Deer Manor. Currently, 60% of the casinos in the city had been annexed by the Great Pleasure Casino. Together with the Golden Casino, these 2 giants took the lead and directly took the majority of the stones. Currently, in the Yuntong Bank, the White Deer Manor's account had an additional 46 billion purple yuan. And this number was still increasing. This was the initial income. The majority of the money would have to be distributed later. Currently, the wealth of the White Deer Manor was increasing by 5 billion every day. This was a part of accumulating wealth in the early stages. Once the situation stabilized, or if they were to fight a bigger war, this number would be depleted very quickly. With such a large number, coupled with the recent achievements, even Taifai himself couldn't believe that he had such an achievement. If Li Zhongjiu hadn't forced him, he really wouldn't have believed it. However, most of the matters were solved by the people of the White Deer Manor. Taifai was also very clear about this. If the problem of the Azure Dragon Gang had not been solved at the beginning, Taifai wouldn't have had a chance today. Now that the Azure Dragon Gang's power was gone, they could only protect some of their remaining businesses. In addition, there was still the Crocodile Gang and the Blue Tiger Gang behind them. The Azure Dragon Gang's influence was not as great as before. The Crocodile Gang and the Blue Tiger Gang had a certain foundation before. However, this strength didn't spread throughout the city. Now, in the city, these people could be considered to have a say. For example, the Great Delight Casino was one of the top establishments in the entire Sacred Flame Royal City. The remaining parts are basically in the hands of these two gangs, and there seems to be someone helping them behind the scenes. We can't fight them for the time being. Taifai told Li Zongjiu about the recent situation. Blue Tiger Gang? Crocodile Gang? Li Zongjiu knocked on the table. Who supported them after they were defeated? Hearing Li Zongjiu's question, Taifai was secretly surprised. However, he knew about Li Zongjiu's ability. He said in a deep voice. Based on the information we have collected so far, it is very likely that the princes in the Imperial City are manipulating the situation behind the scenes. Taifai said. The princes manipulating the situation, it was almost time to appoint the crown prince. If these princes wanted to truly stand out and not be eliminated by others, then they must have their own forces. Only then could they survive this wave of turmoil. If they wanted to fight for the position of the crown prince, they would need a lot of money. Where the money would come from would depend on their own means. Therefore, it was very normal for the princes to be involved in this. Even some of the influential clans and business clans in the city had to find their own backing. Only by standing on the right side would they be able to achieve meteoric success and advance further in the future. If they failed, then what awaited them would be eternal damnation. Therefore, in the early days, there were very few people who could choose a team. Also, there is one more thing. What is it? Li Zongjiu asked. The Empress of 9 Victories wants to work with us. She has another gold-level casino under her control. What's there to cooperate with? Just swallow it up. Li Zongjiu said. Could it be that he was afraid of this? Behind the Empress of 9 Victories is the Pan family. Recently, we found out that the Pan family seems to have close ties with the 9th prince. In this underground, almost all kinds of information were flying around. Therefore, to be able to gather so much information was a testament to Taifai's strength. The 9th prince? If he wants to take my territory, even if he is a leak, he won't stand a chance, let alone the 9th prince. Let's go immediately. Today, I will personally take action. Li Zongjiu naturally wouldn't fall for this bullshit prince's trick. So what if you're the 9th prince? If Li Zongjiu earned all this money, it would be for the sake of the Li family. He didn't expect that he, the dignified evil lord of this generation, would actually go to the sea to do business. This was simply a disgrace to a supreme being expert. If Li Zongjiu's cultivation returned to its peak, it would be hard for him to forget today's experience. However, Li Zongjiu and the others still hadn't left the Broad Delight Casino. They heard a few sounds of destruction coming from downstairs. Tell Li Zongjiu to get the hell out here. We just saw him come in. Otherwise, I'll tear down your gambling tables one by one. The people of the Blazing Sword Union had been guarding Li Zongjiu day and night. Who would have thought that they would wait for nearly half a month? They were about to go crazy from waiting. When they saw Li Zongjiu walk past them, they didn't even have time to react. When they finally reacted, they had to suppress the speed because they didn't have enough people. They only had 2 people to work in shifts. They heard that Li Zongjiu was a dangerous person. Of course, they had to be prepared. Otherwise, if they were killed by Li Zongjiu, it would be very shameful and they would suffer another loss. Therefore, they followed Li Zongjiu all the way to the Broad Delight Casino. A student of the dignified Heavenly Star Medicine Manor actually mingled in a casino. He went straight to the casino as soon as he came out of the school. Obviously, this guy was addicted to gambling and wasn't a good person. They immediately left some people to guard the casino while the rest went back to call for reinforcements. There were about 8 of them in total. 2 of them were high-ranking members of the Blazing Sword Union. They had the same status as Jean Buffon. The 2 of them made a prompt decision. If the 8 of them couldn't even catch one, then what was the use of keeping them? Therefore, the 8 of them directly rushed into the casino. Originally, they wanted to reveal their identities and directly arrest them. However, who knew that the people in the casino were very stubborn? They didn't even care about what club they were from. They didn't even put the Imperial Martial Pavilion in their eyes. They were just a group of students who hadn't graduated yet. Did they really think that they were masters? In less than 2 sentences, he directly attacked. Needless to say, the strength of the Imperial Martial Pavilion students went without saying. Even the current spectators of the Great Joy Casino were far from being a match for them. After a few rounds, almost all of them were defeated. The 8 members of the Blazing Sword Alliance also raised the corners of their mouths slightly. They were quite satisfied and happy with their battle results. Take down all the people around you. One of the higher-ups of the Blazing Sword Union stepped on the chest of one of them and said indifferently to the people in the casino. The casino is closed today, all of you scram. A portion of the people left. After all, it was the first time they encountered such a situation. If they really killed in a while, the scene of blood splashing everywhere would be very cruel. However, there were still some people who continued to play by themselves. They didn't care about the words of these little brats at all. Such a scene often happened recently. However, it was no accident that all of them were solved by the Great Joy Casino. In order to better maintain the security of the casino, they paid a huge price to gather all the experts in the market, just to play a role at this time. Tai-Fi walked out and saw this scene. His face was incomparably pale. These young people were really arrogant. Did they really not know how to write the word death? They actually ran into Li Zhongjiu's territory and asked Li Zhongjiu to scram to see them. Who are you? How dare you make trouble in my territory? Tai-Fi said with a black face. These little brats in front of him dared to be arrogant in front of him. If he couldn't even deal with such a thing, Tai-Fi didn't need to stay here anymore. You are the person in charge, right? Ask Li Zhongjiu to scram to see us. We are here to find someone, not to cause trouble. Not to cause trouble? Interesting. You injured more than 20 of my brothers, and you dare to tell me that you are not here to cause trouble? If I let you leave safely, then I, Tai-Fi, will become a vegetarian. Tai-Fi suddenly said coldly. These people are blind, blocking our way, they deserve to be injured. We are still giving you face. Hand over the person and we will leave. Otherwise, even if we burn down your casino, nothing will happen. Do you believe it or not? The people of the Blazing Sword League said. It seemed that they were used to being arrogant. They even dared to threaten the people of the casino. In the face of these arrogant and stupid young people, Tai-Fi naturally wanted to teach them a good lesson. Hang them up. Tai-Fi ordered. Suddenly, a few people walked out from the surrounding basic passageways. There were a total of 6 people. However, the aura of these 6 people gave off an indescribable sense of oppression. It was so oppressive that it was impossible to pass through. One of them was wearing iron boots. Every step he took left a deep imprint on the ground. He wore a series of rings on his fingers. He looked extremely terrifying. His tall stature indeed gave him a great sense of oppression. This caused the 8 people of the Blazing Sword League to retreat. The other people were also filled with murderous intent. The aura released from their bodies almost forced them into a corner. It's them, the 6-headed butcher. A first-class adventurer team, the 6-headed butcher. Someone exclaimed. No wonder these people looked so familiar. As members of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, they would often accept missions from the Celestial Rain Pavilion to train themselves. Everyone would even become an adventurer of the Celestial Rain Pavilion and go on some adventure missions. Adventurers were also divided into ranks. Most of them were from the 1st grade to the 9th grade. This didn't represent strength. It only represented one's own experience and mission success rate. Adventurer teams were different. Legend had it that they were the lowest 6th grade adventurer teams and the highest 1st grade adventurer teams. To be able to become a first-class adventurer team, it was basically formed by some experts. Only with this kind of strength could he become the recruitment target of the major merchants when they were transporting goods. For a first-class adventurer team, the commission for a day alone would exceed 10 million gold yuan. The Broad Delight Casino was actually this rich. Just recruiting these people was probably a very expensive thing in itself. However, what they were worried about now wasn't just money. It was their safety. You know our name. Looks like you're not stupid. Then, the 6 experts quickly used their true strength to show these people that the realm of origin power didn't represent one's true strength. In just a few moments, they took down these children. 6 against 8. These 8 people didn't have much strength to fight back. Among the 6 people of the 6-headed butcher, the strongest was only a 6th grade origin ancestor. The weakest was only a 3rd grade origin ancestor. However, the average strength of the Imperial Martial Pavilion students was a 5th grade origin ancestor. The other 2 were 7th grade origin ancestors. However, it was useless. Young master, how should we deal with these people? Tai-Fi asked. Where did these people come from? Forget it. Just beat them up and throw them out. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. He wanted to find out where these people came from and why they came to catch him. It was a comedy to think that they could catch him with such a low level of skill. However, they were just some students. Since they were so arrogant, he would teach them how not to be arrogant. He didn't care where they came from. He ordered his men to detain these people. If anyone came to find him, they would have to pay a ransom of 50 million purple coins to take them away. As for killing these brats, there was no need to do so at the moment. Therefore, he decided to keep them alive for the time being. In the future, if they were more arrogant and caused more serious trouble, it would be very normal for their families to be destroyed. There was nothing strange about it. Therefore, if they really wanted to punish these people, they would have to nurture these brats and strengthen their destructive abilities. One day, they would provoke people that even their family elders couldn't afford to provoke. When that time came, everything would start to feel terrible. Tai-Fi led the way in front. 2 carriages and more than 10 fast horses flew towards the casino of the Queen of 9 Victories. Li Zhongjiu didn't do any business before, and he didn't have any concept of money. But now, after killing a few people and giving a few orders, tens of billions of purple yuan appeared in his account. He didn't need to work so hard to earn money and treat people's illnesses. Sparrow Saint Casino, the Queen of 9 Victories was good at playing Pai Gao. Therefore, the main gambling tables in her casinos were also used for these things. A large group of people came directly to the Sparrow Saint Casino and dismounted. Li Zhongjiu walked out of the carriage and saw the casino. The exterior decoration didn't lose to the Great Joy Casino, but it had a more Torreya aura. As a casino opened by a woman, it naturally had a different style. Even a different kind of service was available. In this casino, if your number of wins and losses reached a certain level, you would be given a special service. In addition, when you entered the casino, you could also choose a woman to accompany you to play. This method was naturally very novel in the eyes of others. There were gambles and games. Of course, he wasn't willing to give up such a good opportunity. Therefore, as soon as this kind of game was introduced, it was liked by many people. Now, these people were lingering here, forgetting to leave, and for a time it was all the rage. It was already close to afternoon. In the casino, other than some gamblers who stayed out all night, most of the people were just drinking free alcohol at the bar counter, waiting for the liveliness to begin. At the same time, during this process, they could find opportunities to make a huge profit. When Li Zhongjiu and the others arrived, the people in the Sparrow Saint Casino immediately became nervous. Tai-Fi, what do you mean by making trouble in my place? Before Tai-Fi and the others walked up the stairs and into the casino, they already saw the Sparrow Saint Casino's people coming out. The person in the lead was also acquainted with Tai-Fi. His name was Three Blades Liu. It wasn't that this person was good at the 3-blade slash, but because he had a total of 3 blades on his body. Ordinary people would have been beheaded by the time he made the second slash. Even now, no one knew where 3 Blades Liu's 3rd blade was hidden on his body. Some people said that the 3rd blade didn't exist at all because 3 Blades Liu himself was the 3rd blade. There were also people who said that those who had seen the 3rd saber were all dead, so naturally, no one knew where it was hidden. A person with such means was naturally not to be trifled with. 3 Blades Liu had never explained his 3rd blade. Many people in the underworld had to give Three Blades Lu face when they saw him, so the Sparrow Saint Casino had always been very stable and prosperous. Aren't you being a little too rude, Three Blades Lu? My young master only wants to take a look at your casino, and yet you brought so many people to stop him outside. Who's the one who's not giving face here? Tai-Fi snorted coldly. Young master, the word immediately alerted Three Blades Lu. Tai-Fi had been making a lot of moves recently, and even the Sparrow Saint Casino had been targeted by him. He had sent several ultimatums in a row, as if he would destroy the casino if they didn't submit. Moreover, he had also revealed all the people involved in this matter. It seemed as though someone was manipulating everything behind the scenes. The reason why Tai-Fi acted like this was because of this person's instructions. However, no one had seen Tai-Fi for so long, so many people thought that he was deliberately causing trouble here by using a non-existent name. And today, the young master finally showed up. The crowd parted, and Li Zongjie walked straight out. Let's go. Tell your big boss to come out. Li Zongjie took the lead and walked toward Three Blades Lu. Lu Sandao and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. They almost attacked, but Li Zongjie didn't care at all. He shuttled in front of Lu Sandao and the others all by himself. This kid was so bold. Was he not afraid that they would arrest Li Zongjie? Li Zongjie took the lead and walked into the casino. Three Blades Lu and the others were extremely surprised, because Li Zongjie's courage was really big. However, Li Zongjie's courage was enough to allow him to go in. After all, it wouldn't be easy for him to come out if he did something wrong after going in. You come in as well. The rest of you, wait outside. 3. Blades Lu said to Tai-Fi. The rest of the people were naturally not a threat, but in order to prevent the scene from becoming too chaotic, or to prevent these people from causing trouble, they directly blocked them outside, not allowing them to enter. Tai-Fi gave a few instructions to the people behind him, and cleared the carriage and horses to the side. After all, if this place became his territory in the future, it wouldn't be good to block the road with such great fanfare. After clearing the place, Tai-Fi also walked in. Li Zongjie was already sitting in front of a gambling table. Go and ask your big boss if he wants to bet a few rounds, or just talk. Li Zongjie said indifferently. The scene of Li Zongjie winning 10 billion with one gold coin was still vivid in their minds. In the end, the Great Delight Casino lost everything. If today's Sparrow Saint Casino were to play a trick, they didn't know if the Sparrow Saint Casino could withstand it. Are you guys blind? Young Master Li is here, and you don't know how to serve him with good wine. A cold and elegant voice came from the stairs. Soon after, Madame Pan, who had an impressive figure, slowly walked down the stairs. She brought along a fragrant wind as she gracefully sat opposite Li Zongjie. I wonder what kind of wind blew young Master Li and Lord Tai here today. Madame Pan sized up Li Zongjie. Ever since the last time he saw Li Zongjie, he had a very strange feeling. He always felt that this person was not as simple as he seemed. Now that they met again, Tai-Fi, who was originally looking down on Li Zongjie, was now standing behind Li Zongjie. He seemed to be very willing to be a subordinate, a loyal servant. Previously, she had heard that Tai-Fi had become a young master after he left the Yi family. Now that she saw Li Zongjie, it must have been a long time. Tai-Fi's many big moves were all instructed by this young master in front of her. That was why he acted like this. Today, the two of them came to the casino for no good reason. It seemed that it would not be easy to get through today's crisis. You're Madame Pan, the Queen of 9 Victories? You're quite pretty. It would be a pity if you died today. Li Zongjie looked at Madame Pan and said slowly. When he spoke, he was so straightforward. So bold and unrestrained. In the eyes of outsiders, this was simply a rude behavior. Moreover, there was even a hint of threat in the end. Threatening the Queen of 9 Victories in her territory was undoubtedly a very foolish behavior. Shameless boasting. Seeing this, Three Blades Lu glared angrily. Then, a 3-feet-long saber suddenly appeared from his sleeve. It appeared in his hand like a magic trick, and he suddenly chopped down on Li Zongjie's head. Since the other party had already entered their territory, wouldn't it mean that he, Lu Sandao, was useless if he allowed them to continue being arrogant? During the entire process, Madame Pan did not speak. Although her eyes were still as calm as water, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. It had always been like this in the pugilistic world. A knife was hidden in a smile, and a needle was hidden in silk floss. Only the one who had the last laugh would be the real winner, therefore, Madame Pan sat there and did not stop him. Tai-Fi did not make a move because he knew Li Zongjiu's style. It was not his turn to make a move. Li Zongjiu stretched out 2 fingers and easily caught the long saber that was slashing down. Li Zongjiu exerted a little force with his fingers and broke the long blade. With a gentle wave of his hand, the broken part of the blade shot into Lu Sandao's chest with a cold glint. Bang! Triblade Lu's heart exploded. His whole body flew backward and sat on the ground. He looked at his chest in disbelief. A bloody hole the size of a fist appeared. He did not even have time to use the other 2 blades. In front of Li Zongjiu, if Li Zongjiu did not want to, he would not have the chance to use the other moves. Allowing you to make a move is already the greatest mercy I can give you. Even after 3 blades Lu's death, he had never displayed the 3rd slash. The bloody scene was incomparably shocking. It immediately alerted the people around them. They pulled out the weapons in their hands and surrounded Li Zongjiu in layers. With a single command, 100 swords would be unleashed at the same time, slashing directly at Li Zongjiu, cutting him into pieces. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu and Tai-Fi behind him did not move. Have you thought it through? Even at this moment, Li Zongjiu was still asking Madame Pan in front of him. It was as if Madame Pan was the one being targeted by hundreds of swords and not him. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was blind and couldn't see so many shiny swords in front of him? Do you know what the consequences of your actions will be? Pancher said solemnly. If 3 blades Lu had killed the young man in front of her, then this matter would have ended today. However, she did not expect that 3 blades Lu would not even be able to walk out of this round before his heart was crushed by the young man. In terms of strength, many people could do it. Although 3 blades Lu was very fierce in this Dao, it was only limited to his level. There were still many people who could kill 3 blades Lu in a second. However, he dared to do it in front of so many people. With such courage, it would not be so simple to deal with. Li Zongjiu's courage was outstanding, and he was ruthless. Only such a person could achieve great things. People who achieved great things didn't care about sacrifices. It was acceptable to sacrifice as many people as possible. Even if the Holy Flame Royal City was flooded with blood, Li Zongjiu would not bat an eyelid. Show me the person behind you. In this Holy Flame Royal City, anyone who dares to stop me, regardless of whether they are a relative of the royal family, will end up the same. Which prince is behind your Pan family? Li Zongjiu said directly without holding back. The words of the royal family were taboo among the people of the underworld. If it was said in public, it would be disrespectful to the royal family. If others found out, they would casually send people to wipe out the 9 generations of the person's family. It was a special period now. Some of the princes were preparing to fight for power and influence. The trump cards in their hands could not be exposed. Most importantly, as a member of the royal family, they were not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the underworld. On the surface, they were not allowed to form cliques. If they were found out, they would have to cut off all ties and might even be punished. Therefore, when these people were in battle, the people in the imperial court had to stand in their positions without leaving any traces. If they helped the royal family in the underworld, they had to do it in secret. All of these were the rules of the underworld. If this matter was brought to the surface, the prince would be tainted with filth and his image would be tarnished. Therefore, this was a taboo. If he said it out loud, the prince would definitely hold a grudge against him and use some unimaginable power to hunt him down, causing him to disappear into nothingness. However, Li Zongjiu was not afraid of this taboo. This was nothing. What was so great about it? In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was even more powerful than Emperor Xingyin. He was on equal footing with the leader of the power behind Emperor Xingyin. Just based on this point, the courage and insight between these people were different. These people were extremely wary of the princes and the like. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, these so-called princes were also people who would die. Sure enough, when she heard Li Zongjiu's words, Madame Pan's face instantly changed. You don't want to live anymore. What nonsense are you talking about? Even Tai Feihe, who was beside him, felt his legs go soft when he heard this. This young master of his family was truly a fearless person. Killing the leaders of the underworld gangs, the Azure Dragon Gang, the White Snake Gang, and the like was considered as getting rid of evil for the people. It was nothing. If they were discovered later, they might even be praised as a hero. However, the people did not fight with the officials. This was the prince of the royal family. This was not something that could be casually ignored. Otherwise, the next thing that would be lost would be your own head. Once this wanted order was issued, there would be no place for you to hide in the 13 provinces of the Xingyan dynasty. Even if you went to the ends of the earth, you would still be caught and killed. All of you, leave. Follow me. Madame Pan ordered everyone to leave. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu only mentioned it briefly and did not reveal any information. These words naturally had to be said in this small room. She brought Li Zongjiu and Taifai into an office. Li Zongjiu, what exactly do you want? Although this casino is managed by me, it's impossible for it to be under your name. The Pan family is the one behind the scenes. Although I don't want to, in order to survive, I can only work for them. If you can convince the Pan family, then this casino will belong to you. So what? Madame Pan was free and easy. It was said that Madame Pan's identity was pitiful. Less than a day after marrying into the Pan family, her husband died suddenly. Now, she could only live as a widow. The Pan family's power could not allow Madame Pan to remarry. This could be seen from her name alone. They directly took away Madame Pan's original name and gave her this codename. Li Zongjiu did not care about Madame Pan's fate. Madame Pan also knew that her words would not be able to convince Li Zongjiu. She immediately sighed softly. All right, I will tell you. The one behind the Pan family is the current emperor's 9th prince, Prince Xianming. Lady Pan finally reported the 9th prince's name to the imperial court. Behind the Pan family was the 9th prince's support. Similarly, Pan Jiayue belonged to the 9th prince's camp. Touching the Pan family was equivalent to making an enemy of the 9th prince. This was a choice that no sensible person would make. Where is the 9th prince? I will personally go and talk to him. Li Zongjiu was prepared to go and greet them. At the same time, he wanted to warn them not to meddle in his affairs and appear in front of him. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. How would we know the whereabouts of the 9th prince? However, I heard that the Blazing Sword Alliance under the 9th prince is recruiting talents. Perhaps we can find the 9th prince among them. Madame Pan said faintly. Before they could come to an agreement, the door was suddenly kicked open with a bang. Someone had kicked it open. Where did this dog come from? How dare you cause trouble in my Pan family's territory? The person who walked in was called Pan Hong. He was the second in command of the Pan family. He was considered the second in command. Most importantly, Pan Hong had long coveted Madame Pan's beauty. Unfortunately, Madame Pan was his younger brother's deceased wife. Even Pan Hong could not do anything about it. However, he would choose to get close to Madame Pan whenever he had the chance. Now that he heard that someone had come knocking on the Sparrow Saint Casino's door, he immediately brought his man here to show off his charisma in front of Madame Pan. He wanted to let Madame Pan know that there were many benefits to having an affair with her in the dark. When he rushed in, he saw a little kid sitting opposite Madame Pan. He immediately felt that it was a little funny. Since when was it up to these little kids to make the decisions? Second brother, it's fine here. Madame Pan hurriedly stood up and said. Sit down. Is this kid trying to take over my Pan family's casino? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Little brat, come, take off your pants and let uncle see if your hair is fully grown. Pan Hong placed one hand on Li Zongjiu's shoulder and tried his best to mock Li Zongjiu. At the same time, he deliberately used some vulgar words in front of Madame Pan. Li Zongjiu listened and turned to look at Pan Hong with a smile. You want to see my fur? Then take out your bird first. The moment Li Zongjiu's words fell, Pan Hong suddenly felt his body tighten. Soon after, he felt a chill between his legs. His expression instantly froze on the spot as he felt an intense pain assault him. In an instant, this piercing pain attacked his heart. However, when he opened his mouth, he could not scream. With a thud, a piece of flesh fell to the ground. At this time, the Pan family expert behind Pan Hong also realized that something was wrong. Their second-in-command seemed to have been attacked by the other party. The lump of meat on the ground, no matter how they looked at it, didn't look like that thing. "How do you feel?" Li Zhongjiu said indifferently, a light flashing in his eyes. Pan Hong's body was not under his control. He slowly squatted down and picked up the bloody object on the ground. Under the control of Li Zhongjiu's mental energy, he directly stuffed it into his mouth. When Madame Pan saw this scene from afar, she felt extremely disgusted and turned her head away. This was the first time she had seen such a scene. She didn't know what Pan Hong was thinking at this moment. He actually ate his own D*ck. The people brought by Pan Hong didn't know what to do. Looking at the scene, they felt that it was a little strange. Should they rush up to help? But what could they do? "Second Master, are you alright?" Li Zhongjiu removed the lock on Pan Hong's mental energy. Pan Hong's body immediately lost its restraints and rolled to the ground. He scrambled to his own team and grabbed his throat. Scarlet blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It was a horrifying sight. Pan Hong couldn't accept it. As he grabbed his throat, he pointed at Li Zhongjiu. He roared with all his might. "Kill, kill, kill him. Young master, don't worry. I'll do it." Naturally, Li Zhongjiu didn't need to deal with these small fries. Taifai immediately took out a vicious dagger and rushed up to meet these people. Suddenly, blood splattered and limbs flew. One could see that these people's hands and feet were constantly falling in all directions. Taifai was worthy of being called a fierce general. He didn't show any mercy when he attacked. Pan Hong also thought that with his name, he could more or less intimidate the other party. Among these people, who didn't give him face, but who knew that this big and small guy would be so ruthless, Pan Hong saw that the situation was not good. He immediately ran out of the house, wanting to escape. But before he could take 2 steps, Li Zhongjiu kicked him in the head. His whole body rolled down the stairs. Rumble! Pan Hong's head landed on the ground like a watermelon. His head instantly exploded. His bones and blood splattered in all directions. Just looking at it was enough to make one feel a deep sense of fear. Li Zhongjiu appeared in the attic on the 2nd floor. Taifai also walked out of the pool of blood. He wiped the dagger clean and put it away. The dozen people that Pan Hong brought were ruthlessly killed just like that. The smell of blood soared to the sky. "Tell the 9th prince that this place belongs to the White Deer Manor from now on. If he has any problems, he can find me at the Broad Delight Casino." Li Zhongjiu turned around and said to Madame Pan. Madame Pan looked coldly at the scene in front of her. This young man who suddenly appeared did not follow the rules at all. He did not follow any rules at all. If things did not go according to his wishes, he would just kill them and get rid of all of them easily. The bloodstains on the ground were already a very obvious announcement. She wondered what kind of mood the 9th prince would have when he received this news. Then Li Zhongjiu swaggered back to his Broad Delight Casino with his men. At this moment, a group of uninvited guests had already arrived at the casino. The Blazing Sword Union's Wan Zhong led more than 10 experts of the Blazing Sword Union to block the entrance of the vast Joy Casino. Of course, Wan Zhong and his men had no way to rush in. The Broad Delight Casino was a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. If they rushed in, they might be ambushed. Let's say it one more time. Hand over my brothers from the Blazing Sword Alliance. Otherwise, your Broad Delight Casino will be closed. Wan Zhong said loudly. There were also quite a number of people watching from the streets. They wanted to see a good show. Kiki, don't say so much. If you want people, our young master said 50 million per person. If you want to rob, then come in and rob. The 6-headed butchers took the lead and stood in front. Recently, the Broad Delight Casino's funds were extremely sufficient. Therefore, they directly recruited a large number of experts. If they didn't recruit them, they would be recruited by others. Moreover, if they recruited in groups, they could get a discount. Otherwise, how would they be able to withstand the flood of enemies? What should we do? These people don't look easy to deal with. Even Wan Zhong didn't expect that they would encounter such strong resistance from the forces of the underworld. Who is the owner behind the Broad Delight Casino? Negotiate with them and ask them to release our people. There were rules in every place. Those people must have rushed in and been caught. They didn't know the specific situation. Now, they could only negotiate or force their way in. Wan Zhong wanted to use pressure to force the Great Pleasure Casino to hand over the person. If this matter was brought to the academy, then the people inside would still be punished. Not only did he cause trouble outside, he even provoked someone else's casino and was directly arrested. Even if he reported it to the authorities, it would be useless. After all, he directly broke into someone else's territory to do whatever he wanted. Then the other party naturally had the right to punish him. Deputy Chief, I've inquired before. Behind this Great Pleasure Casino, there seems to be a manor called White Deer Pursuit. You may not believe it, but the owner of this White Deer Pursuit manor is Li Zhongjiu. Someone brought back the information they had gathered. Li Zhongjiu? This little Li Zhongjiu actually had such a huge business. How did he do it? To be able to own a casino in King City, how rich was that? The water in this business was very deep. The slightest carelessness was very likely to be easily taken down. Maybe your future was bright in 1 second, but the next second, you were directly swallowed up by others. This kind of thing happened from time to time. Therefore, being able to persevere was the most important thing. A short victory was not a victory at all, because you simply did not know when someone would rush out and directly kill you. Li Zhongjiu? This casino is Li Zhongjiu's? Why didn't I know? That's bad. Wouldn't our brothers have all suffered a great loss in this casino? When he thought of this, Wan Zhong's heart tensed up. He did not expect that Li Zhongjiu deliberately led them to the underground gang's territory and used the gang's power to deal with them. Why was it not shown in the previous investigation information? Just when Wan Zhong realized that something bad was about to happen, from a distance, a group of carriages followed by more than 10 fast horses were rushing towards the Broad Delight Casino. Looking at these young people, it seemed that they were about to go all out. Tai Fei had dismounted and looked at the scene in front of him. Who are you people? How dare you cause trouble in my territory? Tai Fei had just slaughtered a dozen people in the Sparrow Saint Casino. At this moment, his body was emitting a cold murderous aura. The Pan family naturally wouldn't let this matter rest. Perhaps they would bring people over to kill him in a short while. Therefore, Tai Fei had to return to prepare first. But when he came back, he saw that some young people were fully armed and wanted to cause trouble in the Broad Joy Casino. Were they really going to rebel? You. Who are you? Wan Zhong also stepped forward and said. Looking at the domineering Tai Fei in front of him, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. However, among the members of the Blazing Sword Alliance, only Wan Zhong had the highest status. If he were to show any weakness, he would be looked down upon by the other party. Even if you lose, you can't lose. A bunch of cowards. How dare you show your weapons in front of my casino when you don't even know who I am? Hurry up and get lost. Tai Fei shouted angrily. Although Tai Fei's Yuan Qi cultivation wasn't as high as these young people in front of him, the murderous aura that had been accumulating for decades was enough to completely intimidate the people in front of him. To be able to live to such an age in Royal City was not an easy feat. Therefore, what Tai Fei had experienced was naturally beyond one's imagination. Li Zhongjiu also stepped down from the carriage. It seemed that managing these casinos was quite troublesome. If you didn't go looking for trouble with others, then others would come looking for trouble with you. Yes, Li Zhongjiu. Deputy Alliance Chief, he is Li Zhongjiu. Jean Buffon immediately pointed at Li Zhongjiu and shouted when he saw Li Zhongjiu. It was as if the murderer of his father was right in front of him. However, at this moment, Wan Zhong also realized that the situation wasn't good. They might be able to bully the freshmen in school, but if they wanted to contend with these people, their murderous aura was far from enough. Otherwise, how could they say that ginger is spicier when it's older? In fact, they were already thinking of retreating. Therefore, Wan Zhong was prepared to bring them back first and wait for Alliance Chief Ling Ao Tian to come out of seclusion before making a decision. Otherwise, this group of people wouldn't be able to do anything. Kill their way in? This wasn't a martial arts competition in the arena for a spouse. Every move could lead to someone's death. It was simply such a simple matter. Didn't you see the murderous aura on these people's faces? Li Zongjiu also saw Jean Buffon. Li Zongjiu didn't have a deep impression of Jean Buffon. However, Jean Buffon couldn't hold it in anymore and directly shouted at Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu, on top of the Golden Mountain, you sneakily attacked me. Today, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one. I will definitely beat you until you look for your teeth on the ground. Jean Buffon directly shouted. Hearing Jean Buffon's reminder, Li Zongjiu finally remembered that it was this guy. After saying that, Jean Buffon directly rushed out, as if he wanted to fight one-on-one with Li Zongjiu. However, this Broad Delight Casino spent a lot of money to raise these people, so they weren't just for show. All of a sudden, several experts rushed down. People of Blazing Sword Alliance, listen up. Capture Li Zongjiu. Wang Zhong immediately shouted. Since this situation couldn't be salvaged, they could only capture Li Zongjiu first. The more than 10 experts he brought along instantly fought with the experts of Broad Delight Casino. Tai-Fai also stepped forward bravely, blocking in front of Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu simply sat beside the carriage, watching these people fight in front of him. A fierce battle instantly broke out. However, the Blazing Sword Union was still inexperienced. Although they could rely on their powerful Yuan Qi to resist for a moment, in the midst of the chaotic battle, they would occasionally damage the torches beside them and injure their own people. Aya, your sword energy swept me. You idiot, who are you trying to cut? On the other hand, on the side of Broad Delight Casino, there were a total of 2 mercenaries. In addition to the 6-headed butcher, there was also a small team of 4, and 2 independent experts. To be able to force Broad Delight Casino to send out so many experts, it already showed that the Blazing Sword Alliance was not bad. After all, the threat of their cultivation was here, and it was difficult to ignore. In just a moment, the lineup of the Blazing Sword Alliance was immediately disrupted. Then, these people were directly put on the ground. Most of them were caught. Let me go. Jean Buffon was the first to be caught. He realized that he didn't have a chance to use the sword skills he had learned in such a battle. Not good, let's retreat. Wang Zhong saw that the situation was not good, and wanted to escape with the remaining 3 people. But when he turned around, he saw Li Zongjiu appear behind him. Good, catch him. Li Zongjiu directly raised his hand and waved his palm. With his Yuan energy at the peak of 9th grade origin ancestor, it was easy for him to defeat these people. With just one palm, the 4 people were sent flying and fell to the ground. Immediately, several long knives were placed on their necks. Tie them up. Li Zongjiu ordered. He immediately ordered the people in front of him to be tied up. Li Zongjiu, do you know who I am? I'm the deputy leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. If you dare to touch me, let me go now and everything can be discussed. Wang Zhong immediately roared loudly. This mouth of yours is really asking for it. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Zhong and waved his hand. The underling immediately understood and slapped Wang Zhong twice. Wang Zhong's mouth was full of blood and his teeth almost fell out. It'll be fine if one person stays. Go back and tell your alliance master to bring the money to redeem the people. 50 million purple gold per person. Let them go as much as you bring. No money. That's right. Li Zongjiu casually pointed at a relatively young person. Looking at his appearance, he should have been carelessly tricked into joining the Blazing Sword Alliance and directly became a thug. Originally, he wanted to use the name of the Blazing Sword Alliance to show off his strength. Who would have thought that he would encounter a local bully the moment he stepped out of his own school? If he had encountered other people, he would have casually taught them a lesson for the sake of the Imperial Martial Pavilion students. Then, he would have let them go. It would have been enough to teach them a lesson. However, he had encountered Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu would not give them so much face. He would directly capture them and talk about it later. If they did not have money, then there was no need to talk about these things. Therefore, these Imperial Martial Pavilion students were directly locked up in the underground secret room of the Great Pleasure Casino. If these people were killed, it would naturally bring a certain amount of trouble to the Great Pleasure Casino. Behind each student, there might be a family involved. One or two wouldn't be scary, but if all of them joined forces, then it would be a big problem. However, as long as they were still alive, they would be valuable and would not dare to act rashly. It was also a good opportunity to teach these people a lesson. He would let them know that the underworld was dangerous and that it wasn't something that could be done with a few courses in the school. The person who was released naturally rolled and crawled away. He did not even dare to say a word. This person was not a citizen of the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Instead, he came from a second-tier city. He had long heard that the Imperial City was filled with danger and that everyone had to tuck their tail between their legs. He thought that after joining the Imperial Martial Pavilion, he would be able to show off his strength. However, he did not expect to encounter such a situation. From then on, he deeply understood the degree of danger in the Imperial City. After knowing how powerful these people were, he did not have the slightest hesitation. And immediately chose to escape. In the future, he would not dare to be so arrogant. The Imperial Martial Pavilion of the Imperial Martial Pavilion was. Furthermore, handcuffs made of special materials were used to handcuff these people's hands, making it impossible for them to use their own origin energy. When the members of the Blazing Sword Union were locked up, many people realized that they were in big trouble. This time, they had finally provoked someone they shouldn't have. The one who suffered the most was Wang Zhong. Since he was the Vice Alliance Master and a small leader, he had to be punished as an example to the others. Soon, he was given special treatment. The 6 of you, follow me. On the 3rd floor of the Broad Delight Casino, there was also a practice room. After all, there was a group of people who lived directly in the Broad Delight Casino. The 6 people who were called were the 6 butchers. Although the 6 of them didn't know why Li Zhongzhou called them, they had seen Li Zhongzhou's power and heard a lot about Li Zhongzhou's legends. They were very curious about what kind of person this hidden boss was. Such a huge casino and hundreds of billions of assets belonged to Li Zhongzhou. Have a seat, Li Zhongzhou said casually. Then, he took the lead and sat down. He took out a porcelain bottle and placed it on the table. How much is your salary? Among the 6 people, the leader was an old man. The old man wore a bamboo hat and a straw cape, but there was a sickle tied to his waist. Using a sickle to fight was very rare. Therefore, when the old man attacked, he directly cut the wrists of several people. If necessary, it wouldn't be a big problem to directly cut off their hands. 20 million gold coins per day. 20 million gold coins. That was 200,000 purple coins. In a month, they could earn 60 million purple coins. To them, this was already a huge number. Not everyone had Li Zhongzhou's ability to casually capture someone and ask for 50 million purple coins. First of all, you had to have the ability to detain the person. Secondly, you had to have the courage to open your mouth and ask for such a price. There were all kinds of situations. You had to grasp all of them. After all, their cultivation was only average. It was already very good for them to be able to earn such a price in Royal City. Not many people would be willing to recruit mercenaries from such expensive adventurers for a long time. This is the 5-soul origin pill, a 5th-grade pill. It is enough for you to break through your limits, Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. He pushed the porcelain bottle in his hand forward. If one wanted to gain a foothold in Royal City and establish prestige, one had to be powerful. Pills were something that Li Zhongzhou could casually refine. In fact, in Li Zhongzhou's eyes, they were the most worthless thing. Probably only Li Zhongzhou would dare to be so arrogant. He didn't care about these pills at all. When the 6 of them heard this, their eyes immediately widened. Was this true? They had naturally heard of the 5-soul origin pill. If a Yuan Zone realm cultivator could take one, it would be of great help to their cultivation breakthrough. It was even the dream pill of a Yuan Zone realm cultivator. However, it couldn't be bought on the market at all. It would only appear occasionally at auctions. Other than that, one would have to find a high-level alchemist to customize it. If one wanted to customize it, not only would they have to search for and collect the herbs themselves, but they would also have to pay an expensive processing fee. It wasn't something that anyone could afford. Furthermore, the market price of a 5-soul origin pill was 30 million purple yuan. Even with their small team, they had to go without eating or drinking for nearly half a month before they could save up this much money, and it was only enough to buy one. Not only was it not enough to go around. Most importantly, it couldn't be bought at all. Without a channel, it was simply not enough to have a small amount of money. Therefore, when they heard this, they could even feel their saliva drooling. However, the old man's gaze quickly became sharp. If there was only one pill in the bottle, wouldn't they have to kill each other? Don't worry, there are 6 pills in the bottle. Li Zhongjiu said casually, as if the contents of the bottle were merely 6 ordinary jelly beans. However, after the initial shock and urgency, the 6 of them became vigilant. These elixirs were incomparably precious. If they were taken out so casually, it would not be a good thing. One must know that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. They had been in this world for so long. How could they not be aware of this point? For Li Zhongjiu to take out such a precious medicinal pill, there must be some sinister plot in it, therefore, the 6 of them could not help but be vigilant. They all looked at Li Zhongjiu. These elixirs may be precious in your eyes, but with me, you can have as many as you want. Li Zhongjiu said casually. You have performed well today. These elixirs are your rewards. In the future, as long as you continue to kill for me, you will continue to receive elixirs. Only when your strength is strong, can you kill more people. The elixirs were placed on the table. Although the 6 of them wanted them very much, they could not help but hold back. They did not rush up and snatch the elixirs. Are there really no other conditions? The old man in the lead asked again with uncertainty. If you are not assured, then return the elixirs to me. I will naturally hand them over to others. Li Zhongjiu said as he made a gesture to take back the elixirs. These old men were shrewd. When they suddenly saw such a windfall appear in front of them, they naturally could not bear it. That was why they were so suspicious. However, when they heard that Li Zhongjiu wanted to take back the elixirs, they became anxious. The old man grabbed the elixirs in his hand and looked at Li Zhongjiu with a smile. Yes, of course. Hee, young Master Li is so generous. We naturally understand. If you have any orders in the future, we will be at your service. Li Zhongjiu saw that the old man accepted the elixirs and got up to leave. He did this to tell those who worked for him. If they worked for Li Zhongjiu, they would have plenty of money. There were plenty of medicinal pills, 6 tier 5 medicinal pills in one go. Who in the royal city would be so generous? Even the South Heaven Pill Emperor would not be as generous as Li Zhongjiu. Although these were only primary level 5 pills, they were absolutely incomparably precious in front of these people. All these years, they had risked their lives in order to obtain these high-grade pills, and then use them to break through their own strength and realm. To become an even more powerful expert, then he would continue to live. It was not easy to survive in such a cruel world. Therefore, it was necessary to obtain these resources. Those who had access to high-level resources were usually winners in life. For example, he could forge high-grade origin tools and refine high-grade pills. People like Li Zhongjiu did not even need to work hard to live a better life. As for those who didn't have access to these high-level resources, they could only live desperately and then desperately earn money to buy them. Now that they were able to obtain the pills bestowed by Li Zhongjiu, it was an opportunity for them. After all, they had only just come into contact with Li Zhongjiu and did not know what kind of person Li Zhongjiu was. Li Zhongjiu got up and left. Recently, he also needed to refine a batch of pills. Pills could be used to break through the levels in the Genius Tower. There were only 2 levels left. Li Zhongjiu was prepared to rush up in one go. It would still be somewhat difficult to break through just by relying on the yuan qi and mind power of a peak sky origin ancestor. Li Zhongjiu could either prepare some pills and combine them with his mind power to forcefully break through, or he could refine a pill that would allow him to break through his mind power and reach the yuan monarch grade. There were no problems with either method. It all depended on luck. It would be a good thing if he could find the ingredients to refine a pill that could allow him to break through his mind power. Otherwise, he could only engage in a protracted battle. At the same time, he also wanted to see if anything had happened in Luoxia City recently. Cultivation. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had spent almost all his life cultivating. Now, he cared more about his family. The reason he had gathered so many forces in Monarch City was to pave the way for the future growth of the Li family. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had already reached the peak. It could be said that the peak was rather lonely. On the other hand, Luoxia City was as calm as still water. Everything was peaceful. Just the forces that had been left behind were enough to deal with some matters. Li Zhongjiu also went to hire an escort agency. He sent some of the pills that he had refined, which were only grade 3 or grade 4, to the Li family of Luoxia City. Since these escort agencies had accepted the task, they would definitely accomplish their mission. In addition to the pills, they also brought some specialties of Sacred Flame Royal City, such as roasted meat. This was considered a relatively common matter. While Li Zhongjiu was as calm as still water, Li Zhongjiu's expression changed. On the other side, the members of the Blazing Sword Alliance who had fled back went through a lot of trouble and finally found Leng Ao Tian. Recently, Leng Ao Tian was also close to breaking through. Who would have thought that Li Zhongjiu, who was causing trouble, would appear? Therefore, many things were delayed. Although Leng Ao Tian was the leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance, his cultivation had to be constantly improved. Otherwise, even if he could stay by the young master's side, he would only be a piece of trash. What the young master needed was a truly powerful battle aid. They weren't just a motley crew. However, there seemed to be something that had been hindering Leng Ao Tian, causing him to be unable to take this final step. When his subordinates found Leng Ao Tian and explained what had happened, Leng Ao Tian was shocked. Leng Ao Tian was instantly enraged. No wonder I felt that something was wrong recently. It turns out that this matter was hindering me. A mere Li Zhongjiu won't be able to stop my cultivation. In Leng Ao Tian's opinion, it must be because of this Li Zhongjiu's matter that affected his cultivation. When he went out, he would first eliminate this Li Zhongjiu. Then, he would be able to focus on breaking through. Gather the remaining members of the Blazing Sword Alliance. I will personally make a trip to the Great Pleasure Casino to get them. This Li Zhongjiu was really crazy about money. Not only did he kidnap the members of his Blazing Sword Alliance, he even dared to ask for a ransom of 50 million purple yuan. Could it be that this money fell from the sky? When Leng Ao Tian saw the few people gathered in front of him, his eyes immediately widened. F***CK. How many of our people did that brat capture? Alliance leader, including the vice alliance leader, a total of 22 people were captured. The person who had escaped earlier said. What? The various small and large societies in the Imperial Martial Pavilion could not exceed 30 people. Otherwise, if a society directly recruited hundreds of people, wouldn't it be a mess? A total of 30 people. Right now, there were a total of 22 people who were captured. It was no wonder that Leng Ao Tian was so shocked. No one had ever encountered something like this before. For something like this to happen, it was an embarrassing matter for the Blazing Sword Alliance. Therefore, they could not report this matter to the young master. If they went to the young master for everything, wouldn't the young master be the one who had to clean up their mess? The Blazing Sword Alliance's future existence was to help the young master solve his problems, and not to seek his help whenever there was a problem. Damn it. Leng Ao Tian looked at the people before him. Even if they went, they would only be courting death. Therefore, no matter what, he had to bring them over. Seems like I'll have to make a trip to the Elite Alliance. The Elite Alliance was a group that was on par with the Blazing Sword Alliance. Furthermore, the relationship between the two groups was pretty good. Right now, the Blazing Sword Alliance was practically devoured by the other party. In order to successfully rescue the people in his own group, he had to seek help from the Elite Alliance. Other than that, he could not rely on the power of his family. The more talented a person was, the more they believed in their own strength. Only by relying on their own strength could they truly guarantee their own safety. They wouldn't easily ask for help from the forces behind them. If they were to ask for help from their families, it would be a very shameful thing. After all, they were all adults. If they could not even handle such small matters, wouldn't it be even more laughable? The Elite Alliance was a rather famous existence in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. They had 28 fixed members. Every semester, there would be a final evaluation. If someone's strength did not pass, they would definitely be kicked out. They would continue to recruit new people. The requirements were extremely high. The elite alliance's strength was also extremely strong. In the courtyard where the elite alliance was located, a young lady was sitting cross-legged. There were 3 long swords hovering around her. Everything around her seemed to have entered a state of stillness. Suddenly, there seemed to be some movement in the courtyard. The 3 swords instantly turned into 3 streaks of sword light and shot forward. Their speed was so fast that it seemed as though it was just a blink of an eye. They had already flown in front of her. Leng Aotian stopped in his tracks. Looking at the 3 flying swords that were emitting a chilling aura in front of him, Leng Aotian was slightly shocked in his heart. However, he still cleared his throat. Ahem, Xianxia, you don't have to be so nervous. Could it be that I can't enter the Elite Alliance's compound? The relationship between Leng Aotian and the Elite Alliance was very simple. Before becoming the leader of the Blazing Sword Alliance, Leng Aotian was a member of the Elite Alliance. Moreover, his position was not low. Later on, when he joined the young master, he left the Blazing Sword Union and became the leader of the Blazing Sword Union. The woman before him was Xianxia. In the Elite Alliance, he was ranked 6th in terms of strength. He was also one of the higher-ups of the Elite Alliance. Why did you come back? Xianxia said faintly. As a senior figure in the Elite Alliance, Xianxia was considered an outstanding existence in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. He was also an iconic figure in the Elite Alliance. Leng Aotian, who had always been fierce, could not help but stutter when he saw Xianxia today. It seemed like he wanted to say something but hesitated. However, in the end, he still told her everything. You guys are really bold. Do you really think that you can be arrogant and self-righteous just because of some rankings in the Imperial Martial Pavilion? Those people outside have been trained with real swords and spears. Just this murderous aura alone is not something that we can learn. Xianxia said. However, looking at Leng Aotian's expression, it seemed like he could not hold on any longer. He originally came to ask for help, but who knew that he would encounter Xianxia, resulting in him having to listen to a lecture here. The rest of the people have gone out for training. I will accompany you. Xianxia said. After all, Leng Aotian and Leng Aotian were once comrades in arms. Therefore, Leng Aotian wouldn't neglect him. In addition, Leng Aotian was a good person. The reason why he jumped ship to the Blazing Sword Union was because of some political reasons. In another year's time, Xianxia would graduate. After graduation, his goal was to return to his hometown in Luoxia City and protect his city. Therefore, Xianxia did not participate in these matters. Even Leng Aotian had repeatedly come to persuade him, but he failed to succeed. With Xianxia's talent and strength, naturally, many people would pay attention to him. They even hoped to recruit Xianxia under their banner. Then, they would definitely have one more powerful warrior. For the recruitment of these elite talents, the major forces were also racking their brains. They promised some very generous conditions and released various signals. It was not surprising even if it was through marriage. The most important thing was to retain the talent. Some powerful forces naturally needed someone to manage them. If there were a lot of geniuses, then they must have unlimited potential. However, if the younger generation was mixed with good and bad people, then it was very likely to lead to a decline. Of course, this kind of thing still needed to be done according to one's ability. Otherwise, if excessive recruitment was uncontrollable and led to saturation, it would also accelerate the consumption of the headquarters. Leng Aotian was naturally happy when he heard that Xianxia was willing to help him. In terms of strength, there was not much difference between the two of them. With Xianxia's help, the Blazing Sword Alliance would undoubtedly have one more trump card. What's the background of the other party? Do you know? Xianxia tried his best to obtain as much information as possible while walking. It was very important to know one's enemy as well as oneself. I heard that he's a disciple of Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. His name is Li Zhongjiu. Leng Aotian frowned and said. What did you say? What's his name? Xianxia's footsteps suddenly stopped as he looked at Leng Aotian with a shocked expression. Leng Aotian was also very surprised. It could be said that he had never seen such a scene before. Even in the face of a disaster, he had never seen such an expression on Xianxia's face. His name is Li Zhongjiu. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Leng Aotian asked. After hearing the name, Yi Tianshui's originally sparkling big eyes widened again. It was obvious that his pupils continued to shrink after enlarging. Is Li Zhongjiu also from Luoxia City? After a long while, Yi Tianshui said slowly. At this moment, Yi Tianshui's eyes were filled with a trace of seriousness. Also from Luoxia City? When Leng Aotian heard Yi Tianshui's words, he seemed to have recalled that there was indeed such a crucial piece of information. Yi Tianshui was already feeling a little angry. When Li Zhongjiu arrived, her grandfather, who was far away in Luoxia City, had already sent a letter to her, asking her to take good care of Li Zhongjiu. After all, it was not easy for Li Zhongjiu to come to Sacred Flame Royal City alone. However, Yi Tianshui did not take this matter to heart at that time. After all, in her opinion, Li Zhongjiu must have used his connections to get her grandfather to take care of him. If it was a small matter, it wouldn't be a problem for Yi Tianshui. However, the premise was that Li Zhongjiu was worthy of her help. Recently, Yi Tianshui had been busy with the matter of his breakthrough. Therefore, she did not pay much attention to Li Zhongjiu's matter. Now that she had bumped into Li Zhongjiu, who came from the same place, she thought that if Li Zhongjiu studied hard and entered Celestial Day Medicine Matter, he would naturally cultivate the art of alchemy well. Who would have thought that he would be fooling around with these people and working in this casino? This really disappointed Yi Tianshui. Sacred Flame Royal City itself was a training ground. There were too many temptations here. If one did not have a firm belief, it would be difficult to maintain one's original heart. If one continued to cultivate, they would sooner or later lose themselves in this materialistic environment. Obviously, in Yi Tianshui's opinion, Li Zhongjiu had already strayed onto the evil path. This made Yi Tianshui a little angry. She even felt like she expected better from him. Although she had not seen Li Zhongjiu yet, she had already vaguely felt that way. Li Zhongjiu must have been greedy for money. Therefore, he had directly strayed onto the evil path. You're lucky that you met me this time. If you met someone else next time, it would be a life and death feud. Yi Tianshui sighed in her heart. In her opinion, she might be able to spare Li Zhongjiu's life today and give Li Zhongjiu a chance to turn over a new leaf. However, if Li Zhongjiu was unwilling, then he could not blame her. Furthermore, this opportunity was given to him for the sake of his grandfather. Well, that was what Yi Tianshui thought. However, at this moment, Li Zhongjiu did not know that there was already a fellow villager who was prepared to let him go. If Li Zhongjiu were to find out about this, he would really let her experience what it meant to be an upright and plain-spoken slap. Li Zhongjiu also walked into the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Although the herbs in the Heavenly Day Medicine Matter were cheap, they were all standard herbs. In other words, they were all elixirs. For example, some of the herbs that Li Zhongjiu needed to refine a 6th-grade elixir. He asked the old man in the library to find some of the herbs. Those were some deadly poisons, which could not be bought in ordinary places. Some of the herbs were even listed as forbidden drugs in the Xingyan dynasty. It was very difficult to buy them. However, if Li Zhongjiu wanted to get these herbs, he naturally had a way. When Li Zhongjiu arrived at the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, immediately, someone came up to him. "Welcome, young Master Li." Looking at the beautiful maid in front of him, Li Zhongjiu was also puzzled. He had not come to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall before. How did the person in front of him know him? Could it be that she had mistaken him for someone else? In this life, Li Zhongjiu did not want to be famous. However, the resources in his hands were necessary. "You know me?" Li Zhongjiu asked. Our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall pays attention to the news of all the alchemists and pharmacists in the city. Young Master Li is this year's top freshman in the Heavenly Day Medicine Matter. Moreover, you are an imperial alchemist. In our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, you have long been well known. The maid said with a faint smile. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu also understood that the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall could be so big. It was not without reason. Doing these things to the extreme and being prepared at any time, there would not be a problem. Therefore, the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall would not miss Li Zhongjiu's arrival. Alchemists did not come to the herb hall to eat. They would consume more or less. Naturally, it was a big business. With Li Zhongjiu's identity, coming to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall was naturally not an ordinary business. Of course, there was a big business inside. Young Master Li, please wait a moment. Our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's chief will personally come to receive you. The maid said with a smile. Chatting with such a maid was indeed a comfortable feeling. Therefore, there was no problem even if Li Zongjiu had to wait here. Soon, Li Zongjiu also saw a middle-aged man hurrying over. When he saw Li Zongjiu, his face was even more excited and apologetic. Oh, sorry. I was just dealing with some matters and neglected young Master Li. I am Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's chief, Huang He. Young Master Li, please come upstairs. Please come upstairs. When Huang He met, his face was filled with sincere apologies. In fact, Li Zongjiu did not have any problems now. He had only waited here for a few minutes. Of course, if the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's attitude was arrogant, it would naturally be a different matter. Things weren't that simple anymore. It's fine. Lead the way. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. The position of the chief was more or less a manager. In this Thousand Taste Herb Hall, he naturally had a lot of status and resources. With such a status, even when facing Li Zongjiu, the top of the freshman roll, he would not have such an attitude. If there was a reason, it must be because of Li Zongjiu's Imperial Alchemist qualification. It was because of such a golden signboard that the chief of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's Royal City shop had such an attitude. Otherwise, if the top of the freshman roll appeared every year, Huang He would not be able to straighten his back. Not to mention other achievements, such as the ranking on the Alchemist roll. Naturally, the wait was impeccable. Huang He invited Li Zongjiu to a reception room. He personally poured a cup of tea for Li Zongjiu. Young Master Li, may I know what you need from our Thousand Flavors Herb Hall? Huang He asked directly. From the contact just now, he roughly knew that Li Zongjiu was not a person who liked to beat around the bush, nor was he a person who liked to chat. Therefore, he spoke directly. As for the medicinal herbs downstairs, he naturally did not bring Li Zongjiu to see them. Although there were many good things in those medicinal herbs, they were nothing compared to the medicinal herbs building of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. Most of the requirements could be met. Only some special requirements could not be met. Naturally, Huang He was also knowledgeable. Li Zongjiu's performance was quite famous in the alchemy circle, so Huang He also knew that if he wanted to buy some ordinary herbs, there was no need for him to come to Thousand Flavors Herb Hall in person. Can you find the demonic lotus? Li Zongjiu asked directly. Demonic lotus, Huang He was completely shocked when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. Although he had already prepared for what Li Zongjiu needed, Huang He couldn't help but sit up straight when he heard what Li Zongjiu wanted. If he didn't sit properly, he would probably slip and kneel on the ground. The origin of the demonic cloud flower wasn't simple. There were very few people who knew about it. Once, there was a very small country at the border of the Xianxia dynasty. The country's territory was not large, but its civilization was very glorious, and its system was perfected late. At that time, the Xianxia dynasty was constantly expanding. Originally, the demonic lotus was ready to surrender because they weren't warlike, but a general was sent out and ordered a massacre. Nearly 2 million people in the Demon Cliff Kingdom were slaughtered in an instant. The border was sealed, and no one could escape. The land and buildings in this country were also cleaned up. Even all the information about the Demon Cliff Kingdom had been burned to the ground. When the Xianxia dynasty was first established, it didn't want to bear the name of an executioner. Even those who knew about this matter had their entire families destroyed, causing many people to no longer dare to mention this matter. The history of the demonic lotus was nearly 500 years old. On the original land, flowers and plants with deep resentment gradually grew. The appearance of these flowers was only a kind of gray. At first, it was gray, but once someone approached it, their soul would be directly sucked away. When the number of souls absorbed gradually increased, the demonic lotus would show a black state. The more souls it absorbed, the deeper the color. Most importantly, this flower was extremely difficult to destroy. Even if its roots were cut off, it wouldn't die. If it was brought to a crowded place, it would definitely absorb a lot of souls. It would cause great panic. It could be said that it was an invisible thing that could kill people. Therefore, once the demonic lotus appeared, the government must be notified, and the government would immediately send people to destroy it. There was a rumor among the people that the demonic lotus appeared because the people of the demonic lotus came back to take revenge. After all, millions of their people were directly killed and buried. One had to know that so many people had been beheaded. More importantly, when they had clearly surrendered, the tyrannical general ordered a massacre. This was a dark history that could never be erased. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu mentioned this term, Huang He became restless. If someone were to hear this, Huang He might just lose his head. This thing is forbidden, Huang He said in an extremely serious tone. If this matter was known by others, he would be finished. She thought that the herbs that Li Zhongjiu was looking for were just some precious herbs or herbs that were highly toxic. However, he didn't expect. Li Zhongjiu in front of him was actually looking for this forbidden thing. If he was found to be looking for this forbidden thing, the consequences would be very serious. There would be no chance for him to regret it. However, although this was a forbidden thing, Huang He didn't directly reject or deny it. At this moment. How long will it take? Li Zhongjiu asked indifferently. Since you didn't say no, I'll take it that you agree. Within a month. That's too long. 3 days. Li Zhongjiu said. Young Master Li might not know the market. This is a forbidden thing. Even the slightest bit of information about it can't be leaked. If the slightest bit of information is leaked, perhaps he will lose his head. Huang He couldn't help but say. That's why the search and delivery cycle is naturally long. 10 million purple yuan. If it's 1 day earlier, double the price. If it's 2 days earlier, triple the price. Here's a deposit of 5 million purple yuan. Payment will be made when the goods are delivered. Li Zhongjiu said. It wasn't that he was stingy, but this method was beneficial to speed up the pace. If they couldn't keep up with the speed, a lot of things would be delayed. It's a deal. I guarantee that the thing will be delivered to young Master Li within 3 days. But young Master Li, there are rules in this business. According to the rules, once the thing is in your hands, it has nothing to do with us. Huang He looked at Li Zhongjiu and said. These words had to be said first. If there was no way to guarantee absolute safety, Huang He would rather not do this kind of business. This was because the demon camel flower had touched the dynasty's sore spot. If it was known by others, even the 1,000-taste herb hall would be in trouble. Therefore, it was better to say these words clearly. Don't worry. Li Zhongjiu said. Then, Li Zhongjiu stood up and left. Huang He hurriedly received the money and came to see him off. As expected of the imperial alchemist. Recently, Li Zhongjiu's name had gradually become famous in Royal City. Many people could even hear the name Li Zhongjiu in different places. He was like a real mad dragon. It couldn't be hidden. Even if he casually leaked some of his overbearing aura, it was enough to shock the world and cause a certain degree of shock. 10 million purple yuan. How generous. After Huang He sent Li Zhongjiu away, he thought back to the business he had just received. Just the 5% commission would be a total of 500,000 purple yuan. All he needed to do was to receive Li Zhongjiu and bear some of the risks. In terms of value, the demonic camel flower was practically worthless. After all, no one was willing to touch such an item. Although it was dangerous, there were ways to deal with it. The most important thing was to ensure that the news didn't leak out. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if they were targeted. What Huang He needed to do next was to ensure the safety of the business. 50 million gold coins. These scholars are so king rich. Just a casual move and it was worth 10 million. And it was purple yuan. This naturally made Huang He envious. Inside the Great Joy Casino, each of the 6 butchers received a 5-soul essence pill. Naturally, they couldn't help themselves when such a pill was in their hands. However, these people were also cautious. If one of them took the pill first and there were no problems, then everyone would be happy. If he could break through, then everyone would be even more excited. However, if he took poison and there was even the slightest problem, then it would be convenient for the remaining 5 people to avenge him. In that case, he wouldn't die for no reason. At least there would be someone to avenge him. In the end, the 6 people drew lots, and one of them took the pill. Although there was a 90% chance that the pill was real, it was never wrong to be careful. After an hour, a tyrannical aura seeped out from the practice room. The 5 people who were waiting bitterly outside also felt this tyrannical aura, and their faces immediately revealed shocked and pleasantly surprised expressions. Success. When that person walked out of the practice room, the remaining 5 people were extremely excited. I broke through. Grade 6 Origin Ancestor. I have reached Grade 6 Origin Ancestor. Furthermore, my previous internal injuries have all healed, the person said excitedly. The effect of this pill was so powerful that he had never imagined that it would actually have such a terrifying effect. Just this pill alone made him feel as if his entire body had been sublimated. The subsequent breakthrough seemed to be a matter of course. Not only that, but the internal injuries that had accumulated in his body over the years had also been healed. It was simply a healing panacea. The breakthrough in his cultivation had also directly broken through 2 grades. Before this, he had only been a Grade 4 Origin Ancestor. Now, he had directly reached Grade 6 Origin Ancestor. Such a tyrannical change in strength couldn't help but be shocked. It was even extremely inconceivable. It was truly astonishing. When the other 5 companions saw this change, they naturally rushed into the practice room without a doubt and couldn't wait to take the pill and consume it. After another hour, the other 5 members of the 6-headed butchers also walked out of the training room in high spirits. Among them, 3 of them had reached the cultivation of a rank 6 Origin Ancestor, while the other was a rank 7 Origin Ancestor. As for the old man leading the group, Tu Fu, he had directly broken through to the 8th grade Origin Ancestor realm. Moreover, he looked completely different from an old man in his 60s or 70s. Every part of his body seemed to be full of vitality. This immediately raised the overall level of the 6-headed butcher to a whole new level. The current 6-headed butcher was definitely able to squeeze through the threshold of a true first-rate expert in this city. He would directly become a first-rate expert. However, when the 6-headed butcher reappeared in front of everyone, he did not hide his tyrannical aura at all. Everyone was amazed and shocked by the changes in the 6-headed butchers. They had not expected that the strength of the 6-headed butchers would actually achieve a collective breakthrough in such a short period of time. However, after some idle chatter, they immediately found out that the 6-headed butchers had met Li Zongjiu alone. After some deliberation, they also found out that these people had actually consumed Li Zongjiu's pill. Li Zongjiu had bestowed the pill. Previously, they had also heard that Li Zongjiu was a new disciple of the Xianxia medicine matter. However, this identity did not mean anything. Everyone knew that Li Zongjiu definitely had other identities. Otherwise, how could a mere disciple of the Xianxia medicine matter control them? That was obviously impossible. It was impossible for an ordinary student to have such an aura. Therefore, Li Zongjiu definitely had other identities that were even more hidden. However, they had now obtained an advantage because of his identity as an alchemist. This was something that could not be obtained if they worked for others. Pills, who would give away such precious pills to others, even if they had no use for it for the time being, they would not casually give it to people they had recruited. However, one of them accidentally let the cat out of the bag while being smug. The pill that Li Zongjiu had bestowed upon them was actually a level 5 pill. The mercenary's blood began to boil with excitement. Damn it. If I knew that the owner of this place was so generous, I would have taken care of all the previous matters. Wasn't it easy to get rid of those rookies? We let these people take advantage of us. Some were indignant. Because they had come here to fish in troubled waters and take the money and leave, they did not pay much attention to many things. They would definitely not make a move unless it was the most critical moment. If they made a move, there was a chance that someone would die. They were also very sad that they had missed the opportunity. What a great opportunity this was. Although they knew that Li Zongjiu had deliberately used this method to motivate them, they still fell for it. Who knew if he would be rewarded after this? Judging from the current situation, there was a high possibility that he would be rewarded. When will someone come to cause trouble again? You brat, you still don't want to live a peaceful life, do you? To be able to enjoy peace and quiet was also very precious for people like them who lived on the edge of a knife. However, there were also quite a number of people who were fantasizing about the next time someone came to cause trouble. Then, they would definitely rush to take action. In that case, young Master Li Zongjiu might take a fancy to them and directly throw a 5th-grade pill at them. Even if they were smashed with a concussion, they would be very willing. Just as these people drank wine, ate meat, and occasionally played 2 rounds on the gambling table, sure enough, someone came to cause trouble again. When someone came to this special lounge to inform them, these people also rushed out in a rush. There were already several young people standing in the hall. One of them was actually a girl. Oh, this is good. This must be mine. Whoever snatches it from me, I will fight with them. A person who looked like a short winter melon said. The weapon in his hand was an iron staff that was as tall as him. Those who recognized this stick would stay far away from this short winter melon. This was because this staff was called the mountain-shattering staff. If this staff fell, it could directly smash a person's head into pieces. No matter how thick one's skin was, they would not be able to block this flying skull. The 2 ends of the iron staff were hollow. There were 108 iron beads hidden inside. When the elemental energy was activated, when the staff fell, the 108 iron beads would exert force together, and the destructive power would be extremely strong. The way of death would be extremely tragic. At this moment, he landed in front of Yi Tianshui and pointed the stick in his hand at the person in front of him. Little girl, why don't you take the initiative to admit your mistake and let us tie you up? Then, this matter will be over. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear Uncle's stick so easily. Yi Tianshui calmly looked at the short man in front of him. Although the other party was frivolous and arrogant, the latter's aura was calm. Obviously, the short man's strength wasn't simple. He wasn't as weak as he looked. Yi Tianshui couldn't let his guard down. Leng Outyen took a step forward and was ready to take action. Since he dared to say such words to Yi Tianshui, he was ready to teach him a lesson. The disciples of Imperial Martial Pavilion had their dignity too. If they were to fight one-on-one, they might not be afraid of these people. They were different from the rest. Leng Outyen and Yi Tianshui were both from Elite Alliance. The Elite Alliance was more inclined towards actual combat. Compared to the rest of the members, their combat strength was undoubtedly stronger. People like Jean Buffon had talent, but they lacked actual combat experience. When facing such a situation, their mentality would be different as well. Therefore, Jean Buffon could only display less than half of his strength in a battle of life and death. As for Leng Outyen and Yi Tianshui, they were strong and talented. Therefore, in the process of breaking through, they could display 100% of their strength in the face of such a strong enemy. This also showed the importance of having such a mentality. Such a mentality was enough to allow them to survive some impossible situations. Don't be hasty. Yi Tianshui stopped Leng Outyen. He looked at the short man in front of him. He said calmly. I'm here to look for Li Zongjiu. Ask Li Zongjiu to come out and see me. Yi Tianshui said. Tell him that my name is Yi Tianshui. Since Li Zongjiu was able to find her father through his connections, Li Zongjiu must have known Yi Tianshui's name. When Li Zongjiu heard Yi Tianshui's name, he should know the seriousness of the matter and come out obediently. Hehe, if you want to find our boss, you have to be obedient. Put down your weapon. The short man said sinisterly. Also, you have to be tied up by us. The short man said as his gaze swept back and forth across Yi Tianshui's body. You're courting death. Leng Outyen couldn't stand it any longer. If these people didn't suffer a beating, they wouldn't learn their lesson. Therefore, Leng Outyen's figured directly. His aura crazily. Boom. Grade 8 Yuan Zone, this level of Yuan power was extremely tyrannical. Although the short winter melon was strong, he was merely a grade 6 Yuan ancestor. If he was only a grade 6 Yuan ancestor, he might still be able to put up a fight. However, Leng Outyen's aura was akin to an enormous mountain pressing down on him. F***CK. The short man immediately shouted. He wanted to retreat, but he realized that it was too late. He could only rush towards the mountain. If he could defeat it, he might have a chance to succeed. However, if he could only escape, he would definitely end up in a miserable state. However, the short man had yet to collide with Leng Outyen. Suddenly, a man appeared behind the short wintermelon, grabbed his collar, and threw him to the ground with a loud bang. At the same time, the sword in the person's hand suddenly pierced down. Swoosh, a sharp sword was inserted into the side of the short man's neck. The sharp aura had already left a shallow mark on his neck. If this continued, the mark would continue to expand and eventually penetrate through his skin. Clang! The iron rod in the person's hand rolled to the ground. Faced with the strength of these two people, the short man did not even have time to react before he was instantly defeated. They were not on the same level at all. You want to tie me up, right? Yi Tianshui's cold gaze fell on the short man. If Yi Tianshui wanted to, this sword was enough to take the short man's life and cut his head off. From the light in Yi Tianshui's eyes, he did not seem like the kind of person who would not dare to take action. Therefore, the short man was so frightened that he did not dare to speak. Haha, short man, why are you not speaking? Don't be a coward. We are all here to watch. That's right, that's right. Why are you lying down? You've been released too quickly. The surrounding people were not in a hurry. However, the short man seemed to have been forced into a corner and immediately shouted. If you don't *King do it, my head will be cut off. As soon as he finished speaking, the people who were already prepared swarmed forward, facing Ling Outyin, who was a grade 8 origin ancestor. The six-headed butcher took care of it as well. He could use this guy to test how strong he was after breaking through. The rest of them only attacked Yi Tianshui. Everyone, be careful, Yi Tianshui said to the people behind him. Then, 3 long swords appeared beside him. Under Yi Tianshui's command, these long swords released a terrifying aura in an instant. It was as if there were 3 extra hands holding these long swords. At the same time, he kicked the short man beside him and sent him flying. Otherwise, this short wintermelon would definitely be waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He had used his hidden strength in this kick. The short man was sent flying with a kick. At the same time, his head tilted to one side and he fainted. Whoosh, as the sword chi soared into the air, a tough collision occurred in the casino. Yi Tianshui and Ling Aotian were obviously very strong. They were still able to resist tenaciously even when their numbers were more than 10 times greater. Although they were both grade 8 origin ancestors, the old butcher was no match for Ling Aotian. Ling Aotian's aura was extremely threatening. If the 6 of them had not joined forces, they would not have been able to resist Ling Aotian's aura. However, Ling Aotian's energy was limited. If this continued for a long time, he would definitely enter a state where his energy was exhausted. At that time, the 6 of them would be able to easily take down Ling Aotian. Until now, Ling Aotian and the old butcher had not released their origin spirits. This was because this was a way to save their lives. On the other hand, Yi Tianshui was full of battle strength. Facing the attacks of more than 10 experts, he advanced and retreated in an orderly manner with 3 flying swords beside him. Between the attacks, he could often injure his opponents and leave a few wounds. Clang clang clang, the swords collided and sparks flew everywhere. It also changed according to the cultivation technique he practiced. Yi Tianshui had a great talent in controlling his flying swords. He even chose a set of sword techniques in the Imperial Martial Pavilion called the 9 Swords Art. If he cultivated it to the extreme, he could control 81 flying swords at the same time. He could form a sword formation with unparalleled power. Now, Yi Tianshui was only controlling 3 flying swords, which was already quite sharp. It was really surprising that he could move freely among so many experts. Those who came forward wanted to take down Yi Tianshui, but they had to avoid him. Yi Tianshui's aura was really too strong. Grab her sword. A metal claw abruptly flew out from one of the men's hands and immediately caught the flying sword. Then, he violently pulled along the metal chain and pulled the sword in front of him. He threw the sword to the ground and immediately stepped on it. At this moment, one of the men beside him saw this and immediately used the axe in his hand to cut the flying sword. With a loud clang, the flying sword was cut in half. Yi Tianshui was also in pain. He could not help but retreat, leaving only the 2 flying swords in front of him. Immediately, the flying swords whistled, and it seemed to be a little difficult for him to withstand the attacks of the remaining people. Hee hee, your girl seems to be dying. We don't know what those people will do to her later. The 6 butchers grinned as well. Lung Outyin, who was tenaciously resisting, was also very worried about Yi Tianshui. After seeing Yi Tianshui's move fail, he could not help but feel anxious. At this moment, when he heard the old man's words, he was also nervous and immediately looked in Yi Tianshui's direction. Just by looking at it, his weakness was immediately exposed. No matter how rich his combat experience was, if he did not have a strong will, there would always be an opportunity for others to take advantage of. Boom! The old man directly saw the opportunity and rushed forward in an instant. He then kicked Lung Outyan's chest with the corner of his foot. Lung Aotian was instantly sent flying as if he had been hit by a thick tree trunk. The old butcher naturally knew that a person like Lung Aotian would more or less have some protective items on him. If he were to use Yuan power to attack, his leg might even be broken by his opponent's protective power. Therefore, the old butcher was very clear that he only used his own strength and didn't use any elemental energy. Therefore, this kick could be considered painful. Lung Aotian fell to the ground with a bang. Immediately, a few long blades landed on Lung Aotian's neck with caw-caw sounds. Don't move. If you move again, I'll cut off a layer of your scalp. A few ferocious gazes immediately landed on Lung Aotian. As for Lung Aotian himself, he was also rather unhappy. It was actually because these people had disturbed his mind that he was defeated by them. This was a rather embarrassing matter. Kill me if you want. Kill you? Hee hee, you're worth 50 million purple yuan, and we can't bear to kill you. Who knows, we might even get a commission if we capture you. Tianshui, leave quickly. Lung Aotian didn't want to drag Yi Tianshui down. At this moment, Yi Tianshui saw this scene and knew that the situation was hopeless. He didn't expect Lung Aotian to be defeated so quickly. Hearing Lung Aotian's words, Yi Tianshui knew that if he didn't leave, everyone would be in trouble. Yi Tianshui wasn't a friendly person. If he failed, he wouldn't have the right to speak. Although Lung Aotian was captured, with Lung Aotian's identity and the reputation of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, these people definitely wouldn't dare to do anything. If it was just some conflict, the Imperial Martial Pavilion would not pay too much attention to it. However, if someone's life was involved, they would definitely pursue the matter to the end. No one would easily forgive it because it was an extremely serious matter. The Imperial Martial Pavilion spent a lot of resources and strength to nurture these talents. However, before these people could grow, they were directly eliminated. If it was any other force, who would be able to accept it? Therefore, Yi Tianshui wasn't worried about these matters. Immediately, his figure flew out. Boom! Yi Tianshui directly rushed to the roof and broke a big hole in the roof. Whoosh! A metal chain soared into the sky and chased after Yi Tianshui. At this moment, Tai-Fi had just returned from his business. From afar, he saw that the roof of his casino was suddenly blown away. If he were to repair it, he didn't know how much time it would take. Li Zongjia was also walking on this path. Within 2 to 3 days, he wouldn't have the time to break through the Genius Pavilion. Not only did he have to be prepared. At the same time, he had to make a breakthrough in his strength. When he looked at the roof of the Great Delight Casino, a figure suddenly flew out. And directly blew some of the tiles on the roof away. After the white-cloaked figure appeared, several other figures quickly flew out and chased after the person in front. One of the metal chains seemed to have hooked the shoulder of the figure in white. Immediately, the figure in white fell from the sky and seemed to be injured. Bang! Although he managed to adjust his body at the last moment, his shoulder still hit the ground. Then, his foot seemed to have twisted. Not good. Yi Tianshui suddenly said in his heart. In the next second, 4 figures descended from the sky and completely surrounded Yi Tianshui. At this moment, Yi Tianshui had no way to escape. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were filled with a trace of determination. This is the Xingyan dynasty. If you do anything, the special envoy from Monarch City will never let you go. Yi Tianshui said coldly. Special envoy? Special envoy is nothing. Can a problem that can be solved with money still be called a problem? Little girl, you are too naive. Since the Broad Delight Casino could be so prosperous and operate smoothly, everything around it had already been taken care of. The special envoys and the like had all been greeted, so there was no need to worry at all. If one wanted to survive in this world, they would have to rely on a lot of laws. It wasn't easy to refuse. If one wanted to be independent, it was possible to do so. Get out of my way. I'm going to kill this B*TCH. A figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd. It was Short Wintermelon, who had been sent flying by Xianxia. Short Wintermelon had fainted from the kick and had only woken up now. Of course, he was furious. At this moment, he rushed towards Xianxia with the stick in his hand, ready to smash Xianxia's head with the stick in his hand. Xianxia didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to kill him. He wanted to retreat, but the pain in his foot caused him to fall to the ground. His bones were broken. He was already injured when he fell from the sky. After falling to the ground, the short man jumped up and smashed the stick in his hand towards Xianxia's head without hesitation. Bang! Xianxia closed his eyes at the last moment. However, he still did not feel the rod hitting his head. Could it be that the opponent was too fast for him to react? When he looked again, he saw a person standing in front of him, easily catching the falling rod with one hand. It was as if the person in front of him had just grabbed it casually. Xianxia looked at the young man in front of him. It could be said that the other party had appeared beside him without him noticing. In the face of such a powerful move, he had only casually caught it with his hand. This person's strength must be very terrifying. However, Xianxia did not recognize the young man in front of him. He was so young, at most 15 or 16 years old. However, he looked somewhat familiar. When he took a closer look, he realized that the young man in front of him was looking at him with a familiar gaze. You're courting death. Because Li Zhongzhou's back was facing the Short Wintermelon, and the Short Wintermelon was furious to the extreme. Now that he was obstructed again, he was even more impolite. He gently twisted the stick in his hand and pulled out the lower half of the stick. Then, he suddenly smashed it towards Li Zhongzhou's head. Be careful. Xianxia could not help but exclaim. Li Zhongzhou turned around and threw out a punch. Bang! The punch exploded in an instant and sent the Short Wintermelon in front of him flying. He flew almost vertically for a distance of nearly 100 meters before he fell in front of the steps of the Great Delight Casino. Judging from the way his body fell, it seemed that his bones had been fractured. It looked very miserable. Seeing Li Zhongzhou cripple an ancestor-level expert with a punch, Xianxia was also shocked. Xianxia was also surprised. The strength of this punch was not simple. Any expert could see it. He did not expect this young man to have the strength of a human. Thank you for your help, Xianxia said in a low voice. If his movements were too big, he was worried that it would affect the injuries in his body. In fact, the 3 flying swords were tied to Xianxia's mind. If there was a problem with one of the swords, Xianxia would be in trouble. If he was heavily injured, he would also suffer severe internal injuries. Why, young master? Boss? The people from Boyu Casino caught up and wanted to capture Li Zhongzhou and cripple him. After all, this Li Zhongzhou dared to attack their people, and even beat up that short guy to such a state. Wasn't this a provocation to all of them? He didn't put them in his eyes at all. However, when they saw Li Zhongzhou's appearance, they were all surprised. He had never thought that this man would be his boss. No wonder he was able to send someone flying with such a casual attack. Looking at the short man's condition, it would take at least 3 to 5 months for him to recover. It was Li Zhongzhou's benevolence that allowed him to live and preserve his life. Boss? Who are you? Xianxia suddenly looked at the young man in front of him with vigilance. No wonder he looked so familiar. The person who saved him was actually Li Zhongzhou. You are Li Zhongzhou. Xianxia's eyes widened. After guessing the identity of the person in front of him, he was shocked. At the same time, he didn't know how to face the young man in front of him. You are Xianxia, right? Li Zhongzhou looked at Xianxia. After all, they had interacted in his previous life. Now that he saw Xianxia, he recalled and roughly guessed that the person in front of him was Xianxia. Back then, the Luoxia city lord, Yi Chao, had asked him to take care of Yi Tianshui. He didn't expect to meet him under such circumstances. Since Yi Tianshui was a disciple of Chawu Pavilion, it was normal for him to come to the casino with those people to cause trouble. However, he didn't expect that these people would dare to kill a student. More importantly, this student was someone that the city lord had asked him to take care of. If Yi Chao knew that Yi Tianshui had died in the hands of his men, he would definitely go to the Li family to seek revenge. Therefore, it was fortunate that he had come in time. Otherwise, this person would have been crippled. You are indeed Li Zongjiu. How did you become like this? Ask your men to release the students of Chawu Pavilion immediately. Yi Tianshui said immediately. If you release them now, I can still help you to stop the situation from worsening. Otherwise, even I can't help you. Chawu Pavilion won't allow you to act recklessly. Looking at Li Zongjiu's expression, it seemed that there was still room for negotiation. Therefore, he quickly discussed it. It would be best if Li Zongjiu could listen to him and settle this matter. If he released the students now, it wouldn't cause any big mistakes. Are you here for them? Li Zongjiu waved his hand and gestured for his men to leave first. What kind of scene was this with so many people blocking the way? Was this a gang meeting? The surrounding mercenaries also gradually left. Taifai rushed over from afar and understood the situation. Then, he asked his men to bring Ling Outyan to Li Zongjiu and Yi Tianshui. This has nothing to do with her. Come at me if you want to. Ling Outyan said coldly. When he saw that Yi Tianshui was also restrained by the other party, he quickly said. He hadn't expected that Yi Tianshui would also be captured by the other party. Ling Outyan felt extremely guilty that he had dragged Yi Tianshui down for nothing. Young master, these two people have brought some men with them. They want to bring the children back. Taifai came to Li Zongjiu and whispered. The six-headed butcher also brought Ling Outyan along too. Prevent him from escaping at any time. Ling Outyan seemed to be in a difficult situation. You can't even protect yourself. What right do you have to protect others? Li Zongjiu looked at Ling Outyan and said with a hint of sarcasm. This wasn't loyalty at all. It was stupidity and helplessness. Indeed, helplessness. Ling Outyan didn't have any power to turn the situation around. You're Li Zongjiu? Let her go and I'll agree to whatever you want. Even if you want my life, it's not a problem. Ling Outyan said in a deep voice. Sure, 100 million purple yuan. As for the other people, 50 million each. Do the math yourself. How much money did you bring and how many people did you take away? Li Zongjiu said. Then, he waved his hand and the six-headed butcher also let Ling Outyan go. After the breakthrough, they were even more aware of Li Zongjiu's strength. Ling Ao Tian was simply unable to pose any threat to Li Zongjiu, which was why they were so reassured to let him go. Ling Outyan was released and he could freely control the yuan force in his body. Ling Outyan was extremely surprised. After all, this was equivalent to releasing a tiger back to the mountain. You guys were lucky just now to be able to control Ling Outyan. Moreover, Ling Outyan was distracted. Although he might not be able to defeat Yi Tianshui, it would be easy for him to escape. However, Yi Tianshui's condition was not good. If he wanted to escape, he would be leaving Yi Tianshui here alone. Ling Outyan could not do such a thing. If he brought Yi Tianshui with him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Moreover, Ling Outyan had a feeling that Li Zongjiu was unfathomable. Therefore, it would not be easy to escape from Li Zongjiu's hands. Therefore, Ling Outyan gave up on escaping this year. How many people did you catch today? Li Zongjiu asked. Young master, there are 5 people in total. Including the 2 in front of you, there are 7 people in total. What about before? There were 22 people before. That's 29 people now. Li Zongjiu did some calculations. If he were to count everyone, the price would not be low. 4 billion. Including Yi Tianshui, that's a total of 5 billion. Li Zongjiu said. Just this number alone was enough to intimidate many people. Even Yi Tianshui felt that it was an astronomical figure when he heard this number. He could not believe it at all. Li Zongjiu actually dared to ask for such an exorbitant price. Li Zongjiu, don't go too far. Yi Tianshui said. This number was too outrageous. Let alone 1.5 billion purple yuan, even 15 million purple yuan would be too much for him. I'm giving you face. Otherwise, these people won't be able to go back. Since they did something wrong, they should accept the punishment obediently. Not everyone will spoil you. Today, I'll make an exception and let you two go. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand after he finished speaking and led his men back to the Great Pleasure Casino. Judging from the situation of the casino, it was necessary to find someone to repair it. However, during the repair process, it would be impossible to open the casino. This would be another huge loss. Yi Tianshui and Leng Outyan were left alone on the street. They were somewhat puzzled. However, Yi Tianshui was angry. He was angry that Li Zhongjiu had become like this. It seemed that there was someone more powerful behind Li Zhongjiu. Li, of course, was not possible. 1.5 billion. Leng Aotian frowned deeply. This number was extremely difficult for Leng Aotian. The family behind him was powerful, but they were not a business family. It was impossible for them to have so much money to pay the ransom. Therefore, this number made Leng Outyan feel helpless. His eyes flickered. Now that things had come to this, he could only look for the ninth prince and see if he had any ideas. On the other side, Li Zhongjiu walked out of the Pan family's Sparrow Saint Casino and took the head of the Pan family's second head. This news quickly spread to the Pan family. Li Zhongjiu's public provocation. Li Zhongjiu was clearly here to slap them in the face. If they didn't chop off Li Zhongjiu's hand, it would be a huge humiliation for the Pan family. However, the Pan family did not act rashly. The fact that Li Zhongjiu could come here so brazenly meant that he had come prepared. Since he had come prepared, why would he be afraid? Therefore, they had to do a thorough investigation. Pan Hong's death cannot be forgotten just like this. This Boyu casino has gone too far. We must take down this Boyu casino. The Pan family patriarch had convened a meeting to discuss this matter in depth. But not now. The Pan family patriarch, Pan Long, said in a deep voice. If they rushed up now, it would be equivalent to sending themselves to the Pan family's doorstep. Therefore, they had to investigate thoroughly before taking action. What should we do now? If we don't take action, the casino will be taken away by the Grand Pleasure Casino. I don't believe that the Pan family would risk their lives to protect this casino for the Pan family. Someone said. Although the Pan family was part of the Pan family, their hearts were not with the Pan family. For many years, the Pan family had only wanted to control the Pan family. In addition, the Pan family was extremely capable. The Pan family also wanted to use the Pan family's strength to build this casino. Now that the ninth prince had taken a liking to her, the Sparrow Saint Casino was directly handed over to her. If this woman saw that the situation was bad, she might turn around and use outsiders to deal with her own people. This was why the Pan family members were so worried. There's no need to worry. She should know how powerful the ninth prince is. Since the ninth prince values her so much, she should know the severity of the matter. It doesn't matter if she betrays the Pan family, but if she betrays the ninth prince, then this matter won't be settled so easily. A few Pan family elders couldn't help but speak up. They had a deep understanding of this matter. The power of the imperial family wasn't something that ordinary people could imagine. Since they had boarded this boat, they wouldn't be able to get off just because they wanted to. But the people in the Grand Pleasure Casino seem to have gone mad. They are actually so arrogant. Moreover, they should know that the ninth prince is behind the Pan family. The Pan family's faction wasn't considered secretive. After all, they moved around frequently on a daily basis. Therefore, the outside world could more or less guess the relationship between them. You mean to say that there are other princes in control of the Grand Pleasure Casino? One of the Pan family elders asked. If that wasn't the case, then there was no other explanation. Otherwise, he would be a lunatic. They completely disregarded the ninth prince's pressure. In fact, they might have come directly for the ninth prince. If that was the case, they would have to pay more attention. If the other princes took the initiative to attack, who knew how many lives would have to be sacrificed in order to calm this matter down? The eyes of many of the Pan family's higher-ups flashed. No wonder the other party dared to kill Pan Hong so brazenly. They clearly had someone backing them. However, the other party didn't mention their name. As for who the mastermind behind them was, it was difficult for the outside world to know. However, they could deduce that someone was definitely supported by the mastermind. No, we definitely can't fight back rashly. The other party is forcing us to attack. Whoever attacks first will be the first to make a mistake. Pan Long suddenly slammed the table and said. He immediately understood why the other party was doing this. Wasn't it obvious that they were trying to provoke them? Therefore, he had to stabilize his emotions first. When the other elders heard this, it seemed to make sense. The ninth prince, Xianming, was an extremely quiet and peaceful man. Unlike the other princes, the ninth prince had been well-versed in both the pen and the sword since he was young. However, he was extremely introverted. No one knew how much power was hidden in the ninth prince Xianming. Usually, the ninth prince would stay in the palace to study and practice martial arts. There were specialized directorates who would take care of him. This was a true royal academy. The top teachers were all gathered in this academy. It was not easy to be a prince. Not only did they have no freedom, but they also had to study a lot every day. If the princes could not show their strong side, the Xingyan dynasty would be judged by others. If the next generation was not good, how could the Xingyan dynasty become strong? Therefore, these princes had to do a lot of work every day. Now, Prince Xianming was in the palace. The palace was called the Bright Moon Palace. The things that the princes could enjoy were naturally the best in the world. Even the two maids beside him were extremely beautiful. Not only were they beautiful, but they were also talented in both martial arts and cultivation. Their cultivation was not weak, and their yuanqi cultivation was also extremely strong. They were proficient in the four arts. At this moment, Prince Xianming was wearing a white robe and was sitting in the palace. There was a small carving knife in his hand, and he was casually carving a walnut in his hand. Along with the movement of his hands, the various lines on the walnut could be seen clearly. The two beautiful maids stood at the side for 4 hours, not moving at all. Finally, Prince Xianming blew gently, blowing away the sawdust on the side. At the same time, the walnut revealed its final appearance. It turned out to be an extremely exquisite boat. It was enough to see that the various items on the boat were incomparably exquisite. Their original appearance was extremely surprising and amazing. Just a small walnut like this could accommodate a small boat. Young Master's spiritual wedge technique has improved again. In less than 3 years, it will definitely reach the peak. The maid beside her, Bing Shuang, said. Great Master Mirror Emperor said that there is no limit to the cultivation of mental energy. Currently, Walnut's strongest carving is the entire Whitebird Town. Whitebird Town has thousands of birdhouses and tens of thousands of birds. They are all carved so vividly that they look like they are alive. However, I can only carve a small boat. Prince Xianming said and threw the walnut to the maid, Bing Shuang. Bing Shuang caught it and put it into a box, carefully storing it away. Although these things were useless now, since they were made by the young master, they would definitely become top-notch collectibles in the future. Therefore, every walnut carved by the young master had to be carefully stored away. Young master, Lung Outyen of the Imperial Martial Pavilion has been waiting for a long time. The other maid, Bing Shui, said. The appearance of these two maids was 99% similar. They were a pair of twin sisters. If outsiders knew about this, they could not help but praise Prince Xianming's fortune and treatment. He was indeed worthy of being a prince. Since he had personal maids, his meaning was very obvious. If he wanted them to serve him in bed, it would naturally be a matter of course. Let him come in. Prince Xianming said. Then, he arranged for Lung Outyen to come in for an audience. Greetings, young master. Lung Outyen greeted him like a ruler. No need to be so courteous. What's the matter? Replying to the young master, a person called Li Zhongjiu had a conflict with the people of the Blazing Sword Union. Wan Zhong brought a large number of people to capture Li Zhongjiu, but they were captured by Li Zhongjiu's subordinates. Now, they are offering a ransom of 50 million purple yuan per person. Lung Aotian was also very direct. He did not hide anything during the entire process. He recounted everything. If it was someone else, they would probably add something to the list in order to lessen their sins and reduce their responsibilities. Or perhaps, they would try to push the blame to others. As the Alliance Master of the Blazing Sword Alliance, not only did he fail to display the strength of the Blazing Sword Alliance, he actually allowed someone to capture everyone. Leng Aotian would naturally find it hard to absolve himself from the blame. He might even be punished and abandoned. Even you and Yi Tianxue can't handle it. It seems that this person has some means. I heard that this person and Yi Tianxue are from the same hometown. Prince Xianming said lightly. When Leng Aotian heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat because he did not mention Yi Tianxue in the matter just now. However, it was obvious that Prince Xianming already knew the whole story. Although the young master was in the palace, he was very clear about the outside world's information. This intelligence ability was very powerful. No matter what happened outside, it would be transmitted to the young master. At first, I thought that this Li Zongjie was a sharp knife supported by a brother. However, I compared the situation of the others. This Li Zongjie's style of doing things is arrogant, unruly, and without any scruples. Not long ago, it was said that he offended Sima Xingyan. Since he dared to offend the Sima family, it can be ruled out that he's one of their men. Prince Xianming said lightly. Perhaps many people would mistakenly think that some prince wanted to use Li Zongjie to start a dispute. That was why he was so unscrupulous. Even Leng Aotian thought so before. However, after hearing the young master's words, he suddenly realized that it was indeed so. If that was the case, then Li Zongjie was now at the edge of the cliff. He could fall into the abyss of eternal damnation at any time. The Sima family was very powerful and had disciples everywhere. Now that their position in the imperial court was stable, they had to be the target of roping in. There were no other factors involved. If he dared to offend the Sima family at this time, it would mean that he didn't want to stay in the imperial court. It was not an easy thing to rope in the Sima family. They had to plan for a long time. As for this Li Zongjie, he was at most a clown who jumped out halfway. 50 million purple yuan. What a big mouth. I really want to meet this arrogant young man. If he's a madman, I can use him. It will definitely create an unexpected effect. Prince Xianming seemed to be very interested in this Li Zongjie. He wanted to see what a madman like Li Zongjie was like. One had to know that if the people in the city were truly enraged, they would only need to snap their fingers to shut down the shop and make Li Zongjie disappear without a trace. It was Li Zongjie's ability to jump around until now. Young master, you mustn't. This person is extremely evil and has no rules. If we accidentally disturb young master, we can't afford to take responsibility. Haha, do you think that this Li Zongjie can hurt me? As his voice fell, Prince Xianming stood up. Suddenly, a huge force was released from his body. It directly forced Leng Aotian back 10 feet and pushed him against the corner of the wall. Leng Aotian's face was full of shock when he sensed the aura released by Prince Xianming. Yuan Monarch Realm. Congratulations, young master. The reason why Leng Aotian was willing to follow Prince Xianming was because of his family. His family had also chosen Prince Xianming. In addition, Xianming's talent was also quite strong, which was why Leng Aotian was convinced. That was why he was willing to serve Prince Xianming. The powerful aura that Prince Xianming displayed was already telling Leng Aotian that even if Prince Xianming himself had entered the Yuan Monarch realm, he would still have a greater chance of winning in the future. As for the arrangement of the meeting between Prince Xianming and Li Zongjie, it was also handed over to Leng Aotian. Li Zongjie stayed in the Broad Joy Casino for a while and listened to the news reported by Taifai. The Blue Tiger gang seemed to have been less active recently, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Li Zongjie didn't take the initiative to attack and eliminate the Blue Tiger gang. This was because there was no need to do so, and it would not bring about any positive effects. If one party were to dominate, it would only bring about a disaster of separation and collapse, causing the force to gradually weaken. Li Zongjie also asked about the movements between the 7-star fire room and the Saber Axe Pavilion. The 7-star fire room has been less active recently. Some time ago, because of the Raging Dragon slaying incident, there was a period of popularity. Later on, it stopped. It seems like the decision-maker of the 7-star fire room was changed. The Broadjoy Casino paid attention to all the big and small matters in the city. However, they didn't know much about the relationship between the arms shops. If it wasn't for Song Jieyu's reputation, the news wouldn't have spread here. Different professions were worlds apart. This kind of thing was simply impossible to say. Replaced? Li Zongjiu did not expect this. It seemed that the Song family's pace was faster than expected. However, he wasn't worried. There was still half of the 2 months left, so he wasn't in a hurry. If there was really no way, then Li Zongjiu didn't need to cooperate with such an incompetent person. No matter how beautiful her skin was, after a few hundred years, it would only be a pile of bones. Therefore, Li Zongjiu was not confused by her appearance. What number 1 talented woman? That messy title was meaningless. Later that night, Li Zongjiu returned to his White Deer Manor. The Howling Moon Wolf King and Shadow Fox were also acting mysteriously. They weren't in the manor, so he didn't know what they were up to. However, as long as they didn't cause trouble for him, he would let them be. Looks like I need to gather some origin stones to set up a formation. Otherwise, wouldn't my manor be incomparably simple and crude? Li Zongjiu thought in his heart. This residence could have nothing, even if it was just some stones and mud. However, as long as it was rich in spiritual energy, then it would be a fertile land. When the time came, he would plant some spiritual herbs. That would be perfect. In the future, this White Deer Manor would definitely become an extremely fertile land. If I move the Li family over, then I will definitely need a large piece of land. Li Zongjiu had already started preparing to move the Li family into the imperial city. Although the cities in the outside world were considered safe, they were more or less under the hidden threat of the Origin Beast's rampage. How many Origin Beasts could a city's defense withstand? Every rampage would bring about countless deaths and injuries. In the 3,000 years of his previous life, countless cities had already been submerged by the Origin Beasts. In the original city, one might have sufficient status. However, once the city was breached, the entire clan would have to move to a new place and start anew. The difference between before and after was something that had to be considered. Luoxia City was too small. Only a place like the Sacred Flame Imperial City was a place where the vigorous clans came to compete. If they did not experience great hardships, then such a clan would not be able to prosper for a long time. Only by withstanding the pressure could they grow. After a period of time, he would start to buy a piece of land in this city. Based on the current land price, Li Zongjiu's current financial resources, it would not be a problem to buy half of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. The Four Seas Medicine Manor that was jointly developed by the 4 great clans took up far more land than the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor. It directly encompassed the 4 mountains. From this, one could see how powerful the 4 great clans were. The sky gradually brightened. This morning, there was a slight chill. Some of the ordinary people in the city had already put on long gowns. Most of them wore 2 layers of clothing to maintain their body temperature. The chill was slightly chilly. Outside the city, Heavenly Horn Mountain. Huanghe had been waiting at the foot of Heavenly Horn Mountain since early in the morning. In just a day, he had already found the demon camel flower. In that case, compared to the previous price, it had directly tripled. In terms of commission, Huanghe had received a lot of money. When he found out that the demon camel flower was in the hands of the Ichu people, he had spent a lot of money to buy the demon camel flower. Now, it was impossible to find the demon camel flower. Not to mention that no one was willing to go. Even if they were willing to go, there were no traces of the demon camel flower in those places. There were only a few left in the world. In the distance, a black-clothed man was rushing over. Lord Chief, the item is here. At this moment, the white fog was gradually thickening. The surrounding environment had also become blurry. Huanghe received the box from the black-cloaked man. After opening it, he confirmed that it was the legendary demon camel flower. It is indeed a strange flower. This demonic snail flower had already entered a kind of profound color. It was already very good to be able to find this flower. However, he didn't expect this flower to have such a good color. This was an unexpected surprise. This matter can't be leaked. Go. The people who trained in the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall had also undergone strict training. These people who searched for herbs naturally understood the rules. I understand. Then, the black-cloaked man turned around and prepared to leave. However, after a few steps, Huang He seemed to see a figure walking out of the white fog. Lord Commander. The black-cloaked man had just exclaimed when he was directly cut in half by a sword. Who is it? When Huang He saw this, he immediately put away the demon camel flower. He looked in front of him in horror. At this moment, figures seemed to be gradually emerging from the surrounding thick white fog. Huang He immediately looked around and realized that the surroundings of the Heavenly Horn Mountain were filled with people in military attire. When Huang He saw their attire, his heart sank to the bottom. They were all from the Special Envoy Department. If the Special Envoy Department found out about the illegal drug trade, he would be beheaded. However, Huang He was not in a hurry. The other party seemed to have prepared for this. As long as there were people around, there would be room for discussion. Therefore, Huang He decided to stay calm first. If there was an opportunity, he would seize it. Looking at Huang He's figure, Han Xiao slowly walked out. Han Wuxiu slowly walked out, and the sword in his hand was also stained with blood. He walked to Huang He's side and wiped the sword clean on Huang He's body. This process made Huang He nervous. So it's Commander Han. I wonder if I have offended you, Huang He said with a smile on his face. It was as if he couldn't see the corpse not far away. Han Xiao moved closer to Huang He and sniffed. Demon camel flower? You brat, you've got guts. Han Wuxiu patted Huang He's shoulder and said. The smile on Huang He's face suddenly stiffened. Although the existence of this industry was gray, all parties knew that as long as they took care of the people from top to bottom and turned a blind eye to it, this matter would pass just like that. Huang He had never expected that Han Wuxiu would be alerted. One must know that Han Wuxiu was a commander. If he got involved in this matter, it would be on a different level. Even the entire Thousand Taste Herb Hall would be implicated. What are you talking about, sir? I don't understand, Huang He forced a smile. As long as he did not take out the demon camel flower, the other party would not have any evidence. They were outside the city. Even if they caught him red-handed, it might not be useful. Moreover, even if Han Xiao was the commander of the Special Envoy Department, it was impossible for him to use the demon camel flower he found in the wild to trip Thousand Flavor Herb Hall. Therefore, as long as he pretended to be ignorant, everything would be fine. Huang He was smart. If the other party was here for the demon camel flower, there was no need to kill his subordinates. They were clearly here for a purpose. Before the other party revealed their purpose, Huang He had to keep his mouth shut. You're quite loyal. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Han Xiao smiled coldly when he saw Huang He. His smile made Huang He feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Don't worry, I'm not targeting you. Li Zhongjiu asked you to find the demon camel flower, right? Han Xiao said indifferently. Huang He's eyes flashed. When he was collecting information about Li Zhongjiu, he saw that there was a big conflict between Li Zhongjiu and Han Xiao. The main reason was that Li Zhongjiu had humiliated Han Xiao in public. For such a humiliation, as long as one had the slightest bit of courage, they would definitely find an opportunity to take revenge. Moreover, Han Xiao was so powerful and had such a high status. As long as he found an opportunity, he would definitely be able to kill Li Zhongjiu. Sir, you must be joking. The demon camel flower is a forbidden medicine in the dynasty. As the chief of Thousand Flavor Herb Hall, I know a little about it. I've heard of the demon camel flower, but I've never seen it before. I couldn't sleep today, so I came to the Skyhorn Mountain to take a stroll and enjoy the scenery. As for this person, I've never seen him before. Huang He waved his hand and said. Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a whoosh sound. Han Wuxiu directly held the sharp sword in his hand in front of Huang He's nose. The sharp tip of the sword left a bloody hole on Huang He's nose. A bone-piercing chill immediately assaulted Huang He's body, causing him to become extremely nervous. Huang He was able to climb all the way to this position because he had experienced countless situations. However, this was the first time someone pointed a sword at him like this. If that's the case, you're useless. Han Xiao said coldly. He was ready to kill Huang He with his sword. At this moment, Huang He could clearly feel the murderous aura from Han Xiu. His heart immediately pounded. In this wilderness, it was normal for 1 or 2 people to die. It wouldn't even attract anyone's attention. Huang He also hurriedly shouted. "Sir, wait! Wait!" Huang He shouted. The long sword stopped at Huang He's head, directly cutting off a few strands of his hair. If it had been any slower, Huang He's head would have been cut in half like a watermelon. Huang He quickly heaved a sigh of relief. "Tonight, at 8 o'clock, in this place, you'll make a deal with him. I'll only capture him, not you. If you can't do it, then you'll have to wait." Han Xiu put away the sword in his hand and waved his hand. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps came from behind him. Unknowingly, the surrounding mountain peaks were filled with the figures of the special envoys. A rough estimate showed that there were more than 50 of them. It seemed that Han Xiu had put in a lot of effort to deal with Li Zongjiu. Based on today's preparations, he was determined to succeed. If Huang He caused Han Wuxiu to fail, Han Wuxiu would definitely blame it on him. As for letting him go, judging from Han Wuxiu's ruthless actions just now, it would be very difficult for him to survive. Sigh, what should I do? After Han Xiu and the others left, Huang He sat on the ground for a while. His heart was filled with complicated emotions. It seemed that the only way was to sacrifice Li Zongjiu. However, who knew what Han Xiu would do? If Li Zongjiu was killed, then he would be next. There would be no chance for him to escape. I'll have to go back and think about it. Huang He stood up and walked back to the Sacred Flame Royal City. After entering the Sacred Flame Royal City, there was no need to think about hiding. Han Xiu's power would be even more terrifying in the city. Huang He could even feel countless pairs of eyes staring at him after he entered the city. Something big had happened in the Sparrow Saint Casino, which was the replacement of the management staff. After a heated discussion, the Pan family chose to replace the person in charge of the Sparrow Saint Casino. The Pan family had been kicked out of the casino. No matter what, the Pan family had an undeniable responsibility for this matter. The moment the Pan family was kicked out of the Sparrow Saint Casino, she was immediately invited over by Taifai. The Pan family seemed to hesitate for a while, but after explaining the situation, she chose to stay in the Broad Delight Casino for the time being. The final decision still depended on whether Li Zongjiu could withstand the pressure behind the Pan family. The Ninth Prince. The Pan family had dismissed the Pan family because she had made a mistake in the Sparrow Saint Casino. However, during this period of time, she had been under the Ninth Prince's protection, which was why she hadn't been executed by the Pan family. Taifai was ecstatic. He hadn't expected the Pan family to be so stupid. Did they really think that the Sparrow Saint Casino was built because of the Pan family's reputation? If it hadn't been for the 9 Victories Divine Queen, the Sparrow Saint Casino wouldn't have been worth mentioning and would have been reduced to a third-rate casino. Then, it would gradually become worthless. The Pan family couldn't even see the most direct cost clearly. This was the end of the Pan family. Who is the master behind your family's young master? The Pan family finally asked the question that had been in her heart for a long time. The fact that Li Zongjiu was able to act so unscrupulously without any scruples meant that there was definitely someone protecting him behind the scenes. Although they had messed up the situation, they were still alive and well. Hee. You don't have to make wild guesses about this matter. As for the Ninth Prince, there is nothing to be afraid of. Taifai didn't know where he got the courage to directly ignore the Ninth Prince's pressure. Could it be that after following Li Zongjiu for a long time, he gradually became more confident? Thinking back to when he was young, he was also fearless and daring. However, at this age, he seemed to have a feeling of being timid and afraid of the slightest thing. Now that he had followed Li Zongjiu, his fighting spirit had been reignited. This life was already equivalent to being picked up, so there was nothing to worry about. When Madame Pan saw this, she did not ask any more questions. At this moment, his subordinates also came to report. Leng Aotian, who came yesterday, came alone today, and directly asked for Li Zongjiu. Since Li Zongjiu was not around, the one who came out to receive him was Taifai. Taifai let Leng Aotian come over, and the two of them sat in the guest room. Since they were open to do business, they did not have any enemies to begin with. Therefore, even if there was a fight yesterday, since Ling Aotian came today with sincerity, he would open the door to meet him. At this moment, Taifai once again felt the benefits of being strong. If their Boyu casino did not have enough strength, this Ling Aotian would not have been so polite as to ask someone to inform him. Instead, he would have directly charged in. Even if he destroyed your door, what could you do? Without strength, you would forever be an ant in the eyes of others. He could completely disregard him. Your young master wants to have a chat with young master? When Taifai heard Ling Aotian's words, he was slightly surprised. This meant that Li Zongjiu's actions had finally alerted the person behind this. The ninth prince. Initially, he thought that this matter would pass quickly, and even if the ninth prince knew about it, he would not be too concerned. However, the ninth prince had actually come out to meet Li Zongjiu personally. Taifai did not know what to do for a moment. After Ling Aotian gave him the time and address, he left immediately. No one would dare to ignore the ninth prince's personal appearance. Otherwise, the consequences would be severe. It was clear that no one in Royal City would dare to disregard the dignity of the royal family. No one would dare to do such a thing. 8 p.m., Supreme Tower, Supreme Pavilion. The meeting location was arranged at the Supreme Pavilion. Clearly, the other party wanted to show Li Zongjiu who was in his power. At the same time, he also wanted to express his intentions. He wanted to recruit Li Zongjiu as his subordinate. The Supreme Tower was a place where only those who possessed the status of royalty could reserve a seat. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter and spend money there. It was a symbol of strength and status in itself. Those who could enter were people who were able to enter. It was also a symbol of the royal family's authority. As for the Supreme Pavilion, it was even more oppressive. However, it also showed how much the ninth prince valued Li Zongjiu. When Ling Aotian left the Great Delight Casino, he raised his head and saw the Queen of Nine Victories, Panshur, standing on the stairs. Ling Aotian's heart skipped a beat when he saw her. He had seen Madame Pan under the ninth prince's command before. However, why did she appear in Li Zongjiu's territory now? Ling Aotian did not care. After all, this matter had nothing to do with him. Who knew if this was the young master's arrangement? This matter was still unclear, and there was no need to interfere too much. Right now, he only wanted to rescue the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. The members of the Blazing Sword Union were also feeling extremely miserable. It could be said that they had suffered a lot in this dungeon. There were even a few people who had signed their names and were willing to borrow 50 million purple yuan to temporarily regain their freedom. Some of them had good family backgrounds, so it wasn't impossible for them to gather 50 million purple yuan. They obtained their freedom in advance. Wan Zhong, who was in the dungeon, was furious. Li Zongjiu actually dared to treat them like this. Not only did he not give them enough to eat, but he would also beat them up and humiliate them at the slightest sign of trouble. This was unbearable for Wan Zhong. He was even thinking of a way to deal with Li Zongjiu. Deputy Alliance Master, cough cough. We have been imprisoned for a few days. Has the Alliance Master thought of a way? Wan Zhong was thinking of a way to deal with this in his heart. Suddenly, a new member came to Wan Zhong's side. The latter looked young, but was only a new member of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Because his talent was discovered, he was also recruited into the Blazing Sword Union by Wan Zhong. Basically, towards the end, they would have to snatch the resources of these new members. This was because when they reached a certain level, they would often choose to leave the union or join other associations. This was a very normal thing. What's wrong with you? Wan Zhong couldn't help but ask when he saw the new member in front of him. The latter's face was pale and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked extremely unwell. This is a hereditary disease. I must eat sweets within 3 days. Otherwise, I will go into shock. I feel that my body is getting weaker and weaker. Has it been a long time? Wan Zhong's eyes lit up when he heard the new member's words. A bold idea surfaced in his mind. If someone dies in this dungeon and the Imperial Martial Pavilion's members are here, then even if there are 10 Great Delight casinos, they won't be able to stop it. Early in the morning, a dispatch was delivered to Li Zongjiu's residence. The delivery man was also part of the official staff of the imperial court. Therefore, he directly threw the letter in through the door. When Li Zhongjiu saw the dispatch, he picked it up and opened it. He could see the Thousand Taste Herb Hall's logo on it. It's just a transaction for a medicinal herb. They actually have to go out of the city. Are these people so timid when doing business? However, Li Zhongjiu did not think too much about it. He just assumed that these people were being careful. However, the Thousand Taste Herb Hall's speed was still relatively fast. They actually settled the matter so quickly. Li Zhongjiu liked this kind of efficiency. Even if the transaction was outside the city, Li Zhongjiu did not care. It was just a matter of taking 2 more steps. As for whether the Thousand Taste Herb Hall would organize people to plot against him, he did not care at all. Li Zhongjiu did not care about these kinds of methods. He did not even put his thoughts on them. With the Demon Lotus and a few more medicinal herbs, I can refine a high-grade 5th-grade elixir, the King's Blood Demon Lotus Elixir. By relying on this medicinal pill, Li Zhongjiu's mental energy would be able to advance to the king level. With that, he would not have any problems with the later stages of the Genius Tower. After arranging the medicinal herbs in his hands, he happened to see the Shadow Fox and the Howling Moon Wolf King walking back from outside the manor. "Young master? You came out of seclusion?" The Shadow Fox was holding an item in his hand. It looked like a huge axe. How could such a weapon appear in the hands of an assassin? Not only that, but looking at the Shadow Fox, it seemed that he had more than just a few items. The Howling Moon Wolf King's claws were also wearing some gold rings and the like. Most importantly, there were several rings of jewelry around the Howling Moon Wolf King's neck. It was really shocking. This was just a domestic pet dog, but it was actually so luxurious. "What did you do?" With a single glance, Li Zhongjiu knew what these people had done. It was likely that they had robbed some treasury. If one were to talk about playing with fire, these 2 fellows were even more formidable than him. They actually dared to rob Sacred Flame Royal City in broad daylight. If you are targeted, it won't be long before a large group of special envoys barges in and takes you away. "Hee, this isn't my idea. It's all that chick's idea. I just did whatever she told me to do," Yinghu hurriedly said. From the looks of it, he seemed to be a little embarrassed. It was indeed hard to believe that this cold-blooded killer, who killed decisively in the outside world, would reveal such an attitude in front of a young man like Li Zhongjiu. "So you robbed the Saber and Axe Pavilion's treasury?" Li Zhongjiu glanced at Yinghu and said. The weapon in her hand clearly carried the aura of the Saber Axe Pavilion. This Song Jieyu was really courageous. She actually dared to use this move. If the matter of Yinghu and the others was exposed, then this debt would probably fall on Li Zhongjiu's head. And if it succeeded, it would directly digest all of these things, robbing the Saber and Axe Pavilions. Treasury was equivalent to a fire in their backyard. It would be very difficult to succeed without a spy. It seemed that Song Jieyu had already planned this. "Hee, I'm going to hand these things over to the young master," Yinghu said with a smile. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. "You can keep them for yourself." Li Zhongjiu didn't care about these things. If he took them all, wouldn't he be exploiting Yinghu? Li Zhongjiu also disdained to do such a thing. However, Li Zhongjiu didn't know what Song Jieyu's plan was. However, it seemed that the Saber and Axe Pavilion was about to come to an end. The Great Pleasure Casino also came to pass a message, saying that the Empress of 9 Victories had come to seek refuge. Li Zhongjiu could see the unyielding will in this woman's eyes. Although she was fine now, the Empress of 9 Victories wanted to struggle out of it. This was because being trapped in such a quagmire was not the life the Empress of 9 Victories wanted. Now, even if she jumped into the Great Pleasure Casino, it wouldn't make any difference if she fell into another quagmire from one quagmire to another. However, if she wanted to get freedom from Li Zhongjiu, she first had to prove her strength. Now that the Great Pleasure Casino was not established, it was impossible for Taifai to manage it alone. Moreover, it would be too easy for Taifai to be in charge alone. Sometimes, he would become arrogant without realizing it. Li Zhongjiu certainly had this common sense. Killing Taifai was naturally easy, but Li Zhongjiu didn't have so much time to reorganize the forces below. It was just like when the leader of the Azure Dragon gang died, the forces under him immediately became independent. All of them had their own ideas. It would be very difficult to reorganize them because it was very likely that they had already contacted other gangs in advance. If he received their protection, then it wouldn't be so simple. Li Zongjiu arrived at the Great Pleasure Casino. It was early in the morning, and the top floor of the Great Pleasure Casino was also in a state of renovation. After all, a big hole was created by Xianxia last time. It would be a huge project to repair it. Good morning, young master. Good morning, boss. Along the way, the hired adventurers also saluted Li Zongjiu. In fact, Li Zongjiu's achievements yesterday had already shocked them. Being able to catch the short man's iron rod with his bare hands proved his powerful strength. After that, Taifei's punch severely injured the short man. He was still unconscious until now. However, Taifei had also allocated a huge sum of money for the latter's medical expenses. When everyone saw this, they were not envious. If the person was already like this, then what was the point of having so much money? Therefore, they were also respectful and afraid of Li Zongjiu. Young master, you are here. Taifei came out to greet him, but it could be seen that Taifei's expression did not seem to be very good. What's wrong? This morning, Leng Outyan of the Imperial Martial Pavilion came and said that the Ninth Prince invited you to the Supreme Tower. Ninth Prince? I'm not free. Li Zongjiu directly refused. How could any Tom, Dick or Harry be able to invite Li Zongjiu? In his previous life, even if Emperor Xingyan wanted to invite Li Zongjiu, he had to send 3 letters in a row. At that time, Li Zongjiu was just passing by on the way. In Yi Shiwen's previous life, Yi Shiwen did not remember anything about the Ninth Prince. Most likely, the Ninth Prince died halfway. However, the princes below him were really unlucky. Although the Crown Prince was appointed early on, the Sacred Flame Emperor's cultivation had a breakthrough during a cultivation session. Instantly, he obtained almost immortality. Therefore, the position of the Crown Prince was always there. It was very late that the Crown Prince was appointed. Emperor Xingyan also entered the depths of the imperial palace to cultivate in seclusion. Only by breaking through the path of immortality could he be immortal and enjoy these privileges forever. Therefore, the position of the Crown Prince had been occupied for a very long time. In this position, one had to bear some very serious dangers. Because the rising star was also very likely to make a comeback. Even if you were the Crown Prince, as long as you were secretly taken away, you would die. Naturally, the position of the Crown Prince would have to be chosen again if the person died. Therefore, this wasn't a good job. Even if the Ninth Prince became the Crown Prince, Li Zongjiu wouldn't pay too much attention to him. Moreover, this kid was just a prince. If he wanted to jump around in front of Li Zongjiu, he was thinking too highly of himself. Well, the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven of the Sparrow Saint Casino wants to have a talk with you, young master. Let her come over. Li Zongjiu said. Taifei also rolled his eyes in his heart. The difference between a man and a woman was so big. The Ninth Prince was a man, and he invited you to the Supreme Tower, but you actually rejected him. However, when the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven of the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven came to meet you, you directly agreed very straightforwardly. Although it wasn't said on the surface, the degree of favoritism was not ordinary. However, it was also good that Li Zongjiu did not go to the Supreme Tower. Otherwise, once he entered the Supreme Tower, it would definitely be a feast at Hongmen. The Ninth Prince would appear personally, which meant that he wanted a result. If he did not get this result, it would definitely be a very bad result. If he didn't go, it would more or less leave some leeway. However, in this way, it would more or less reveal his identity. Li Zongjiu didn't need to go, so naturally, there wouldn't be any more problems. Even if he really wanted to investigate in the future, it would be easier to find a reason to dodge it. Taifei arranged for the 9 Victories Queen of Heaven to meet with Li Zongjiu. After that, Taifei didn't stay in the room. Instead, he went downstairs to deal with the matters of the casino. The daily salary distribution and the repair of the roof all needed someone to take care of it. Just as Taifei was giving orders, someone came to ask. Someone else came to seek an audience. The person who came was an old servant. The old servant also had a gilded invitation card in his hand. He handed it to Taifeiha. My young master invites young master Li Zhongjiu to the Tianqin Hall for a chat. Tianqin Hall, Taifei was shocked when he heard this name. The Tianqin Hall wasn't a simple place. It was a place where many great scholars sat and discussed. Most importantly, this place was set up by the fifth prince. The fifth prince himself was extremely knowledgeable and liked to make friends. Therefore, he set up the Tianqin Hall and invited all the scholars in the world to study and discuss here so that they could interact and improve. The Heavenly Will Hall required an invitation to enter. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to enter without an invitation. Only those who were invited by the Heavenly Will Hall would be qualified to enter. Otherwise, the Heavenly Will Hall would be a forbidden place to visit. By the time Taifei came back to his senses, the old man had already disappeared without a trace. This made Taifei's heart tremble. From the looks of it, the other party's skills were definitely quite strong. A Yuan monarch elite. He actually made a Yuan monarch elite run errands for him. The fifth prince is determined to win. Even the Tianqin Hall had sent an invitation to Li Zhongjiu. It was obvious that these princes were also paying attention to Li Zhongjiu. Subsequently, 2 more princes came in succession and sent invitations to Li Zhongjiu. These invitations were stuffed into Taifei's hands. Taifei's eyes widened when he saw the invitations in his hands. The 3rd prince and the 11th prince have also sent invitations to the young master. Even if he wants to go now, he won't be able to do it. Among these princes, they had thought that the 5th prince was already thinking highly of Li Zhongjiu. However, it seemed that the 3rd prince was also paying attention to Li Zhongjiu. This clearly showed that the 3rd prince was on a higher level. This was because the 3rd prince was the 3rd oldest among all the princes. Furthermore, his family wasn't weak either. They had the backing of a 10-city family. The so-called clans of the 10 cities meant that the clan's influence could affect the 10 cities. Furthermore, these cities were all first-class cities. This was rather impressive. If the family didn't have sufficient standards, it wouldn't be able to hold on. Between each city was a small underworld. Even if one had the strength to fight their way into one city, they might not have the strength to fight their way into all 10 cities. At present, the 3rd prince had a higher chance of winning the competition. After all, the 1st prince was too old. The 2nd prince was also on the other side of the border. He was wholeheartedly practicing martial arts and establishing his career. It seemed that he didn't have any intention of returning to the capital. Therefore, the 3rd prince had a lot of advantages. However, there were too many princes below. It would be very difficult for him to cover the sky with one hand. Unless he could get the support of the Sima family. Keep these invitations first. We'll talk about it when the young master comes out. Taifei held the invitations in his hand. Even he felt that these invitations were a little troublesome. However, it was enough to prove the young master's strength. In such a short time, he actually received the request of the 3rd prince. It was really enviable. In the office, Madame Pan also explained her intentions to Li Zhongjiu. If young master can help me take revenge, then I, Du Lianyi, am willing to serve young master forever. Revenge? Is that why you're here? Li Zhongjiu glanced at Madame Pan. It seemed that in King City, everyone had a story and everyone had a purpose. That's right. I can't see your service now. If you want me to help you, that's fine. You have to show me something that can prove your strength and your value. Madame Pan looked into Li Zhongjiu's eyes. From the first time she saw Li Zhongjiu in the Boyu casino, she knew that the latter was extraordinary. Now that Li Zhongjiu sat in such a position, for Madame Pan, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This account book is enough to exchange for 1/3 of the Pan family's wealth. Madame Pan finally took out her secret weapon. She had been trapped in the Pan family for many years. If this continued, there would be no way out. Hence, after meeting Li Zhongjiu, she did not hesitate and chose to attack. If she had misjudged him, she could only blame herself for being unlucky. I don't care about the Pan family's wealth. Unexpectedly, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. After all, it was a fixed amount of wealth and had no value. This was because it was a fixed number and would be used up sooner or later. What Li Zhongjiu wanted was an endless stream of wealth that would last for a long time. Casinos and pawnshops. I want these two to become the best in the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Since Taifai is managing the casinos, I'll let you manage the pawnshop. If you can, that's fine. If you can't, please leave. Li Zhongjiu pushed the account book back. The pawnshop was another deep pool of water. If Li Zhongjiu mastered these two industries, it would be equivalent to grasping a lifeline. If he mastered these two sources of wealth, it would have a great influence on Li Zhongjiu. At the same time, it would also touch the interests of many people. Pawnshop? There are more than 1,000 pawnshops in the city alone. Even the 4 great families have their resources. It's impossible to monopolize it. The Empress of 9 Victories said. The reason why she knew so much about pawnshops was because the Pan family happened to be in the middle of the pawnshop trend. Although they were not the best, they were considered to be in the upper middle. Hence, Madame Pan knew so much about it. She also knew that it was impossible. Oh? The 4 great families have a share too? Since you can't do it, then forget it. Li Zhongjiu stood up and said. Cooperation had to be a win-win situation. If it was really impossible, then Li Zhongjiu had to win. Now that he had been reborn, he was not here to do good deeds and comprehend life, but to shoulder a heavy responsibility. If you were of no value to Li Zhongjiu, then you were not qualified to talk to Li Zhongjiu. Wait. Du Liani stood up and said. Pan's original name was Du Liani. If you have the support of the 4 gold medal casinos, it won't be difficult to get a pawnshop. If you can help me take revenge, I'll help you enter the pawnshop. Within a year, I will definitely squeeze into the middle reaches. Currently, Li Zhongjiu had a total of 3 gold medal casinos. If the Sparrow Saint Casino was included, it would be a total of 4 gold medal casinos. However, the management rights of the Sparrow Saint Casino were still in the hands of the Pan family. Therefore, it was difficult to succeed at the moment. If he wanted to succeed, he would have to take over the Sparrow Saint Casino first. Then I'll leave the last casino to you. Li Zhongjiu said. Who is your enemy? Her enemy was naturally the person who killed her father. Du Liani's eyes burned with anger when she thought of this person. This was the flame of hatred and anger that she had not forgotten for a single day in all these years. The son of the Imperial Guard Commander. Xiao Tiance. The son of the Imperial Guard Commander, Li Zhongjiu did not expect the Empress of 9 Victories' enemy to be the son of the Imperial Guard Commander. However, this was not a difficult task for Li Zhongjiu. Alright, after you take over the Sparrow Saint Casino, I'll bring you that guy's head. No, I want to cut off his head with my own hands. Du Liani said coldly. In fact, Du Liani had found her true love when she married into the Pan family. She thought that she could live happily for the rest of her life. However, on the 2nd day of their marriage, her husband was brutally murdered. In order to protect the Pan family's reputation, the Pan family announced that he had died of an illness. Because they covered it up well, no one mentioned it again. However, Du Liani knew the truth. Because the other party was so powerful, even the Pan family did not dare to go against them. Du Liani originally thought that she would have a chance if she relied on the 9th prince. However, she gradually realized that it was impossible because the 9th prince relied on the strength of the Imperial Guards. As a result, Du Liani's hope of revenge was even slimmer. Alright. You have the final say. Li Zhongjiu said. This made Du Liani a little surprised. Didn't he need to think about such a serious matter? She thought that Li Zhongjiu would hesitate when he heard the name of the Imperial Guard Commander's son because it involved the Imperial Guard in the Imperial City. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the Imperial Guard Commander was. If they were to provoke him, it would not be so easy to get away from him. How long would it take to kill the Imperial Guard Commander in the Sacred Flame Imperial City? Even if he was the son of the Imperial Guard Commander, he was now a chilly arch. If the 200,000 Imperial Guards were to be mobilized, it would not take long for them to overturn the Sacred Flame Imperial City. Therefore, this was a huge hornet's nest. However, Li Zhongjiu agreed without any hesitation. It was as if this Imperial Guard Commander was nothing in his eyes. This Li Zhongjiu was too confident in himself. Du Liani thought in her heart. But for now, even if she had doubts about Li Zongjiu's strength, there was no turning back. At this point, the ninth prince would definitely not let her go easily. Now that she had to help Li Zongjiu deal with the Pan family, Du Liani could only speed up. Otherwise, she might not be able to wait until the day Xiao Tiance died in front of her. It's a deal, Du Liani said. The account book in her hand was very valuable. If she took it out, the Pan family would have no choice but to compromise. Du Liani could have exchanged it for 1/3 of the Pan family's assets, but she only used it to carry out the transaction in the casino. It was fine if she exchanged it for the casino. Even if the Pan family was extremely unwilling, they would probably obey obediently. Once the account book was exposed, the Pan family would be finished. For many years, Du Liani had also been jealous of the Pan family's inaction. They clearly knew how her husband died, but they didn't ask for an explanation because of fear. They even took the initiative to apologize to others after the incident. It was really embarrassing. In Du Liani's opinion, this was extremely cowardly. Du Liani herself had no power or influence. After her husband died, she could only be under house arrest in the Pan family. If she left the Pan family, only death would await her. Even Du Liani found it incredible that he could survive until now. The more it was so, the more her desire for revenge never stopped. She had to kill him. This was something that had never been shaken. Taifai hurriedly handed over the invitation cards when he saw Li Zongjiu walk out. "Young master, these are the invitations from the princes." Li Zongjiu flipped through the invitations casually before tossing them aside. "I'm not free." In the eyes of an outsider, any one of these invitations would be enough to make anyone envious. However, in Li Zongjiu's opinion, these invitations were no different from trash. "Come find me if you have any matters to discuss. I've been rather busy lately," Li Zongjiu said. After obtaining the demonic tuof flower, Li Zongjiu would have to prepare to refine the elixir. Once the elixir was refined, he would have to undergo the final breakthrough at the Genius Pavilion. Therefore, he didn't have time to deal with these people. Everything would have to wait until he obtained the Universe 9 revolving needle. Li Zongjiu also had to personally prepare some medicinal ingredients. Just the cash in his bosom alone exceeded 2 billion. With such a status, he could buy whatever he wanted. "Yes, young master," Taifai said. Then, Li Zongjiu left the Great Delight Casino. Although gathering forces was a very important matter, increasing one's strength was also of utmost importance. Li Zongjiu was in the process of searching for some special medicinal ingredients in the market. Han Wushou arrived at a secret room. It was obvious that some people had come to secretly meet him. When he found out that these people had appeared, Han Wushou naturally felt more confident. He hadn't expected that Li Zongjiu would be able to help him do a good deed. Not only would these people help him deal with Li Zongjiu, but they would also reward him handsomely. How could Han Wushou refuse such a good thing? The Blood Strike Guard acts arrogantly. "As the commander, the greatest authority I have is to make you do things outside the city. Once you're done, leave the Sacred Flame Royal City immediately. Don't leave any traces behind. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," Han Wushou said faintly. Han Wushou said faintly. At this moment, there were 2 other people sitting across the table in the secret chamber. "Don't worry, Sir Han. The Blood Strike Guard has always done things cleanly," the other person said. The light in the secret room was dim, so one couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. However, the person sitting there gave off the feeling that a torrential blood was brewing. The saber on his waist also inadvertently revealed a trace of luster. 6 bronze, 6 bronze Blood Strike Guard. A mere Blood Strike Guard with 3 bronze ranks was already a Sky Origin ancestor. The people who had chased after the 3 bronze ranks had all been led by a Blood Strike Guard with 4 bronze ranks. The Blood Strike Guard had already tracked down Li Zongjiu, who was in the city. If they couldn't bring back Li Zongjiu's head, the Blood Strike Guard would lose all face. Therefore, they had sent a Blood Strike Guard with 6 bronze ranks to lead the team. One could imagine how terrifying the lineup below was. However, this wasn't within Han Wushou's consideration. He only needed to think of a way to lure Li Zongjiu out and his mission would be considered complete. If he could see Li Zongjiu die in front of him, he would definitely be very excited. "That's good. Where's my money? Han Wuxiu asked. 10 mid-grade yuan stones. The other 10 will be handed over after the mission is completed. A burlap bag was pushed over to Han Wuxiu from the table. The blood strike guard with 6 bronze ranks was expressionless, but anyone could sense the sinister aura emanating from him. A transaction like this was worth 20 mid-grade yuan stones. The value of these yuan stones wasn't something purple yuan could compare to. A low-grade yuan stone would normally be sold for 1 million to 5 million gold coins on the market. The value of a mid-grade yuan stone would be 100 times higher. However, the exchange rate between a low-grade yuan stone and a mid-grade yuan stone was 10:1. This was because every yuan stone had a different concentration of spirit energy. The difference in grade was only within a certain range. If the quality was good, the price would be even higher. If the quality wasn't good, the price would be greatly reduced. At the same time, mid-grade yuan stones were like grade 5 elixirs. They were both priceless. No one would be stupid enough to exchange yuan stones for money, as that wouldn't be worth it. Although these 20 mid-grade yuan stones weren't considered priceless, even some small families in third-grade cities wouldn't be able to fork out such a sum. It was obvious that the blood strike guards had really put in a lot of effort. Follow me out of the city at 8 o'clock tonight. I guarantee that you'll see Li Zongjiu. If I don't receive anything after this, you'll have to wait and see. Han Wuxiu snorted coldly. When exchanging blows with these blood strike guards, he naturally had to muster up his aura. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress these people with their overbearing auras. Then, Han Wuxiu left the place. The conversation in the secret room didn't end just because Han Wuxiu left. The commander wants us to do it cleanly, another person said. He didn't have a saber at his waist, so it was difficult to tell what level he was at. However, the fact that he was able to stand on equal footing with the blood strike guards was enough to prove his strength. This person's status was definitely not inferior to the 6 bronze blood-robed guards. Don't worry, I know what to do. The 6 bronze blood-robed guards said. Li Zongjiu didn't know that someone had already started to target him. They had even started to plot against him. They strolled around Royal City until the afternoon, when the sky gradually darkened. This trip was pretty good. They had prepared everything they needed. At the same time, Li Zongjiu also went to find out more about the spirit stone market. A beginner grade 5 elixir can only be exchanged for a mid-grade spirit stone. I didn't know that spirit stones were so expensive these days. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but exclaim. As one's cultivation progressed, elixirs could only be used as support. Yuan stones would become the mainstream. Of course, this wasn't because the elixir wasn't good enough, but because most people couldn't afford to consume it. They could only take one at a critical moment. This was because the absorption effect of the elixir was several times better than that of the yuan stones. It seemed like he had to go somewhere to get some yuan stones. Although he had killed Yi Lantian previously, there weren't many yuan stones in Yi Lantian's storage ring. This was because Yi Lantian's cultivation wasn't high. He was only a first-grade yuan monarch. Furthermore, most of his belongings were stored in his family's treasury. Who would carry them around all the time? This was obviously something that rarely happened. A mid-grade yuan stone could even be absorbed by a primitive emperor. However, the value of a grade 6 elixir couldn't be measured by a grade 5 elixir. Even the current Nantian elixir king couldn't refine a grade 6 elixir. If the Nantian elixir king had such ability, he wouldn't be stuck in this state. Night fell. Li Zongjiu followed the address on the express letter in the morning. He headed towards the Skyhorn Mountain. The Heavenly Horn Mountain was covered in a thick fog. When Li Zongjiu arrived at this place, he already felt a trace of strangeness. Since Huang He had already accepted this task, he must have made preparations. Therefore, it would be safer to stay in the city. If he was surrounded by people outside, he would probably be in a state of helplessness. Therefore, Li Zongjiu guessed that there was something fishy going on. Since there was a trap, he wanted to see what kind of trap it was. It had been a long time since he last killed someone. His hands were itching. At 8 o'clock, a figure groped his way up the mountain. It wasn't Huang He, but an errand boy. He didn't seem to know what was going on here. He held a box in his hand and walked to Li Zongjiu. "Are you Li Zongjiu, young Master Li?" the errand boy asked softly. He was very careful with the box in his hand. "It's me." Li Zongjiu nodded. "Boss Huang asked me to give this to you. My task is done. I'll take my leave." The errand boy handed the box to Li Zongjiu. Then, he turned around and rushed down the mountain. However, not long after, he heard the sound of blood splashing in the sky from the thick fog. Splash! When the blood splashed, Li Zongjiu sensed that the other party had made a move. Boom! A sharp blade energy pierced through the thick fog and slashed toward Li Zongjiu. The blade energy landed on the ground, causing a violent explosion. Li Zongjiu gently tapped his foot and retreated. However, behind him, another blade net rushed toward Li Zongjiu. The terrifying blade energy shrouded Li Zongjiu. "You're courting death." Keeping the box in his hand, Li Zongjiu took out the Thunder Slayer blade and slashed behind him. Boom! The Thunder Slayer blade suddenly exploded with lightning. In an instant, the person who had rushed up from behind was pushed back. There were a total of 3 people behind Li Zongjiu. Under this blade attack from Li Zongjiu, they were forced to retreat. Their bodies landed on the ground as they retreated. However, at this moment, they forcefully stabilized their bodies and used the Yuan power in their bodies to forcefully suppress the lightning energy in front of them. Li Zongjiu's casual move had forced them into such a state. It was indeed amazing. How audacious. You actually dared to ambush me. Li Zongjiu held the Thunder Slash saber in his hand, and there was still no one around him. The enemy seemed to be observing Li Zongjiu in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu directly. The white fog was probably released by these people. Sure enough, it's the Thunder Cutter. Since he dared to take our Thunder Cutter, he should be prepared to be beheaded. A person walked out of the white fog. The matter of the Thunder beheading saber had been delayed for a long time. The trash of the Saber Axe Pavilion had actually lost such a precious saber. This was a great loss for the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. As the blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop, he naturally had the responsibility to retrieve the Thunder Slayer blade. Beside that person was another person. Li Zongjiu saw the copper rings wrapped around the weapon of the other party. It was a 6 copper long blade with a blood edge. A 6 copper blood-robed guard. Oh, so it's the people from Qingyuan Villa. I was wondering why I felt so happy today. Li Zongjiu laughed when he saw these people. With a flick of his mental energy, he immediately dispelled the surrounding thick fog. Suddenly, a large number of figures appeared in the dense fog. When they saw these figures, they were shocked. No one had expected that there would be so many blood-robed guards hiding here. At a glance, one could tell that there were at least 100 blood-robed guards. It seemed like these people had put in a lot of effort to deal with Li Zongjiu. If they couldn't bring back Li Zongjiu's head this time, they wouldn't need to continue living here. The blood-robed guards might as well disband as soon as possible. Among these blood-robed guards, the weakest one was a 4 copper blood-robed guard. There were more than 100 ancestor Yuan powerhouses, and they were all filled with murderous intent. Even a Yuan monarch powerhouse would probably be exhausted to death by this lineup. In addition, the strength of the 6 copper blood-robed guard in front of them had already reached the Yuan monarch level. With such a lineup, they would be able to kill anyone who stood in their way. In the distance, Han Wuxiu and the others were also watching from afar. Han Wuxiu wasn't at ease because he was afraid of the other party's movements. Plus, he wanted to see Li Zongjiu die tragically before his eyes. Therefore, he had to wait here. When he saw that the other party had actually prepared so many people, he was a little surprised. Damn it! They actually brought so many people. If this team infiltrated Monarch City, the destruction it would cause would be terrifying. It was easy to imagine that, apart from the most powerful family clans, the other family clans wouldn't be able to survive the next day if they wanted to destroy them. It would only take one night for this batch of blood-robed guards to wipe them all out. The cold-blooded assassin squad that Qingyuan Manor had spent a huge amount of money to nurture wasn't just for show. Just counting the number of people was enough to make Han Wuxiu's scalp go numb. However, this is good too. I want to see how you will escape this time. Sometimes, you don't have to do it yourself to kill someone. Hee hee. You want to fight me, Li Zhongjiu? You are still too inexperienced. Han Wuxiu sneered inwardly. This scene somewhat exceeded Li Zhongjiu's expectations. It was obvious that these people had been lying in ambush for a long time. However, due to the white fog, Li Zhongjiu hadn't sensed their presence. It seemed like these blood-robed guards had some pretty strong methods. Even so, there was only one outcome. Without waiting for the 6 bronze blood-robed guards to give the order, Li Zhongjiu took the lead and charged towards a relatively weaker area with the thunder-slashing blade in hand after clearly seeing the formation of these people. Boom, the power of lightning was frantically released from the thunder-beheading blade. It looked like a terrifying lightning spider web as it flew towards these people. Boom. The frightening power of the lightning instantly fell on the bodies of the 5 blood strike guards, who were all 4 bronze-ranked blood strike guards. They had been through hundreds of battles and killed people like flies. However, the power of lightning was too overbearing. Even though they had mustered all their strength, they were still sent flying. When the power of lightning struck their bodies, a tiny bolt of lightning struck their chests. Boom. The 5 of them were instantly sent flying as wisps of black smoke rose from their chests. They fell to the ground and didn't struggle to get up. Li Zhongjiu didn't even look at the effect of his slash. Instead, he charged towards the others. Formation. Killing revolving sky formation. The blood robe guard ordered. Immediately, the blood robe guards arranged themselves into a circular formation. As they spun, they closed in on Li Zhongjiu, surrounded by terrifying murderous auras. Boom. Boom. A total of 5 killing formations spun rapidly towards Li Zhongjiu. It was hard to tell if they were real or fake blade auras, but in reality, dozens of blade auras landed on Li Zhongjiu's body every second. Li Zhongjiu smiled coldly. Save these tricks for fools. In terms of combat experience, Li Zhongjiu had more combat experience than everyone present combined. Therefore, how could a small formation trap Li Zhongjiu? Even if the formation was profound, the strength of these people was too weak. Obsidian fire. Black dazzling flames lingered on the tip of his blade as Li Zhongjiu directly charged towards one of the killing arrays. Without the slightest bit of fear, the blade in his hand slashed down. Before the other party could touch Li Zhongjiu, the blade had already slashed down and directly shattered the blade array. Bang, several figures flew out. Some of them still had traces of flames lingering on their bodies. At first, they thought that the flames could be extinguished with a casual slap, but they were shocked to find that the flames were constantly drilling into their bodies. No. No. Finally, the blazing heat swept over them, and they instantly lost their will to fight. They fell to the ground and struggled non-stop. In the end, they were completely burned, leaving not a single trace behind. The rest of the people were secretly shocked when they saw this scene. The flames were so difficult to deal with. Coupled with the power of the thunder slash blade, almost no one could get close to it. A few ear-piercing sounds could be heard in the air. Then, a few terrifying energy fluctuations could be seen approaching them. Swoosh! It was the sound of an arrow piercing through the air. Li Zhongjiu had no time to dodge. After all, his opponent could be said to be a veteran. Thus, his timing was very accurate. It was exactly the moment when Li Zhongjiu's origin power stopped circulating, and he finally made his move. Furthermore, the one who made this move was a blood-robed guard with 5 bronze ranks. Amidst the chaos, the 3 blood uniform guards seized the opportunity and shot an arrow at Li Zhongjiu. 2 of the arrows were dodged by Li Zhongjiu, but he was still in the path of the 3rd arrow. Clang, the arrow instantly hit Li Zhongjiu's shoulder. The arrowhead instantly shattered. The rest of the force was directly injected into Li Zhongjiu's body. This arrow was specially made. In order to prevent it from being blocked when it was shot, at the moment of collision, all the force would be released and the arrow would turn into powder. Therefore, once you were stabbed, there was basically no chance of dodging. Li Zhongjiu retreated. Even he felt a sharp pain. His shoulder felt like it was about to be dislocated. However, Li Zhongjiu's physical body was very strong, so he gradually recovered from the pain. However, the look in his eyes gradually changed. Very good. The crowd instantly locked onto the person who had shot the arrow. Even that person had a shocked expression on his face. His arrow just now was enough to pierce through the body of a fourth-order origin beast, but Li Zongjiu seemed to be completely unharmed. Even if there was armor, there shouldn't be armor at the shoulder where he had shot. With such rich combat experience, how could he make such a mistake? Just as he was looking at Li Zongjiu in shock, his eyes met with Li Zongjiu's half-smile. Not good. In the next moment, Li Zongjiu threw the Thunder Slayer blade in his hand. The blood-robed guards along the way were sent flying by the power of the Thunder Slayer blade. Even if they wanted to block it, it was simply too late. Li Zongjiu tapped his foot and chased after the Thunder Slayer blade. Everyone, stay calm. The blood-robed guard shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, a strand of Yuan spirit energy surged around him. It was a blood-colored dart frog. The dart frog was very fast and had a strong explosive power. When the latter drew the bow and knocked the arrow, the dart frog directly jumped on the arrow. As the arrow was shot, it hit the Thunder Slash blade with a bang, sending the Thunder Slash blade flying tens of meters away. The dart frog jumped over the terrifying lightning and rushed toward Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu was clearly not afraid of the dart frog. When the dart frog rushed over, Li Zongjiu grabbed the dart frog in his hand. Smack! The dart frog in his hand was thrown to the ground and he fainted. When the blood-robed guard saw this, he felt dizzy. He grabbed the dagger in his hand and prepared to fight in close combat. However, he suddenly felt that the longbow in his hand was snatched away. His longbow was specially made. People with insufficient arm strength would not be able to draw it. The blood-robed guard knew that Li Zongjiu had closed in on him. But now, it was too late. The other party had already pressed the bow against his neck. As for him, he pulled the bowstring to an extremely exaggerated state, and then gently released it. Pop! The bowstring was instantly pulled back. It directly cut off the blood-robed guard's neck in an extremely smooth manner. Plop! The blood-robed guard's head fell to the ground and splashed Li Zongjiu's body. This was the first time a blood-robed guard had been killed since the start of the battle. Everyone present was shocked by his words. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the scene unfold before them in disbelief. The blood-robed guard was a powerful late-stage origin ancestor and had obtained the power of an Yuan spirit. Under such circumstances, his combat strength was naturally extraordinary. This showed how terrifying these people's strength was. However, even such a terrifying person had been killed by Li Zongjiu. Everyone instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at the saber formations from before, they were unable to trap Li Zongjiu. The 6 copper blood-robed guard leader's dark eyes swept over the people in front of him upon seeing this. He immediately stood up. The blood blade in his hand was unsheathed. It was like a terrifying blood python that came entangling. Immediately, it was accompanied by an aura that could cover the sky and the earth as it charged over. He was a true Yuan monarch. Obviously, even the blood-robed guard could not bear the loss of a blood-robed guard. After all, it was not easy to nurture these blood-robed guards. If they were easily killed by Li Zongjiu, then even if this mission was a success, it would at most be considered a miserable one. The blood python flew towards Li Zongjiu. Its terrifying aura seemed to be able to swallow the heavens and earth. It suddenly approached and landed in front of Li Zongjiu in an instant. Boom! The blood python descended from the sky and pounced. With a loud bang, it swallowed Li Zongjiu whole. Everyone present was shocked when they saw this scene. Even with Li Zongjiu's strength, he still did not have the slightest ability to fight back against the 6 copper blood strike guard. This troublesome opponent was finally dealt with. Han Wuxiu, who was watching from a distant mountain peak, was overjoyed. That damned bastard was finally subdued by his opponent. Otherwise, he would really think that he was invincible. Hee, what a miserable ending. The corners of Han Wuxiu's mouth curled into a sneer. Even if he did not have to personally take revenge, he still felt very satisfied. So what if you were arrogant and egotistical before? Since you have offended me, you can only be beheaded and obediently accept your death. However, Han Wuxiu's smile did not last long. He saw the blood python's stomach suddenly explode. It seemed like a dragon's claw had torn the blood python's stomach apart. The dragon's claw was in the sky, and its terrifying aura was shocking. Even the 6 bronze blood guards widened their eyes as they watched the scene unfold in front of them in disbelief. The blood python's stomach was easily cut into two halves, and an aura of violence and death spread out. Soon after, a figure of a blood dragon appeared with a person wrapped around it. The blood python, which had fallen to the ground, was constantly struggling. It seemed to be in extreme pain, and its body was constantly stretching and rolling on the ground. What is that? All the blood strike guards and the blacksmith of the Bright Lightning Workshop widened their eyes as they stared at the thing wrapped around Li Zhongzhou's body. If they were not mistaken, it should be a dragon. Dragon? How could it be? Could it be that Li Zhongzhou already had the strength to kill the dragon clan? He had actually refined the power of the dragon clan into his own original spirit power. This was simply too terrifying. However, this was indeed the case. It was not a simple Yuan beast of the inferior dragon clan that only possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. It was a truly terrifying dragon clan. The dragon clan that only existed in legends. Dragon clan's original spirit. How is this possible? When Han Wuxiu saw the blood dragon that had broken free, its ferocious face and its pure, bloody aura, they were deeply shocked. They did not expect Li Zhongzhou to possess the original spirit of the dragon clan. What did this mean? It meant that Li Zhongzhou's strength was incomparably powerful. Just the power of his Yuan spirit alone was already superior to others. Seeing such a situation, he was naturally shocked. Being able to possess the dragon tribe as an Yuan spirit was sufficient to show just how frightening Li Zhongzhou's background was. Moreover, his frightening talent was indeed frightening. Such strength indeed caused one to be shocked in their hearts, and also caused one to become even more jealous. Han Wuxiu stared at Li Zhongzhou. No, we must kill Li Zhongzhou. We must kill him. We must not allow such a monstrous person to live in this world. Han Wuxiu was already prepared. If these people could not deal with Li Zhongzhou, he would do it himself. After a bitter battle, how could Li Zhongzhou be unscathed? When the time came, he would rush up and cut off Li Zhongzhou's head and ruthlessly step on it. This was his goal. You won't live for long, Li Zhongzhou. So what if you have the original spirit of the dragon clan? If you die, you will only be a pile of bones. Only those who are alive can be called experts. Han Wuxiu's eyes were extremely gloomy. However, just as his eyes were filled with murderous intent and he was imagining killing Li Zhongzhou and stepping on him, Li Zhongzhou had already begun to fight back. The blood dragon Yuan spirit had already appeared and tore the blood python into pieces. Under such circumstances, there was no need for much words. The 6 bronze blood strike guard already knew that he was in big trouble. Li Zhongzhou leaped up and the Thunder Slayer blade in his hand brewed a terrifying blood thunderbolt. Boom! The scarlet power of the thunderbolt spread all over the ground. It spread like a spider web and filled the entire ground, condensing into a terrifying aura. Rumble! This move wasn't just aimed at the 6 copper blood strike guard. The surrounding blood strike guards were also sent flying. Boom! These people were sent flying in an instant. The blood strike guards had no way of resisting this terrifying thunderbolt. The blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was shocked when he saw the scene. He can actually trigger the hidden attribute of the Thunder Slayer blade. Where did this person come from? Is he a natural weapon master? In the world of blacksmiths, there was a type of person known as a weapon master. They were able to use any new weapon as if they were born psychic. They were able to unleash the power of every weapon to the extreme and develop various hidden attributes. They were quite powerful. Seeing Li Zhongzhou actually trigger the hidden attribute of the Thunder Slayer blade, the blacksmith was shocked. He was also extremely shocked. This attribute had never been identified, and even the blacksmith himself wasn't sure if it had such an effect. It was a combination with the attribute of the origin power that was used, resulting in an even more powerful amplification effect. In the end, it would cause such a collision. When the blood thunderbolt appeared, the only blacksmith present who knew the trade already knew that it was impossible. Identifying a weapon's attributes required a lot of conditions and countless experiments. Only then would it be possible. Looking at the abundant thunderbolt power on the Thunder Slayer blade, one could tell that it had only been used a few times. If it wanted to continue displaying its power, it would have to be injected with energy again. Li Zhongzhou was able to find the hidden attribute and activate it after using the Thunder Slayer blade a few times. Obviously, his strength was very terrifying. One of the blood thunderbolts rushed toward the blacksmith. On the other hand, the blacksmith was incredibly calm. He gently waved his hand to suppress the power, and the blood thunderbolt power seemed to have been attracted to him as it wrapped around his wrist. The rest of the people did not fare so well. Most of them were directly sent flying. His body was covered with fatal wounds, and he had been blasted clean. The moment the blood thunderbolt wrapped around their bodies, the blood in their bodies was directly burned up. The blood strike guard with the long saber in his hand blocked in front of him. The surrounding power surged out in all directions. When the blood thunderbolt was released, the blacksmith saw that his body was covered with wounds. Li Zhongzhou's figure appeared in front of the blood strike guard. To be able to force me to this point, your death is worth it. The 6 bronze blood strike guard's eyes emitted a terrifying glow. His gaze suddenly became sharp, and the surrounding atmosphere also became extremely terrifying at this moment. Li Zhongzhou stood where he was, not panicking at all. He gazed at the 6 copper blood-robed guards. When he saw them again, he saw that the corpse of the blood python at his feet had gradually turned into a pool of blood and merged into the opponent's body. Li Zhongzhou saw this scene and felt that it was a little interesting. First of all, the origin spirit would not die. Unless the host died, the origin spirit itself was a kind of energy that the origin beast entrusted to the host. As long as the host was alive, this energy was equivalent to endless. However, the degree of injury was different every time, so the recovery time and speed would be different. Sometimes, it would even take 10 or 20 years to recover. In this kind of situation, once the origin spirit was in an injured state and in a spiritual state, there was no way to display any effect. However, looking at the situation of the 6 copper blood-robed guard in front of him, it seemed to be directly absorbing energy from the origin spirit's remaining spiritual power. This was almost overdrafting the origin spirit's power. It was clearly seriously injured, but it did not let the origin spirit enter a state of automatic recovery. Instead, it absorbed all the remaining power. In this way, it strengthened its own state. He felt the 6 copper blood-robed guard's aura become stronger. Li Zhongzhou also nodded his head slightly. Although such a method could kill 1,000 enemies, it would also cause 800 casualties. However, it was also a more sensible method. Compared to the origin spirit's life, of course, his own life was more important. Eat my blade. Blood python slash. Immediately, the 6 copper blood-robed guard roared, and the long blade in his hand suddenly slashed toward Li Zhongzhou. That terrifying power instantly erupted. It rushed forward like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Boom, the thunder slash blade in Li Zhongzhou's hand fell to the ground. Suddenly, a terrifying thunderbolt power burst out, diffusing out. From afar, it looked like a thunderbolt ball that suddenly protected Li Zhongzhou. The blood python slash brought along a terrifying power as it smashed into the lightning defensive barrier. Bang, when the two sides collided, lightning instantly spread out in all directions. They flew in all directions. The power of the blood python had also disappeared. Clearly, this move was also a draw. The ground where Li Zhongzhou had been standing had already turned into ruins. However, there was no sign of Li Zhongzhou's corpse, so the blood strike guards immediately started looking around. Li Zhongzhou was nowhere to be found. Take my blade as well. Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Then, Li Zhongzhou's figure fell from the sky, and the long saber in his hand slashed down fiercely. What? The 6 bronze blood-robed guard raised his head and looked at Li Zhongzhou, who was descending from the sky. When did he rush up to the sky? Now that he had jumped down, wouldn't that be taking his life? He had just made a move, and his strength had not yet recovered. Facing Li Zhongzhou's sure-kill attack, there was no way for him to dodge. Thunder-sealing saber case. Just as Li Zhongzhou was about to split the 6 bronze blood-robed guard in half, a voice came from the side. In an instant, there seemed to be something falling on the thunder slash blade. Then, all the lightning energy on the thunder slash blade was withdrawn at this moment. Buzz, in the next moment, the thunder slash blade let out a whistling sound and left Li Zhongzhou's hand, flying to the side. Li Zhongzhou, who had lost the thunder beheading blade, was surprised for a moment. However, he quickly adjusted himself and landed on the 6 bronze blood-robed guard's head with his palm. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's palm contained hidden power. When this power surged into the 6 bronze blood-robed guard's body, his head did not suffer any damage. However, the area below his neck seemed to have been torn to pieces by countless barbed wires in the air. It was smashed to pieces. Hiss. F*CK. F*CK, the surrounding blood-robed guards gasped. As blood-robed guards, they had seen all kinds of bloody scenes. However, this was the first time they had seen someone killed like this. They were blood-robed guards, but they were also human beings. When they saw something that exceeded their limits, they would feel shocked and scared. Li Zhongzhou lifted the 6 bronze blood-robed guard's head with one hand and turned to look at a gray-robed middle-aged man not far away. He was slowly putting the thunder beheading blade into a box. It was this fella who had taken the thunder beheading blade back. He should have come from the Radiant Thunder workshop. Judging from his aura, he should be a blacksmith. When the blacksmith saw Li Zhongzhou's gaze, he actually felt a little nervous. This thunder beheading blade originally belonged to the Radiant Thunder workshop. I took it back in accordance with the rules of the underworld. You can solve your own problems. I just came to take back the thunder beheading blade. The middle-aged man wanted to forcefully explain. After all, the strongest 6 bronze blood-robed guard had been killed. If he didn't leave now, he would probably be killed by Li Zhongzhou. Who would have thought that this kid would actually be so strong? He had actually killed the 6 bronze blood-robed guard. Now, only the head was left. The outcome was really tragic. Hee. Look at me. Do I look like the kind of person who is easy to talk to? Li Zhongzhou smiled faintly. In the next moment, an ominous glint appeared in his eyes. The blood soul plane, all the blood-robed guards present were included. The blacksmith also wanted to escape, but there was no way for him to do so. His surroundings had already turned into a blood-red environment. At the same time, a terrifying and manic atmosphere filled the place. Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard from the blood-red world. Then, more screams were heard. One by one, they fell to the ground. The surrounding scarlet color became more and more intense. Not good. The gray-robed middle-aged man felt the aura around him. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that a figure had appeared in front of him. It was Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou's figure flashed out and grabbed the gray-robed middle-aged man's neck. He stared at the gray-robed middle-aged man in front of him. The feeling of death is very good, isn't it? The corners of Li Zhongzhou's mouth curled up. This time, these people from Qingyuan Villa had really provoked Li Zhongzhou. They had actually dared to set up an ambush against him. The nature of this situation was different. Previously, Li Zhongzhou had approached these people to try his luck and adjust his mood. However, these people had taken the initiative to come to him. This was a real provocation to Li Zhongzhou. Since they wanted to become enemies with Li Zhongzhou, they had to be prepared to be killed. He stretched out his hand and waved. In the surrounding blood-red space, several lines of blood immediately appeared and landed on the gray-robed middle-aged man's body. Suddenly, the gray-robed middle-aged man looked as if he had been pierced by countless blood arrows. They continuously connected the blood vessels all over his body and continuously transmitted the blood from his body. Without a doubt, this process was extremely painful. It was as if every bone in their bodies had been pulled out. As their blood flowed out, their bodies shriveled up. They could feel the blood in their bodies disappearing and how terrifying Li Zhongzhou was. As their blood flowed out, the surrounding aura of the blood spirit world became even more ferocious. None of the blood strike guards were able to break through the blood spirit world, and the power in their bodies was slowly draining away. They actually had no way of resisting it. This strange power seems to want to devour me. One of the guards shouted as he knelt on the ground. Now, he was only left with this low growl. As the power of the blood spirit world continued to increase, it absorbed a lot of the aura of the blood spirit world. Eventually, the blood in his body was also forcefully sucked into the blood spirit world. Buzz, pft, one of the guards spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was plastered to the ground as the blood in his body was frantically being absorbed. Chi, a pile of white bones appeared on the ground, but the bones were soon consumed. It was as if the blood spirit world was a huge stomach that was constantly digesting things that contained flesh and blood. There were so many blood strike guards present, but not a single one of them had been able to escape. In everyone's opinion, such a situation was impossible. Let's gather the remaining forces and kill our way out. A 5 bronze blood strike guard immediately called for the rest of the guards to gather around. There were still a dozen or so people left. At this moment, they were gathered together in a scattered manner. However, they still looked very miserable. All of their faces were pale. Gather your vital energy and blood into my body. I will use my bow and arrow to open a path. Although most of the blood strike guards hesitated when they heard this, now wasn't the time to be indecisive. After all, this was only a little bit of power left in their bodies. If they were to send it out, it would definitely speed up their deaths. They estimated that they wouldn't last more than a few minutes in the blood spirit world before dying. However, unity was their only hope right now. Bang! 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 Everyone channeled their vital energy and blood into the 5 bronze blood strike guards' body one by one. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted from the blood-robed guard's body. Just as the aura of the 5 bronze blood-robed guards reached a terrifying state, evil smiles appeared on their faces, which were facing away from the crowd. Thank you for your support. I will go back and report your contributions. The 5th bronze blood-robed guard sneered and unexpectedly used his power to shake off the people in front of him. At the same time, he also flew into the distance. He was holding a black iron ball in his hand. Immediately, he threw the metal ball in his hand forward. Boom! This was a heaven-quaking thunder. The blood spirit world was forcefully torn apart because of the terrifying power contained in this heaven-quaking thunder. It was none other than the blood essence he had plundered from the blood strike guards. With a whooshing sound, the blood-robed guard's figure flew out. What? Damn it! Get me out of here! Why not? The blood-robed guards were already in danger. However, he did not expect that he would end up in such a state. It was obvious that another batch of leaks had been harvested from them. I don't want to die here. No, let us go, please let us go. Their professionalism was useless here. As long as they could give them a chance to live, they would do anything. And a miracle happened at this very moment. They could clearly feel the blood essence in their bodies stop flowing. At this moment, he was slowly recovering. If you don't want to die, then capture that kid first. Li Zhongjiu's figure had appeared in front of them without them noticing. Li Zhongjiu appeared like a god, easily controlling their fates. Some of them immediately knelt down. Please have mercy, sir. Let us go. Sir, please spare our lives. We had no choice. We didn't want to come. The blood strike guards were all clear-headed. They knew that they would die with a single slash. It would be fine if their heads were chopped off with a single slash, but using this thing to slowly strip the blood from their bodies was too frightening. Nobody wanted to experience this feeling of slowly losing their blood. Therefore, they immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. In comparison, kneeling down and begging for mercy was much easier. Whoever can kill the one who escaped, I'll let you live. If you want to escape, you can go ahead and escape. The corners of Li Zhongjiu's mouth curled up slightly. There was a reason why he was called the Evil Lord. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu opened up a hole in the blood spirit world and sent out all the people who had been cheated of their blood and chi energy. There were about 20 of them. The blood-robed guard, who had just escaped with great difficulty, was overjoyed when he rushed out of the blood spirit plane. It was as if he had been reborn. When he landed on the ground, he hurriedly took out a few elixirs from his storage ring and stuffed them into his mouth. It was better to remain calm at such a crucial moment. Otherwise, how could he have thought of such a good idea? Just thinking about it made him feel that he was too smart. When he sensed that he had recovered some of his strength, the blood-robed guard didn't think about taking revenge. Given the current situation, it was better to escape as soon as possible. However, just as the blood-robed guard was about to leave, he felt a pair of eyes behind him. However, he felt that there were a few more pairs of eyes behind him. He couldn't help but look behind him. Immediately, he saw dozens of ferocious eyes staring at him. Weren't these people the ones he had cheated? How was this possible? How could Li Zhongjiu release all these people so quickly? Li Zhongjiu was too bold. This really shocked him. He couldn't believe it. Was Li Zongjiu a fool? Wasn't he afraid that these people would run away? Since you're all out, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. He definitely won't be able to catch you. The blood-robed guard continued to come up with rotten ideas. Unfortunately, he could have chosen to trust Li Zongjiu. However, it seemed that he couldn't continue to be cheated. Brothers, kill him. These blood-strike guards were bloodthirsty by nature, so they had placed their trust in Luo Yunyang during such a critical moment. However, Luo Yunyang had actually used such a method to slap them in the face and completely obliterate what little trust they had left. Under these circumstances, Luo Yunyang would be able to enjoy the bloody massacre of these crazy blood-strike guards if he had the chance. Kill. Kill. Their killing intent soared to the sky. None of the blood-robed guards chose to flee. Instead, they all charged forward. The blood-robed guard with 5 bronze ranks immediately took out his bow and shot out a few arrows. After killing a few people, the others closed in on them. When they got closer, the 5 bronze blood-strike guard unsheathed a dagger and chopped off several heads. He effortlessly chopped off the heads of a few people. Under the great shock of his elemental energy, it seemed as if he wanted to send the people around him flying. However, these bloodthirsty blood-strike guards didn't show any fear. They had already died once anyway. Even if they had to die this time, they would still capture the person before them. No matter what, they had to find a scapegoat. A frantic massacre was ongoing. Han Wuxiu, who was on the mountain in the distance, was clearly a little bewildered when he saw this scene. How could they have suddenly started killing each other? Could it be that these people in front of him had already been instigated by Li Zongjiu under such circumstances? Li Zongjiu was simply too resourceful. He actually possessed this kind of strength. Damn it. How could this be? Son of AB*****. Do we still want to kill our way out? Han Wuxiu started to hesitate when he saw that Li Zongjiu actually possessed such a strange method. After all, Li Zongjiu was extremely vicious and had many sinister methods. They hadn't brought many people with them this time. Although they were enough to protect themselves, they were still far from enough to kill Li Zongjiu. Furthermore, Han Wuxiu had yet to see what kind of injuries Li Zongjiu had sustained. Therefore, Han Wuxiu was already thinking of retreating. If he retreated now, he could wait until later and slowly find an opportunity to kill Li Zongjiu. Revenge wasn't something that could be rushed. Yes, this matter can't be rushed. Let's retreat for now. As Han Wuxiu was thinking this, he suddenly saw a figure appear in front of him. Suddenly, he saw Li Zongjiu's figure reappear in the distance. Furthermore, Han Wuxiu noticed that Li Zongjiu was looking at him. What? He saw me. Han Wuxiu's heart skipped a beat. At such a far distance, Han Wuxiu didn't even use his elemental energy. Instead, he used something called a telescope, which could help people see things 10 miles away. In the end, when he saw Li Zongjiu's gaze, Han Wuxiu was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Retreat. Return to the city. If Li Zongjiu killed all those people, Han Wuxiu would be next. Although he wasn't sure if Li Zongjiu really saw him, Han Wuxiu had a bad feeling about it. He immediately waved his hand and prepared to leave with his subordinates. However, when he turned around, he felt a ray of moonlight shining down from the sky. When he landed on the ground, Han Wuxiu couldn't help but take a look at the ground. A majestic figure appeared on the ground. What is this? Just as this question arose, an incomparably terrifying power was suddenly released and descended from the sky. It was accompanied by the howl of a wild wolf. Roar! The howling moon wolf king roared and descended from the sky. Its claws landed on the ground and directly grabbed Han Wuxiu, who was in front of it, and sent him flying. Bang! Han Wuxiu was lying on the ground, unable to move. The armor on his body was already in tatters. Everyone in the Special Envoy department was shocked when they saw this scene. However, in the next moment, the shadow of death loomed over their heads. Swoosh! The wolf's tail swept furiously and instantly sent the surrounding special envoys flying. One of them reacted quickly and was in a better position. He saw the opportunity and immediately pounced on the Howling Moon Wolf King. Then, the sharp sword in his hand slashed the Howling Moon Wolf King's waist. Originally, he thought that if he slashed down with his sword, he should be able to injure the Howling Moon Wolf King. However, the final result was also unexpected. The Howling Moon Wolf King's body was completely unharmed. On the other hand, the person who slashed the sword was directly hit by the terrifying rebounding force. Then, his wrist was shaken until it was about to break. In the end, the sword in his hand flew out of his hand with a swoosh. Damn it! The person who slashed the sword fell to the ground and cursed. Then, he saw the Howling Moon Wolf King's body turn around. Then, the Howling Moon Wolf King bit the person's head off. Only the lower half of the person's body was left on the ground, spurting blood like a fountain. Damn it! Han Wuxiu, who had just regained his senses, could not help but curse when he saw the bloody scene. Immediately, his figure dashed downwards at lightning speed. The subordinates that he had brought along were all killed by the Howling Moon Wolf King in less than half a minute. How could he be so unlucky to be ambushed by a king-level origin beast? Han Wuxiu looked back as he ran. Coincidentally, the Howling Moon Wolf King raised its head and directly threw the last person into its mouth. After chewing, it slowly swallowed. In fact, one could even faintly see an eyeball pop out from the gap between its teeth. Han Wuxiu happened to see this cruel scene. In addition to the severe injuries he had suffered, his legs went numb. He staggered and directly rolled forward. Plop! When he rolled to the bottom of the slope, he saw a figure standing in front of him. Save me, save me! Han Wuxiu saw that the person who came was a middle-aged man. If he appeared at this place at this time, he must have someone to rely on. It seemed like he had found his savior this time. Han Wuxiu hurriedly pulled the middle-aged man's sleeve and said, "Hee, don't worry. You won't die so quickly." When Yinghu saw Han Wuxiu, the corners of his mouth curled up. Yinghu had been in Royal City for so many years. How could he not know Han Wuxiu's name? Therefore, when he saw this high and mighty person asking him for help, Yinghu felt a special kind of joy in his heart. In the past, if he saw these people, he would tuck his tail and take a detour. At the foot of the Heavenly Horn Mountain, the 5th-grade blood-robed guard was worthy of being called the King of Assassins. To be able to reach the position of 5th bronze, he was not bragging for nothing. Although his body was covered in blood and wounds, he had killed all of his former subordinates. At this moment, he was still alive, sitting on the ground. Looking at the scene of corpses and bones, he finally felt relieved. However, he looked at Li Zongjiu, who was walking over. The 5th bronze blood-robed guard had already given up on the idea of leaving alive. Over the years, he had seen all kinds of people. Now that he saw Li Zongjiu's appearance, he knew that he would not be able to survive today. Everyone had become playthings in Li Zongjiu's hands, and Li Zongjiu was able to toy with them easily. Such an enemy was too terrifying. You. Who are you? The 5th bronze blood-robed guard looked at Li Zongjiu in front of him and asked with difficulty. However, when he heard Li Zongjiu's answer, he could no longer hold on. His neck tilted and he died. After struggling for so long, he could finally have a good rest. Looking at the last person who had breathed his last, he looked back at the corpses around him. Li Zongjiu was quite satisfied with such an outcome. At the very least, a great show of this level was playing out in front of him. This made Li Zongjiu feel much better. The lightning blade scabbard was also opened. When the lightning slash blade was taken out, Li Zongjiu discovered that the power of the lightning slash blade seemed to have increased. This made Li Zongjiu suspicious. Could it be that the lightning blade scabbard had the effect of charging the lightning slash blade? That's right. Usually, the thunder-slaying blade was stored in the thunder-sealing blade scabbard. The creation of the wind and thunder scabbard was extraordinary. The craftsmanship required to forge it was not inferior to that of the thunder-slashing blade. Originally, the blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop came here to take back the Thunder Beheading Saber. If there was any damage to the Thunder Beheading Saber, it only needed to be placed in the Thunder Beheading Saber case to recover. Therefore, they brought the Thunder Slashing Saber with them. However, they didn't expect that not only did they fail to retrieve the Thunder Slashing Saber, but the Thunder Sealing Saber case was also taken away by the other party. Not only that, they even lost their lives for nothing. How could they accept such an outcome? When the Bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop heard the news, they would definitely go crazy. Whoosh whoosh, one man and one wolf landed in front of Li Zongjiu. Shadow Fox landed on the ground and looked at Li Zongjiu, then at the many corpses at his feet. Judging by their attire, they were all Bloodstrike guards. Young master, this indescribable shock was written all over Yinghu's face. There were so many corpses, and the one closest to them was actually a 5th bronze blood-robed guard. 5 bronze rank. That was quite powerful. When Shadow Fox saw the insignia of the 5th bronze blood-robed guard, his eyes widened and he sucked in a breath of cold air. My God, young master, where are the people I asked you to capture? Li Zongjiu waved his hand disdainfully. So what if he killed these Bloodstrike guards? He had killed a lot of people. The Howling Moon Wolf King immediately stepped forward and swung his tail, throwing a figure to the ground. Han Wuxiu was badly beaten. He rolled a few times and finally stopped in front of Li Zongjiu. He raised his head and looked at Li Zongjiu with his dying breath. He couldn't believe it. That terrifying Wolf King was actually Li Zongjiu's man. Following Li Zongjiu's orders was simply too shocking for Han Wuxiu. So you're the one behind this. I told you to stay away from me. Why didn't you listen? Honest advice is unpleasant to the ear, isn't it? Li Zongjiu squatted in front of Han Wuxiu and patted his face. Han Wuxiu felt powerless. He couldn't resist Li Zongjiu at all. Let me go. At this moment, Han Wuxiu was fully aware of the situation. Making an enemy of Li Zongjiu wouldn't end well. Li Zongjiu wasn't a human. He was a demon. No one knew how much power this demon had. Just the strength it had displayed now was enough to crush him. In Han Wuxiu's eyes, it was as if he had fallen into an abyss of despair. Have a taste of being eaten alive by a wild beast. Li Zongjiu said with a faint smile. Then Li Zongjiu smashed Han Wuxiu's dantian and broke his 4 limbs. Ah! Don't leave me here. No! Han Wuxiu shouted. The smell of fresh blood filled the air. As long as one was in the forest, there would definitely be meta beasts or wild beasts. There was no doubt about that. Normally, they couldn't be seen because they were hiding. Wild beasts weren't stupid. They wouldn't rush out at the slightest movement and be killed. Only when the surroundings returned to normal would they sneak out. Only then would he quietly poke his head out. Let's go. Li Zongjiu waved his hand. There was no need to clean up the scene. He immediately left with Han Wuxiu and the wolf. When the Bloodstrike guards appeared, Li Zongjiu knew that something was wrong. There had to be someone colluding with them to achieve such a level of success. Moreover, Han Wuxiu was very confident. He even dared to spy on him from afar. This was too much and too arrogant. Therefore, Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate. He immediately summoned the Howling Moon Wolf King in the city. It didn't matter whether the Shadow Fox came or not. After all, the Howling Moon Wolf King alone was enough. The smell of blood and the Heavenly Horn Mountain soared into the sky. It almost spread to a radius of 10 miles. If a meta beast had a sensitive nose, it would be able to smell it clearly from a dozen miles away. Then, it would rush over. Han Wuxiu, who was lying on the ground, regained some of his strength. But now, his 4 limbs were all broken. However, as the commander of the Special Envoy Department, he naturally had a way to survive. He still had a chance to survive in such a desperate situation. The pain from his limbs made Han Wuxiu break out in cold sweat. He could even feel the wild beast staring at his body, ready to eat him. Suddenly, Han Wuxiu saw something on the ground. It was the signal flare that they used to call for help. As long as he bit the thing at the tail, he would be able to release the signal. Therefore, Han Wuxiu finally managed to twist his body to the front of the signal flare with all his might. The signal flare seemed to have been placed there on purpose. In Han Wuxiu's opinion, the heavens wanted him to survive. When Han Wuxiu bit down on the signal flare, he realized that it was empty. How could this be? Han Wuxiu was heartbroken. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Finally, a sharp-toothed rat could not resist the temptation of the flesh and blood in front of it. It immediately rushed out and bit Han Wuxiu's stomach. Crunch, fresh blood mixed with the internal organs gushed out. Han Wuxiu's face finally revealed a look of despair. That's right. The signal flare, which was useless at this moment, had been thrown there on purpose by Li Zongjiu. When you were filled with hope, you suddenly realized that it was just an abnormal despair. At this moment, your heart would be in so much pain. At this moment, the sacred flame royal city was in an uproar. First of all, in the Supreme Tower. Leng Aotian and Prince Xianming had been waiting in the Supreme Tower for half an hour. Prince Xianming had wanted to arrive a little later to show his strength, but he felt that it would be too stingy. Hence, he decided to show up on time. Li Zongjiu would definitely be touched if he knew about it. It was such a great honor. Being able to meet a prince was the most glorious thing for a commoner like him. However, it was obvious that Li Zongjiu did not take Prince Xianming seriously at all. It was only after half an hour that Prince Xianming confirmed that Li Zongjiu had actually dared to reject him. Not only that, but Prince Xianming also found out that his other brothers had also sent invitations to Li Zongjiu, but they had all been ignored. Ignoring a prince was akin to courting death. However, ignoring so many princes made him a hero in many people's eyes. However, this news could not be made known to too many people. If the whole city knew about it, wouldn't it make these princes lose all face? Li Zongjiu, what a great guy. I'd like to see how long you can jump around. Prince Xianming had never expected that Li Zongjiu would actually dare to ignore him. This was simply a great humiliation. However, the more this was the case, the more Prince Xianming thought highly of Li Zongjiu. Of course, he did not want to recruit Li Zongjiu. Instead, he wanted to confront Li Zongjiu head-on and completely trample on Li Zongjiu. When Li Zongjiu was trampled on, they would be very happy. Very happy, incomparably excited. Prince Xianming's character was like this. No one could be more powerful than him. Everyone had to submit to him. Leng Aotian was naturally punished as well. It would probably be difficult for him to regain his previous trust in a short period of time. This was because Leng Aotian had not settled the matter properly and had instead humiliated his master. Leng Aotian was already considered merciful for not killing Leng Aotian right away. It was impossible to imagine how arrogant and despotic these powerful people would be just by thinking about it with one's brain. Leng Aotian was now considered to be in the cold palace, but there were still so many people that he had to rescue. If he used his family's power, there was no way he could gather so much money. That was a total of 1 billion purple yuan. If he could get it so easily, he wouldn't have to work so hard to cultivate. If he had so much money, he would have used it to buy medicinal pills to improve his strength. If there's really no other way, I can only ask for peace. Leng Aoyan could not allow so many of his brothers to be trapped in the dungeon and be tortured. Therefore, he had to think of a way to rescue them as soon as possible. Since Xianxia and Li Zongjiu are from the same hometown, they should at least give each other some face. It seems like I have to find Xianxia and ask her to negotiate with Li Zongjiu. There shouldn't be any problems. Although it was very shameful to ask for help from a woman, he had already asked Xianxia once. If he did it again, it would not be a big problem. Now that Li Zongjiu had provoked so many princes at once, he would probably have a hard time in the future. Therefore, he thought that it would be faster. At the very least, he had to rescue those people first. Boyu Casino. Although the students of the Blazing Sword Union were under house arrest, the people of Boyu Casino would not make things too difficult for them as long as they admitted defeat. Moreover, this was mainly aimed at those who were more arrogant. The harder one's mouth was, the more arrogant one would be, and the more one would suffer. In the end, one would become more and more afraid of being arrogant. One would understand that there was nothing one could do here. Gradually, these people learned to be more obedient. Then, Boyu Casino gave these people a good meal. In a dungeon, 2 bowls of rice were placed on the ground. When Wan Zhong saw it, he immediately took the 2 bowls of rice in his hands. At this time, the other prisoner was in a semi-conscious state. When he saw the bowl of rice in Wan Zhong's hands, he immediately became alert. However, he did not have any extra strength. He could only shout softly in Wan Zhong's direction, hoping that Wan Zhong would quickly send the rice to him. When Wan Zhong saw the bowl of rice in his hands, he smiled. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. He walked to the corner, holding the 2 bowls of rice in his hands. Then, he quietly looked at his companion, who was struggling to crawl to him. However, in the end, he directly fainted. Don't worry, Chao Lin. When I get out, I will avenge you. Wan Zhong's eyes flashed with cold light. Chao Lin's eyes began to lose focus. He just wanted to eat a mouthful of sweet food to replenish his energy and eliminate his pain. However, he did not expect that Wan Zhong would be so cruel. He held the bowl of rice in his hands, but did not give him a mouthful. Chao Lin finally fainted on the ground. Wan Zhong's eyes flickered slightly. Chao Lin, you will not die in vain. Now that a student of Chao Wu Pavilion died in the territory of Boyu Casino, let's see how many heads Boyu Casino has to chop off. Chao Wu Pavilion was the key martial arts academy supported by the Xingyan dynasty. Every year, a large number of elites were trained and would enter the important institutions of the dynasty. Therefore, the Xingyan dynasty attached great importance to Chao Wu Pavilion. Today, if they knew that a young student of Chao Wu Pavilion was poisoned by the evil forces of Jianghu, they would be punished. In addition to the crime of imprisoning them, Li Zongjie would basically be waiting for his whole family to be executed. Now, there was only Wan Zhong and Chao Lin in the cell. There was no one else. After getting out, of course, he could say whatever he wanted. He helped Chao Lin up, and at the same time, put the bowl of rice in front of him, pretending that Chao Lin had already received the rice, but did not have time to eat it, and finally died of illness. Wan Zhong himself pretended to sleep. When he woke up, he found out about this. Everything was ready. He was just waiting for the right time. It would be best if it was not Wan Zhong who found out, but the people of Boyu Casino who found out that someone had died in the dungeon. At that time, they would be begging for forgiveness. Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Huang He felt restless. He did not know what the final outcome would be. He did not know what had happened on the Skyhorn Mountain. However, he could not just rush out like that. Not to mention Li Zongjie, if Han Wushou saw him, he would be doomed. He would definitely fall into Han Wushou's hands. Although he had helped Han Wushou this time, if he was caught, he would definitely be threatened by Han Wushou. Huang He also had a trick up his sleeve. The box he sent to Li Zongjie did not contain the demon camel flower. In this way, when Li Zongjie was caught, Han Wushou would not be able to find the demon camel flower from Li Zongjie. In the end, Han Wushou would not be able to find the demon camel flower. Once Li Zongjie was dead, he would get rid of the demon camel flower. There would be no trace left. Even if Han Wushou came to find him again, there would be nothing to be afraid of. Could it be that he was afraid of you? Whatever he did, he had to pay attention to evidence. If there was no evidence, it would not be so easy to wrongly accuse the chief of Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. In the worst-case scenario, Li Zongjie would still be alive, and Han Wushou and the others would all be dead. Under such circumstances, Li Zongjie would definitely hold a grudge against him. At that time, he would only need to hand over the demon camel flower and he would most likely be able to keep his life. In this way, Huang He would also be able to increase his chances of survival to the maximum. Otherwise, he would die no matter what. The tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open, causing Huang He, who was in a daze, to be startled awake. Who is it? Boss, it's me, a skinny young man walked in. Although he was skinny, his running skills were top-notch. Blackie, how is it? What's the situation on the Skyhorn Mountain? Huang He was naturally worried, so he sent Blackie to investigate, hoping that he could be mentally prepared as soon as possible. Blackie was also very impressive. In the blink of an eye, he had returned. Boss, my God, that place is too scary. I estimate that at least 50 or 60 people died there. I also saw the body of Commander Han Wushou. After Blackie came in, he finally managed to restrain the shock on his face. When he saw the terrifying scene on the mountain, he was scared out of his wits. He couldn't believe it. Especially when he saw Han Wushou's corpse. What? Han Wushou is dead? How is that possible? Do you have any evidence? Huang He was shocked when he heard that. No wonder he had a bad premonition tonight. Now it seemed that this premonition was about to come true. Hey, when I got there, most of the corpses had already been eaten. I found this. As he spoke, Blackie took out a waste token in his hand. It was picked up beside the corpse. When Huang He saw the waist token, he was certain that the dead person was Han Wuxiu. This waist token was Han Wuxiu's identity token. It was something that he would never leave his body. As an official, he had to wear it at all times. Even when he was taking a bath, he had to wear it around his neck. Now that this waist token was here, it meant that Han Wuxiu was dead. Oh no, how could he be dead? What should we do now? We're in big trouble. A trace of fear appeared in Huang He's eyes. Previously, he thought that even if Li Zongjie was not dead, he would have fled in a hurry. He might not even return to the sacred flame royal city. But now, Han Wuxiu was dead. Not only that, it seemed that the people that Han Wuxiu brought were all dead. So many envoys died in one night. The people in the special envoy department were probably going crazy. And the person who did all this was undoubtedly Li Zongjie. Oh no, I didn't expect Li Zongjie to be such a powerful person. Huang He immediately slapped his thigh. No one would have thought that a mere Li Zongjie would have the ability to command the special envoy department. He was actually able to kill the special envoy department despite being ambushed by so many special envoys. The special envoy department was simply a disgrace. In all the original plans, as long as something happened to Li Zongjie, he would be safe and sound. Even if Li Zongjie was still alive, he would wait for an opportunity to send this hot potato out and take the rest of the money. For Huang He, it would be the best of both worlds. But now, he couldn't believe that everything was reversed. The one who died was Han Wuxiu, and the one who survived was Li Zongjie. Boss, are you okay? Seeing that Chief Huang He seemed a little anxious, Blackie was also a little surprised. This was the first time he saw Chief Huang He reveal such an expression and attitude. It really surprised Blackie. You can go back first. There's nothing for you to do here. Huang He waved his hand and let Blackie leave first. Huang He also rummaged through the boxes and cabinets to pack up his things. Although the possibility of this happening was very small, Huang He had a bad feeling about it. If this continued, it was very likely that he would die here. Even if this was the headquarters of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. But how could a person who could kill the commander of the Special Envoy Department not come to such a place? Even the headquarters of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall must exist in name to him. I have to leave the Sacred Flame Royal City as soon as possible. His keen intuition over the years was also guiding Huang He to the right path. Without a doubt, Huang He's choice was right. But, in terms of time, it was too late. Just as Huang He was packing up his things, he felt the door being pushed open. The candles in the room were instantly extinguished. Whoosh! Whoosh! As darkness appeared, Huang He's body froze in an instant. A faint murderous aura could be felt. Huang He only felt that his breathing was frozen and he couldn't move. How? How could this be, Chief Huang, are you going on a trip? Li Zongjie's voice sounded from behind Huang He. Huang He's heart suddenly thumped. Sure enough, he came to find him. Huang He knew that Li Zongjie would come, but he didn't expect Li Zongjie to come so quickly. At the very least, there were many experts in the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. But even though Li Zongjie was already standing in front of him, there was still no movement from the outside world. No one noticed that Li Zongjie was approaching. Young Master Li. Let me explain, Huang He squeezed out a bitter smile. At this moment, he could only put up a final struggle. If he died without putting up a struggle, it would be too regretful. Where's the thing I want? Li Zongjie didn't come all the way here just to listen to your explanation. Explanations aren't necessary. If he cared about you, he wouldn't need your explanation. As for Li Zongjie, he didn't care about Huang He's life at all. So, no matter how much you explain, it's useless. You're going to die anyway. I didn't want to do this. If young Master Li doesn't let me go, I won't hand over the thing. Han Wuxiu forced me to do this. Huang He said resolutely. At this moment, he had to make things clear. If he couldn't, he would make Li Zongjie suffer even if he had to die. How could anyone sacrifice themselves for the sake of others? If Li Zongjie insisted on killing him, he wouldn't let Li Zongjie off either. Fine, hand over the thing and I'll spare your life. Li Zongjie said indifferently. Huang He almost couldn't believe his ears when he heard that. What, you're telling the truth? Huang He was shocked. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was such a kind person? Impossible. Thinking about the fate of Han Wuxiu and the others, how could Li Zongjiu be a kind person? Everyone was killed. Li Zongjiu's method was so cruel and vicious. He was definitely not a kind person. Of course. I killed so many people for the sake of obtaining the demonic abbot flower. I didn't kill people for the sake of killing people. If you were to give me the demonic abbot flower, there would be no need for me to kill so many people. Li Zongjiu said very naturally. What he said sounded very reasonable. Huang He's thoughts were also colliding rapidly. Maybe Li Zongjiu was forced to do this because he had no other choice? Thinking about it, it did make sense. Maybe. As long as Li Zongjiu handed over the thing, this matter would be over. If that was the case, then this matter could be considered to have come to a perfect end. With such an opportunity, this matter would definitely be resolved. For a moment, he actually believed Li Zongjiu. After thinking about it again and again, he was afraid that there might be some changes. Since Li Zongjiu was willing to give it a try, it wouldn't be a problem. Then, he took out the thing that he kept with him. The box in his hand felt heavy. When Li Zongjiu took out the box, he could feel the hidden power inside. It must be the demon camel flower. The demon camel flower is in this box. However, one must wear this special glove in order to be able to pick it up. Although the demonic abbot flower has been severed and its power is not as strong as before, if one carelessly touches it, one's soul will still be damaged. Huang He explained. Li Zongjiu naturally knew about the demon camel flower's ability to devour souls. In fact, there was a terrifying power in the demon camel flower. This power could destroy one's soul defense and directly seize one's soul power. If you know how to resist this power, then it will be useless against you. Therefore, the way to destroy the demon camel flower back then was to gather a group of powerful spiritual masters to destroy the demon camel flowers. This was the most correct way. Li Zongjiu opened the box and reached out to take the demon camel flower in his hand. On the surface, it looked like a withered Ganoderma. In addition, its color was extremely dark. At a glance, it gave off a profound feeling. Immediately, one could tell that it was not an ordinary thing. However, Li Zongjiu's expression did not change much. When he saw the demon camel flower, he remained calm. Seeing Li Zongjiu directly grab the demon camel flower, Huang He was so frightened that he hurriedly shouted. Be careful. However, nothing unexpected happened to Li Zongjiu. He just held the demon camel flower in his hand and looked at Huang He. This flower of yours is fake. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Fake? How is that possible? After hearing this, Huang He's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't believe that the demonic snail flower in his hand was fake. He had personally appraised this flower, so it couldn't be fake. After all, this flower was very valuable. Such an item couldn't be easily fooled. How is it not possible? If you want to prove that it is real, then you have to touch it. Li Zongjiu placed the demon camel flower on the table. You have to pick it up and prove that it is real. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Huang He finally understood. Li Zongjiu meant that he had to use his life to prove that the demon camel flower was real. Wasn't that the same as asking him to die? You want me to die? Huang He understood what Li Zongjiu meant. He stared at Li Zongjiu in disbelief. He had originally thought that they had come to an agreement. He had never imagined that Li Zongjiu would still want him to die there. Everyone had a temper. If Li Zongjiu wanted him to die, did that mean he had to die? He. I didn't say that. As long as you can prove that this is the demon camel flower I want, I will leave immediately. If you can't prove it, then I won't leave. I might even kill you. Li Zongjiu smiled faintly. There was a mocking look in his eyes. Li Zongjiu did not care about what Huang He had encountered in the past. That was why he had made this choice. First of all, Huang He had set up a trap when he had given him the item. If Luo Yunyang had not been strong enough, he would have been killed by the Bloodstrike guards. Secondly, the item in the box was actually a fake. No matter how good Li Zongjiu's temper was, he wouldn't be able to continue tolerating this. Since Huang He liked to play with schemes, tricks, and intelligence, then he would have to put on a good show in front of Li Zongjiu. You. Don't force me. If worse comes to worst, we will fight to the death. Huang He pointed at Li Zongjiu and bellowed. Huang He had been forced to make this choice. If he had to compare his own life with Li Zongjiu's, then his own life would have been more precious. Every year, countless people would die helplessly, all because of some trivial matters. Even some very promising young people would not have a good ending when they encountered such things. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before this person would be crippled and disappear from Monarch City. In front of Huang He, Li Zongjiu was just an unlucky young man. Therefore, he didn't care about Li Zongjiu's life or death. He would only be safe if Li Zongjiu died. I'm forcing you, Li Zongjiu said. Then, he grabbed the demon camel flower in his hand and appeared in front of Huang He in a flash. Huang He turned pale with fright when he saw this. However, it was too late. Li Zongjiu used the demon camel flower in his hand like a dagger and stabbed it into Huang He's neck. SSS, in an instant, Huang He felt as if his body and soul were rapidly shrinking at this moment. His body's functions were constricted. Then, he felt his spiritual power pouring into the demonic camel flower. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Finally, with a swoosh, he was devoured by the demon camel flower in his hand. His eyeballs lost their color. Then, Huang He's body fell to the ground with a plop. Although the wound on his neck was fatal, his soul was empty. However, a body without a soul was nothing more than an empty shell. Not many people would be able to detect such a situation during an autopsy. What a pity. If you had reported Han Wuxiu to me from the beginning, I wouldn't have minded sending you to a meteoric rise. However, you can only go to heaven now. Li Zongjiu walked out of Huang He's office and gently closed the door. It was as if no one had been there. After obtaining the demon camel flower, Li Zongjiu immediately chose to enter the 5 Elements Yuan building to refine the elixir. However, the situation of the 5 Elements Yuan tower seemed to be a little special today. Li Zongjiu sat by the side and waited. The number of rooms that were opened was relatively small. Therefore, Li Zongjiu decided to wait for a while. After all, the royal blood demon camel pill was not easy to refine. Refining a high-grade elixir was a little stressful for Li Zongjiu. After all, Li Zongjiu's current strength was equivalent to the peak of the Origin Ancestor realm. As for level 5 high-grade medicinal pills, they could only be concocted by Pill King realm experts. For example, the South Heaven Elixir King used a high-grade elixir to stand out in a competition between alchemists. He established his current status as an Elixir King. It was not that there were 5 people in the world who could surpass the South Heaven Elixir King. It was just that the South Heaven Elixir King was more dazzling at that time. Not to mention the underworld, there were at least 2 alchemists in the imperial family who were more skilled than the South Heaven Elixir King. The mysterious master of the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor was also more skilled than the South Heaven Elixir King. This level of cultivation was not something that could be touched so easily. It was just that these people couldn't be like some young people and participate in this kind of killing competition. They were already past the age of that. There were also many people waiting with them. Seeing these people's movements, each of them looked full of confidence, and some of them had a worried look on their faces. Li Zongjiu closed his eyes and waited for a while. Suddenly, he heard the sound of heavy armor moving outside the Yuan building. There were also rumbling sounds coming from the ground. It seemed like a large army was moving. What's going on outside? It seems like the city guards. Why would the city guards come here? Is there a wanted criminal here? Immediately, these people began to discuss amongst themselves. While they were talking, they had completely surrounded the 5 Elements Yuan house. Seeing this scene, everyone present started to panic. What's going on? They surrounded the 5 Elements Yuan building. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. As the name implied, the city guards were naturally responsible for maintaining the security of the city. Generally, they were best at catching thieves and fugitives. Of course, if there was a large-scale case, the city guards would pay attention to it, and their efficiency would be very high. The people inside, listen up. I am the Vice Battalion Commander of the City Guard's 3rd Battalion, Tusk Battalion, Lu Pei. All of them walked out with their hands on their heads and squatted on the ground. If you don't surrender after 100 breaths, then don't blame me for giving the order to charge in. Even the person in charge of the 5 Elemental Yuan house went forward to negotiate, but he was unable to do anything and was directly detained at the side. When the people in the 5 Elements Yuan Tower saw this scene, they were somewhat flabbergasted. They were somewhat unable to react. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that some of the bad things they had done before had been reported? However, most of them were magnanimous in their hearts. Moreover, they were frightened by the ferocious aura of the city guards. The swords and spears in their hands were all real weapons. Those who came to the 5 Elements Yuan building to cultivate were basically people of the underworld who didn't have a good place to go. If their family had the means, they would choose to specially build a training room in their home and set up some Yuan rune arrays. This effect should not be a problem. However, for those with limited means, they could only choose to come to the 5 Elements Yuan building at such a crucial time to undergo the most crucial process of breaking through. Don't be impulsive. We are out. We are innocent. Many of them raised their hands and walked out. From their point of view, it was obviously not a wise choice to directly clash with the government or even the dynasty's army. Therefore, raising their hands and surrendering could be said to be the wisest choice. We are not going out. These people don't have a search warrant. Could it be that they are looking down on our human rights? We are all people with status. Some of the people who had some status in the city rose up one after another. If their subordinates knew about this, wouldn't they lose face? Therefore, they chose to resist at such a time. Someone even rushed out and confronted the deputy battalion commander named Lu Pei. He wanted to expose his identity and interrogate him. However, he was immediately arrested by Lu Pei and his man and handcuffed on the spot. It didn't matter how high one's status was. It was all to no avail. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you handcuff me? However, that person didn't make a sound because his mouth was directly covered and he couldn't speak at all. All of you, listen up. Today, we are going to capture the wanted criminal who killed the Imperial Martial Pavilion students. He is extremely dangerous. If anyone dares to resist, kill him without mercy. Lu Pei roared. The soldiers immediately stomped the spears and shields in their hands on the ground. Waves of air were released in unison. Boom! Murderous aura surged. After this commotion, the few people in the room, who were originally more stubborn, began to tidy up their clothes one after another. Don't do anything. We are coming out. A few people who were more reputable raised their hands together and walked out as if surrendering. When they walked out, it was difficult to hide the embarrassment on their faces. Take them all. Lu Pei directly ordered. Immediately, the soldiers stepped forward and detained the last few people. After they were placed on the ground, they were directly handcuffed with the chains. Then, they were directly put in headgear. After this group of people was taken away, they were all locked up in prison wagons. Lu Pei's eyes revealed a trace of fierceness and decisiveness. He was a person who didn't like trouble. He liked to be straightforward in everything. If someone broke the law, he would directly take them down. If the crime was serious, he would directly execute them on the spot. How could there be such a trivial matter? So what if he killed the wrong person? Since he was killed, he deserved it. Therefore, there was nothing to worry about. Therefore, when Lu Pei did things, he was particular about efficiency. There is still one person inside. Team 1, go and take him out. Yes. Sir. Immediately, a team of people rushed into the 5 Elements Yuan house. Li Zhongjiu, who was meditating, looked at the people at the door at this moment. His eyes flickered with a cold light. However, he didn't start a massacre. His figure quietly blended into the darkness. He disappeared. The group of soldiers rushed in and searched for a long time, but they could not find Li Zhongjiu's figure. Thus, these people wandered around and were about to go out. With a loud bang, the door was tightly shut. The captain of the first squad was shocked when he saw this. Lu Pei, who was guarding outside, saw this and immediately gave the order. Attack! Stop pretending to be mysterious. I want to see if you really have 3 heads and 6 arms. Liu Pei growled. The soldiers under his command also rushed forward. When most of the people around him had left, only a group of guards was left beside Liu Pei. Suddenly, Liu Pei seemed to see a figure walking towards him, but he could only see it vaguely. Not good. Liu Pei's intuition told him that something bad was about to happen. He immediately drew the sword at his waist, but then he saw another figure on his horse. You're courting death. He slashed his sword at the figure. That person also stretched out his finger and casually clashed with the sword. Clang, Liu Pei's sword broke with a sound. In the next moment, Li Zhongzhou's finger pressed against Liu Pei's forehead. He only needed to use a little force and Liu Pei's head would explode. Although Liu Pei was surprised by Li Zhongzhou's strength and age, he still felt like a man who did not fear death. He raised his head and pressed it against Li Zhongzhou's finger. Good skill. Since I've been defeated, you can kill me or cut me up as you wish. Don't worry, my brothers will avenge me. Until Li Zhongzhou's figure appeared. Only then did the guards beside Liu Pei react. Someone had actually taken Deputy Battalion Commander Liu Pei hostage in front of them, and it was done so directly. Who are you? Li Zhongzhou asked. Although he did not know what had happened, his intuition told him that these people were here for him. If he did not have this keen insight, Li Zhongzhou would not have been able to survive until now. City Guards Black Fang Battalion. Liu Pei gritted his teeth and said. If Li Zhongzhou wanted to insult his banner, then even if he risked losing his head, he would definitely bite off a piece of meat from Li Zhongzhou's body. As a soldier, his banner could not be insulted. Who sent you to deal with me? Li Zhongzhou continued to ask. He originally thought that Liu Pei was a subordinate of some prince, and wanted to directly send people to capture him, so he casually came up with a groundless accusation. If that was the case, Li Zhongzhou would definitely not let these people go. At that moment, the only thing he knew was that Liu Pei seemed to be just following orders. That meant that there was someone else behind Liu Pei. What did you say? I'm following military orders. Liu Pei roared. Li Zhongzhou was too lazy to ask. He directly stepped on Liu Pei's body and pressed Liu Pei onto the horse's back. If you dare to chase after me, then wait to collect your deputy battalion commander's corpse. Li Zhongzhou roared angrily and immediately urged his horse towards the Broad Delight Casino. Obviously, something had happened in the Broad Delight Casino, because the Martial Tide Pavilion students were imprisoned in the Broad Delight Casino. From the looks of it, one of them was dead. How could a person die so easily? Therefore, Li Zhongzhou must know that someone was secretly causing trouble. No matter who it was, as long as they touched Li Zhongzhou, he would definitely drag them out. No matter who supported him, it would be useless. Along the way, Li Zhongzhou held Liu Pei hostage and rushed to the front of the Broad Delight Casino. The soldiers behind did not dare to chase after them directly, but only followed from a distance. If their commander was killed, then they would definitely be held accountable. At this time, whoever ran in the front would undoubtedly be the first to bear the brunt and be punished. Therefore, they chose to proceed in this way, but they would definitely not lose sight of Liu Pei. Quick, keep up. A large number of city guards were also running wildly in the city. The Sacred Flame Imperial City was bustling with noise and excitement tonight. Some of the higher-ups were also watching with great interest. The 9th Prince Xianming was on a tall building, and beside him were the 2 sisters Bing Shuang and Bing Shuang. From this direction, they could see the Broad Delight Casino. What a pity. Since I can't use you, then I can only sacrifice you. Although it's a pity, who asked you to kill someone? Such a good excuse, how can I let it go so easily? Prince Xianming smiled faintly. In the distance, Li Zhongzhou urged his horse to gallop. However, at this moment, the entrance of the Broad Delight Casino was already sealed. The battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion personally led a team to seal the place, and even detained Taifai and the others. Moreover, he also received an order to prepare to execute them on the street. Taifai and the others did not expect that this matter would be blown out of proportion. Moreover, the news seemed to spread like wildfire, and in an instant, it reached the ears of a certain big shot, who then took this opportunity to make things difficult for them. He directly mobilized the people of the Ministry of Justice. After the verification process was completed, he directly arrested them. The whole process only took half an hour, and they did not even have time to report to Xianxia. The other party clearly wanted to cut the Gordian knot with a swift knife. Haha, you lowly things dare to arrest me? If I don't make your heads fall to the ground, I'm not called Wanzhong. Wanzhong's eyes flashed with a cold light. At this moment, they were also in the protected area. Even if they were rescued, they would not have to pay a single cent. Now, not only the Broad Daylight Casino, Li Zhongjiu, who was behind the scenes, would be arrested soon. He would be executed on the spot. In the Sacred Flame Royal City, was there anyone who could go against the royal authority? Therefore, Wanzhong already had victory in his grasp at this moment. He even had the feeling that he could play everyone in front of him in the palm of his hand. Within the cordon set up by the soldiers, there was a stretcher on the ground covered with a white cloth. The one who died was Chao Lin. The death of his companion made the people of the Blazing Sword Alliance even more furious. These people in front of them were so vicious. They definitely wanted to close down the Broad Daylight Casino and seal it up completely. Among the crowd, Jean Buffon's resentment towards the Broad Daylight Casino was particularly deep. Originally, as a Heaven's Pride, he would have a bright future ahead of him. It was fine for him to be proud and arrogant. However, he was humiliated by Li Zhongjiu time and time again. As a future star, how could he endure such humiliation? He must turn these people into ashes one by one in order to eliminate the hatred in his heart. Chao Lin's death can eliminate the hatred in my heart. Chao Lin, I still have to thank you. Tai-Fai and the others were detained and forced to kneel on the ground. In front of the army and the government, they had no power to resist and no right to speak, unless they were strong enough to be the enemy of the Xingyan dynasty. Heavy shackles trapped them on the ground. Tai-Fai's eyes were gloomy. He could not help but sigh in his heart. This situation was really unbearable for him. A second ago, he was high and mighty, but in the next second, he was reduced to a prisoner on death row. There was no way to reverse the situation. You bastards, my child is only 17 years old. How could you do this? How could you be so vicious? Mr. and Mrs. Chao were also sobbing on the side. They wished they could faint on the ground. The couple came from the outer city and worked hard all the way until now. They could be considered to have a small family business. Now that their son was also successful, they felt gratified and happy. But who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, they would have to send their son away? In their agitation, they even rushed up and grabbed Tai-Fai, wanting to punch and kick him. They knelt in front of Chao Lin, who was covered by a white cloth, crying and shouting. They could not believe what had happened. Inhumane, lawless. Come, immediately behead these people. The commander of the Tusk Battalion, Wang Ding, ordered. Just as he was about to give the order to behead, he saw an object flying towards him from the sky. A figure suddenly flew down from the sky. Seeing this thing rushing over, the people around Wang Ding immediately became alert. Shoot that thing down. Wang Ding's guards immediately roared. However, those with sharp eyes immediately saw that the thing flying towards them was none other than their deputy battalion commander, Liu Pei. Don't shoot, it's the deputy battalion commander. It's the deputy battalion commander. The guard captain hurriedly roared. However, it was too late for someone to retract his arrow. Fortunately, when the arrow was released, it was shot directly to the side. Bang! Oh my God, who the hell shot my butt? Liu Pei held in pain in midair. As he fell, he was caught by the soldiers. However, after Liu Pei landed on the ground, he reacted and immediately shouted at Wang Ding. Battalion commander, be careful. As his voice faded, Battalion Commander Wang Ding felt a chill on his back. It was as if something cold and bone-piercing was placed on his neck. Wang Ding immediately knew that someone was holding him hostage. Immediately, he gave a disdainful smile. This place was right under the emperor's nose. Could it be that someone had the guts to hold him, the battalion commander of the city guards, hostage in Royal City? Given the nature of the situation, it was tantamount to a rebellion. 9 generations of the clan would be implicated. Kid, you're really bold. You actually dare to rebel in front of everyone. Wang Ding coldly shouted. Li Zongjiu, who was behind him, was unmoved. He looked at the situation around him, then looked at Taifai, who was kneeling on the ground. Finally, his gaze fell on the white cloth on the stretcher. He frowned slightly as he smelled something unusual. "Sir, without distinguishing between right and wrong, you sealed up my casino and even wanted to behead my men. Who gave you the right to deceive everyone and cover the sky with one hand?" Li Zongjiu used the knife in his hand to knock the helmet on Wang Ding's head and said indifferently. This helmet was an item on the head and could not be touched. At this moment, Li Zongjiu actually knocked it in front of his subordinates. He was really too arrogant. "How dare you?" Wang Ding suddenly shouted angrily and turned around on his horse. He wanted to confront Li Zongjiu face to face. He had to do it in front of Li Zongjiu, or at least use his eyes to deter Li Zongjiu. As an army, it was very shameful to be held hostage like this. But just as Wang Ding turned around, he saw Li Zongjiu's foot coming towards him. Bang! Wang Ding's figure fell from the horse's back. In the next second, Li Zongjiu landed in front of Wang Ding. The long blade in his hand was pressed against Wang Ding's neck. This kick was not a light one. "Take it." Li Zongjiu threw out the Imperial Alchemist token. Wang Ding caught it with both hands and recognized the token. The symbol on it was equivalent to Li Zongjiu's rank as a standard 4th-grade alchemist in the Imperial Court. Just the rank of primary rank 4 was already above Wang Ding's. However, Li Zongjiu's position did not have real power, but his status was there. If there was something that offended him, it would be quite serious. If he really wanted to fuss over it, the punishment would also be quite severe. Wang Ding was the battalion commander of the City Guard's Black Fang Battalion. His rank was equivalent to a deputy 5th rank. There was a full 3 ranks between him and Li Zongjiu. If he was punished, it would be over. Suddenly, Wang Ding seemed to realize that something was wrong. Generally speaking, such a high-ranking official would have someone to take care of him. If something happened, it would be arranged. Today's matter came suddenly. He suddenly received an order. However, he did not know who gave the order, so he directly brought people over. Wang Ding, who had sharp intuition, roughly knew that this should be a cleansing operation to kill with a borrowed knife. The purpose was to get rid of the other party. Therefore, once the evidence was conclusive, there was no need to ask for the reason. When he saw Li Zongjiu's identity token, he was immediately dumbfounded. How did things turn out like this? You tell me what's going on. Li Zongjiu flicked his finger. A wave of energy directly broke the shackles on Taifai's body. With a clang, Taifai regained his freedom. At first, Taifai also thought that his head would fall to the ground. However, he never expected that Li Zongjiu would arrive at such a crucial moment and directly take down the other party's general. How domineering. Young master, this afternoon, we discovered that someone had fainted in the dungeon. We invited a doctor to examine him and found that he was already dead. The doctor's diagnosis was that his illness had acted up, but the appraisers they invited all agreed that he had been beaten to death. Taifai stood up and said. At this moment, a life was really involved. The person was in the territory of the Broad Joy Casino, so no one could escape. Even now, the Imperial Martial Pavilion had not been alerted. If the people of the Imperial Martial Pavilion came, it would not be so simple. Perhaps the outcome would be even more brutal. Although the Imperial Martial Pavilion did not have law enforcement authority, if the experts of the Imperial Martial Pavilion rushed into the Broad Joy Casino and killed everyone. In the end, who would Emperor Xingyan stand on? There was no doubt about it. Oh? His illness flared up, but he wants to kill everyone in the Broad Joy Casino? Li Zongjiu's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of cold light. He squatted in front of Wang Ding. Dozens of lives, you have the final say? Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Wang Ding's heart could not help but exclaim. At this moment, when he saw Li Zongjiu and the token in his hand, Wang Ding had a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that someone wanted to borrow Li Zongjiu's knife to kill him, Wang Ding? Just based on Li Zongjiu's identity, Wang Ding would definitely not be able to touch him. If by any chance that the knife fell down just now, Li Zongjiu would definitely remember Wang Ding. Then, the matter would naturally be simple. If Li Zongjiu did not kill Wang Ding, then Wang Ding would really be lucky. Lift the white cloth. Li Zhongjiu said. Among the crowd, after seeing Li Zhongjiu appear, Wang Zhong seemed to have taken control of the situation. He was actually able to seize the initiative under the heavy guard of so many people. This was a doomed situation. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu wanted to fight a comeback? No matter what, they could not follow Li Zhongjiu's rhythm. Uncle, auntie, he is the culprit. Brother Chao was killed by him. Wang Zhong stood out and shouted, pointing at Li Zhongjiu. When the Chao couple, who were about to faint from crying, heard that their son's enemy had appeared, they forcibly stood up from the brink of fainting. Their eyes released a ferocious glint as they stared at Li Zhongjiu. You murderer! Mother Chao screamed and rushed towards Li Zhongjiu. However, before Mother Chao could get close to Li Zhongjiu, she was stopped by the soldiers Wang Ding signaled. First of all, Li Zhongjiu had been a dangerous person for a long time. Moreover, now that Li Zhongjiu's identity was here, it would not be easy to directly execute Li Zhongjiu and convict him of the crime. Therefore, it was better to see the changes in front of him first. Fortunately, the knife did not cut down. Otherwise, he would be finished. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the grief-stricken Mother Chao. Her hair was messy, revealing a trace of paleness. Obviously, she had suffered a great blow. However, relatively speaking, Li Zhongjiu was more interested in the person who had just spoken. When Li Zhongjiu turned around and stared at Wang Zhong felt a chill run down his spine. Although Wang Zhong was a little scared, he did not think that Li Zhongjiu would dare make a move in front of so many people. If that was the case, the Imperial Martial Pavilion would definitely step in and arrest Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu, you have already killed a student of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Do you want to keep all of us here? I think you want to make an enemy out of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. Zhang Bufan was not afraid of Li Zhongjiu. They even wished they could skin Li Zhongjiu alive and pull out his tendons. At this moment, they stepped forward bravely and stood together. With Wang Zhong. Both of them wanted to kill Li Zhongjiu. Only then would they be able to wash away the humiliation they had to bear. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Wang Zhong and knew that there was something wrong with him. Immediately, his figure flashed and he dashed toward Wang Zhong. You're courting death. Are you trying to kill someone in broad daylight? Zhang Bufan immediately gave a loud shout and immediately circulated his essence force and charged towards Li Zhongjiu. However, Li Zhongjiu did not even look at Zhang Bufan as he sent out a palm strike. The shockwave that was transmitted through the air instantly sent Zhang Bufan flying. Bang! From within the crowd, Zhang Bufan's figure shot out explosively, directly smashing through several walls before finally coming to a stop. His body was already riddled with old injuries. In addition to the fact that he had been imprisoned for the past few days, he simply did not have enough food or warm clothes. His physical strength had not recovered yet. It was normal for him to be sent flying in an instant. You are so arrogant. How dare you defy the law? Wang Zhong immediately shouted. Clearly, he was extremely shocked. He had never expected that Li Zhongjiu would actually dare to attack. In the next moment, Wang Zhong finally experienced Li Zhongjiu's power. He was directly grabbed by Li Zhongjiu's hand and violently flung to the back. Bang! Wang Zhong's body fell to the ground with his face down. Coincidentally, he fell in front of the white cloth. You're the one who killed him, right? Li Zhongjiu pointed at the corpse and said indifferently. When Wang Zhong heard this, he was shocked. He did not expect that Li Zhongjiu would be able to guess it. However, his face was filled with mockery as he looked at Li Zhongjiu and sneered. Li Zhongjiu, do you think you can get away with this? Chao Lin and I are not blood brothers, but we are closer than blood brothers. How could I kill him? If it wasn't for your inhumane beatings, my brother would not have died in that dark dungeon. Not only did you illegally detain him, but you also abused your authority. Today, I will kill you here. If the city guards do not dare to touch you, my Imperial Martial Pavilion will not let you off. Wang Zhong roared at Li Zhongjiu. Slap. Li Zhongjiu slapped Wang Zhong's face, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. You sure talk a lot of crap. What I'm asking is, did you kill this person? Li Zhongjiu continued to ask. In Wang Zhong's eyes, Li Zhongjiu's cold eyes seemed to have seen through everything. How could Li Zhongjiu know? No, he definitely doesn't know. He must be trying to trick me, Wang Zhong thought in his heart. He even temporarily forgot about the revenge of being slapped in the face. If people knew that he was the one who killed Chao Lin, he would end up in a miserable state. Not only would the Chao family not let him off, but his own family would not let him off either. The Imperial Martial Pavilion and the city's judicial system would not let Wang Zhong off. Such a vile act would definitely result in him being killed. At that time, Wang Zhong was destined to be the target of everyone's criticism. Chao Lin was already dead anyway. Dead men tell no tales. There was more than one person in the world who knew about this, and that was Wang Zhong. As long as Wang Zhong did not say anything, what could Li Zongjiu do? If you want to condemn someone, you can always accuse them. You can also twist the truth. Li Zongjiu, don't be too arrogant. You will get your retribution sooner or later. Slap. Li Zongjiu gave Wang Zhong another slap. Wang Zhong's mouth was bleeding. Battalion commander, Wang Ding and Lu Pei stood to the side, watching the farce unfold before their eyes. At this moment, Wang Ding also came to a realization. With Li Zongjiu's strength and the token in his hand, it was impossible to kill Li Zongjiu with a mere matter of this level. Therefore, their goal of coming here was to force Li Zongjiu to take action. Either that or someone deliberately wanted to test Li Zongjiu's ability. Either that or someone wanted to use Li Zongjiu's saber to kill him. Now that Wang Ding had seen through the second scenario, he was not in a hurry. He would wait and see. Let's wait and see what tricks they can play. This Li Zongjiu is not someone we can touch. As he spoke, Wang Ding handed the identity token in his hand to Lu Pei. Although Lu Pei's bow was hit by an arrow, it was almost healed. There was still a trace of blood on his hand as he took the token. Hiss. This is a rank 4 badge, it was no wonder that Li Zongjiu did not have any scruples along the way. With such an identity here, what was there to be afraid of? He could kill people in minutes. With Li Zongjiu's status, even if Li Zongjiu killed Lu Pei on the spot, nothing would happen. After all, Lu Pei had ordered the arrest of a 4th-rank official of the imperial court without investigating the matter clearly. This was truly an act of insubordination. Moreover, there was no absolute evidence here. The procedure of the trial officials was more complicated. Usually, they would be sent to one of the 3 judicial halls to be judged one by one. During the process, if one could make connections one by one, then even if one was guilty, he would be acquitted in the end. The former head of the judicial hall was Yilan Tian, who was killed by Li Zongjiu. It could be seen how brave Li Zongjiu was at that time. He actually dared to kill the head of the judicial hall. Think about it, Li Zongjiu could even do such a thing. Why would he be afraid of the cook's army unit? It's fine if you don't want to say it. Since you don't want to say it, I'll let him say it. Li Zongjiu threw Wang Zhong to the side. Although the students of the Imperial Martial Pavilion were angry, they did not step forward. After this incident, they learned a principle, which was not to stand out. Li Zongjiu had no problem beating people up in broad daylight. If they rushed forward, they would only be beaten up. However, the person Li Zongjiu was pointing at was Chao Lin and not anyone else. Wang Zhong was stunned when he saw this. Then, he laughed out loud with his mouth full of blood. Haha, Li Zongjiu, are you stupid because of your guilty conscience? Chao Lin is already dead. Do you still have the ability to make a dead person speak? No matter what, you won't be able to escape death today. Wang Zhong said coldly. If he didn't kill Li Zongjiu, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Xianxia dynasty anymore. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't dare to touch the students of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. However, Li Zongjiu was different. He was a student of the Heavenly Star Medicine Matter. His status was not inferior to Wang Zhong's. Wait a moment. You can laugh. Taifai, find a table and lift this person up. Taifai, who was standing at the side, didn't know what to do. After hearing Wang Zhong's order, he immediately rushed into the casino and carried a gambling table out. With a bang, he placed the gambling table on the ground. At the same time, he helped Li Zongjiu to place the person on the stretcher on the table. When the white cloth was pulled off, what was revealed was a deathly pale face. Once again, they saw their deceased child. The grief-stricken Chao couple immediately let out an anguished wail. They nearly fainted from crying. This. When Lu Pei saw this scene, he wanted to step forward to stop it. Wasn't Li Zhongjiu intentionally destroying the corpse? If something was found on the corpse, wouldn't it be terrible? If the corpse was destroyed, it would definitely make their work more difficult. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu did such a thing, Lu Pei was extremely worried. Let him go. Don't forget, he is this. On the other hand, Wang Ding's eyes were like torches. With a glance, he could tell that Li Zhongjiu was not a simple person. Since the other party did this, then there must be a reason. If he did not have any real ability, then how could he be worthy of the Imperial Alchemist's qualification? Lu Pei also saw the Imperial Alchemist token in Wang Ding's hand and immediately nodded his head in his heart. That was indeed the case. Li Zhongjiu took out a set of silver needles and shot them back and forth on Chao Lin's body. Soon, Chao Lin's body was covered with silver needles. He pierced the silver needles bit by bit. Some of the silver needles were thick, while others were thin. When Li Zhongjiu slowly pierced the long silver needle in his hand into Chao Lin's eyelids, it seemed to have directly pierced through Chao Lin's eyeballs. When everyone saw this scene, they instantly felt their scalps go numb. If Chao Lin was still alive, how painful would that be? They didn't expect Li Zhongjiu to be so cruel. Even when Chao Lin was in such a state, he still wasn't willing to let Chao Lin go. Li Zhongjiu, Chao Lin is already dead. You actually want to let Chao Lin die with grievances? You really don't put my Imperial Martial Pavilion in your eyes. Today, if my Imperial Martial Pavilion members were to be manipulated by you, Li Zhongjiu, how could we face our teacher in the future? As long as you are from the Martial Tide Pavilion, stand out and defend the dignity of the Martial Tide Pavilion's disciples. Wan Zhong suddenly shouted, although he did not know what Li Zhongjiu was doing now. However, if Li Zhongjiu was allowed to continue, there would inevitably be some changes. Although he clearly knew that this was impossible, if Chao Lin was really allowed to come back to life, or even have a terminal lucidity, it would be a great threat to Wan Zhong. At the same time, Li Zhongjiu's actions had definitely crossed the bottom line of these people. Clearly, Li Zhongjiu had not considered the importance of the dead. Just this alone was enough to touch the bottom line of an ordinary person. As expected, those people from the Imperial Martial Pavilion could no longer stand still. Li Zhongjiu, stop. Quickly stop. Otherwise, my Martial Dawn Pavilion will definitely not rest until you die. Let go of Chao Lin's body. If you have any problems, just come at me. Brothers, let's fight it out with him. When Taifai saw that the people from the Martial Dawn Pavilion seemed to be acting strangely, he instantly stepped forward. He blocked in front of Li Zhongjiu. Boom. The aura within his body was released. Moreover, this aura also contained an extremely terrifying murderous aura. This murderous aura also gradually boiled. Such a strong murderous aura instantly suppressed the group of brats in front of him. At the end of the day, these people were just a group of embryos that had yet to undergo baptism. If they wanted to become a true warrior or assassin, they had to accumulate enough blood in their hands in order to succeed. All of you, shut up. There is definitely something fishy about this. That kid's death was definitely caused by someone else. If anyone dares to interfere, that person will be the mastermind. Taifai said in a deep voice. His pair of eyes were like a creeping leopard. His original identity as a prisoner seemed to have entered a state where he was automatically released. Wang Ding and the others by the side were also quietly observing the changes. Wang Ding was not in a hurry. He wanted to see what exactly was going on. After all, the current situation was still under his control. Taifai's words also caused the restlessness in the hearts of the crowd to stop. Each of them had already witnessed the strength of the Martial Dawn Pavilion in the Broad Delight Casino. Therefore, they did not dare to be too arrogant now. Facing Taifai, they were more or less a little terrified. What happened here? Li Zhongjiu was currently executing the needle technique. He continuously swung the silver needle in his hand back and forth on Chao Lin's body. After inserting the needle, he pulled it out again. Although the layman did not understand what Li Zhongjiu was doing, the scene was still very lively. However, this technique was a little dazzling, and it made one feel incomparably absent-minded. Leng Ao Tian walked in. When he heard that something had happened to the people of the Blazing Sword Alliance in the Broad Delight Casino, he immediately rushed over. Alliance Chief. You are here. Alliance Chief, that person killed Chao Lin. Alliance Chief, Chao Lin is dead. As the Alliance Chief of the Blazing Sword Alliance, when Leng Ao Tian appeared, these people felt a sense of security. It was as if they had found their backbone. Beside Leng Ao Tian, there was a girl, Yi Tianxue. Senior Sister Tianxue. Sister Tianxue. Even Leng Ao Tian was extremely respectful to Yi Tianxue. Naturally, these people would also respect Yi Tianxue. Moreover, Yi Tianxue's reputation was slightly above Leng Ao Tian's. Although it could be said that there was not much difference in strength, Yi Tianxue was a standard beauty, so her reputation was naturally much higher than Leng Aoyan's. Yi Tianxue faintly greeted. They were all isolated by the soldiers. However, they could see that Li Zhongjiu was executing the needle technique. Dead. Chao Lin is dead. Who did it? Leng Ao Tian was extremely shocked when he heard this. However, his eyes quickly became ferocious. No matter how one put it, Chao Lin was a member of his subordinates. Now that he had been killed by someone in this place, as the chief of the alliance, he would naturally not let the murderer off so easily. Leng Ao Tian wanted to rush in, but he was stopped by the soldiers. Do you know who I am? Get out of my way. Leng Ao Tian directly sent out a wave of yuan energy, sending the people in front of him flying. When he walked out, his body was filled with murderous aura. Li Zhongjiu, today, either you die or I die. Leng Ao Tian unsheathed his longsword and suddenly stabbed towards Li Zhongjiu. The sword light was so fast that even Taifai could not block it. Just as the sword was about to kill Taifai. However, a sword light flew over and landed in front of Leng Ao Tian, forcing him to retreat. The two swords crossed in the sky and exploded with a sharp sound. Tianxue, what are you doing? Are you trying to protect him? Leng Ao Tian's figure landed on the ground. When he saw the sword, he knew who had stopped him. He was extremely shocked and furious on the spot. He even thought that Yi Tianxue was worried about Li Zhongjiu. After all, the two of them were from the same hometown. If Yi Tianxue could not bear to kill Li Zhongjiu, then Leng Ao Tian would definitely not be soft-hearted if Yi Tianxue stood in front of him. Although a confidant was important, a brother was equally important. Take a good look before you act. Yi Tianxue put away the long sword in his hand. Leng Ao Tian seemed to have been blinded by anger and hatred. Ordinary people would not understand what Li Zhongjiu was doing, but could it be that Leng Ao Tian could not see it? Leng Ao Tian looked in the direction of Li Zhongjiu when he heard Yi Tianxue's words. It was in Li Zhongjiu's hands. Chao Lin's originally cold aura was gradually recovering at this moment. It was as if Chao Lin's aura, which was about to dissipate, had become a faintly discernible straight line. When this straight line grew stronger and stronger, it would be the time to revive Chao Lin's aura. The silver needles in Li Zhongjiu's hands were like embroidery needles, constantly mending the places where the aura leaked out. The process was obviously very complicated. In fact, in the eyes of ordinary people, this was simply an impossible thing. This, after taking a closer look, Leng Ao Tian's heart was filled with shock. What resurrection? What miraculous hands! It was not as shocking as seeing Li Zhongjiu slowly recovering Chao Lin's aura. Li Zhongjiu was saving Chao Lin's life, although Leng Ao Tian could not believe it, he saw it clearly. Fortunately, Yi Tianxue had stopped him at the crucial moment. Otherwise, it would have been a huge mistake. In fact, what Leng Ao Tian did not know was that Yi Tianxue had saved Leng Ao Tian's life. Although saving Chao Lin's life was a relatively important matter, Li Zhongjiu could not be unprepared for the situation around him. Therefore, he had to be prepared. If Leng Ao Tian had attacked just now, the vast flying knife would have instantly taken his life. This was Li Zhongjiu's confidence. He was good at saving people, but he was even better at killing people. Wang Zhong's heart fell bad. He couldn't see the situation with his cultivation, but he could clearly feel that Li Zhongjiu seemed to be about to succeed. No one would dare to believe that Li Zhongjiu could succeed. If Chao Lin really woke up, wouldn't that mean that he would reveal his own matters? No, he could not let Li Zhongjiu succeed. Who knew what Li Zhongjiu could do? He had to stop Li Zhongjiu. Wind Thunder Breaking Pearl. Wang Zhong held a wind and thunder shattering pearl in his hand. This thunderstorm bead was a yuan item developed by the 7-star fire room. It only required a trace of yuan energy to create a violent storm within a radius of 10 meters. Within this 10-meter radius, all yuan energy would fall into a state of chaos. Therefore, he decided to wait until the critical moment to throw out the wind thunder destruction bead. It would definitely destroy everything in front of him and he would be safe. To kill a person who had already died once, it would be an easy task. That was obviously an easier task. It would be best if he could bury Li Zhongjiu in it as well. Boss, what is this kid doing? Lu Pei's strength was not as good as Wang Ding's. At this moment, Wang Ding was also staring ahead intently, as if he was witnessing a miracle. Shoo, shut up. Wang Ding was obviously very focused and did not allow anyone to disturb him. When he saw half of it, Wang Ding was obviously exhausted. At this moment, he rubbed his eyes and admitted defeat. No, it's too strong. It's too strong. With my strength, just observing it for a while is already exhausting. If that kid were to use it, how much energy would he consume? This young man's realm is far above mine. He's worthy of being an alchemist bestowed by the emperor. Wang Ding's heart was filled with awe. Those who could survive in King City basically had some skills. Wang Ding was not stupid. After staying in the city guard for so long, he was only a small battalion commander. There were only so many people under him. Every time he was sent out, it was a thankless job. If there were no other variables, his life would probably come to an end. In addition, he did not have any strong background. On this basis, he might be directly taken down by others. Therefore, Wang Ding was clear in his heart that he had to find another way out. When he saw Li Zhongjiu's strength, Wang Ding already had a plan in his heart. As long as such a person did not die, he would definitely be a great figure in the future. It moved, his toes moved. Everyone observed for a long time. Some people were able to understand the essence of it, but some people felt as if they were watching a boring show. Suddenly, Lu Pei exclaimed. Everyone immediately looked over and saw that Chao Lin's toes trembled. Seeing the situation, he hurriedly shouted out. Hearing those words, everyone looked over. Sure enough, Chao Lin's toes trembled. Immediately, all of them felt astonished and shocked. It really moved. Even the dead had been brought back to life. How is this possible? Wan Zhong didn't dare to believe it. Li Zhongjiu must have done some strange magic on Chao Lin's body. How could someone come back from the dead? Such a thing, and under the witness of so many pairs of eyes, how could it be possible, seeing Chao Lin's feet tremble? Soon, Chao Lin's aura was connected by Li Zhongjiu. Yi Tianshui's gaze stopped on Li Zhongjiu. It was really unbelievable. Even if it was something that had really happened in front of him, it would still take him half a day to recover from it. Originally, Yi Tianshui had thought that he would be the hope of Luoxia City. If he returned to the city in the future, he would be able to lead Luoxia City to glory. However, when he came out, he realized that the water in this world was too deep. Although the strength of a Sky Origin ancestor was almost the top expert in Luoxia City, even a Sky Origin general was enough to stir up a storm. However, within the sacred Flame Royal City, the Sky Origin ancestor realm was nothing. As long as one was an ordinary person, they would basically be at the Sky Origin ancestor realm. If one wanted to become stronger, the sky of the Luoxia City would become wider. Therefore, he had to be more powerful. It was impossible for Yi Tianshui to do it alone. It was extremely difficult to bring the entire Luoxia City to this extent. Li Zhongjiu was also a citizen of Luoxia City. He would probably be very willing to go back and build Luoxia City together. Therefore, Yi Tianshui secretly made up his mind. No matter how big the storm in Royal City was, he would protect Luoxia City. He had to protect Li Zhongjiu, who was the hope of Luoxia City. If he already had such strength now, how powerful would he be after breaking through in the future? I am not dead. Finally, Chao Lin opened his eyes. He seemed to be in disbelief that he could still open his eyes and see the world in front of him so clearly. His nose was filled with the fresh air around him. It made Chao Lin feel like he was greedily enjoying it. He's awake. Amazing. Everyone at the scene was shocked. When they saw Chao Lin sit up, his pale face gradually regained its color. Chao Lin's parents were simply stunned by the scene before them. Oh my god! He really came back to life. While everyone was cheering excitedly, Tai-Fai suddenly heard a thud coming from the ground. Young master, be careful. Tai-Fai saw a metal ball rolling towards them. Tempest Bead Breaker. Lung Yaoyan immediately waved the long sword in his hand. Yi Tianshui's reaction was also very fast. He directly swept his sword towards the Tempest Bead Breaker. However, his speed was still a little slow. Get down! Wang Ding roared. The surrounding soldiers also quickly blocked in front of Wang Ding with their iron shields. This protective measure in such a dangerous situation had been practiced countless times. Therefore, it was very flexible. All of you, go to hell. Wan Zhong's figure retreated. His eyes were shining with a cold light. He did not care how many people died, as long as he was alive. It had nothing to do with him if these people died. He simply did not care. Boom! Terrifying Yuan power instantly exploded. Tai-Fai did not escape. Instead, he released his Yuan power in an attempt to protect Li Zongjiu, who was behind him. Tai-Fai decided to let Tai-Fai endure the power in front of him. However, the violent explosion that he had imagined did not occur. All the power also stopped at this moment. If the wind lightning bead were to explode, the metal pieces around it would spread out in all directions. However, the wind lightning bead in front of him was not damaged at all. Originally, the wind lightning bead was about to explode. However, the tyrannical power directly suppressed the destructive power of the wind lightning bead. It was as if a person's ultimate move was forcefully shoved back. Such a method would be incomparably shocking to anyone. It didn't explode? How is this possible? Yi Tianshui and Ling Aotian's swords also fell to the side and did not cause any effect. In fact, they subconsciously wanted to resist the power of the energy after the explosion. However, they did not expect that it would be blocked by a mysterious power. The source of this mysterious power was none other than Lin Feng. It was Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu pressed down with one hand and directly suppressed the strength of the wind lightning bead. This caused the latter to be unable to unleash even the slightest bit of anger. Tell me, who was it that killed you? Li Zongjiu grabbed Chao Lin and lifted him up. When Chao Lin was caught, he woke up and realized that he was still alive. He immediately looked in the direction of Wan Zhong with an incomparably hateful gaze. Wan Zhong, I have no enmity with you. Why do you want to kill me? Chao Lin's furious roar had also released all of his anger and resentment. He could not wait to take the life of the person in front of him. Wan Zhong, who was stopped by Chao Lin, also panicked at this moment. His legs instantly went soft. However, he still rolled and crawled as he ran into the distance. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. How can you be alive? How is this possible? Wan Zhong roared again and again. At this moment, only by escaping himself would he have a chance to survive. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to death by these people. Immediately, Wan Zhong also quickly fled into the distance. Catch him. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Wang Ding and the rest did not even need to act. Tai-Fai's figure flashed and chased after Wan Zhong. Boom, Wan Zhong pushed through the crowd, but before he could run a few steps, he was directly captured by Tai-Fai. Wan Zhong threw it in front of Li Zongjiu. Everyone looked at Wan Zhong, who was in front of them. It seemed as though everyone present had been fooled by Wan Zhong. They couldn't wait to tear Wan Zhong's bones apart. Wan Zhong himself was also quite scared. Don't kill me, don't kill me. After that, Chao Lin also testified to Wan Zhong face to face and described the entire process. Leng Ao Tian and the rest did not expect Wan Zhong to be so vicious. You brat. So you are the main culprit. Take him down. Wang Ding immediately ordered when he saw the situation. The soldiers under him immediately rushed forward but were stopped by Leng Ao Tian. Sir, please wait. Leng Ao Tian blocked in front of Wan Zhong. Although Wan Zhong had committed the crime of murder, and the target of the murder was his own junior brother from the same sect, the nature of this action was rather vile. However, Wan Zhong was still a disciple of their martial world pavilion. If he were to be executed outside, it would be the martial world pavilion that would lose face. Thus, it wasn't anything dazzling. No matter what, Wang Zhong's actions are indeed suspected of murder. However, Wang Zhong and Chao Lin are both disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. I hope that Sir can be lenient and let our Imperial Martial Pavilion handle this matter. Leng Ao Tian said. Wang Ding heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. Although the evidence was conclusive, and even the dead man had spoken, there was naturally no way to escape. However, Wang Zhong was still a disciple of the Imperial Martial Pavilion. If he beheaded all the disciples of the Imperial Martial Pavilion, it would be very impressive. On the surface, it looked like a very impressive act. However, if there were any problems in the future, it would be hard to say. Therefore, if this hot potato could be transferred out, it would naturally be a very good thing. However, he could not agree too early. Otherwise, people would think that he was a coward. Therefore, on the surface, he had to be a little cold. Yes, the Imperial Martial Pavilion is also a place of national treasure. In addition, there are many suspicious points in this case. Let's bring him back first and make a decision after the matter is investigated clearly. However, Wang Zhong's identity as a suspect must be confirmed at this moment. The interrogation will be carried out in 3 days. Wang Ding was also smart. With a few words, he settled this matter. Not only did he not lose face, but he also handled this matter very well. Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that he still had a way out and did not have to die on the spot. However, just as Wang Zhong heaved a sigh of relief, a hand suddenly grabbed Wang Zhong. With a bang, Wang Zhong was directly placed on the table where he was just now. You came to my territory to kill someone and framed me? You want to take him away without even asking anything. What do you think this place is? All of them had thought of it, but they had neglected Li Zongjiu. With Li Zongjiu's strength, it was impossible for him to let this matter pass so easily. Today, there must be an explanation. I saved a person. Naturally, I have to kill a person. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Wang Zhong, who was lying on the table, was like a sheep waiting to be slaughtered. He did not expect that one day, he would lie on the chopping board and be at the mercy of others. Li Zongjiu, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Do you know the consequences of killing Wang Zhong? Before Leng Ao Tian could finish his words, he saw Li Zongjiu directly shoot several flying needles into Wang Zhong's body. Suddenly, Wang Zhong's body stiffened on the spot. He fell to the ground, unable to move. At this moment, there was no other way. Wang Zhong lay on the table and felt that his aura was flowing out little by little, like a deflated balloon. No matter what he did, there was no way to stop his aura from disappearing. The only thing that could be seen was his eyes. His eyes were filled with reluctance. He did not want to die. However, it was a pity that he had schemed against Li Zongjiu. He casually threw Wang Zhong's cold body on the ground. Wang Zhong's death could be said to be a very cruel way because during the process, his depth perception was magnified by dozens of times and the speed was also slowed down by dozens of times. Therefore, he could clearly feel the process of his death. How did Li Zongjiu know? In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had also tried this needle technique. Li Zongjiu himself could clearly feel the feeling of death, so much so that he almost could not wake up. Therefore, since Li Zongjiu had personally experienced it, he naturally wanted these people to have a taste of it. You killed Wang Zhong. Leng Ao Tian was shocked when he saw this scene. This Li Zongjiu was a little too fearless. He killed people just like that. Do I need your permission to kill people? Li Zongjiu's eyes made Leng Ao Tian feel real fear. This was not a gaze that a person of his age should have. It was so sharp that it made it difficult for others to look at him. This person killed people. I have already cleaned him up for you. Now, you can release my people. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. Until now, only Taifai had been released. The 6-headed butchers and the others were still tied up on the ground. However, the people watching over them were slightly loosened. Wang Ding's brain was not enough. You spent so much effort to save him, but now you've killed another person. Do you think you can call it even just like that, regardless of whether Wang Zhong killed people or not? Li Zongjiu himself did not have the authority to enforce the law. Wang Ding glanced at Li Zongjiu and then looked at the people around him. Today, these big shots deliberately came to make things difficult for him. However, Wang Ding still had to settle this matter. Imperial alchemist Li Zongjiu, assist this official in killing the murderer Wan Zhong. Once this case is over, bring Wan Zhong's body back. Since Wan Zhong was dead, there was no point in saying anything. Therefore, Wang Ding might as well do Li Zongjiu a favor and give him credit. Of course, he also kept an eye out. If there was any blame in the future, it would be Li Zongjiu who did it. It would not have much to do with him. Even Leng Outyan and Yi Tianshui couldn't do anything about Wang Ding's decisiveness. After all, Wang Ding had given him face in the beginning. Now that he was dead, Wang Ding had to report back to him. However, it also confirmed that Wan Zhong had killed someone. In that case, there would be a storm in the Imperial Martial Pavilion. The subordinates also released Li Zongjiu's men one after another. As for the imprisonment, it was naturally left unsettled. It was likely that this matter would be over and no one would pursue it. However, there was one person who wouldn't let this matter go so easily. The ninth prince is backing you, right? Li Zongjiu walked in front of Leng Outyan and said plainly. Leng Outyan was taken aback when he heard that. What was Li Zongjiu up to again? Nothing good happened in the hands of Li Zongjiu. 1 billion purple yuan. Get your ninth prince to prepare it. I'll come and get it when I'm free. Li Zongjiu said plainly. It sounded like he was going to find trouble with the ninth prince. Li Zongjiu, what are you thinking? You can't say such things so casually. Yi Tianshui immediately stepped forward to persuade Li Zongjiu when he heard what he said. Going against the ninth prince was definitely an unwise action. It was no different from courting death. How could ordinary people challenge the authority of the royal family? They only needed to say a word and move their fingers to take your life. I've already made an exception by letting you people go today. Yi Tianshui, your grandfather asked me to take care of you, but it doesn't mean that you can do whatever you want in front of me. If you want to live, you'll have to practice your skills first. Li Zongjiu looked at Yi Tianshui and said plainly. Obviously, Li Zongjiu wasn't very satisfied with Yi Tianshui's performance. He wasn't strong enough, but he still had to poke his nose into other people's business. She heard Li Zongjiu scolding her instead. Yi Tianshui was so angry that he wanted to fight with Li Zongjiu. However, she still forcefully endured it because from the beginning, Li Zongjiu's strength was indeed above hers. However, this did not mean that Li Zongjiu could act recklessly. Also, your imperial sword art sucks. Li Zongjiu said. Judging from Li Zongjiu's tone, he seemed to have some understanding of Yi Tianshui's sword-wielding art. However, Yi Tianshui wasn't convinced. You are stronger than me, but that doesn't mean that your sword manipulation technique is better than mine. Yi Tianshui had been studying the imperial sword manipulation technique for several years. He had poured all his talent and energy into it. However, Li Zongjiu said that it didn't seem to be much, and it was even in a very bad state. How could he tolerate this? He wanted to argue with Li Zongjiu, but Leng Outyan stopped him. Li Zongjiu's strength wasn't something they could compare to. He didn't take the invitations of the princes seriously at all. He even killed a disciple of the Imperial Martial Pavilion in front of the city guards. In front of hundreds of people, he brought a dead person back to life. Such a battle record was simply unbelievable. Young master, please wait. Please accept our respect. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and led Taifai and the others back. However, such a thing had happened in such a short period of time. Of course, they had to reorganize. Otherwise, who would dare to come to the Bua casino if things kept happening? The ones who stopped Li Zongjiu were the Chao couple. The change in the outcome was also very shocking. At first, they thought that Li Zongjiu was the murderer. However, they didn't expect that Li Zongjiu would use such a miraculous method to revive Chao Lin, who had been dead for a long time, in front of everyone. The two elders even pulled Chao Lin to kneel in front of Li Zongjiu. They did this to express their gratitude. What's the use of kneeling? Come to my casino after graduation. Li Zongjiu glanced at them. If kneeling could save a life, many people would be willing to kneel for a long time. Therefore, this was simply a useless action. They might as well come to his casino to work. If Brotherly doesn't mind, I will return to the casino after graduation and repay Brotherly for saving my life. Xiao Lin said. When a person was gradually pulled back from the edge of death, it was a magical feeling. It was hard to describe what it was like. However, there was no doubt that he would have an extreme trust in Li Zongjiu. It was this kind of trust that made Xiao Lin so loyal to Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and dispersed the people around. It was a good night, but these people forced so many things to happen. They really knew how to cause trouble. What's more, the Great Delight Casino's tough approach today shocked everyone. Li Zongjiu's strength was also rumored to be amazing. Originally, the Buick Casino was already on the verge of death. If it had been a little later, all of their heads would have fallen. However, Li Zongjiu appeared and turned the tide. In the end, he even killed a student of the martial arts pavilion. Fortunately, Wang Zhong had died in Li Zongjiu's hands. If he had been brought back, Li Zongjiu would not have been able to kill him. If he had been brought back, he would have known that Wang Zhong had secretly harmed his fellow disciples. Wang Zhong's cultivation would have been destroyed, then he would be trapped in the withered leaf forest for 20 to 30 years and enjoy this lonely torture. Dying like this would be too easy for him. The Buick Casino was able to escape death this time thanks to Li Zongjiu's extraordinary medical skills. Some people naturally didn't believe it, but many people present saw it with their own eyes. Therefore, Li Zongjiu's medical skills were recorded by many people. Even many of the city's influential people had heard of Li Zongjiu's name. They wanted to ask Li Zongjiu to come for a consultation. However, no one knew when this news had spread in the market. If Li Zongjiu were to treat a patient, he would need to pay at least 10 billion purple yuan for the consultation fee. This was only the most basic consultation fee. The amount of money that would be spent on the follow-up treatment was immeasurable. Qi family. When Qi Yanran heard about Li Zongjiu's deeds, she, who was painstakingly cultivating, couldn't help but smile charmingly. As expected of Li Zongjiu. However, such a flamboyant character would definitely bring him a big disaster. There were even rumors outside that Li Zongjiu was preparing to find trouble with the ninth prince. As for what kind of trouble, no one knew for the time being. Everyone's opinions were also different. The news about Li Zongjiu in the city had also spread for a long time. The master of this news was currently in the 5 Elements Yuan house, refining his own level 5 advanced elixir. Although it was only a small realm higher than the level 5 intermediate elixir. However, if he wanted to achieve it, it would be more difficult than reaching the level 5 intermediate elixir. Even Li Zongjiu had to borrow the power of his origin spirit to be able to refine this elixir. The majestic white dragon origin spirit wrapped around Li Zongjiu's body, constantly injecting power into the azure cauldron in front of him through his palms. Boom! A demonic flame rose from the azure cauldron, melting the devil camel flower bit by bit. The King Blood Demon Lotus Elixir naturally requires the blood of a beast king. There was a small transparent bottle in Li Zongjiu's hand. It wasn't an easy task for ordinary people to find the blood of a king-level meta beast. This was because once the blood was exposed, the meta chi would quickly disappear. Li Zongjiu had a Howling Moon Wolf King under his command. It could be said that he could get as much blood as he wanted. He poured the Howling Moon Wolf King's blood into the cauldron. The azure cauldron also began the slow refining process. Li Zongjiu sat cross-legged. The refining process was slow because his current cultivation was not enough, so it was impossible to speed it up. Instead, it would cause his origin energy to be consumed quickly, leading to the failure of refining the elixir later. Hey, I didn't expect that there would be a few mid-grade origin stones in Han Wuxiu's storage ring. With nothing to do, Li Zongjiu rummaged through Han Wuxiu's storage ring and found the mid-grade primordial stones. Although there were not many of them, they were not something that could be bought with money. One had to reach a certain level of cultivation before one could come into contact with the primordial stones. For example, Wuxue Elixir sect was really lucky to find so many origin stones. In addition, Li Zongjiu did not care at all, so he gave the origin stones to these people. With the primordial stones in hand, the success rate of the refinement would be greatly increased. Originally, I only had an 80% chance of success, but now, I have a 90% chance. Using the Vitality Stone to replenish one's yuan power was naturally very effective. At the same time, the Vitality Stone would constantly pour yuan power into one's body, cleansing one's meridians to a certain extent. Although Li Zhongzhou's cultivation level was high, his body was still the same as before. In Li Zhongzhou's previous life, during the process of cultivation, he had refined countless pills and tempered himself countless times. That was how he had achieved what he had today. Although Li Zhongzhou's cultivation level was high, it was still very difficult for him to reach that level if his body's quality did not keep up. Fortunately, Li Zhongzhou had cultivated the ancient golden tyrant body technique. In the process, his body's quality had also improved. Just as Li Zhongzhou was concentrating on refining elixirs, the Special Envoy Department finally found the bodies of Han Wuxiu and the others. Unfortunately, Han Wuxiu's body was already deformed. In the past few days, they had also caught a man who had been holding a Special Envoy's waste token and swindling others. This man was Blackie, whom Huang He had been looking for. Unfortunately, Blackie found Huang He dead on the spot the next day. Blackie also had other people's waste tokens in his hands that day. He did not hand them over directly because the waste tokens themselves were not cheap. If they were to be sold in the black market, they might be able to fetch a good price. It just so happened that they were a little short of money these few days, so they were prepared to go to a trustworthy trading house in the black market to sell the item. However, they did not expect that they would be immediately captured by a large group of special envoys the moment they saw the light of day. They were finally sent here. Tell me, how did you get this item? A cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. Dozens of special envoys had been killed without leaving behind a complete corpse. A large number of Bloodstrike Guards' corpses were also found at the scene. It was unclear what had happened, and no one knew what had happened. If Qingyuan Manor was also involved, wouldn't it be even more of a headache for them? After capturing Blackie, Su Yan had countless ways to deal with him. He asked Blackie to speak. My lord, please spare my life. This is... I picked it up. Xiao He was almost scared to death by the lineup in front of him. However, Blackie's experience also told him that he could never admit that he had stolen this item. If he did, he would definitely die. Very good. Guitu-san, I'll leave him to you. Make him tell me everything he knows. Yes, sir. A stooped old man walked out from the darkness. Soon after, the old man spread out the cowhide in his hands on the table. Among the cowhide, there were some small and exquisite knives. On the knives, there were some strange marks. Obviously, these knives were not used for cooking. Guitu-san's name resounded like thunder in the ears of those in this line of work. This was because the name Guitu-san basically represented death. Guitu-san used to be a sculptor. He liked to carve things like human bodies, but later on, his style suddenly changed. He liked to carve on human bones, and it was the kind that had blood on it. Blackie could feel the cold blade slowly flowing across his skin. He also felt his body suddenly tense up. Don't kill me. I'll speak. Blackie was nothing more than a loafer. Even some of the more vicious people in the underworld would be afraid of his aura and strength. Not to mention a terrifying general like Guitu-san. He was simply the representative of the death god. After Blackie explained everything, Guitu-san used his own methods. Guitu-san also used his own means. After all, there was no other way to guarantee that what Little Black said was true. In the end, Blackie died little by little in pain. His end was really tragic. However, no one pitied Blackie. Su Yan sorted out the information in front of him. It's this kid again, Li Zhongzhou. Su Yan still remembered that he was invited to the Yi mansion by Yi Lantian. Among the names he submitted, Li Zhongzhou was on the list. Although the situation at that time was not good for Li Zhongzhou at all. But who would have thought that Li Zhongzhou would do so many earth-shattering things later on? Not only did he offend Yi Lantian in public, but he also offended Sima Xingyan. Later on, it was said that he also humiliated Han Wuxiu in public. Twice, the first time, Su Yan was also present. At that time, he only thought that Li Zhongzhou and Han Wuxiu were both young and impetuous, so there was a small fight between them. It was not a big deal. And now, Han Wuxiu obviously had something on him, so he lured Huang He to make a move and planned to kill Li Zhongzhou. But in the end, he did not know why. Li Zongjiu, on the other hand, was safe and sound. But Han Wuxiu was dead. Not only that, but the blood strike guards were also dead. There are many suspicious points in this. 3. But according to Su Yan's understanding of Han Wuxiu, it was obvious that Han Wuxiu had secretly colluded with the people of Qingyuan Mountain Villa to use the power of Qingyuan Mountain Villa to get rid of Li Zongjiu. But what he did not expect was that Li Zongjiu was too strong. Not only was he unharmed, but he also killed his opponent without leaving a single trace. He went for wool and came home shorn. This was the most tragic outcome. Su Yan had already gone through the entire process in his mind. He clearly knew what kind of role Han Wuxiu played in this. However, he didn't know how to write this report. If we could find Li Zongjiu's demon camel flower, we would definitely be able to convict Li Zongjiu. But now it seems that there is no chance. Even Huang He is dead. The dead tell no tales. Su Yan let out a long sigh. Anyone related to this matter had been killed by Li Zongjiu. On this point, Li Zongjiu was very decisive in doing things. It was unbelievable. Not only did he want to take revenge, but he also wanted to eliminate all of them. To be able to do this so flawlessly, there must be someone guiding him from behind. Or, this kid looks young, but is actually a real veteran. Su Yan thought to himself. Since Han Wuxiu's incident had been investigated to this point, Li Zongjiu would have to announce it to the public. However, if Li Zongjiu's suspicions were to be revealed, he would definitely become Li Zongjiu's enemy. Recently, this young man had been in the limelight. His position in the city was very stable. Therefore, Su Yan had to think about it carefully. After all, it was just a job. Moreover, Han Wuxiu was not related to him at all. If he really angered Li Zongjiu because of such an insignificant person, it was obviously not a wise thing to do. Then, he might not be able to please either side. Looks like this matter has to be suppressed. Qingyuan Manor is also involved. I'm afraid things are not that simple. Su Yan thought to himself. While Su Yan was collecting the corpses, he had also discovered that the blood strike guards who had participated in this bloody battle were not weak. There was even a 6 copper blood strike guard, who was a Yuan monarch powerhouse. He was someone who could kill a Yuan monarch powerhouse. That person had to be a Yuan monarch powerhouse. This meant that the faction behind Li Zongjiu also had the power to kill a Yuan monarch powerhouse. Su Yan himself had not reached that level yet. If something had happened to this Yuan monarch powerhouse, some special forces would have to be mobilized. They might even have to work together to suppress the situation. This was not a simple matter. A ruffian at the Yuan monarch level was a huge threat. There was also a special department in the dynasty to deal with such people. The Special Envoy Department was mainly responsible for some of the most basic public security issues. Su Yan did not want to put himself in danger. Therefore, he had also concealed everything about Li Zongjiu. He only said that there was a mysterious force involved, and the reason for the outbreak was the appearance of suspected stolen goods. However, if he wanted to find out more information, he would have to ask Qingyuan Manor. Qingyuan Manor. They didn't have the ability to do so now, so they could only stand aside and let the matter hang. However, the death of Han Wuxiu and the others was announced to the public that they had died in the line of duty. In the process, an extremely important case was solved and Han Wuxiu and the others were portrayed as heroes. Concealing the truth was one of the methods they were extremely adept at. In a room of the 5 Elements Yuan house. In the house beside him, there was also a slight change. Even though the house had been strengthened by a formation, one could still clearly feel the power that was spreading out from it. Everyone was shocked to the core. Buzz, Li Zongjiu gently opened the azure cauldron in his hand, brushed away the layer of defensive barrier on the surface, and extracted the power inside bit by bit. Finally, the white mist formed into an elixir in his palm. Originally, it was just a cloud of medicinal mist. At this moment, what appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand was an elixir. This was a type of elixir that was about to reach the level and realm of a grade 6 elixir. Once an elixir reached the 6th grade, it would no longer appear in the form of a solid elixir, but a kind of power that was born from nothingness. With a flick of the finger, the elixir in his hand could merge into the air. It would completely disappear. It was a kind of vaporized shape. Therefore, a sixth-grade elixir was very precious, because they could form a kind of space by themselves. When you entered their space, you wouldn't even be able to find their existence, therefore, even in some ruins, a sixth-grade elixir was something that could only be found by chance. If you were fated with it, the sixth-grade elixir might automatically appear in front of you. If it doesn't approve of you, then even if you turn the entire space upside down, you won't be able to find it. That was why it was so rare. The elixir in Li Zongjiu's hand had not reached that level, but its strength was not weak. Moreover, when the elixir was formed, it formed the effect of the elixir. Therefore, it was inevitable that people would be surprised. Li Zongjiu himself was very surprised. When he opened the elixir, he was also slightly surprised. It seems that my alchemy skills have improved. Even Li Zongjiu himself felt that it was inconceivable. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu's alchemy level had already reached the pinnacle. However, when he displayed it today, he felt that he was even closer to the true pinnacle of alchemy than in his previous life. It seemed like it was because of the Genius Pavilion. It was possible that his alchemy level had also improved imperceptibly during that process. The two of them complemented each other. The effect of this Genius Pavilion is indeed not weak. It seems that I have to go and take a look often if I have the chance. Even Li Zongjiu wanted to pry into the secrets behind the Genius Tower. Just what exactly existed at the highest level? He must uncover it. Now, let me see the effects of this royal blood demon Buddha Dan. Li Zongjiu kept the azure cauldron. He sat down cross-legged and took out the royal blood demon Buddha pill. He put it into his mouth. When his body's condition was adjusted to its peak and his aura gradually became active, he swallowed the elixir. Gulp, the royal blood demon Buddha pill immediately flowed into Li Zongjiu's body. This was a very powerful elixir. Even a Yuan King elite would have to be prepared if they wanted to consume it. Otherwise, the elixir would definitely break through their bodies. The effect of a high-grade grade 5 elixir was no joke. In addition, this elixir was personally refined by Li Zongjiu, so its effect was slightly better than that refined by ordinary people. Not only that, but when Li Zongjiu used the White Dragon Origin Spirit to protect his body, the elixir's effect was immediately stimulated. Boom, the power of the elixir was immediately released in his body. It was as if that terrifying power had surged into every corner of his body. Boom. The berserk power poured into his body, causing Li Zongjiu to feel suffocated. The boundless power was like a rubber ball that suddenly poured in a large amount of gas. If this continued, Li Zongjiu's body would very likely explode on the spot. Ancient Golden Tyrant Body Art. White God Fu. Blood Spirit Realm. Li Zongjiu immediately used the 3 great cultivation techniques. Because the energy was too abundant, he had to use this technique while exhausting this large amount of energy to a certain extent. Only then could he stabilize his body's condition. Outside the 5 Elements Yuan building. Immediately, several loud rumbling noises were heard. Frightening energies immediately gushed out from the various rooms of the 5 Elements Yuan house. Some of the people who were still training were immediately woken up by this. Boom, boom. What's going on? Why is the aura of the 5 Elements Yuan building going berserk? When some experts appeared, they would often cause the energy of the 5 Elements Yuan building to become chaotic. In this way, it would affect the people on the other floors. At that time, if any fatal problems occurred, the 5 Elements Yuan building would not be able to bear the consequences. What happened? What's the situation now? When the person in charge of the 5 Elemental Yuan Tower appeared, he began to interrogate them. When he found out that the aura was coming from a sovereign training room, he immediately gave the order to strengthen the formation of the sovereign training room by 10 times. Although the price of strengthening the array was extremely high, the 5 Elements Yuan building's priority was to stabilize the situation. However, the most important thing for the 5 Elements Yuan house was to stabilize this chaotic situation. Otherwise, it would be terrible if the people in the other training rooms died one after another. In the future, the 5 Elements Yuan building might even close down. Once the formation was reinforced, the other rooms would be less affected as well. However, everyone immediately investigated the situation of Li Zongjiu's room. What exactly was going on? Why were there so many situations? Could it be that someone had purposely come to cause trouble? After the information was brought out, only a name was displayed. Li Zongjiao? The person in charge of the 5 elements. Yuan Building frowned when he saw the name list in his hand. Before this, he really did not know who Li Zongjiao was. Could it be that he was an expert that suddenly appeared? However, when his subordinate handed over the information of Li Zongjiao to him, the person in charge clearly knew that Li Zongjiao was actually such an incredible person. Not simple, Li Zongjiao took 5 days to refine the elixir. In these 5 days, many things had happened as well. The most obvious change that everyone paid attention to was the change in the upper echelons of the 7 Stars Fire Room. Some time ago, the Saber Axe Pavilion's treasury was attacked by a mysterious person. Even the pavilion master was directly beheaded. As a result, the Saber Axe Pavilion itself was immediately divided into 2 factions. One faction controlled the secret of the giant saber's forging technique, while the other controlled the secret of the giant axe's forging technique. Both sides had different opinions. Moreover, the people of the giant axe pavilion advocated revenge, so they attacked the upper echelons of the 7 Stars Fire Room again and again like crazy. On the other hand, the giant saber pavilion continued to maintain a small facade of the Saber Axe Pavilion and continued to do business. It seemed that they wanted to make money peacefully. However, the new executive steward of the 7 Stars Fire Room, who was also a disciple of the Song family, had fallen into a river due to drunkenness when he went out to seek pleasure. He drowned. Everyone knew that it must be the people of the giant axe pavilion who took action. After a period of time, the 7 Stars Fire Room entered a state of preparation for war. In the end, there was no suitable candidate, so they had no choice but to invite Song Jiu back. It was only the death of a few management members, but it directly became chaotic. Among the younger generation, there was no one who could take on such a big responsibility. In the end, they could only push Song Jiu out to deal with the current situation. As a result, Song Jiu only took office for 2 days and reached a consensus with the Giant Saber Pavilion. They joined forces to eliminate the people of the Giant Axe Pavilion and snatch the forging technique of the Giant Axe Pavilion. The Giant Saber Pavilion was actually under Song Jiu's wing. In the end, it became a new Saber Axe Pavilion, but it was under Song Jiu's name. This matter seemed very simple and direct. However, to achieve such a result, it was unknown how much effort Song Jiu had spent and how many methods she had used. After Song Jiu took office, not only did she easily solve the problem, but she also directly strengthened the strength of the 7 Stars Fire Room. As for how she did it, the people of the Song family did not care. After all, the business world was like a battlefield. It was a war to begin with. One did not look at the process, only the result. The people who died were worthless. Now, Song Jiu had once again become the executive manager of the 7 Stars Fire Room. She held the power and at the same time, cleaned up a few competitors. This was a very beautiful move. It was hard to believe that this woman was actually so powerful. Signoring Hu, this set of raging dragon capturing flames was used by young Master Li last time. Because there was some wear and tear, our 7 Stars Fire Room has repaired it. Please pass it on. Xiaoxiao held the big metal box in her hands. During this period of time, if it were not for Yinghu's help, the young lady's plan would not have been so easily realized. Okay, no problem. Yinghu took the raging dragon capturing flames. Miss Xiaoxiao, is there anything else? Seeing that Xiaoxiao was still standing at the door and had not left, Yinghu could not help but ask. Senior Yinghu, the young lady said that if Senior Yinghu does not mind, the 7 Stars Fire Room is willing to take care of everything for Senior Yinghu. Xiaoxiao said. Shadow Fox's strength hovered around that of a 9th grade Yuan ancestor. In addition, his assassination techniques were already at the pinnacle of perfection. Sometimes even Yuan monarch powerhouses would be able to avoid his assassination. The pavilion master of the Saber Axe Pavilion had been assassinated by Shadow Fox. Normally, this kind of job would require a very high fee if he were to do it. However, Li Zongjiao had given the order before, so he could only act for free and kill the person. However, as a reward, the Shadow Fox could take as much as he wanted from the treasury. He only needed to leave behind the forging secret manual. In fact, the giant saber pavilion's secret manual happened to be in Song Jieyu's hands. That was why she had been able to subdue the giant saber pavilion so easily. In addition, the blacksmith himself had suffered a lot of injuries during the struggle. He urgently needed an infusion of power. That was why he had joined Song Jieiyu. If he had not done so, the saber axe pavilion would have ceased to exist. In comparison, it was clear that this method was more appropriate. Originally, the giant saber pavilion, which had split off from the giant saber pavilion, had been able to contend with the 7-star flame room. However, the giant saber pavilion had changed sides too quickly. The people's hearts were not united. Even if someone wanted to, it was already too late. 100 low-grade yuan stones. Just listening to it would make all cultivators drool endlessly. Song Jieiyu had clearly seen the potential of Shadow Fox by offering such a high price. Not only that, but there was also the Howling Moon Wolf King by Shadow Fox's side. This was probably what Song Jieiyu coveted. A Yuan Monarch level Yuan Beast would naturally be a great help. Now, it seemed like the Howling Moon Wolf King was following Shadow Fox. Therefore, as long as he could bring the Shadow Fox over, he would be able to bring the Howling Moon Wolf King over as well. This was definitely a deal that would definitely be profitable without any losses. Shadow Fox smiled faintly when he heard this. That little girl's taste was not bad. In fact, this was a very generous treatment. If Shadow Fox had not met Li Zongjiu, he would have jumped on Li Zongjiu's coattails without hesitation. But things were different now. In the past, he had no fixed abode. If he could obtain the support of these large factions, he could just casually move in. Every year, he could just muddle along and wait for death. Perhaps when he was young, he would have advocated freedom. But once you get older, everything will be different. Everything was for the sake of stability. Now that he was at Li Zongjiu's place, he could eat, drink, and play. When he was free, he could plant flowers, fish, and so on. When there was a problem, he could go out and deal with it casually. There was no need for him to show up at all. For example, if he helped the 7-star fire room kill someone, in the end, it would not be traced back to him, Shadow Fox. It was very safe. Where else could he find such a good job? Only Li Zongjiu would have such a good job. Usually, when he cultivated beside the Howling Moon Wolf King, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased at a rapid rate. The reason Song Jieiyu wanted to poach him with a huge sum of money was probably because she had her eyes on the Howling Moon Wolf King. But he did not expect that the Howling Moon Wolf King was actually Li Zongjiu's meta beast. Although it did not belong to him, the thought of having a meta king level meta beast by his side made Shadow Fox rather proud. He was the kind that carried the wind with him when he walked. Furthermore, Shadow Fox knew that the Howling Moon Wolf King would bite off his head without hesitation if he had any rebellious thoughts in his heart. This fellow would not be so courteous. Miss Xiaoxiao, go back. And tell your young mistress that this old man thanks her for her kindness. However, this old man does not have much ability. I am already very satisfied to be able to live a stable life here. Please go back. One could analyze the pros and cons of this even if they used their toes. If it was not for Li Zongjiu's help, Song Jieiyu would not have the strength and status she had today. Therefore, in comparison, Li Zongjiu's potential was obviously greater. At the same time, if he could soar again, he wouldn't mind at all. There was some surprise in Xiaoxiao's eyes when she heard this. Recently, the young miss had also recruited some experts. However, the conditions and rewards that she had promised were not even half of what this Yinghu elder had offered. Therefore, when these people heard that there were yuan stones, all of them rushed over like ducks. They could not wait to work for the young mistress as soon as possible. However, the number of true experts was still relatively small. Shadow Fox was actually unmoved when he heard that there were 100 meta stones. Clearly, Shadow Fox's self-control and cultivation level were very high. It was not something that they could imagine. Sorry to disturb you. I will pass on your words truthfully. Xiaoxiao said. Before coming here, Song Jieiyu had told her that Yinghu wouldn't agree, so she wasn't too surprised. She was just a little surprised. TSK, 100 low-grade meta stones. Did I do something stupid? That's 1,200 low-grade meta stones in a year. Thinking of this, Shadow Fox smacked his lips. He looked at the Howling Moon Wolf King, who had stuck his head out beside him, and withdrew his tempted gaze. If he was not afraid of being killed by the Howling Moon Wolf King's claws, he would have agreed long ago. 3,000 miles away from the sacred Flame Royal City, there was a flame-slanting mountain. From time to time, the mountain pass would spew out a fire mist that resembled the roar of a fire dragon. At the same time, it would be accompanied by a terrifyingly hot magma that would roll out from it. Ordinary people would not dare to approach this flame-slanting mountain. However, there was a small town at the foot of this flame-slanting mountain. The town was built halfway up the mountain. There weren't many people in this town, but every single one of them was an incomparably strong man. Every day, they would be topless because the temperature here was too high. They would often carry an iron hammer on their waists. There was a stone tablet at the entrance of the town. There were a few words engraved on the tablet. Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. This was the headquarters of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. Every day, a large number of excellent weapons would be transported out of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. The forging and storage production of weapons basically depended on the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. It was an exclusive weapon factory of the Qingyuan Villa. Whenever a new weapon was developed, it would be sent to the Qingyuan Villa as soon as possible. It was the armory of the Qingyuan Villa. A large number of people were hidden in the mountain peaks that seemed to be bare. When they learned that a top blacksmith of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop had gone out to search for the Thunder/Blade and unfortunately died, they immediately tightened the protection of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop. It was too dangerous, so they had no choice but to take it seriously. On a mountain peak, several blood-robed guards were sitting in front of a table. There were 3 of them. All 3 of them were 6 bronze blood-robed guards. Ever since Li Zongjiu had killed these 6 bronze blood-robed guards, the defensive power of the Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop had increased by 30%. I heard that the 3rd brother died outside Sacred Flame City. Could he have been killed by the experts of Sacred Flame City? There were not many 6 bronze blood-robed guards. The 3 of them happened to be the sworn brothers of the 6 bronze blood-robed guard who had died. As Yuan monarchs, they naturally had more freedom than ordinary blood-robed guards. For example, they had 4 days off every month. During these 4 days, they could do whatever they wanted. If there were no urgent orders, they did not even have to return to report. Moreover, it also allowed them to relax a lot in terms of their behavior. They could drink and chat freely. As long as they did not betray the Qingyuan Villa, they were basically equivalent to retired high-ranking generals. The Sacred Flame Royal City was a forbidden area for the blood-robed guards. There were still many targets of the blood-robed guards who hid in the Sacred Flame Royal City all day long. If they attacked the Sacred Flame Royal City in the future, they would definitely catch these bastards and give them a good beating. That's not necessarily true. I heard that 3rd brother died in the hands of a young man. A man who looked relatively calm said. He was holding a cup of tea in his hand. The other 2 men were shocked when they heard this. A young man? Could it be that he was a descendant of some dynasty's general? Was he a brave warrior? Otherwise, how could he have killed 3rd brother? It should be known that 3rd brother's blood python technique was not considered weak among the 4 of them. It could be considered outstanding among the grade 6 bloodstrike guards. They did not expect that he would lose his life in vain. Yes, a young man. I heard about it from Old Wu. I don't know about the situation, but it's possible that he was intercepted by someone else. The calm man said. The Sacred Flame Royal City is really a forbidden place for us. It seems like we have lost a lot of people during this period of time. Even Qin Zhonghen died in the city. Tell me, isn't it quite dangerous inside? For a long time, Qingyuan Manor had not dared to touch the Sacred Flame Royal City. However, they had been rather active recently. Their actions outside the Sacred Flame Royal City were just some insignificant actions. If they truly wanted to become the mainstay of the continent and touch the core of the Sacred Flame Empire, they would have to set up their forces in the Sacred Flame Royal City. Not only Qin Zhonghen and the others, but even Meng Yu also died in the vicinity of Royal City. Although Meng Yu wasn't a real relative of the royal family, he was still considered a relative of the royal family, so he shouldn't have died so miserably. It's a pity that the Manor Lord has been wandering the world recently. The deputy manor lord has spent most of his time in the underworld competition. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to catch the person behind all this. The few of them chatted as time passed. Suddenly, a cloud of smoke spewed out from the crater of the volcano. At the same time, a terrifying thunderbolt descended from the sky. A figure seemed to emerge from the smoke. When the figure landed on the ground, a powerful aura spread out. Boom! That terrifying power spread out in all directions like a tide. This person had long yellow hair, broad shoulders, and a stocky build. Just the power of lightning surrounding his body was enough to make people fear him and respect him as if he was a god. Thunder District Master. The workshop owner has come out of seclusion? When the three blood-robed guards saw the yellow-haired man appear, they immediately withdrew their casual expressions and became extremely solemn as they spoke respectfully. My Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop has lost a top-level blacksmith. Instead of catching the murderer, you're hiding in my workshop. Do you want to wait for death? As he spoke, Lei Gong also took a step forward. The aura on his body also whizzed out with a boom. The three of them were forced back dozens of steps. In the face of such an imposing aura, they had no strength to resist at all. The strength of the owner of the Bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop was too powerful. Especially the sword in the master's hand. Congratulations to Workshop Master for forging a heaven-destroying divine weapon. Yes, congratulations to Workshop Master for successfully forging a divine weapon. The three of them congratulated Lei Gong repeatedly. It was obvious that Lei Gong was very dissatisfied with the death of one of his top-notch blacksmiths. Such a powerful person had actually died just like that. The Bloodstrike guard had acted as a sharp blade, yet it hadn't done anything. Lei Gong was naturally disappointed. However, when it came to the divine weapon, Lei Gong was very proud of himself. He immediately laughed out loud, as if he had forgotten about the previous matter. Haha, my thunder-crushing sword can cut the heavens and destroy the earth. It can also split the mountains and seas. Who can compete with the raging thunder? Lei Gong was obviously very satisfied with the sword in his hand. However, the sword was broad, thick, and sharp. It was not easy to control it. However, although my sword has reached the great completion, it still lacks the last step, which is to temper it. I heard that in the Blackwater Forest, there is a 10,000-year-old filthy evil spring. Send someone to help me find its location. I want to cut this evil spring and temper my thunder-crushing sword. Lei Gong said. Looking for something? Naturally, that was not a problem. Qingyuan Villa's subordinates were spread all over the country. It was not a big problem for them to find out the location of the Blackwater Forest. Don't worry, Workshop Master Lei. We will definitely find this filthy evil spring within 3 days. Well, get out of here. My Bright Thunder Workshop does not need your protection. Lei Gong waved his hand casually. The Bright Thunder Craftsman Workshop was an important place in Qingyuan Manor. Lei Gong had joined Qingyuan Manor because of its rich resources. Lei Gong was someone who was on equal footing with the master of the Qingyuan Villa. Naturally, he did not need the protection of the people in front of him, nor did he need to give them any face. Letting them leave on their own was already being courteous. If he was displeased, he could directly throw them out and they wouldn't dare to do anything. The three experts looked at each other, and then left the Bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop with their people. After the three of them left, Lei Gong looked at the thunder-crushing sword in his hand and stroked its body. Given the state of the thunder-crushing sword, if it cooperates with the Thunder Slayer's saber, it will definitely dominate the weaponry chart. Since you trash can't find the Thunder Slayer saber, I will go there personally. Lei Gong, the workshop master of the Bright Thunder Workshop, was ready to go to Sacred Flame Royal City personally. With his strength, he could go anywhere in the world. At the same time, he also found a sword box and stored the bursting thunder sword inside. He did not make any other arrangements and directly embarked on the journey to find the Thunder Slayer saber. These two weapons could be said to be Lei Gong's proudest work. Until now, they were still outside. If that trash hadn't come to beg for mercy and asked to lend them to him, Lei Gong wouldn't have bothered with them. In the end, who knew that this trash couldn't even protect a weapon and even lost his life? It was really humiliating to the extreme. At this moment, he had to go there personally to find them. Lei Gong set off like a thunderbolt. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu in the city. In the Five Elements Yuan Tower. Li Zhongjiu had almost completely refined the royal blood demon Buddha elixir. His mind power had finally broken through the cocoon at the last moment and rushed into the Yuan monarch level. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the white dragon origin spirit had made a qualitative leap. The enhancement that the vast flying saber had given him previously was pitifully weak now. However, he believed that the effect would be pretty good if he used it to fight against an enemy. The white dragon origin spirit seems to have grown a lot, but the golden dragon origin spirit and the blood dragon origin spirit have not changed much. Li Zhongjiu felt the changes in his body. The power in his body seemed to be urgently in need of a battle. Immediately, Li Zhongjiu's mind power spread out. Like a swarm of locusts, everything on the land outside the sacred flame royal city was captured clearly. At the same time, it also woke up many powerhouses who were in deep slumber. These powerhouses were all shocked. Their eyes revealed an ominous glint. It seemed like another powerhouse had been born. Furthermore, the mind power of this powerhouse was actually very domineering. This was also considered the first greeting. Although Li Zhongjiu's mind power had only just broken through to the monarch level, the power he displayed was like a proud king. He did not look like a beginner. Instead, he smoothly released his power to a peak level. I have finally recovered some power. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. However, he suddenly caught sight of a figure through his mind capture. Oh? There is actually a big gift delivered to my doorstep. When Li Zhongjiu saw this figure, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Then, his mind power separated the space in front of him and he appeared out of thin air outside the Five Elements Yuan Tower. Boom! Li Zhongjiu's figure only stayed for a second after appearing. Then, he instantly disappeared from the sky above Sacred Flame Royal City. Lei Gong's figure flashed like a bolt of lightning. However, as he approached the Sacred Flame Royal City, he reduced his speed slightly. This was because Lei Gong could sense that a figure was charging towards him. It's the aura of the Thunder Slash Blade. The Thunderfall sword in Lei Gong's hand could sense the Thunder Slash Blade. In fact, the Thunder Slash Blade and the Thunderfall sword were made of the same type of ore. Therefore, when the two weapons were placed together, they would sense each other. Li Zhongjiu could also sense the Thunder Slash Blade in his storage ring. It was actually emitting a slight fluctuation. Boom, the two figures met in the sky. Lei Gong stared at the man in the alchemist's robe in front of him. Li Zhongjiu did not have high standards for his clothing. Even now, he was still wearing the alchemist's robe of the heavenly star medicine matter. You're the one who killed my men? Lei Gong said in a deep voice. From the aura that Li Zhongjiu released, it was obvious that he was not simple. Therefore, it was not strange that his men had died in the hands of Li Zhongjiu. Now that Lei Gong had personally appeared, not only did he want to take away the Thunder Slash Blade, but he also wanted to take away Li Zhongjiu's life. However, Li Zhongjiu's age was slightly younger than Lei Gong had imagined. Lei Gong, it's been a long time. Unexpectedly, Li Zhongjiu said something that Lei Gong did not understand. Li Zhongjiu's words clearly meant that he had met Lei Gong before. However, Lei Gong did not remember seeing Li Zhongjiu before. Looking at Li Zhongjiu's expression, it seemed like he had a deep grudge against him. Could it be that he was the son of his enemy? However, if he wanted to calculate, he really could not remember which family he belonged to. It seems like you have a deep grudge against me. Hand over my Thunder Slash Blade and I'll leave your corpse intact. Lei Gong said proudly. Li Zhongjiu's powerful aura had indeed surprised Lei Gong. Moreover, he was able to stand in the air at such a young age. This was a very profound realm. However, youth was a weakness. Even if one's cultivation was strong, there was no guarantee that one would succeed. In terms of combat experience, he was definitely lacking. Killing such a young man was as easy as flipping one's hand. Alright, how about this, you give me your thunder-bursting sword, and I'll leave you an intact corpse, how about it? Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. The expression on Lei Gong's face instantly froze. There was even a look of disbelief. One had to know that this thunder-bursting sword was a divine weapon that he had just forged. There were not many people in this world who knew the name of the thunder-bursting sword. How did this Li Zongjiu know about it? He actually knew that the sword in his hand was called the thunder-crushing sword. It was truly shocking. In fact, it was an impossible thing to do. Lei Gong was shocked. You. How did you know about the thunder-crushing sword? Not only do I know about the thunder-crushing sword, but I also know when you will die. As soon as Li Zongjiu finished speaking, he took out the thunder-beheading blade and took the initiative to attack. There was no point in saying more. Lei Gong was also a valiant general of the Qingyuan villa. If he could kill Lei Gong today, it could be considered as teaching the Qingyuan villa a profound lesson. It would make the people of the Qingyuan villa feel the pain of losing a grandmaster blacksmith. It was obviously not easy to accept. Since the Qingyuan villa had already sent people to take the initiative to attack Li Zongjiu, then Li Zongjiu naturally did not need to be polite. In his previous life, Qingyuan villa had caused him to be miserable. In this life, he would also let the Qingyuan villa slowly die in pain and helplessness. Li Zongjiu knew that he, Li Zongjiu, was powerful. Since he had encountered him in the past few days, he would start with Lei Gong. Shameless boasting. You want to use my blade to kill me? I think you're delusional. Lei Gong immediately let out a low roar as the thunder-crushing sword appeared in his hand. It was as if a bolt of lightning had exploded in his palm. Rumble. Under this loud sound, one could see the wind and lightning rapidly surging. Even the sky behind Lei Gong had changed color at this moment. In an instant, 10,000 bolts of lightning appeared. A broad wing seemed to have descended from the sky. On the wing, overbearing lightning flickered. Young man, it seems that you don't know what true power is. The true form of the wing was revealed. It was a thunderhawk that was close to 10 feet in size. Thunderhawk King, 5th rank Beast King. Having a 5th rank Beast King as one's own origin spirit was a relatively terrifying matter. At this moment, seeing it, it was immediately shocking. The noble aura of a Beast King also spread across the entire land. Some of the origin beasts at the foot of the mountain were also crawling in their own caves as they trembled. If their aura accidentally offended the Beast King, what awaited them would be an extremely terrifying thunderstorm. Following the appearance of the Thunderhawk, Li Zongjiu's aura was indeed slightly affected. His figure could not help but stop in midair. Even the thunder-slash blade in his hand had left his hand. The Thunderhawk was surrounded by terrifying lightning. Under the lightning, it seemed to have formed a magnetic field that was filled with suction force. Therefore, the thunder-slash blade in Li Zongjiu's hand was sucked over. Oh? Looking at the thunder-slash blade that was being sucked over, Li Zongjiu was clearly a little surprised by this strange power. It seemed that as long as it was an electrified or iron weapon, it would be sucked over by the Thunderhawk. In order to verify his experiment, Li Zongjiu immediately took out 2 Thunderfire pearls. He threw them forward. Li Zongjiu did not know where he had gotten these things. Anyway, he was sure that he had found them in the storage rings of these people. There was no way he could use them all. The things that these people used for self-defense became a pile of useless things in Li Zongjiu's hands. However, Li Zongjiu didn't throw it away. You see, in a situation like this, isn't it useful? Whoosh. Whoosh, the 2 Thunderfire pearls rushed over. However, they did not get too close. Instead, the 2 lightning bolts struck them directly. Boom, boom, when they got close to him, they were ignited and exploded. A cloud of smoke spread out. How dare you use a child's toy in front of me? You're displaying your slight skill in front of an expert. Obviously, Lei Gong was very unhappy. Li Zongjiu was simply a fool. How could he use such a thing to hurt a Yuan King elite? Just as Lei Gong was thinking about this, he saw Li Zongjiu rushing towards him. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu's speed was incomparably fast, and he appeared in front of Lei Gong in an instant. However, his body was trapped by the power of lightning and thunder. Boom, Li Zongjiu was also entangled. With my Thunder Eagle's magnetic field, no one can get close to me. Don't you know that? Immediately, Li Zongjiu could not move at all. Lei Gong was not prepared to play around with Li Zongjiu for too long. Immediately, his body's strength emitted a loud bang as it discovered the surrounding lightning light array. The thick thunderbolts instantly surged towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu was obviously here to die. The Thunder Eagle magnetic field formed by Lei Gong's own Yuan power was like a spider web that trapped Li Zongjiu. The thunder eagle flapped its wings and the crazy lightning bolts surged into Li Zhongzhou's body. Boom! At this moment, Li Zhongzhou's body was also emitting the same intense light. Trash. From Lei Gong's point of view, Li Zhongzhou should have been easily killed by his own power. There was no challenge at all. When Li Zhongzhou faced his attack, he was like a fool. He did not even have the slightest resistance. Therefore, Lei Gong was very disappointed. He came all the way here only to meet such a fool. It was really a waste of his mood. Is that all you've got? When the light dissipated, Li Zhongzhou, who was trapped by the lightning bolts, opened his eyes. The clothes on his body were a little tattered. However, Li Zhongzhou's body was not injured at all. It was as if the power just now had been completely digested by Li Zhongzhou. How is this possible? Lei Gong's eyes were filled with shock. It was simply unbelievable that Luo Yunyang was able to withstand the powerful attack of his lightning power. However, Lei Gong quickly revealed a smile at the corner of his eyes. Hehe, it's good that you are not dead. If you had died too early, I wouldn't have found it challenging at all. How could I be excited? Lei Gong said slowly. He had come all the way here. If he were to just go back after completing the mission, it would be too boring. Didn't you wield my Thunder Slayer blade before? Today, I'll show you the true power of my Thunder Slayer blade. Lei Gong shouted angrily as the Thunder Slayer blade and the Thunder Bursting Sword appeared in his hands. After the two great lightning-attributed divine weapons combined, a crazy power immediately surged out. Suddenly, a lightning lion jumped out of the thunder beheading blade. The lightning lion bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The lightning lion's chest was formed by the lightning power and looked extremely ferocious. At the same time, the power of the Thunder Bursting Sword was poured into the Thunder Eagle behind it. Buzz, the Thunder Eagle folded its wings and landed on the lightning lion. When Li Zhongzhou saw this, he finally understood why Lei Gong wanted to keep the Thunder Slash Saber instead of forging another one. It was because the Thunder Slayer blade contained a trace of Yuan spirit power. In this way, the Thunder Eagle and Thunder Lion would become Lei Gong's origin spirit, and he would be able to use all of them. Looks pretty good. Li Zhongzhou raised his eyelids. Lei Gong's strength continued to spread. Obviously, the constant release of Lei Gong's aura made everyone feel a strong pressure. Even Li Zhongzhou felt that his body seemed to be excited. After all, it had been a long time since his rebirth and he had rarely met an opponent that could excite him. Even though his mind power had broken through to the Yuan monarch level. At the same time, his Yuan spirit had reached the peak of the Yuan ancestor level. Even if he was facing Yuan monarchs, he would be able to kill them easily. When Li Zhongzhou encountered Lei Gong's strength made Li Zhongzhou feel his long-awaited battle blood burning. Li Zhongzhou's gaze sharpened. So what if he was a Yuan king? In Li Zhongzhou's eyes, he was just a piece of trash that could be killed with a flip of his hand. He was just an ant. It was just that his current realm had not yet recovered to that level, but the way he looked at him in the past would not change. So this is the feeling of having two great origin spirits. Lei Gong laughed heartily. This was Lei Gong's idea. He wanted to use this method to increase his strength. Since he couldn't increase his strength vertically, he would make a breakthrough horizontally. Through the enhancement of the weapon's power. To increase one's own strength, or even the number of primordial spirits, this kind of idea was very rare. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the two primordial spirits. The thunderous lion and thunderous hawk pounced towards Li Zhongzhou. Roar, the thunderous lion roared angrily, and at the same time a lightning wave rushed out. Wang, Li Zhongzhou's body did not move, because he was still bound by the chains in Lei Gong's thunder domain. Li Zhongzhou was not allowed to break free. Instead, he continued to be bound. The lightning ball suddenly fell on Li Zhongzhou's body. Immediately, thunder rumbled and trapped Li Zhongzhou within. Boom! Li Zhongzhou's body was immediately flooded by the terrifying lightning power. Huh! Even with Li Zhongzhou's strong willpower, it was difficult for him to resist this power. Li Zhongzhou immediately let out a low growl. His body was frantically circulating the ancient tyrannical golden body technique. He was constantly absorbing and digesting the power that was pouring into his body. It gave people an extremely shocking feeling. However, before the thunderous lion's attack landed, the thunderous hawk suddenly released a lightning clone from the white crane's body. With a boom, it suddenly fell on Li Zhongjiu's body. Li Zhongjiu once again endured a heavy lightning attack. This time, Li Zhongjiu almost fainted. Because the power was too great, Li Zhongjiu's body fell from the sky. He was struck out of the thunder domain by his own move. What kind of strength was that? Li Zhongjiu's body fell from the sky. With a bang, he fell to the ground. Lei Gong rode on the thunderous lion, and the thunderous hawk also flapped its wings and landed on Lei Gong's shoulder. The power of the two primordial spirits gushed out. My assumption was correct. The Tao of weapons is the true path to power. Lei Gong was not only a Yuan monarch elite, but he was also a top-notch weaponsmith on this continent. While he was obsessed with training his skills, what he wanted even more was to be able to reach a higher level in weapon forging. This kind of strength was the true path to the pinnacle. Only by constantly strengthening and forging this powerful weapon would he be able to make himself stronger. Now, he could exert the power of the two primordial spirits just by controlling two weapons. What would happen if he controlled 3 or even 4 weapons? How terrifying would that be? The lack of natural primordial spirits would gradually be made up for by his own weapons. This was the true path to strength. People could not help but be shocked. Li Zhongjiu fell from the sky like a pitiful worm that was charred black. You can't even block one of my moves. Haha. I'm afraid there aren't many people in this world who can block one of my moves. At the moment, Lei Gong was exuding a strong self-confidence that permeated the area. However, Lei Gong could also sense that many people in the direction of Sacred Flame Royal City were also paying attention to this place, even though they had yet to appear. They knew that this was the workshop master of the Bright Lightning Craftsman workshop. Now that Lei Gong had such great power and mastered this method, he only needed to spread it casually to bring about a great shock and influence. Even the structure of many places would change because of this. In the imperial palace, an old man in a grayish-black robe stood on the roof of a tall building, looking at the thunderbolt force that was condensing in the sky. At the moment, there was a trace of shock between his brows. What a strong willpower! Qin Yuan Villa, Bright Lightning Craftsman Workshop. A mere workshop master already has such strength. If the strength of Qin Yuan Villa is not restrained, it will be like a plague of locusts. The old man's eyes were filled with worry. The old man was obviously thinking about the disaster that would follow after such a thing happened. Looking at the recent happenings in the city, they were all related to this Qin Yuan Villa. The matter that Li Zhongjiu had stirred up might be relatively big, but in reality, there were also many other things happening in other parts of the city. As these various matters continued to overlap, they actually became a protective screen for each other. For example, the Shi clan, one of the 4 great clans, actually changed dynasties and entered the auction and pawn industries on a large scale, snatching away many customers. And the one who supported them was Qin Yuan Villa. Anyone could see the wild ambition of Qin Yuan Manor. However, there was no need to worry about this wave of forces that had invaded the city. Those who were able to survive in Monarch City all had their own capabilities. If they were defeated so easily, they wouldn't have been able to survive for so long. Therefore, there was no need to worry. It was just a temporary wave. However, Lei Gong's appearance caused many people in the city to become nervous. In the Heavenly Star Medicine Manor, on the top floor of the library, the old man was also standing in the cold wind. His body swayed as he looked at the scene in front of him. If I'm not wrong, the one who just went out was that kid. The old man in the library thought to himself. He used to be in Yuan Emperor powerhouse. Although his cultivation level had fallen, his senses were still there. When Li Zhongjiu rushed out, he instantly felt Li Zhongjiu's movements. At the same time, he was extremely surprised by Li Zhongjiu's strength. He was actually able to raise his strength to such a level. How long has it been? His mind power has actually broken through to the Yuan monarch realm. The old man was shocked. This was obviously a huge potential. Even though he knew that Li Zhongjiu's strength was not bad, he did not expect it to be to this extent. Then, the old man saw Li Zhongjiu being shot down from the sky. That outcome could only be described with the word miserable. Therefore, the old man frowned. Ouch. This time, it's really tragic. Obviously, the old man was gloating. At the same time, he had no intention of helping Li Zongjiu. Given the kid's strength and character, he would not put himself in danger so easily. Moreover, from the beginning until now, Li Zongjiu had not attacked at all. It was as if he was an extremely perverted masochist. He actually stayed where he was and allowed his opponent to attack him. Such a person was really rare in the world. Could it be that he wanted to use this method to subdue his opponent? That would be too whimsical. Egret manner. The Howling Moon Wolf King got up abruptly and roared in the direction of the lightning aura. Unlike his usual carefree image, his entire body was emitting an extremely dangerous aura. When others sensed it, they would not dare to approach. "Brother, what's wrong?" The Shadow Fox walked out and looked at the Howling Moon Wolf King in shock. He could not believe that the latter would appear in such a state. He had never seen the Howling Moon Wolf King behave in such a manner under normal circumstances. However, the Howling Moon Wolf King did not make any other moves. He still looked ferocious. Baring its teeth, its claws dug deep into the ground. It was obvious that it had sensed the power of the other party. At the same time, it also sensed that its master seemed to be in danger. However, it had no way to help and could only wait in place. This was because Li Zongjiu's strong will had made the Howling Moon Wolf King wait in place. In the back mountain of the Qi family, in a manner that was like a sea of purple flowers. The girl was cultivating in the sea of flowers. Her aura was like that of a big tree. She embedded her roots into the ground and used this method to increase her strength. This was Qi Yanran's unique way of cultivation, and it was exactly this way. Just 2 days ago, Qi Yanran completed a breakthrough in the cultivation of her original spirit. In fact, at that time, Li Zongjiu had already helped Qi Yanran to complete most of the difficult breakthroughs. Only the last step was left. As long as one was not very stupid and had low aptitude, they could easily break through the last obstacle. Qi Yanran deliberately delayed it for a few days and had a good understanding of it before making the final breakthrough. Qi Yanran did not even tell anyone about this secret. Even his father had never told him about it. Therefore, Qi Yanran also stabilized her condition. This was because if such a secret was revealed, it would definitely attract the attention of others. It was inevitable that the walls would have ears. Therefore, the best way to keep it a secret was to not tell a single person. A battle between Yuan King level experts? Qi Yanran opened her eyes and woke up from her cultivation. She did not know why, but there was a strange feeling in her body. It was this feeling that made Qi Yanran feel uneasy. Qi Yanran was quite amazed by the intense battle fluctuations that filled the air. "Let's go and take a look." Qi Yanran immediately made up her mind. If she had the longevity tree with her, she would have a certain degree of security. That was why she dared to go and spy on them. Outside the city, a huge pit appeared where Li Zongjiu's body landed. Li Zongjiu, who was lying in the pit, seemed to have lost all signs of life. He could not move at all. His whole body was charred as if he was being roasted by charcoal. Even Li Zongjiu himself was astonished. This power is not bad. I almost didn't make it. Li Zongjiu opened his eyes. He thought to himself. At the same time, the power in his body was frantically condensing. It directly allowed Li Zongjiu's damaged injuries to gradually recover. His whole body was also undergoing an intense transformation. However, Li Zongjiu was unable to accumulate power now. Instead, in this extremely critical state, the only thing he could use was his mind power. Lei Gong felt that the scene below, which was originally deathly silent, was gradually emitting a terrifying power at this moment and was constantly rising. This surprised Lei Gong. "Oh, you're not dead yet. Did you eat an elixir? How can you be so strong?" Lei Gong's heart was clearly filled with astonishment and shock. However, he had been here for too long and must have attracted the attention of the people in the imperial city. Therefore, he had to kill Li Zongjiu first. Then, he could leave directly. Otherwise, staying here for a long time would definitely bring some unnecessary trouble. However, your days have come to an end. Lei Gong growled as the thunderfall sword in his hand slashed down towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! The terrifying power of the thunderfall sword immediately swept towards Li Zongjiu below. Just as the thunderous sword light was about to engulf Li Zhongjiu, suddenly, a powerful force appeared above Li Zhongjiu's head. It seemed that the appearance of a boundless tree directly helped Li Zhongjiu block this attack. Li Zhongjiu himself was slightly taken aback as well. He had not expected someone else to make a move. Looking at the swaying longevity tree that was enduring the power of thunder, Li Zhongjiu had a rough idea of who had arrived. He actually found a helper. Lei Gong looked down at the situation below. The appearance of the giant tree also surprised Lei Gong. He also felt an extraordinary and domineering power from the tree. However, the tree itself had not yet grown, so it did not pose a threat. I didn't expect that another one would come to die. Who was Lei Gong? Even Qingyu and Villa had to spend a lot of money to poach him. With such strength and status, he was actually ignored by these two youngsters. The person who helped Li Zhongjiu block the attack was Qi Yanran. After this attack, Qi Yanran felt that her qi and blood were about to become chaotic. She almost fainted in an instant. Fortunately, the longevity tree was able to channel the terrifying power underground. She didn't directly explode and die. She even fainted, but Qi Yanran also knew that the person in front of her was powerful. Who are you? You hurt my friend. Qi Yanran shouted in a low voice. She was also preparing an origin tool in her hand. There seemed to be a terrifying power condensing on the origin tool. But it needed time. Lei Gong looked at the girl below. She actually dared to take the initiative to provoke him. He suddenly snorted. Since you want to be a pair of lovebirds, I'll fulfill your wish. Without further ado, Lei Gong slashed down with the thunder-breaking sword in his hand. Boom! The Thunder Eagle released the terrifying power of thunder. Unexpectedly, Lei Gong was also a man of few words. Water shield wall. Qi Yanran threw out a dark blue bead, which immediately flew out. With a swoosh, the bead in his hand suddenly met the bolt of lightning. Bang! A water curtain appeared above her head. When it spread out, it was instantly devoured by the terrifying lightning. When the lightning completely burned the wall of water, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Lei Gong lowered his head and saw that there was a cloud of thick fog below the ground. Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran had already disappeared. Disappeared? Do you think you can escape? Insignificant skill. Lei Gong suddenly snorted. Then, a powerful force spread out, trying to find Li Zhongjiu and Qi Yanran. But after searching around, there was no trace of them within a radius of 1,000 meters. Huh? Lei Gong immediately frowned. How dare these two Jianghu juniors act so arrogantly in front of him, to think that they would play such a trick of disappearing? How could they get past them? Go! The bursting thunder sword in Lei Gong's hand suddenly slipped out of his hand. With a boom, he landed on the ground. Boom! Immediately, he saw the terrifying thunderbolt power, which was like a flash flood and tsunami, exploding the ground below and turning it over. It was enough to see the power that constantly emerged from it. It was like a bulldozer that repeatedly turned the surrounding land over and over again. Rumble! Under such pressure, two figures were directly sent flying out from under the huge rock. Originally, Qi Yanran had used an earth origin tool that could help them conceal their aura. It was also quite effective in disguise. However, he couldn't avoid such a carpet bombing, so he was directly blasted away, revealing his true form. Moreover, Qi Yanran was also seriously injured by the explosion just now. A trace of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Ahem. There was a trace of horror in Qi Yanran's eyes, but more importantly, she was calm. This time, she had to admit that it was an extremely reckless act. But there was no other way. She had to do this. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu would have died on the spot. You brat, you always bring me big trouble every time. Until now, Li Zhongjiu had not woken up. His body was still stiff, and she didn't know what kind of bad disease it was. If Qi Yanran wanted to escape by herself, she had a certain way to escape easily. However, Qi Yanran couldn't just leave by herself. In that case, Li Zhongjiu would be dead. Li Zhongjiu saved her once, so no matter what, she couldn't give up on Li Zhongjiu. This was obviously an unwise choice. Even Qi Yanran herself didn't know why she rushed out. Originally, she had no relationship with Li Zhongjiu. If it was some small trouble, she would naturally be happy to help Li Zhongjiu solve these problems. But who knew that Li Zhongjiu would encounter such a life-and-death crisis so often? Now that she had taken action, even if she said that she didn't know Li Zhongjiu, it was impossible for her to leave directly. Therefore, Qi Yanran didn't plan to leave at all. Boom! Lei Gong's figure descended and pulled out the bursting thunder sword that was stuck in the ground. The surrounding soil had already become quite fragile. At the same time, there was a burnt smell. Some of the creatures that lived underground were directly burned to a crisp. Looking at your original spirit, it seems to be of the wood attribute. Just as well, I'm going to forge a wood attribute weapon for my next weapon. I'll take your original spirit back and use it as the weapon spirit. Lei Gong said with a sneer. Qi Yanran's eyes revealed a trace of horror. Weapon original spirit. The person in front of her actually used the original spirit of a human's original spirit to integrate into the weapon. She didn't expect that there would be such a vicious method in this world. Qi Yanran also knew that there were all kinds of people in this world. But Lei Gong's method was absolutely cruel. Wantonly depriving others of their cultivation results. Such an act would, after all, arouse the public's anger. ZZ. The combination of the Thunder Eagle and Thunder Lion appeared again. Immediately, the surroundings were filled with a strong magnetic field. It seemed that an extremely powerful gravitational force had appeared and wanted to strip the original spirit from Qi Yanran's body. Damn it! This force. Qi Yanran felt that this force was so strong that it seemed to want to suck her out. Immediately, she let out a low shout and released all the power of the longevity tree to resist this force. In the process of resisting, the power of the longevity tree gradually erupted. Oh? It's actually a king-level original spirit. I really didn't expect that the sacred Flame Royal City is really full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Even Lei Gong was surprised by Qi Yanran's potential. At such a young age, she directly obtained a level 5 original spirit. This was a very rare thing. However, Qi Yanran's talent also aroused the desire in Lei Gong's heart. Come, such a young king-level original spirit. You must have more potential in the future. Your original spirit, I want it. Lei Gong snorted coldly. The Thunder Eagle under his command suddenly flew out and leaped out in an instant. Boom! A bolt of lightning, like a terrifying ray of light, quickly flew to the front of Qi Yanran. Only by seriously injuring Qi Yanran, it would be easier to forcibly seize her original spirit. Therefore, the Thunder Eagle also directly crashed into Qi Yanran's chest. Qi Yanran parted a branch of the longevity tree. She wanted to block it, but Qi Yanran also knew that it was impossible. The branch of the longevity tree rolled. Whoosh! Suddenly, the Thunder Eagle was restrained by a force. Qi Yanran could even see the Thunder Eagle's eyes at a close distance in front of her. However, the Thunder Eagle seemed to be imprisoned, there was no way to move at all, and there was no power that could be released to hurt Qi Yanran. How could this be? Qi Yanran was shocked, but soon she understood why. When she was about to look back, she found a hand gently patting her shoulder. Although the strength was not strong, it gave Qi Yanran an unprecedented sense of security in her heart. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. When she looked back, she saw Li Zhongjiu's eyes seem to reveal a deep power. It was just a glance, but she could already feel that at this moment, Li Zhongjiu had already arrived in an insolent and arrogant manner. It was as if a king hidden in the dark world had finally taken off his mask, walked out of the sacred palace, and descended to the world. The Thunder Eagle was restrained by a powerful force. Lei Gong could feel it clearly, because the Thunder Eagle was his own origin spirit. Mental strength? The thing that controlled the Thunderhawk was an extremely powerful spiritual force. He directly locked the Thunderhawk in place. His mental power had sealed the space around the Thunder Eagle, causing it to struggle in such an environment, making it difficult for it to escape. When Li Zhongjiu woke up again, his aura was completely different. Although he could make a move just now, it took a certain amount of effort to adjust his power to perfection. Otherwise, it would leave some effects that were difficult to eliminate in the future. Qi Yanran's appearance helped Li Zhongjiu win this crucial time. That was why she stabilized the power. Li Zhongjiu stepped forward and grabbed the Thunder Eagle's original spirit by the neck. This hand directly penetrated the space and caught the Thunder Eagle's original spirit in front of him. The terrifying power of the Thunder Eagle's original spirit also crazily spread to Li Zhongjiu's body. Rumble. However, when the power of thunder and lightning poured into his body, there was no movement. It seemed that there was only some insignificant power spreading. The power in his body shook easily and suppressed the power of the Thunder Eagle's original spirit. Immediately, the power returned to the Thunder Eagle's body. Boom! The Thunder Eagle's body was directly blown away and fell to the ground with a bang. Seeing this scene, Qi Yanran was shocked. Her longevity tree had no power to fight back in front of the Thunder Eagle. It could only passively take a beating and barely carry out a certain degree of defense. She never expected that Li Zhongjiu would actually blow away the Thunder Eagle after waking up. At the same time, he also broke the surrounding thunder and electromagnetic field. Qi Yanran breathed a sigh of relief and quickly sat down to recover her longevity tree's consumption. The struggle just now had consumed a great amount of power, causing the longevity tree to be slightly injured. Fortunately, the longevity tree's recovery ability was very strong. Therefore, Qi Yanran's injury was not serious. After all, the longevity tree was a true tree king. While sitting cross-legged to recover, Qi Yanran raised her head and looked in the direction of Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu easily beat up the Thunderhawk, causing it to be seriously injured. When it fell to the ground, the light on its body was incomparably dim. Lei Gong was also very surprised that Li Zhongjiu could still stand up. At the same time, he also felt that Li Zhongjiu's condition seemed to be somewhat different. Your strength, you were actually able to make a breakthrough in battle. This kind of opportunity to make a breakthrough in battle was very rare. Often, in this kind of crisis, they would suddenly find a way to break through their own bottleneck, and then directly reach the sky in one step. It was this kind of strength that made Lei Gong feel very surprised. What a pity. If you join Qingyuan Manor, you will definitely have a brilliant future. But today, you must die. With your growth speed, it won't be long before you can kill me. It's too dangerous. Lei Gong was also a person who loved talents. When he discovered that Li Zhongjiu actually had such talent and potential, and could still stand up tenaciously under such pressure, no matter where such a person went, he would have an extremely bright future. If Qingyuan Manor could use him, it would naturally be a good thing. But now, it seemed that he could only kill Li Zhongjiu. Qingyuan Manor is nothing. Li Zhongjiu could not help but sneer. His eyes were filled with disdain, then he looked at Lei Gong and said indifferently, "This sovereign is magnanimous. I will allow you to make one more move." Then, Li Zhongjiu waved his hand, motioning Lei Gong to attack him. Who was Lei Gong? He became famous at a young age, and now, his reputation was even more well-known in the world. How many people in the world did not know that the weapons produced by his Bright Thunder workshop were unparalleled in the world? But this arrogant kid actually thought that he could compete with him. And he was so arrogant to let him make the first move. Then, I will let you know what is called true strength. When I tear your mouth apart later, I'd like to see if you can still say such arrogant words. Lei Gong immediately let out a cold snort. Then, he abruptly unleashed his attack. Boom! The thunderous lion rushed out ferociously, and the lightning light wave in its mouth had already been prepared. Li Zhongjiu's figure flashed and appeared in front of the thunderous lion. The thunderous lion had just opened its mouth and was about to spit out the lightning light wave, but the sudden appearance of Li Zhongjiu really startled it. It almost swallowed the lightning wave back into its body. Swallow it back for me. Li Zhongjiu directly stretched out his hand and covered the thunderous lion's mouth. The lightning light wave did not have a chance to be spat out, and was directly trapped in Li Zhongjiu's mouth. Boom! The thunderous lion also seemed to have intelligence. It opened its eyes wide and felt the attack of this power in disbelief. In an instant, it swallowed it back into its stomach. A violent roar resounded. An extremely tragic explosion set off at the scene. The thunderous lion's stomach was directly blown open, and it was torn apart on the spot. Only its head was intact. The thunderous lion's figure also gradually disappeared, because its power could no longer maintain its form. Instead, it was all integrated into the thunderous blade, and it once again became the blade spirit of the thunderous blade. It was not an easy task to completely erase the power of the Yuan spirit. However, it could be beaten to the point that it could not reveal its original form, and it would always be in a state of serious injury. Perhaps it would take hundreds of years for the injury to recover. Of course, the premise was that someone had to constantly nurture it, and let it obtain the power to be reborn. And if there was no one to take care of it, the power of the Yuan spirit would also disappear one day. The thunderous blade itself had also lost its luster. Under such circumstances, Lei Gong immediately pulled out the thunderous sword upon seeing this. He circulated his Yuan power, and the sharp sword that contained the fury of thunder suddenly slashed down from the sky, as if it wanted to destroy the power between heaven and earth. "You have already used up your move," Li Zhongzhou said indifferently. As his voice fell, Li Zhongzhou's figure rushed out once again. Lei Gong's sword was already very fast, but Li Zhongzhou's speed was even faster. His figure instantly appeared in front of Lei Gong, and the sword slashed down. "My thunderous sword slash can split mountains and rivers. Break your mother's head." Facing the sword, Li Zhongzhou directly punched out. Bang! This kind of action was simply suicide in the eyes of ordinary people. Who would be stupid enough to use their own fist to fight against someone else's blade? And Li Zhongzhou was just like that. The moment he punched out, Qi Yanran saw it, and even thought about how to collect Li Zhongzhou's corpse. However, in the blink of an eye, the thunderous sword in Lei Gong's hand flew out, and with a swoosh, it directly pierced into a mountain ridge. What? Lei Gong, whose hand was empty, immediately realized that things were not good. When did Li Zhongzhou's physical strength become so strong? Could it be that his hand was made of millennium meteoric iron? All of a sudden, Li Zhongzhou extended his hand and grabbed Lei Gong, bringing him in front of him. Then, he threw him over his shoulder. The strength of his whole body was also loaded onto Lei Gong's body. In an instant, a loud bang was heard. A terrifying force spread out from the ground and whizzed forward. Bang! 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 The airwaves spread out hundreds of meters, and the cracks on the ground were densely packed like a spider web. Seeing this scene, Qi Yanran could not help but feel a wave of pain. At this moment, when his body landed, it was likely that all the bones in his body had already been shattered. Were people nowadays all so violent? Li Zhongzhou threw Lei Gong to the ground. Lei Gong's internal organs were severely injured, but he still managed to hold on. Lei Gong spat out a mouthful of blood on his clothes. He grabbed Li Zhongzhou's sleeve tightly. In the next moment, Li Zhongzhou lifted his leg and gave Lei Gong a flying kick, sending him flying 100 meters away. Bang! This could be considered a heavy blow to Lei Gong, causing him to be in a semi-conscious state. He was unable to speak for a long time. When Lei Gong stood up, he deeply felt the pain this time. The owner of the Bright Thunder Workshop, one of the giants of the Qingyuan Villa, was beaten up like a drowning dog. However, Li Zhongzhou did not feel proud at all, because in his eyes, there was no such thing as arrogance. In his eyes, whether it was the Origin ancestors, Origin generals, Origin kings, or even the Origin emperors in the future, they were nothing in Li Zhongzhou's eyes. They were just a bunch of trash waiting to be slaughtered. If you could reach the absolute saint realm, you would be able to make Li Zhongzhou pay attention to you. Although Li Zhongzhou didn't reach the absolute saint realm in his previous life. However, his strength was already at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Otherwise, how could he kill the 4 supremacies of the Dragon Clan? Doing such a thing was basically challenging the entire Dragon Clan. In this continent, it was considered one of the most outrageous acts. However, if Li Zhongzhou hadn't swallowed the elixir and wanted to completely refine the 4 dragon souls, Li Zhongzhou wouldn't have died at that time. While Lei Gong was still in a daze, he knew that he was done for this time. This Li Zhongzhou was actually so secretive. Enduring the intense pain all over his body, Lei Gong finally took out a medicinal pill from the storage ring. After consuming it, he felt that his body was slightly better. He got up with difficulty. His physical quality wasn't weak, and he was also a blacksmith, so his body didn't collapse so quickly. However, it wasn't easy to kill Li Zhongzhou. It wouldn't be easy even if he wanted to leave now. Li Zhongzhou walked forward and picked up the thunder-bursting sword. The true power of the bursting thunder sword had yet to be unleashed. Just as Lei Gong had said before, the bursting thunder sword still needed to undergo some kind of tempering. Only after tempering would it truly possess an unstoppable sharpness. However, it was a pity that Lei Gong wouldn't have the chance to temper this sword. Li Zongjiu gently waved the thunder-bursting sword in his hand at this moment. Suddenly, a strong murderous aura spread out and shook slightly. Lei Gong stood up straight and looked at Li Zongjiu. Although he felt extremely surprised, he wasn't afraid at this moment. How could he, the owner of the Bright Thunder Workshop, die here so easily? Don't forget Lei Gong's own identity and status, coupled with the identity of Qingyuan Villa. If he were to die, then Qingyuan Villa would suffer an enormous loss, therefore, Lei Gong wasn't afraid of the latter. If Li Zongjiu wanted to kill him, he would have to go through Qingyuan Manor first. Li Zongjiu didn't continue to approach with the sword in his hand. It seems that you're only relying on the primitive emperor's avatar. Li Zongjiu looked up at the sky and sneered. The corners of Li Zongjiu's mouth curled into a cold smile. There was a figure hidden in the void. Li Zongjiu's mind power had already broken through to the Yuan King realm. He was also quite sensitive to the surroundings. At this moment, the power that Li Zongjiu could sense had already discovered this figure. This person wouldn't make a move unless it was absolutely necessary. Lei Gong had also thought of this. If he, a blacksmith master, was accidentally killed when he went out, or if he relied on someone, it would be a great loss to the Qingyuan Villa. Therefore, they had to send people to protect him. At the same time, they also had to act as a form of surveillance. Therefore, Lei Gong wasn't afraid of Li Zongjiu killing him. Lei Gong was surprised when he saw Li Zongjiu looking up at the sky. How did Li Zongjiu know? Could it be that he was able to sense the presence of this primitive emperor? However, judging from Li Zongjiu's behavior, it seemed like he didn't take the primitive emperor seriously. He even wanted to provoke the other party. Such an attitude was undoubtedly too arrogant. Wind and clouds gathered in the sky. As it condensed, Li Zongjiu immediately felt a strong aura descending from the sky. The descent of this tyrannical will immediately made Li Zongjiu and Qi Yanran, who was still behind him, wary. When Qi Yanran felt this vast power, she realized that this level was actually beyond the range of what she could accept. Qi Yanran had never thought that her level was low. However, when she came out to interfere with Li Zongjiu today, she immediately encountered a Yuan monarch. In fact, this was enough to make Qi Yanran somewhat fearful. Some of Qi Yanran's opponents were only at the origin ancestor level and had yet to reach the level of a Yuan monarch. At this moment, she didn't expect to encounter a veteran Yuan monarch. Now, just this sudden display of power was enough to make Qi Yanran feel deeply shocked. The power in front of her was a terrifying aura that spread like the mountains and seas. Primitive Emperor. Realm, Qi Yanran's eyes narrowed. Such a vast and boundless aura had to be from a Yuan monarch. Even the Qi family didn't have such a powerhouse. I'm doomed, this was the next thought in Qi Yanran's mind. In addition to admiring Li Zongjiu's ability to provoke enemies, she also understood that it would be difficult for her to survive today. However, looking at Li Zongjiu's arrogant look, it seemed like he already knew and didn't care about the other party at all. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was prepared to give up? Otherwise, Li Zongjiu wouldn't have the strength to fight against a Yuan monarch powerhouse. The figure that emerged didn't speak. This clone couldn't be used for long, and it must be very risky to attack in the vicinity of the sacred flame royal city. Therefore, the Yuan monarch phantom didn't say anything and slapped down with his palm. Boom! Tens of thousands of meters high in the sky, a terrifying aura that could destroy the heavens was transmitted over. The force that suddenly descended seemed as though it was about to swallow a person. However, this power was controlled within a certain range and didn't spread too much. It directly slashed down on Li Zongjiu. Qi Yanran, who was behind him, was also enveloped. Great timing, I can't wait to see how strong this flesh is. Li Zongjiu's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. At this moment, there seemed to be a golden light all over his body, and a golden light flashed in his eyes. The skin under his clothes had already been covered by the golden lines. Li Zongjiu's power also erupted from the inside out. Dragon Cannon Fist. When the power of this punch condensed in his hand, it was as if a golden dragon was being held in Li Zongjiu's palm. At this moment, it suddenly bloomed and shot directly towards the sky. Even the Yuan monarch's clone was shocked. The moment Li Zongjiu's Dragon Cannon Fist was unleashed, It seemed as though a golden dragon was pulling the power of the earth and soaring into the sky. With a loud bang, it collided with the palm of the Yuan Emperor's avatar. There was an earth-shattering sound of collision. At this moment, the terrifying power caused everyone to feel excited. It was as if someone had used a fist to violently hammer their hearts. What? The Yuan Emperor's avatar saw a ray of light rushing towards him. That terrifying dragon cannon fist had actually directly penetrated his palm, transformed into a golden dragon, and directly destroyed his clone. The Yuan Emperor's avatar was instantly shattered by the impact of the golden dragon. However, before the Yuan Emperor's avatar was completely destroyed, he could clearly feel the power coming from the golden dragon. It was so real that it wasn't caused by any technique, but the true power of the origin spirit. It was just that Li Zhongzhou's move had wrapped this original spirit in it. Because no one had seen Li Zhongzhou's original spirit before, this golden dragon seemed to be a form condensed by this move and not a real thing in the eyes of ordinary people. However, the Yuan Emperor's avatar could clearly feel the power coming from the origin spirit. It was a true origin spirit. Li Zhongzhou actually possessed a dragon clan's origin spirit, and it was even from the golden dragon clan. The Yuan Emperor's avatar could only feel the power before it was destroyed, but it was also destroyed. In the next moment, the Yuan Emperor's avatar disappeared without a trace. However, the power of the giant palm did not weaken in the slightest. Li Zhongzhou did not say anything and directly grabbed Qi Yanran behind him and fled into the distance. It wasn't so easy to fight with the Yuan Emperor's avatar, so Li Zhongzhou could only use this method to deceive the Yuan Emperor's eyes and finally destroy the latter's power with a punch. It would take a long time to condense another avatar. When Li Zhongzhou flew a few miles away with Qi Yanran, a violent explosion suddenly came from behind. The dust that was stirred up also rushed to 100 meters in the sky. At the same time, the terrifying airwaves that permeated the surroundings were like thousands of galloping horses. They were frantically destroying everything in the surroundings. Whoosh, Li Zhongzhou's figure suddenly landed behind a mountain peak and hugged Qi Yanran. Li Zhongzhou immediately hugged Qi Yanran in his arms. Qi Yanran didn't even react. She didn't understand why Li Zhongzhou would do this. Could it be that this was the after effect of practicing martial arts? If so, should she help him? Thinking of this, it seemed to be a very shameful scene. Although Qi Yanran was usually cold, she was also a young girl in a budding state. But the next moment, she knew. The mountain peak that the two of them were on was directly shattered in the next second. This was a small mountain peak that was close to 50 meters high. When this terrifying power surged over, he instantly felt the terror of this power. The small mountain peak of more than 50 meters was easily destroyed in an instant. The impact of the stones that exploded in an instant was extremely powerful. This was already a few miles away, but they did not expect the aftermath of this move to be so strong. The terrifying power spread out. Some huge stones directly bombarded Li Zhongzhou's back. Moreover, a powerful shockwave spread out from the ground and rapidly swept forward. Even Li Zhongzhou, who was enduring the continuous bombardment, felt extremely painful. He also held Qi Yanran tightly in his arms. This woman was really a hindrance. If he was alone, it would not be difficult to avoid this move. But Qi Yanran helped him just now, so naturally, he had to protect this girl. This terrifying impact lasted for nearly a minute. Li Zhongzhou's back was already in a state of being riddled with holes, giving off a soul-stirring feeling of terror. However, Li Zhongzhou did not care about his injuries at all. In the process of getting up, the serious injury on his back was gradually recovering. When ordinary people saw this scene, they would feel extremely shocked and incredulous. How could someone have such a powerful self-healing ability? Those fatal wounds were recovering little by little in such an environment. It was simply strange. Qi Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly left Li Zhongzhou's body. There were a lot of ambiguous situations between the two of them. If it continued like this, then Qi Yanran's reputation of innocence would be ruined. Although Qi Yanran did not suffer much damage from the violent explosion just now, her whole body was covered with a lot of dust. She looked dusty and dirty. For a goddess who usually liked to dress up exquisitely, it was rare to see such a scene. "You look quite good like this." Li Zhongzhou could not help but glance at Qi Yanran. In his previous life, Li Zongjie was not interested in relationships. He even deliberately froze his heart. From the moment his family was destroyed, Li Zongjie's heart was completely frozen. Nothing in this world could shake Li Zongjie's heart. But this life was different. Everything was beautiful, and it also allowed Li Zongjie to have a different state of mind and experience some different things. Occasionally flirting with the beauty in front of him was also a way to make him feel relaxed and happy. Shut up. Qi Yanran stomped her feet in anger. What was this? He was clearly laughing at her. She risked her life to save him, but in the end, she was ridiculed by him. Dozens of rays of light rapidly flew across the sky, obviously heading towards the center of the explosion. How could the experts in the city not be alarmed when such a huge incident happened outside the Holy Flame Royal City? Even the experts in the Holy Flame Royal City could clearly feel the intense explosion outside. That was why they had rushed over. Let's go, if you don't want to get into trouble. Li Zongjie looked up and said faintly. At the same time, he also looked back at the original direction. Lei Gong was definitely not dead. Li Zongjie did not care about Lei Gong's life now. Lei Gong's life would be his sooner or later. If he wanted to take it, he could do so at any time. But after this step, he could roughly understand the strength of the experts in Qingyuan Manor. In the initial exchange just now, he could roughly feel the strength of the primitive emperor expert. It was just a first-grade primitive emperor. In the primitive emperor realm, the gap between the grades was quite serious. If the one who attacked today was the clone of a third-grade primitive emperor expert, it would not be easy for Li Zongjie to kill him today. Even if he wanted to retreat, it would not be easy. If it was only a first-grade primitive emperor, Li Zongjie's current strength of a first-grade primitive king. In addition, it was the power of 4-grade origin spirits that were used at the same time. It was also possible to fight it head-on. Qi Yanran also knew that this matter involved a lot of things. It was better to leave quickly before anyone saw her. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them took advantage of the night and quietly entered the city. After entering the city, it was naturally much safer. You're so dirty. Do you want to take a bath at my place? Li Zongjie looked at Qi Yanran and said. Qi Yanran immediately turned around and glared at Li Zongjie. She had never thought that Li Zongjie would have such a hooligan mind. Despicable. Qi Yanran said coldly. Then, she walked forward by herself, leaving Li Zongjie with her back view. Li Zongjie naturally waved his hand helplessly. This could be considered the most embarrassing day of Qi Yanran's life. Li Zongjie also found a nearby inn, asked for a room, took a bath, and slept comfortably for the night. Now that he had finally broken through to the Yuan monarch realm, he would be able to protect himself even within the sacred Flame Royal City. If Li Zongjie was really forced into a corner, he would really be able to do anything. Now, some of the things that Li Zongjie did were not too arrogant. They only involved some low-level interests. Perhaps in the eyes of some people who really held power, Li Zongjie's behavior would lead to him being killed sooner or later. It was unknown how many people wanted to use this method to control the market and a large amount of money. Perhaps Li Zongjie was in the limelight now. However, one must know that there were many people who wanted to be in the limelight. Among these people, all of them had the opportunity to be in the limelight. Moreover, they were once at the level of ambitious and ruthless characters. To be able to achieve this level was already very good. Although these ambitious and ruthless people had grown to such an extent, when you reach a certain critical value, if you don't know how to restrain yourself and accidentally offend some rules, then what awaits you may be easily beheaded by others. There was no doubt about this. Everything had turned into smoke, vanishing into thin air just like that. Just this point alone was not so easy to grasp, because human desires were endless. In the eyes of many people, perhaps a person similar to a king would appear, but it was definitely not now. Li Zongjie rested comfortably in the inn for a night. On the second day, when he returned to the Heavenly Dawn Medicine Manor, he discovered that the activity of the Genius Pavilion had not changed. This was because the further one progressed, the more difficult it became. Li Zongjie wasn't worried at all. It wouldn't be that easy to pass this test. At the same time, he also saw Kuan Arashir, whom he had not seen for a long time. Looking at Kuan Arashi's exhausted face, It was obvious that he had suffered a lot during this period of time. Learning itself was a very painful thing. It was impossible to digest it easily unless one was as talented as Li Zhongjiu. Only then would it be easier to learn. After meeting Kuan Erishur and chatting for a while, Kuan Erishur left directly. There were still many things to deal with on the other side. Learning under Sun Yu was not so easy. By the way, there seems to be an exchange of alchemists in Monarch City next month. It's a banquet. I guess the academy will let you go. What exchange? I'm not free. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. It's a little boring, but I heard that the alchemists who will be present will be given gifts, and there will be a lottery on the spot. The first prize is a 6th-grade medicinal herb. Kuan Erishur said. Not only will there be many girls who learn alchemy, but there will also be many influential officials in the imperial court. This is a good opportunity to amaze the world. Moreover, with your identity, they will probably urge you to go. You have to be careful. I heard from my master that many people are jealous of your qualification as an imperial alchemist. Li Zhongjiu was disdainful when he heard this. A group of immature brats actually dared to be arrogant in front of him. If they wanted to snatch something from Li Zhongjiu, then they should be prepared to have their hands chopped off by Li Zhongjiu. I'm quite interested in the 6th-grade medicinal herb. Li Zhongjiu said. This kind of medicinal herb could only be found by chance. If one did not have a certain channel, then there was no way to get these medicinal herbs. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu also cherished this opportunity very much. For now, if he wanted to obtain these medicinal herbs, he would have to go through a lot of channels and even use some bloody means to get to this level. However, Li Zhongjiu was not worried. As long as he reached this level, and the strength of the Great Delight Casino was also increasing bit by bit, there would always be a chance. Moreover, in this Heavenly Dawn medicine matter, there was still a hard-working primitive emperor-level powerhouse. Although the strength of this primitive emperor powerhouse was not as strong as before, and he was only at the peak of the Yuan monarch realm now, Li Zhongjiu also knew that if this person's strength recovered, he would definitely be at the primitive emperor realm. Moreover, he was not considered too low in the primitive emperor realm. It was very likely that he was a 4th-grade primitive emperor powerhouse. Li Zhongjiu had reason to believe that the number of primitive emperor powerhouses in the huge sacred flame royal city was not small. At the very least, there must be at least one primitive emperor powerhouse hidden in the 4 major families. Otherwise, they would not have been able to establish their status. However, the number of people at the 4th-grade primitive emperor realm would definitely not be more than 10, therefore, Li Zhongjiu had promised the elder of the library to help him get rid of the poison. This was the poison of the primordial sky scorpion, not a simple poison. Even the primitive emperors could not withstand the poison, let alone detoxify it. Even if they were to get close and inhale a little of it, it would be a more comfortable death for them to die on the spot. In order to get rid of such a poison, Li Zhongjiu not only needed high-grade elixir pills to increase his strength, but he also needed to rely on the power of these elixir pills to carry out the last layer of protection. Without this protection, Li Zhongjiu would not have dared to deal with such a poison rashly. Of course, if Li Zhongjiu's cultivation returned to the supremacy realm, getting rid of such a poison would be as easy as lifting his hand. Alright, I'll head over to Master's place first. You have to pay attention to your safety while you're in the city. I've heard that many people want to deal with you. News about you can often be heard in the academy. Kuan Erishur said. Li Zhongjiu waved his hand. These small threats were nothing in his eyes. Speaking of settling accounts, Li Zhongjiu had almost settled all his accounts in the city. Now, there was still one account that he had yet to settle. That was the account with the 9th prince, Xianxia, that he had yet to settle. This billion purple yuan won't be settled so easily. Li Zhongjiu came out of the Heavenly Dawn medicine manor and went to the Great Pleasure Casino first. Chapter 556, Revenge. Blindly searching, Li Zhongjiu did not know where to find that guy. He couldn't keep releasing his mental strength to search. If he did that, he would be too arrogant. Under the prying of his mental strength, there would be no privacy at all. At this time, the exterior of the Great Pleasure Casino was in a state of renovation. Because of the previous few storms, the Great Pleasure Casino had directly withstood these storms. This was somewhat impressive. It immediately became famous. How could a person who liked to gamble like a small and ordinary place like this? Therefore, the more troublesome a place was, the more they liked it. In such a stimulating environment, they could stimulate their own potential. This was what gamblers were willing to do. Aya, Bosley, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Li Zhongjiu walked into the casino, it was obvious that someone had already gone to inform him of his arrival. However, the first person to block his way turned out to be a somewhat familiar middle-aged man. Judging from his attire, he was just an ordinary person. You are? Li Zhongjiu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and suddenly frowned in doubt. Not everything was worth remembering by Li Zhongjiu. Bosley, have you forgotten? A few days ago, I was still at your door. It's me. The Tusk Battalion. Wang Ding said repeatedly. How embarrassing is this? I'm also a battalion commander and I have nearly 5,000 people under me. These 5,000 people are the troops who can enforce the law in King City. Their power is not ordinary. Although under normal circumstances, carrying out a task requires time and opportunity. However, it doesn't mean that there are no other ways to deal with you. Just by colluding with a few people, you can easily not survive in this city. Oh, you're the battalion commander that night, right? Why are you looking for me? Li Zhongjiu finally remembered. No wonder he looked familiar. Fortunately, the time was relatively recent. Otherwise, Li Zhongjiu would have a hard time remembering such an unimportant person. Last time I misunderstood Bosley and caused a big fight between us. Therefore, I specially came to apologize to you. In private, I'm still very easy to get along with. My battalion commander position is just an idle position. Wang Ding could not help but say. Then, with a wave of his hand, someone immediately brought over 2 wine jars. The jars were sealed with mud, but the fragrance emitted from the bottle could still be smelled. Good wine. These 2 jars of penetrating bottle fragrance are considered as an apology. In the future, we can still interact more. It's not easy for us to work in the city. We all want to take care of each other. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Wang Ding and then looked at the wine jars that were handed over. This Wang Ding was quite tactful. If you're promoted, what's your rank? Li Zhongjiu did not reach out to take it, but asked directly. I'm the battalion commander of the City Guard Army's Tusk Battalion. The City Guard Army has a total of 7 battalions. If I'm promoted, I'll naturally be the deputy commander. The deputy commander has the authority to directly mobilize 3 battalions. Okay, within half a year, I'll help you become the deputy commander. Within 2 years, I'll make you a battalion commander. As I said, you'll follow me in the future. Li Zhongjiu said directly. These words did not have the slightest concealment. Fortunately, the people that Wang Ding brought this time were all his own trusted subordinates. If other people heard this, they might directly go back and find someone to deal with him. Wang Ding, the reason is the young master. I'm serving you like a dog. Wang Ding was immediately pleasantly surprised. One must know that Wang Ding's journey was very difficult. The water in the military camp was very deep. If he wanted to solve these things and continue to rise, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. With Wang Ding's own means, it was just that he could not be promoted so far. As for people like him who had no background and were inferior in terms of means, they would basically be replaced in a short time. This was an environment where talents were changing, and it was not something that one could say that would work. In this regard, Wang Ding was also very clear. If he could not find a backer, his end would be very miserable. Judging from the situation last time, Wang Ding had already smelled something fishy. Therefore, he took the risk and waited here for Li Zhongjiu to appear. Moreover, he had to obtain Li Zhongjiu's protection. At present, he only had this bit of value in his hands that could be used. If he couldn't even use this last bit of value, then he would really have reached the end. This road was not easy to walk. It was as if he was treading on thin ice, which made Wang Ding feel extremely painful. If it wasn't for the fact that the situation was too critical, he wouldn't have come to Li Zhongjiu for help. This was such a shameful thing to do. In the future, he would have to live under Li Zhongjiu's banner. Judging from the situation last time, if he could rely on Li Zhongjiu, it would be a way out for his own situation. Li Zhongjiu's background did not seem to be so simple. Therefore, Wang Ding was so persistent. In the future, you will be like them. Just call me young master. I don't need your help for the time being. If you have any trouble that you can't solve, such as military funding or sponsorship, you can come directly to Tai Fei. It just so happened that Tai Feihe was walking down from upstairs. He first greeted Wang Ding, then listened to Li Zhongjiu's introduction. From the looks of it, he seemed to have dragged a city guard battalion commander into the water. Blindly absorbing power like this was naturally not a stable thing. However, for the current Wanyue casino, if there was a city guard behind it, it would only get smoother and smoother. This was something that was not even a doubt. With Master Wang's addition, our casino has gained another strong pillar. After learning that Wang Ding had joined the casino, Tai Fei looked at Li Zhongjiu as if he were looking at a deity. He had actually roped in people from the military. Furthermore, as far as Tai Fei knew, Wang Ding had taken the initiative to join them. When had Li Zhongjiu's name become so famous, this was a very big deal. If military funding is lacking, we just need to hold 1 or 2 military competitions. With the Wanyue casino's funding, there won't be any problems. It will be reasonable and legal. Tai Fei said with a smile. When he heard Tai Fei's words, Wang Ding almost burst into tears. If he could obtain such a large amount of funding, then his position would definitely be stable. Regardless of the cost, there was nothing to be afraid of as long as he had money, upgraded his equipment, and stabilized the morale of his troops. Although it was said to be a formation of the dynasty's military was actually only responsible for a part of the expenditure. The rest of the expenditure would have to be handled by the regiment commanders and battalion commanders themselves. Otherwise, how would they be able to manage all the troops in the country? However, if they did not have the authority of the military, then their troops would not be able to do anything illegal and would be annihilated. The 7 battalions of the City Guard Legion had their own individual troops. It was as if each of them had their own battalion. The battalion commanders of the first 3 battalions were grouped together, while the ones at the back were in pairs. His Tusk battalion was left alone. Originally, this name was quite resounding, but it was unable to keep up with the others. Naturally, it would be ostracized. Thank you, young master. Thank you, brother Tai. Tai Fei was naturally overjoyed. If he wanted to hook up with the City Guard battalion commander, he would have to spend a lot of money and energy if he were to take the initiative to do so. There was even a possibility that he would be caught red-handed and turned upside down. Therefore, this kind of thing usually had to be tested repeatedly before it could succeed. However, because of Li Zhongjiu, Wang Ding actually took the initiative to join him. It seemed a little out of place. A dignified battalion commander actually joining a small casino. No matter how one looked at it, it did not seem right. However, Wang Ding's foresight was not weak. The casino was secondary. Li Zhongjiu was the true mountain. Chapter 557, Victory. Take care of each other, help each other. Haha. Wang Ding was naturally overjoyed. Although Wang Ding did not take Li Zhongjiu's promise to heart, now Wang Ding only needed to ensure that there was support behind him and that no one would stab him in the back. Even if he joined Li Zhongjiu, it was impossible for him to wait for Li Zhongjiu to help him with everything. There were more things that needed to be done by himself. By the way, do any of you know where the 9th prince is? That kid still owes me 1 billion purple yuan. This debt is not so easily settled. Li Zhongjiu said lightly. He had already released the person in advance, so according to the interest, it wouldn't be too much to ask for 2 billion purple yuan, right? This was what Li Zhongjiu thought. He even felt that this was too merciful. Since when had he become so reasonable? Although this would earn him the gratitude of others, it would also harm his own interests. Li Zhongjiu thought so and intended to wait for the 9th prince to thank him. The 9th prince's location is usually kept a secret. Even if we were to purchase the information from the Rain Pavilion, it would cost an astronomical price. However, since Battalion Commander Wang is here, it shouldn't be difficult for us to find the 9th prince's whereabouts. As he said this, Tai Fei looked at Wang Ding. Wang Ding's eyes widened. He had never expected that he would have to pay such a big price to betray the ninth prince. If the ninth prince was killed by Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding would be an accomplice. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Ding. This was the job of the city guards. Moreover, the status of a battalion commander was not low. If they sent someone to investigate the surroundings, they would be able to get the results very quickly unless the ninth prince was deliberately hiding his whereabouts. However, given the ninth prince's arrogance, he would not do such a thing so easily. Ahem, although we have not received any notice of the ninth prince's whereabouts, I know that it is a habit of the ninth prince. Every dark moon in the sky, he will book the entire spring flower and autumn moon pavilion. As for what he is doing, no one knows. However, the ninth prince has always maintained this habit. Wang Ding said. It had to be said that Wang Ding's reaction was extremely fast. In such a situation, Wang Ding had to give an answer. Otherwise, if he stood aside, the ninth prince would not come to collect him. The previous matter of the military expenditure would probably be ruined. However, if he were to reveal his daily whereabouts, he would definitely be able to be traced back to Wang Ding if something were to happen. Then, Wang Ding would be directly implicated, and he would even be sentenced to death for his crimes. Now, Wang Ding only mentioned one of the ninth prince's habits. As long as it was someone familiar with him, they would more or less know about it. Naturally, even if Wang Ding said it, it would not be a threat. It was relatively easy to get rid of this relationship. Perhaps, there would be room for struggle and justification. Now that they had just joined, they would have to risk their lives. It would be somewhat unstable. Several people were also well aware that if they revealed everything at the beginning and were honest with each other, they might be deliberately sent by the ninth prince to lure them into the trap. If there was something fishy going on, it would be dangerous. The day of the dark moon is the day of the overcast moon. Isn't tonight the day of the overcast moon? Li Zongjiu pinched his fingers and immediately calculated tonight's weather. It was better to come at the right time than early. This was obviously a very coincidental time. Wang Ding did not know what Li Zongjiu was going to do, but it seemed that he was going to take action. Therefore, he smiled and said softly. Young Master Li, after I went back last time, I asked someone to inquire about it. The one who dealt with you that time was not the ninth prince. The ninth prince did not know about this at all. It was someone else. If my information is not wrong, the one who gave the order was the fifth prince. Wang Ding once again threw out a heavy bomb. Tai-Fi at the side was suddenly shocked. Why did the fifth prince intervene again? Could it be that there is a problem related to the fifth prince? Tai-Fi was indeed a little surprised by the fifth prince's sudden intervention. How could such a situation happen? Until now, they did not seem to have angered the fifth prince's sphere of influence and did not touch the fifth prince's interests. However, the fifth prince's sudden intervention made them a little confused. They looked at Li Zongjiu, but Li Zongjiu also casually waved his hand. What's the big deal? It's the same even if the fifth prince comes. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. It was an arrogant attitude that did not put anyone in his eyes. Searching blindly, Li Zongjiu didn't know where to find that guy. He couldn't keep releasing his mental strength to search. If he did that, he would be too arrogant. Under the prying of his mental strength, there would be no privacy at all. At this time, the exterior of the Boyu Casino was also in a state of renovation. Because of the previous storms, the Boyu Casino had directly withstood these storms, which was somewhat amazing. It immediately became famous. How could a person who liked to gamble like a small and ordinary place like this, therefore, the more troublesome a place was, the more they liked it. In such a stimulating environment, they could stimulate their own potential. This was what gamblers were willing to do. Oh, Boss Li, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for a long time. When Li Zongjiu walked into the casino, it was obvious that someone had gone to inform him of his arrival. However, the first person to block his way turned out to be a somewhat familiar middle-aged man. Based on his appearance, he was just an ordinary person. You are? Li Zongjiu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and suddenly frowned in doubt. Not everything was worth remembering by Li Zongjiu. Boss Li, have you forgotten? A few days ago, I was still at your door. It was me. The Tusk Battalion, Wang Ding said repeatedly. How embarrassing is this? I'm also a battalion commander and I have nearly 5,000 people under me. These 5,000 people are the troops who can enforce the law in Monarch City. Their power is not ordinary. Although under normal circumstances, carrying out a task requires time and opportunity. However, it doesn't mean that there are no other ways to deal with you. Just by colluding with a few people, you can easily not survive in this city. Oh, you're the battalion commander that night, right? Why are you looking for me? Li Zhongjiu finally remembered. No wonder he looked familiar. Fortunately, the time was relatively recent. Otherwise, it would be difficult for Li Zhongjiu to remember such an unimportant person. Last time I misunderstood Boss Li and caused a big fight between us. Therefore, I specially came to apologize to you. In private, I'm still very easy to get along with. My battalion commander position is just an idle position. Wang Ding couldn't help but say. Then, with a wave of his hand, someone immediately brought up 2 wine jars. The jars were sealed with mud, but the fragrance emitted from the bottle could still be smelled. Good wine. These 2 jars of penetrating bottle fragrance are considered as an apology. In the future, we can still have more interactions. It's not easy for us to be in the city. We want to take care of each other. Li Zhongjiu glanced at Wang Ding and then looked at the wine jars. This Wang Ding was really quite reasonable. If you're promoted, what's your rank? Li Zhongjiu didn't reach out to take it, but asked directly. I'm the battalion commander of the City Guard Army's Tusk Battalion. The City Guard Army has a total of 7 battalions. If I'm promoted, I'll naturally be the deputy commander. The deputy commander has the right to directly mobilize 3 battalions. Okay, within half a year, I'll help you become the deputy commander. Within 2 years, I'll make you a battalion commander. As I said, you'll follow me in the future. Li Zhongjiu said directly. These words didn't have the slightest intention to hide. Fortunately, the people Wang Ding brought this time were his own trusted subordinates. If other people heard this, they might directly go back and find someone to deal with him. Wang Ding, the reason is the young master. I'm serving you like a dog. Wang Ding was immediately pleasantly surprised. One must know that Wang Ding's journey was very difficult. The water in the military camp was very deep. If he wanted to solve these things and continue to rise, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. Wang Ding's eyes lit up. With Wang Ding's own means, it was just that he couldn't be promoted so far. For people like him, who had no status or background and were inferior in terms of means, it wouldn't take long for him to be replaced. This was a big environment where talents were replaced. It wasn't easy to say what you wanted. In this aspect, Wang Ding was also very clear. If he couldn't find a backer, his end would be very miserable. From the situation last time, Wang Ding had already smelled something fishy. Therefore, he took the risk and waited here for Li Zhongjiu to appear. Moreover, he had to obtain Li Zhongjiu's protection. At present, he only had this bit of value in his hands that could be used. If he couldn't even use this last bit of value, then he would really have reached the end. This road was not easy to walk. It was as if he was treading on thin ice, which made Wang Ding feel extremely painful. If the situation wasn't so critical, he wouldn't have come to Li Zhongjiu for help. This was such a shameful thing. In the future, he would have to be under Li Zhongjiu's banner. From the situation last time, if he could rely on Li Zhongjiu, it would be a way out for his own situation. Li Zhongjiu's background didn't seem to be so simple. Therefore, Wang Ding was so persistent. In the future, you will be like them. Call me young master. I don't need your help for the time being. If you have any trouble that you can't solve, such as military funding or sponsorship, you can come directly to Taifei. It just so happened that Taifeiha was walking down from upstairs. He first greeted Wang Ding, then listened to Li Zhongjiu's introduction. From the looks of it, he seemed to have dragged a city guard battalion commander into the water. Blindly absorbing power like this was naturally not a stable thing. However, for the current Wanyue casino, if there was a city guard behind it, it would only get smoother and smoother. This was something that didn't even need to be doubted. With Master Wang's addition, our casino has gained another strong pillar. After finding out that Wang Ding had joined, Taifai looked at Li Zongjiu as though he were looking at a deity. He had actually roped in people from the military. As far as Taifai knew, Li Zongjiu had taken the initiative to join them. Since when had Li Zongjiu's name become so famous? This was a very big deal. If there is a shortage of military funding, we only need to hold 1 or 2 military competitions. The Wanhui Casino will fund this. Then, there won't be any problems. It will be reasonable and legal. Taifai said with a smile. When he heard Taifai's words, Wang Ding almost burst into tears. If he could obtain such a large amount of funding, his position would be stable. Aside from the cost of bribing, there was nothing to be afraid of as long as he had money, upgraded his equipment, and stabilized the morale of his troops. Although it is said to be a division of the dynasty, in fact, the dynasty is only responsible for a part of the expenses. The other part of the expenses will have to depend on the regiment commanders and battalion commanders. Otherwise, with so many troops in the country, how can they manage all of them? However, if they didn't have the name of the military, they wouldn't be able to establish their own troops. If they were illegal, they would be annihilated. The 7 battalions of the City Guard Corps had their own individual troops. It was as if each of them had their own battalion. The battalion commanders of the first 3 battalions were grouped together, while the ones at the back were grouped in pairs. His Tusk battalion was left alone. Originally, this name was quite impressive, but it was unable to keep up with the others. Naturally, it would be ostracized. Thank you, young master. Thank you, brother Tai. Taifai was naturally overjoyed. If he wanted to hook up with the City Guard battalion commander, he would have to spend a lot of money and energy if he were to take the initiative to do so. There was even a possibility that he would be caught red-handed and turned upside down. Therefore, this kind of thing usually had to be tested repeatedly before it could succeed. But because of Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding actually took the initiative to come over. It seemed a little out of place. A dignified battalion commander actually came to seek refuge in a small casino. No matter how one looked at it, it didn't seem right. However, Wang Ding's foresight wasn't weak. The casino was secondary. Li Zongjiu was the real mountain. Take care of each other and help each other. Haha. Wang Ding was naturally overjoyed. Although Wang Ding did not take Li Zongjiu's promise to heart, he only needed to ensure that there was a strong support behind him and that no one would stab him in the back. Even though he had joined Li Zongjiu, it was impossible for him to wait for Li Zongjiu to help him with everything. There were more things that needed to be solved by himself. By the way, do any of you know where the 9th prince is? That kid still owes me 1 billion purple yuan. This debt is not so easily settled. Li Zongjiu said indifferently. He had already released the person in advance, so according to the interest, it wouldn't be too much for him to ask for 2 billion purple yuan. Li Zongjiu thought so and even felt that this was too merciful. Since when did he become so reasonable? Although he would gain the gratitude of others, it would also harm his own interests. Li Zongjiu thought so and intended to wait for the 9th prince to thank him. The 9th prince's location is usually kept a secret. Even if we were to purchase the information from the Rain Pavilion, it would cost an astronomical price. However, since Battalion Commander Wang is here, it shouldn't be difficult to find the 9th prince's whereabouts. Taifai looked at Wang Ding as he said this. Wang Ding's eyes widened. He had never expected that he would have to pay such a big price to betray the 9th prince. If the 9th prince was killed by Li Zongjiu, Wang Ding would be an accomplice. Li Zongjiu looked at Wang Ding. This was the job of the city guards. Moreover, the status of a battalion commander was not low. If they sent someone to investigate the surroundings, they would be able to obtain the results very quickly. Unless the 9th prince was deliberately covering his tracks. However, with the 9th prince's pride, he wouldn't do such a thing so easily. Cough cough. Although we haven't received any news about the 9th prince's whereabouts, I know that he has a habit of booking the entire spring flower and autumn moon pavilion every dark moon. As for what exactly he does, no one knows. However, the 9th prince has always maintained this habit. Wang Ding said. It has to be said that Wang Ding's reaction was very fast. In this case, Wang Ding had to give an answer. Otherwise, if he just stood aside, the other party wouldn't come to collect him. Then the matter of the military expenditure would be ruined. However, if he were to reveal his daily whereabouts, he would definitely be traced back to Wang Ding if something were to happen. Wang Ding would be directly implicated, and he would even be punished to death. Now, Wang Ding only revealed one of the ninth prince's habits. As long as it was someone familiar with him, they would more or less know about it. Naturally, even if Wang Ding revealed it, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a threat. It would be relatively easy to get rid of this relationship. Maybe there would be room for struggle and justification. Now that they had just joined, they would have to risk their lives. It would be somewhat unstable. The few of them were also well aware that if they were to come clean and be honest with each other, they might be deliberately sent by the other party to lure them into the trap. If there were any tricks involved, it would be dangerous. The day of the dark moon is the day of the overcast moon. Isn't tonight the day of the overcast moon? Li Zhongjiu pinched his fingers and immediately calculated tonight's weather. It was better to come at the right time than to come early. This was obviously a very coincidental time. Wang Ding didn't know what Li Zhongjiu was going to do, but it seemed like he was going to take action. Therefore, he smiled and said softly, Young Master Li, after I went back last time, I asked someone to inquire about it. The one who dealt with you that time wasn't the ninth prince. The ninth prince didn't know about this at all. It was someone else. If my information is correct, the one who gave the order was the fifth prince. Wang Ding once again threw out a heavy bomb. Taifai, who was at the side, was suddenly shocked. Why is the fifth prince intervening again? Could it be that there is a problem related to the fifth prince? Taifai was indeed a little surprised by the fifth prince's sudden intervention. How could such a situation happen? Up until now, they didn't seem to have angered the fifth prince's sphere of influence. They didn't even touch the fifth prince's interests. However, the fifth prince's sudden intervention made them a little confused. They looked at Li Zhongjiu, but Li Zhongjiu just waved his hand casually. What's the big deal? It's the same even if the fifth prince comes. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. It was an arrogant attitude that showed that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Seeing Li Zhongjiu's attitude, Wang Ding was actually a little worried. Such a person was either crazy and fearless, or a fool who didn't know anything. The fact that Li Zhongjiu was able to survive until now only showed that he was lucky. At this very moment, Wang Ding's heart was actually a little worried. Was Li Zhongjiu really up to it? If he wasn't careful, he might just board a pirate ship and not be able to come back down. Take me to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower. Li Zhongjiu looked at Wang Ding and said indifferently. Wang Ding was stunned when he heard this. Was Li Zhongjiu trying to send him to his death? If he took Li Zhongjiu to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Tower to find trouble with the ninth prince, wouldn't that be telling the ninth prince that he, Wang Ding, was unhappy with him and had come to find trouble with him? Immediately, Wang Ding's expression turned extremely ugly. Taifai naturally understood Wang Ding's thoughts. If he didn't want to pay a price and take risks, how could he obtain high returns? Taifai was very clear that if he didn't put in effort and didn't share weal and woe with him, he wouldn't treat him as one of his own. Since he had boarded this ship, he would have to do these things to prove himself. Battalion Commander Wang, please. After saying that, Taifai gestured with his hand. Wang Ding looked at the current situation and knew that he wouldn't be able to walk away so easily. In his heart, he thought that he had boarded a pirate ship. However, he still gritted his teeth. If he couldn't find a way out with Li Zhongjiu, then Wang Ding's future would be very difficult. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he was taken down. This way. The few of you go back and deal with the matters first. The rest of you, follow me. Wang Ding also brought some people with him. These were all personal guards that he had trained, so naturally, they were trustworthy. That was why he brought them to such a place to meet Li Zhongjiu. If there was really a problem at the scene, then he could kill his way out so that he could prepare some forces at hand. However, if he went this time, it would be a disaster. It was estimated that he wouldn't be able to return. Therefore, he also ordered a few people with families to leave first. If something happened in a while, it would be terrible. Wang Ding brought Li Zhongjiu to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. Taifai wanted to go with them, but he was rejected by Li Zongjiu. After all, the casino needed Taifai to take care of it. Wang Ding and a few of his subordinates brought Li Zongjiu to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. Although the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was a place for dancing, drinking, and banquets, it was also open during the day. This way, even those who didn't come for pleasure could taste the special delicacies of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. It wasn't easy to run a brothel nowadays. Either the ladies had to be pretty, or the delicacies had to be unique. Only these two things could attract different customers. The Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn's top lady was the famous courtesan in the entire Sacred Flame Imperial City. In addition, the delicacies were also very exquisite. The most famous dish was the autumn water mandarin fish. The water for this dish was transported from the long autumn river, which was thousands of miles away. The mandarin fish was fished up every day by specialized fishermen from the Wen River, which was one of the 3 major rivers of the Xingyan dynasty. It was delivered to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn's kitchen in the shortest time possible. The supply of such dishes was limited every day, and the price was higher with each serving. This was because there were fewer and fewer dishes later on. When Li Zongjiu and the others arrived at the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn, the sky was still dark. Since Wang Ding had introduced the autumn mandarin fish, Li Zongjiu naturally had to try it. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu also liked to eat, but they were all snacks from his hometown. After reaching a higher realm, the things he ate were relatively miscellaneous. Therefore, his appetite wasn't high. If it wasn't a top-notch delicacy, he wouldn't touch it. On the contrary, people at Li Zongjiu's realm liked it more when it was strong liquor that was as sharp as knives. "Dear guests, please come in." The waiter who came to receive them was dressed normally. However, in the middle of the stairs in the middle of the living room, there was a large platform. On the platform, there were a few women with heavy makeup who were performing a song and dance. Her flamboyant twisting and turning caused some of the drunken people to become intoxicated. The waiter could tell that the gazes of Wang Ding and the others were different. Although they were dressed simply, their steps were filled with a domineering aura. Their gazes were sharp. These people's identities weren't simple, so he didn't dare to neglect them. During the day, the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn was only opened. In the evening, the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor, the 2nd floor and the 3rd floor, the 2nd floor was an Autumn Moon Inn. The 2nd floor was. And the 3rd floor were, the rooms had and the others. The 3rd floor had rooms where the smaller rooms had. Rooms and Autumn Moon Pavilion were the small rooms. Small rooms and Autumn Moon Pavilion were rooms. Rooms. Ding. The Autumn and Moon were. And Autumn Moon. They. And Autumn Moon and the Moon were Autumn and the Sun Moon. And Autumn to the place and Autumn and the Autumn. Were Autumns. 4 people sat at the same table, while the other 3 sat at another table. Let's start with 2 autumn mandarin fish. 1 for each table. Li Zongjiu raised his hand and said. When Wang Ding heard this, his expression changed. People who could come to the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant were naturally not simple. As for the autumn mandarin fish, as a famous dish, it was even more extraordinary. He had ordered 2 at once. It might cost more than 100,000 gold coins. Moreover, the price of the second autumn mandarin fish was more than twice the price of the first one. Dear guest, you have a good eye. Our restaurant's famous dish, autumn mandarin fish, is priced according to the current price. The price of this fish is 170,000 gold coins. One fish would cost 170,000 gold coins. Are you robbing me? Wang Ding suddenly slammed the table and glared. He almost drew his sword. After all, Wang Ding was a battalion commander of the city guards. Although he knew that the price here was expensive, he didn't know that it was so outrageously expensive. Because Wang Ding was born in a poor family, he didn't have many connections. How could he have the opportunity to come to such a place to spend money? Therefore, he had only heard of the legends here. Even though he was now a battalion commander, he had a headache every day because of the military expenditure. He had already tightened his belt. How could he have the opportunity to spend money like this? Now that he walked in, he heard that one fish was actually worth 170,000 gold coins. If that was the case, then the life of this fish was equivalent to the lives of 3 soldiers of the Fierce Fong Battalion. If someone in the Fierce Fong Battalion died in the line of duty, they would receive 50,000 gold coins as compensation. Of course, if they performed meritorious service, it would be calculated separately. However, this was the most basic allowance, which was 50,000 gold coins as compensation. And this fish actually cost 170,000 gold coins. It's like this, customer. Because the cooking method of the autumn water mandarin fish is very unique and the ingredients are very fresh, the price is a little more expensive. The waiter wasn't in a hurry. Of course, he couldn't get into a conflict with this customer. Otherwise, wouldn't he be courting death? Therefore, he still patiently explained with a smile. If this customer suddenly exploded, then there would naturally be people who would deal with him. Perhaps if something were to happen to him, he would be able to receive a large sum of compensation. Therefore, the waiter had a clear plan in his heart. AI, just charge a little. Naturally, there will be people who will pay the bill. Li Zhongjie waved his hand and said. After Wang Ding came in, his aura was out of tune with the surroundings. They had worked so hard outside to protect the country, but these people were here to be extravagant and wasteful. This really made Wang Ding angry. The Fierce Fong Battalion was the most impoverished battalion in the entire city guard army. Although they naturally wouldn't starve to death in Monarch City, the benefits they received during the holidays were much lesser than others. It was inevitable that they would feel unbalanced. Therefore, Wang Ding felt very apologetic. Li Zhongjie's words were naturally respectful. He immediately sat down. Those guards who were ready to draw their swords also sat down one by one, suppressing their breaths. Li Zhongjie suddenly realized that these people in front of him seemed to be more impulsive than him. Looking at the situation, if it weren't for him being here and holding them back, these people would have directly rushed out and fought with these people. This kind of situation was really unimaginable. Did he directly bring a bunch of firecrackers to eat? The second fish costs 310,000 gold coins. May I ask if you want one or two? The waiter asked again. After all, the price was almost doubled, although this was the usual price. The most important thing was that this kind of aquamarine fish had a symbolic meaning after being ordered. If it was delicious, it was at most a little fresh. Its taste might not be comparable to roast duck, roast chicken, or braised pork. Up until now, there were very few people who could order 2 dishes at a time. Although the price was affordable for most people, no one's money was easy to come by. Naturally, they knew how to cherish it. It was already good enough to get 1 fish to taste. After all, ordering 2 fish at once was expensive. Yes, bring them all up. Li Zhongjie was rich and overbearing. He was here to collect debts. This amount of money was nothing to him. You guys learn well now. In the future, you will be collecting my debts. Li Zhongjie said to Wang Ding. Wang Ding couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Collecting debts, why does it feel a little strange? The waiter quickly reported the menu. Since it had been confirmed, there shouldn't be any problems. If they couldn't afford it after eating, the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon restaurant wouldn't treat them as a joke. They could make you spit out as much as you want in a minute. What do you mean? We came from the northeast just to have a bite of this autumn mandarin fish. How dare you say that we don't have it? We've been here for 3 consecutive days. What do you mean? Are you looking down on us from the northeast? A few men in mink fur coats, tiger fur coats, and songhua hats shouted at the waiter who just came. Looking at their attitude, it was impossible to let them go today. Li Zhongjie and the others were eating side dishes and watching the show. When Wang Ding saw this scene, he subconsciously wanted to stand up and teach these people a lesson. There were always some people who had an inexplicable self-confidence, thinking that the world was their home and they could go anywhere. And it seemed that everyone in the world had to give in to them. But that didn't work here. But Wang Ding remembered that he was now a plainclothes officer, and these things didn't need him to do anything. After all, they came here today to settle accounts with the 9th prince. Just by listening to it, it was already very awesome. Open the wine and distribute it to the brothers. Li Zhongjie said. The 2 jars of wine that Wang Ding brought just now were the best of the best. At this moment, just by gently removing the mud seal on it, a fragrant aroma was already wafting in all directions. The whole room was filled with the fragrance of the wine. The penetrating bottle fragrance is really worthy of its reputation. The wine in this jar is probably even more fragrant. Li Zongjiu suddenly laughed. It was rare to be able to drink such a precious wine. It was indeed a delightful thing. Wang Ding and the others didn't expect that they would also have such an oral taste. Each of them was rubbing their hands together. Everyone poured the wine into their bowls. Even if a drop spilled, they wiped it with their fingers and licked it clean. The wine in the jar in their hands was really quite delicious. It attracted a lot of attention. These 2 jars of wine were specially brought by Wang Ding from his hometown. When he first joined the army, he had already buried the wine. It was only now that the wine was dug up. Smelling the fragrance of the wine, it seemed to remind him of the scene when he first joined the army. It smells so good. Which table is the wine? Let me, Zhang Chunyang, have a taste. The burly man dressed in mink fur immediately walked over with large strides. Behind him, 5 or 6 burly men followed closely. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be here to do business, but each and every one of them had trained their muscles. They also seemed to be here to open a martial arts school to teach fist techniques. No one knew exactly what kind of background he had. Sir, here's the autumn mandarin fish you ordered. Immediately, 2 plates of autumn mandarin fish were placed on the table between Li Zongjiu and the other table. Zhang Chunyang saw that in front of Li Zongjiu's table, there was a bowl of autumn mandarin fish that he wanted, but when he ordered, the waiter said that there wasn't any. He immediately felt that he had been played for a fool. Wasn't this provoking him? Immediately, he grabbed the waiter and pulled him up. F***ck your grandmother, didn't you just say that the autumn water mandarin fish is gone? What the F***ck is this? Zhang Chunyang was about 2 meters tall. When he lifted the waiter up, the waiter looked like a little chick that had been lifted up. He was really pitifully small. These are the last 2 mandarin fish. All of them have been ordered by this sir. The waiter hurriedly said. It turned out that today's portion of autumn mandarin fish was all on Li Zongjiu's table. No wonder the previous price was so expensive. It was reasonable. However, if Wang Ding was here to eat, even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't spend so much money to eat in such a place. There were countless barbecue stalls and supper stalls at the city gate. If he had spent more than 100,000 yuan, he wouldn't know how many roasted kidneys he could eat. 2. Zhang Chunyang casually threw the waiter and his hand away. He grabbed a chair nearby and placed it in front of Li Zongjiu's table. He forcibly sat down and just happened to sit beside Wang Ding. I'm Zhang Chunyang, the owner of the Northern Martial School. I specially brought my group of brothers to Monarch City to prepare to open a school for teaching. Unfortunately, before it was opened, I was hungry. I heard that the girls here are tender and eat good food, so I came to see. How about this, each of you eat 1 fish, and this fish will be taught to a friend of yours. Take it away. When Zhang Chunyang sat down, he was like a giant beast sitting there. Just based on his body alone, he was already much stronger than Wang Ding and the others. When Zhang Chunyang finished speaking, he directly reached out and prepared to take the autumn water mandarin fish away. Wang Ding couldn't sit still at this moment. Even if you are F***king powerful, you actually dare to be arrogant in Monarch City. You really dare to provoke the lion in the lion's den. You're courting death. Wang Ding slammed the table, and the guard sitting on the other side of Zhang Chunyang immediately greeted Zhang Chunyang's head with a fist. However, before the fist landed on Zhang Chunyang's face, it was directly wrapped by a broad hand. Crack! Ah! Zhang Chunyang directly broke the guard's wrist and sent another fist over. The guard was directly sent flying more than 5 meters away and fell to the ground with a bang. The rest of the people also started to make their moves. They wanted to teach these country bumpkins a good lesson. Wang Ding also threw an elbow to the side and directly imprinted it on Zhang Chunyang's head. However, Zhang Chunyang's head didn't move at all. Instead, he looked at Wang Ding with an extremely disdainful gaze. You people from Monarch City only have this much strength? The corners of Zhang Chunyang's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing this, Wang Ding was immediately shocked. Although this move was a little bit reserved, and he was afraid that it would blow Zhang Chunyang's head, Wang Ding seemed to have overestimated his own strength and underestimated Zhang Chunyang's strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Chunyang directly slapped Wang Ding's face with his palm. Bang! Wang Ding was directly put on the ground, and the chair was also directly smashed down. Hee, now no one objects, right? Zhang Chunyang couldn't help but loosen his bones. The other guards were also directly put on the ground. These people's fist techniques were fierce. Without 20 or 30 years of martial arts, it was absolutely impossible to block them. This fish tastes good, but unfortunately, you won't have the chance to taste it. Li Zongjiu used chopsticks to pick up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, as if he didn't see the movement just now. What he saw was only the people in front of him swaying. However, he didn't care at all. It was as if these people were beaten down, but he didn't have the slightest fear. You're courting death. Zhang Chunyang immediately sneered. He immediately raised his arm and punched towards the table in front of Li Zongjiu. At this moment, a relatively weak hand gently stretched out and caught Zhang Chunyang's falling arm. A trace of astonishment flashed across Zhang Chunyang's eyes. When he saw that the person who attacked was actually an extremely frail scholar, he didn't look like a scholar at all. He was able to easily block Zhang Chunyang's fist with such a hand. This caused Zhang Chunyang to be extremely shocked. Sir, you really don't put my spring flower and autumn moon in your eyes. That scholarly man said indifferently. Tall and skinny, scholarly as though he had no bones. He looked like he would be blown away by a gust of wind, but in reality, he contained such a powerful force. It was truly shocking. A gigolo actually dares to act dumb in front of me. Although Zhang Chunyang was shocked, in the next moment, a beast-like force erupted from his body and hammered forward. Boom! Although that gigolo's strength was not bad, when faced with this move, he still felt as though he couldn't charge up his strength. It was as though he was suppressed by the other party's aura to the point that he couldn't breathe. When he finally breathed in, Zhang Chunyang's fist had already sent that gigolo flying with a bang. Bang! That gigolo's body was also sent flying violently. He smashed a few tables consecutively. They didn't expect to meet such a ferocious bandit in broad daylight in the spring flower and autumn moon inn. This really caused them to be shocked in their hearts. Could it be that this guy didn't want to live anymore? There were always some people who thought that they were fierce and liked to cause trouble and show off their skills. However, in the face of the multiple forces of the sacred flame imperial city, they could only obediently bow their heads. After all, this was the royal city, and it wasn't a place where you could play around. When this punch landed, it also completely alarmed the manager of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn. At first, he thought that it was just a small fight. However, just now, that gigolo, the guard that the Spring Flowers and Autumn Moon Pavilion hired at a high price, was directly crippled with a single punch. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. It was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. Immediately, the manager of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon Inn hurriedly appeared. He came to stop the loss. However, before the steward appeared, Zhang Chunyang didn't care so much. Today, he must not eat this fish. Seeing that Li Zongjiu was still leisurely eating, Zhang Chunyang took a step forward, intending to shatter the table. With Li Zongjiu's height, this slight step was like stepping on a small hill. However, before this kick landed, the other leg that was used as a support was kicked down by someone else. Zhang Chunyang was unable to react in time and fell to the ground with a thud, falling flat on his face. When the rest of the people saw that their big brother had been knocked to the ground, they immediately roared and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. "You're courting death." The remaining 5 burly men rushed towards Li Zongjiu one after another. However, Li Zongjiu also flicked his finger, directly flicking the fish bone on the table away. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! The flying fish bone was like a sharp arrow, instantly piercing through their throats. Immediately, the 5 of them fell to the ground, but they didn't die immediately. This was because there was only a small hole in their throats. However, the small hole in their throats showed no signs of healing. Furthermore, there was a force lingering around it, preventing the wound from healing. The few of them kept their mouths agape, unable to speak. These people were basically Yuan's own experts, but they were all knocked down by a few small fish bones. Old Ma, Old Nio, what's wrong with you guys? Zhang Chunyang turned around and saw that his brothers had been knocked down to the ground. Moreover, fresh blood was flowing out from the gaps between their fingers. From the looks of it, they seemed to be extremely terrified. I'll kill you. Zhang Chunyang took out a broadsword from the cloth bag at his waist. There were 7 small holes on the broadsword, all of which were used to let out blood. The color of the blade had already changed. Clearly, the broadsword in Zhang Chunyang's hand had already killed countless people in the process. Whoosh, Li Zongjiu threw out the chopsticks in his hand. As the chopsticks flew out, Zhang Chunyang used the broadsword in his hand to block them. Bang, the chopsticks were directly split into 2. However, the force behind them didn't decrease. With a whoosh, they pierced into Zhang Chunyang's eyes. Ah! The yuan power around his body was actually unable to block Li Zongjiu's chopsticks. The people eating here had some status and strength. However, they never imagined that Li Zongjiu could actually kill so many people with just a pair of chopsticks and a fish bone. When they saw this, they were extremely shocked. Li Zongjiu acted as if nothing had happened. He took out another pair of chopsticks and continued to pick up fish slices. Madame Fei Yan, the manager of the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant. Under the protection of 2 experts, they witnessed this massacre. When they saw Li Zongjiu calmly eating fish slices in the pool of blood, they immediately knew that Li Zongjiu wasn't a simple person. Immediately, they signaled with their eyes. Immediately, someone came forward to clean up the corpses on the ground. I'm sorry for disturbing all of you. I'll apologize here first. Everyone who is sitting here today will be free of charge. Take it as an apology. Madame Fian was wearing a long skirt that reached her chest. She was swaying an embroidered fan in her hand. However, she didn't have the smell of ordinary cosmetics on her body. Instead, she looked extremely refined, making people feel sincerely fond of her. When she spoke, her soft voice made people feel a sense of numbness in their bones. Haha, thank you Madame Fian. It's just a small matter. That little brother over there is so skillful. Some people also wanted to take the opportunity to curry favor with Li Zongjiu. However, when they saw Li Zongjiu's incomparably cold attitude, they knew that it was extremely difficult to get close to this person. Damn it. My head. Wang Ding crawled up at this moment. Those people from before had all been cleaned up. Not even a trace of blood could be found on the ground. These people were either here for the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant or here for Li Zongjiu. In any case, they weren't here for the autumn mandarin fish. These people probably didn't expect that a mere plate of autumn mandarin fish would directly take their lives. It was truly terrifying. Damn it. Young master, are you all right? I'll immediately call people over to search for those people. Also, I think you guys don't want to open your restaurant anymore. With a bang, Wang Ding slammed the tiger seal token in his hand onto the table. This token belonged to whoever the emperor gave it to. Even if you snatched it away, it was useless. Therefore, Wang Ding carried this tiger token with him. No matter where he went, he would be the battalion commander of the Tusk Battalion. Madame Fian saw the information on the tiger token. It was actually a battalion commander of the city guards. This official wasn't high, but he wasn't small either. Just the thousands of troops under him and the authority to enforce the law were not easy to deal with. Sir, I'm really sorry. Those criminals have already been dealt with by this young master. I'm here to express my gratitude. Madame Fian quickly went forward and brought out the things that she had already prepared. This is our Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant's signature wine, Bejeweled Nectar. Paired with this autumn mandarin fish, it's a double ultimate. Bejeweled Nectar. When he heard the name of the Bejeweled Nectar, Wang Ding's eyes almost popped out. In the entire Holy Flame Imperial City, the name of the Bejeweled Nectar was widely spread. However, because these wineries didn't have the exact recipe, or because there were problems with the raw materials, they couldn't produce the real Bejeweled Nectar. Most of them were high-quality imitations. When Wang Ding, who was addicted to wine, heard the name of the Bejeweled Nectar, naturally, he was very excited. It's true. This is the legendary Bejeweled Nectar, Wang Ding said excitedly. Li Zongjiu glanced at Wang Ding indifferently. Could it be that this bumpkin from the countryside only knew how to embarrass himself? Put down the wine first. Also, let's talk about the medical fees. Li Zongjiu knocked on the table and said. Hearing Li Zongjiu's words, Madame Fian was stunned. Looking at the young Li Zongjiu, who was only a teenager, she could not help but listen to him when he spoke. There was always a feeling of being high and mighty, as if he was a superior being. Madame Fian could be considered to have received some real high officials and nobles. Some real high-ranking people, and Li Zongjiu also had the same aura as those high-ranking people. Madame Fian could not help but quickly recall where this Li Zongjiu came from. He was actually protected by a battalion commander of the city guard army. Of course, it depended on Li Zongjiu's strength. It seemed like he did not need the protection of these people at all. He was just there as a foil to support the situation. Why would such a person care about such a small amount of compensation? The guards that Wang Ding brought along with him only had some external injuries. They only needed some medicine to treat them slightly and they would be able to recover in a few days. After all, the injuries were not to their necks or hearts. It was naturally not difficult for them to recover. As for the compensation that Li Zongjiu mentioned, it was naturally not something simple. The smart Madame Fian immediately understood that he wanted to extort a sum of money. When Wang Ding heard that Li Zongjiu was willing to help him ask for the medical fees, he was quite touched. There were not many bosses who were so considerate of him. That's right. So many of my brothers are injured. Are you going to just let it go like this? Wang Ding's expression also changed. If you don't give me an explanation today, I have plenty of methods to make your shop shut down. Speaking of scaring people, Wang Ding's ability was not weak either. In addition, Wang Ding himself was a battalion commander and an official. He did not need to be angry to show his power. If it was an ordinary shop manager, he would have been frightened by Wang Ding's aura. Rest assured, my lord. The shop will cover all of your medical fees. In addition, each of you will be compensated with 100,000 gold coins. Madame Fian smiled faintly and said slowly. It was obvious that Madame Fian understood the situation. If a soldier died in battle, the compensation would be 50,000 gold coins. Regardless of whether the soldier was injured or not, Madame Fian would double the amount. Just the 6 men under her command alone would be worth 50,000 gold coins. That was equivalent to taking away 600,000 gold coins. In addition to the medical fees, 700,000 gold coins was a solid foundation. How generous. Even Wang Ding was a little moved by her words. However, Wang Ding did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu. In this aspect, Li Zongjiu was the best. He did not care about such a small amount. And was extremely calm. And Wang Ding admired him. Was calm to be was. Waiter, come over here. How much is this plate of fish? Li Zongjiu asked. The waiter looked at Madame Fian in front of him and seemed to be waiting for her order. Madame Fian nodded. The waiter said. Replying to the customer, this plate is 170,000 gold coins. What about that plate? That plate is 310,000 gold coins. Including the food and wine on this table, how much is it? Replying to the customer, it is about 600,000 gold coins. The waiter said. All right, you can leave. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and looked at Madame Fian who was waiting by the side. My 7 brothers on these 2 tables are all injured. You mean to say that my brothers worked so hard to fight and it is only enough to pay for a meal here? Li Zongjiu's eyes gradually turned cold as he said this. Staring at Madame Fian in front of him, Madame Fian felt a chill down her spine. When the surrounding diners saw this scene, they were shocked. As expected, this kid was also a ruthless character. From the looks of it, he wasn't someone who could be easily dealt with. Not only Li Zongjiu, but Wang Ding's gaze also became rather sharp. This was because if they were to calculate, it was indeed the case. Wasn't this an insult to his brothers in the Tusk Battalion? Madame Fian looked at the men in front of her as if they wanted to eat them alive. Although she was thinking in her heart, it was really like this. Even if you worked hard for your entire life, even if you sacrificed your life, you might not be able to earn enough to pay for a meal. That was how cruel and realistic it was. There was nothing to say about this point. Madame Fian was clear in her heart. However, if she said these words out loud, she would completely offend this mysterious young man in front of her. She smiled apologetically. "Young master, you misunderstood." Just as Madame Fian was about to continue speaking, a handsome voice suddenly came from behind her. "That's right. Even if all of your lives were added together, you still wouldn't be able to pay for a meal. Do you believe me when I say this?" As the owner of the voice appeared, those who were originally eating also threw down their chopsticks one by one and hurriedly bowed. Some people directly cupped their fists towards the young figure who was walking over and then left their tickets on the table. "Did you think that it would really be free just because you said it would be free? If it was before this person came, then it would be fine. However, after this person came, once he found out that you didn't pay for your meal, then you would be dead." Behind the young man, there were two girls who looked exactly the same. They were clearly a pair of twin sisters. However, no one dared to have any improper thoughts. In addition, the aura of these two girls was incomparably cold. Ordinary people didn't dare to get close to them. The person who came was the ninth prince. Outsiders called him young Master Xianming. In just a short while, all the diners had already left. Young Master Xianming sat in front of another table. He looked at Li Zongjiu and the others. What he meant was that Li Zongjiu and the others didn't deserve to sit together with him. Madame Fian also slightly bowed towards Li Zongjiu and the others. Then, she walked to young Master Xianming's side and poured tea for him. The reason why the Spring Flower and Autumn Moon restaurant could last until now was mostly because of young Master Xianming's influence. Otherwise, with Madame Fian's strength, it would be difficult for her to last until now. Of course, she might have had a backer in the past. However, the backer now was this young Master Xianming. With the ninth prince's big name here, no one dared to act rashly. Everyone knew the rules. After young Master Xianming appeared, they all automatically left. If they stayed, they might be in danger of losing their heads. When Wang Ding saw the man who sat down, his heartbeat suddenly increased by 3 times, he almost had the urge to stand up and kneel down. However, the other party didn't reveal his identity. Moreover, in a place like this, the appearance of the ninth prince had to be kept a secret. For example, although those people just now had such a thought, they couldn't say it out loud. If they did, wouldn't it be announcing to the world that the ninth prince was actually a guest in a brothel? However, as a subject, he would definitely be dealt with by the ninth prince in secret if he were to return. This was because Wang Ding's current position meant that he was standing on the opposite side of the ninth prince, even though it was hard to say which prince was backing him. Li Zongjiu poured a bowl of wine before standing up and walking to the opposite side of the ninth prince. Bing Shuang and Bing Shui also took a step forward, wanting to stop Li Zongjiu. If an unknown person wanted to get close to the ninth prince, they naturally had to stop him. However, the ninth prince waved his hand generously. Now that his cultivation base had broken through to the Yuan monarch realm, he could definitely be considered one of the best among the younger generation. At the very least, he would not bring disgrace to the name of the royal family. With such a majestic presence, he would definitely not disgrace the name of the royal family. A mere Li Zongjiu was not enough to make him feel afraid. "You must be Li Zongjiu, who has been quite famous recently. I see that a lot of things have happened recently because of you. Are you trying to turn the world upside down?" The ninth prince said slowly. Li Zongjiu stood in front of the ninth prince with a glass of wine in his hand. The two of them were separated by a table. Li Zongjiu's lips curled up slightly when he heard the ninth prince speak. "What did you just say?" Li Zongjiu asked. Looking at Li Zongjiu, the ninth prince was startled. Could it be that Li Zongjiu was the same as the rumors? There must be something wrong with his head. Did he have to embarrass himself? The outside world already had mixed opinions about Li Zongjiu. Many people had analyzed and studied Li Zongjiu's behavior many times, but they could not find out what was going on with Li Zongjiu. This was because most of the time, Li Zongjiu's way of doing things was simply based on his own mood. He didn't understand the ways of the world at all. "Are you looking for trouble, Li Zongjiu?" the ninth prince said as he straightened up. He found Li Zongjiu's question very ridiculous. "Don't tell me you want to hear me scolding you again?" Are you deaf? Let me ask you, what did you just say? Li Zhongzhou's eyes suddenly became sharp. The ninth prince's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. This mere mortal actually dared to provoke the majesty of the royal family and even dared to look at him, a prince, with such a gaze. This was clearly a provocation. The ninth prince's eyes became incomparably sharp as the expression on his face gradually froze. Finally, he slowly spoke. Hee, since you want to hear it, I'll tell you more. You and the people around you, even if you add up all of your heads, it's still not worth the dishes on this table. Do you have a problem with that? As soon as the ninth prince finished speaking, Li Zhongzhou threw the wine cup in his hand and splashed it all over the place. Splash. With a loud sound, the wine was splashed onto the ninth prince's face. Even the ninth prince couldn't react in time because such a thing had never happened before. The two maids beside him were also shocked when they saw this. Madame Fian, who was standing behind him, widened her eyes and opened her mouth wide. She covered her mouth and did not dare to breathe loudly at this moment. Even Wang Ding and the others felt as if their hearts were about to freeze at this moment. Did Li Zhongzhou just splash the wine on the ninth prince's face? F***CKU, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? Li Zhongzhou threw the wine cup in his hand out. However, this time, the wine cup was shattered by the maids beside him. Immediately, the maidservant let out a delicate cry and spat out a soft sword from her sleeve. It coiled towards Li Zhongzhou like a spirit snake. Since they had already made their move, there was no need to hold back. The other maid was still guarding the ninth prince. Madame Fian quickly went up and wiped the water off the ninth prince's face. The soft sword in Bing Shuang's hand moved and like a spirit snake, it flew towards Li Zhongzhou. Li Zhongzhou stretched out his finger and easily caught the moving soft sword between his fingers. Not bad at such a young age. Li Zhongzhou looked at the blue-clothed girl in front of him in astonishment. The girl's soft sword was controlled. She immediately shouted and the terrifying yuan power in her body flowed through the sword towards Li Zhongzhou's body. However, this amount of yuan power was still insufficient in front of Li Zhongzhou. To be able to cultivate to the 7th grade of the Origin Ancestor realm, if you two sisters follow me, your future achievements will be greater. Li Zhongzhou's body did not move at all. Even when the other party released her yuan power, it did not affect Li Zhongzhou much. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. There was no movement at all. The yuan power released by Bing Shuang was directly absorbed by Li Zhongzhou. Impudent. Sister. Bing Shuang also saw that her sister was in a tough battle. Her figure flashed and she sent a palm towards Li Zhongzhou. Frost condensed in the center of her palm. Bang, Li Zhongzhou also raised his palm and met Bing Shuang's palm. In the next moment, Bing Shuang's body flew backwards. Boom, as she fell, she directly smashed a table. After that, Bing Shuang's body was also entangled by a surge of yuan power. This surge of yuan power was the yuan power released by Bing Shuang just now. It was actually all transferred to Bing Shuang's body. Bing Shuang! Bing Shuang shouted when she saw this. However, she was distracted and Li Zhongzhou seized the opportunity. Li Zhongzhou gently crossed his fingers and flicked them. With a swoosh, the soft sword in Bing Shuang's hand was sent flying. Even Bing Shuang's body flew backwards. The soft sword in her hand also seemed to be affected by the force. It slightly overlapped in the air and finally pierced the ceiling with a bang. I think you are courting death. The ninth prince immediately slammed his palm on the table in front of him. Immediately, a loud bang sounded and the table was directly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the aura on his body also exploded. An aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas blasted out. Boom! The tyrannical aura was like an angry rhinoceros, crashing towards Li Zhongzhou. The ninth prince's eyes were incomparably cold. It was useless to keep someone like Li Zhongzhou alive. Therefore, he must let Li Zhongzhou enjoy the feeling of being stepped on under someone's foot. Usually, in Royal City, everyone would always give in to Li Zhongzhou. However, the ninth prince did not show any mercy today. The power in his body suddenly exploded. Everyone raised their eyebrows. They did not expect that the seemingly weak ninth prince would actually possess such terrifying strength. Is that all you have? Li Zhongzhou threw out a slap and easily shattered the aura released by the ninth prince. In the next moment, his body flashed and suddenly appeared in front of the ninth prince. He grabbed with his hand. He grabbed the ninth prince's neck. He lifted the ninth prince up easily. The ninth prince immediately felt a strong sense of suffocation. This was the first time the ninth prince felt so close to death. The ninth prince even seemed to see the Grim Reaper standing in front of him, ready to take away his soul. "Young master, you can't kill him. He is the ninth prince," Wang Ding suddenly shouted when he saw the situation. The murderous aura in Li Zhongzhou's eyes gradually disappeared as he casually threw the ninth prince to the ground. Although the ninth prince already had the strength of an Yuan king, he was still too weak in front of Li Zhongzhou. If he really wanted to kill the ninth prince, he would only need to move his finger. 1 second was enough. He did not even need extra time to kill the ninth prince. However, when he heard that this person was the ninth prince, Li Zhongzhou gave up on killing him. It was not because Li Zhongzhou was afraid of the ninth prince's identity. In fact, Li Zhongzhou had more or less guessed that this person was the ninth prince. To be able to make everyone leave as soon as they entered, who else could it be? Wang Ding also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Li Zhongzhou put the ninth prince down. If Li Zhongzhou really killed the ninth prince, it would be troublesome. Wang Ding would probably turn around and deal with Li Zhongzhou. After all, the ninth prince was a member of the royal family. Such a crime would implicate 9 generations of the royal family. End of chapter 557. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.